So with their free time, they seem to spend their free time on fun rather than advancement. They're not using their specialization to expand their knowledge of the universe.
Well, yeah, I don't know, man. I've seen quite a few videos of like indigenous or those type of people that they make some crazy stuff out of just, dirt and bamboo and make a whole like pool and underground houses and
Right, but has that changed in 1,000 years for them? Like, have they advanced at all from 1,000 years ago? Did they come up with a new atlatl or a new composite that they make a bow and arrow out of that's stronger and throws the arrow faster and harder
that I do not
in
know.
a
I haven't
thousand
been around them.
years?
Yeah, I haven't been around
Yeah.
them, so I don't know that one.
What is their latest and greatest iPhone?
Huh, that's funny.
Their jet ski.
I think we could be shocked. I mean, I'm just leaving it to open-minded away. We could be shocked at what they actually invented or made. Be surprised, like for all we know, they could have made a boat that repels itself some way.
Not evident, but yeah.
You're right. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's when I see these tribes, they seem to be working off of tried and true methodology. I'm sure they have once in a while some guy named Ugg who goes around and says, "I just noticed this about the world," and that gets added into their culture. But how frequently does that happen? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. All right.
It happened in the West also. We spent 1,000 years really with no innovation to speak of. It was very similar lifestyle that was lived from, like, let's say 16 to 1700s. Why am I saying 1600s? From like 1,000 to the 1700s. You lived in grass huts and maybe log cabins, but people used the same tools to plow. The innovation had, I don't want to say stopped, but become very standardized. And then it was I guess, the age of enlightenment that we started moving forward again.
Yeah.
And for 1,000 years, everybody lived the same lifestyle that their grandfather had lived, and their great 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 grandfather had lived.
I bet you those people though are pretty strong. Like the things that modern people complain about, if you go around them and you be like, "Oh, this and that," they mean, don't worry about that. Stop, get over it. Let's go." Like, yeah, man, that's tough. Oh man,
Oh, sort of like the dog that loses a leg and just keeps on walking. Yeah, they were tough
yeah,
that way.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
complaining about a toenail fungus? God, what the hell kind of life do you live in the first world? I'm missing
Yeah,
6 of my toes from an alligator,
right.
and I still had to walk home. I see that with my kid, my son. He's what he would let just cripple him. It's like, dude, just imagine a bear was chasing you right now. Could you go home? Could you still move?
It's funny.
Or would you just stay there and let him eat you?
Oof.
Well, maybe I can get up. Like a dog loses a leg and it's like, huh, that's kind of weird. It used to be when I leaned this way, I didn't fall over. Now I do. Eh, such is life. Let's get on with it. I like the dogs that lose two legs and like walk on their hind legs and stuff. It's like, no, I can't give up yet.
Man.
What happened in here? Where'd everyone go?
You weren't here, so everybody just left. Without you, it doesn't exist.
Well, there's only so many hours in a day.
We got
That's your tough luck, buddy.
Rudolph drains the blood out of people.
I'm trying to draw GPS on a flat Earth, and I can't even draw an example of it that is coherent.
Yeah, you really don't even need cable these days. You don't even need to pay for any kind of TV services, like even Netflix or something. I mean, you can watch everything. There's so much free stuff when you get a smart TV on it or a Roku or something.
There's a lot of stuff, but I do find it much less than the pay for services. If you're not picky, but yeah, I like my sci-fi and I want to get the latest and greatest sci-fi because I've seen every sci-fi before that.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I'm the type of person that can watch a movie over and over again.
Right.
Like
Yeah, I
I
can't
can't.
do that.
We came from the days of VHS tapes, so it's not like there was a lot of options back then. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, you could shoot down a Blockbuster, rent a couple VHS, tapes, but
The thing I miss about the since I cut the cord and I'm using pay for services was the introduction to media that I've never thought of. It's like as you'd be watching a cable and you're just scrolling up and down, you'd sit and see something and say, "Ah, that looks interesting," and you might watch something you normally wouldn't watch.
well, you get that
Or
now
at
with
a desk.
Netflix. You get that now with Netflix and Amazon.
You can, but you got to be captured by the image on the Netflix sales pitch. When you look at that little thumbnail and you say, "Yeah, I think I could watch that."
When you were scrolling, you could actually like see a few seconds of it, and now you just have the picture. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Hi.
And plus, there's a damn delay between when you click on, when you're scrolling through and it starts to play. And it's like frequently I will keep on scrolling faster than that. The
Yeah.
movie will start to what do you call it? The trailer will start to play.
Another problem is nowadays. Remember when it was 6, 10, and 13? It was easy to find something. You had 4 options. You just had to pick.
Right.
Then cable came
I
along,
missed
right?
that.
Now you got 60 channels. Now it takes longer to pick. Nowadays, it could take 2 fucking hours. I could watch a whole movie by the time I find a movie.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that it never took me that long to choose something when I was on cable.
Yeah,
but
it's because there's too many options. Too many options is actually a bad thing. You know what I mean?
and then there's the thing that there's something
Not
that I
when you're
might want to
dating.
watch again. There might be something that I want to watch, but I can't find it because it's not on any of the damn streaming services. I'm like, all old media that shouldn't cost pretty much anything. Let's just say, for instance, I want to watch an old Gilligan's Island or The Rascals, and I just want to have a nostalgic moment. You could hunt through 6 services and still not find it. And it's like, oh, damn it!
Well,
This shouldn't cost anything for them to keep this.
They've made it super easy now, though, because now you can just go to the search function on your TV, and it searches all the apps at once. And it
I
doesn't
haven't
do
seen
YouTube.
that. Okay.
It doesn't do. Do you have a smart TV?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you go to or a Roku or something, it'll have a search function on it, like in the main part of it. When you're picking, like before you even pick your app that you're going to go into, there should be like a search somewhere in there, and that's where it'll search like all the things. Like it'll even search the free ones. It even searches apps I don't even have, because sometimes it's suggested stuff, and I've had to go download the app.
Right. Yeah, I haven't tried that for some reason.
Yeah, no, that works pretty good. I do that all the time for the kids.
Yeah, and Jeremy, how old are you when you say kids?
Bro, I got kids older than you, bro.
What? You got kids that are older than 38?
No. But I got kids in their 20s, though.
How old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
Oh, you're a bit old. Fuck, you had kids young if you've got kids in their 20s.
They're my stepkids.
All right.
My wife.
I have kids. I have kids in their 80s. I remember when I used to hang out with Tesla, and that bastard was a real jokester. He would like set up these static charges in the chairs, and he would shock my ass. Quite the comedian.
Now, don't you think there was a fundamental flaw with the way they treated Tesla?
I think Tesla screwed himself mostly.
Once they found out he wanted to give everyone free. Well, once they found out that that he wanted to give everyone free electricity, they pulled the plug on his funding immediately.
that's kind of funny because he got most of his funding with his plan being specified. It was the fact that he didn't produce anything useful in years of research and the equivalent of millions of dollars. They decided not to throw money at him as one definite alternative because
Didn't he invent wireless electricity?
He claimed this.
he did something of the sort. Yes.
Yeah, we're just starting to use it now. I mean, we're way behind Tesla.
Not the same thing.
Yes, it's not the same thing. It's more, you have to use it at a closer range now. He did it. Didn't he do it like, hundreds of yards or something away? Or
Essentially, what you've got now is you've got a separated transformer. It's nothing technologically advanced about wireless charging as far as I'm concerned, except for maybe the feedback that you get, like that tells the charger what's going on.
well, it happens. You don't have to actually plug something in. I mean, the next step obviously is putting this to your TV, all throughout your house, so there's no more cords.
That wouldn't work with the technology of the wireless charger, as far as I'm concerned.
But with the technology,
you
Tesla,
could do it. Yeah, you could do something like that, but that would have been the antithesis of, as far as I'm concerned, that makes a lot of RF noise. You would have destroyed the possibility of communication. The whole world would just be like white noise.
well, we got to get rid of these out plugs, bro. These plugs are fucking ridiculous. It'd be much
And it's
more
inefficient as hell.
huh?
It's inefficient as hell. The
That's what I
wireless
mean.
charging.
No, I mean the cords. The cords are inefficient. Think all the wiring you got to put into a house, right? It's
Right,
copper.
but
That's
to
expensive.
wirelessly transfer energy is inefficient.
But it's still. No, I agree with Jeremy on this. If you could, electricity, even if you make it, even if you say what is it currently at, like 60%, you still need to count into that 60% the cost it takes to dig up the copper, to install it in your
Right.
house, and to rip it back out and reinstall it where you need it. Because anybody who's moved into a house that's really fucking old goes, all of the power points are too few and too far between, and there's no Cat5 cables and stuff. Whereas if you
Sometimes you
have a
got to replace
TV
the whole.
and stand it in the middle of the room, I don't mind paying twice as much for my energy bill.
See, this is that thing, Moyak, with the light bulbs, right? All the trickle down cost that had to go into getting the copper. You had to pay somebody to mine it. The mining company had to ship it somewhere. The boat that it ships the materials on always needs maintenance. The trucks and the mining gear always need maintenance. Like, the trickle down effect is crazy of just the copper going into that goes into the wires in your wall. You know what I'm
Well, what
saying?
you would have to do is you would have to actually know the efficiency of transfer. If my country, let's say, needs 1 gigawatt to power it, a little island country, and takes 1 gigawatt to power every house on my country with copper wire. Now I go to this wireless system and it costs to build it. It costs a fraction of the cost. I don't have to put in 1,000 houses or 10,000 houses worth of wiring and stuff.
Wires, yeah.
That's all great. But now I've got the problem of I've got a continuous forever increase or a decrease in efficiency. Let's say it's 50% as efficient. So now I'm using forever twice as much electricity, twice as much power, twice as much fossil fuel to accomplish my task. Is it cost effective? You got to do the whole lifetime cost.
I mean,
All right, but every time, hold on a second. Every time, hold on a second. Hold on 1 second, H-Shells, you're next.
Yeah.
Every time, you also have to factor in every time you make a television, you don't need to make that copper plug wire. The plug's no longer necessary. You know what I mean? You're going to cut down costs forever also with this.
Zero extension wires. Zero, like I'm currently playing VR and I've got cords all over my fucking room that are a massive fire hazard. And you go, hey, would you pay an extra $3 a month to have zero cords? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
When that's $3 a month, that's fine, and maybe that's what it is. But what if it was doubling your bill?
Even if it was doubling my bill, I still think I would say yes, honestly.
And if you were going to
There is a
double the
limit. There is
entire,
a limit. If you said $400 a month, I would start to be like, oh, I don't know. But like, I'm currently playing Elite Dangerous with a VR headset that costs $900, and I have on its way to my house a different VR headset, and I'm willing to pay hundreds more for it because it's cordless.
right now, what happens
How
if
much
you
did
were,
you pay for your phone? Maybe $900. Would you have
oh yeah,
paid
no,
like
outrageous.
that for a phone that you never ever needed to plug in? And the answer for some people is no. For some people is yes.
Plug my phone in.
Right,
I
but
have
would you be
battery.
willing to,
I have
would
multiple.
you be,
I have. Go ahead, Maya.
I was gonna say, would you be willing to double the power output or requirements of your nation with all the detriments that has, in order to accomplish this?
So that's a really valid question. That's a really valid question. Like because there
That's
is a
what the
whole
light bulb was. What wasn't the
question.
light bulb? Sorry,
Yeah,
eggshells.
go
Go
on.
ahead.
No, you go, Jeremy.
Me and Moyak talked for days and days about light bulbs before, and this whole thing. And isn't that what the light bulb was? Like it would have been double the energy cost to keep the old school light
Uh,
bulbs
to
or
do the
something.
Edison bulbs was something like twice.
Yeah, they last.
Yeah.
They will last way longer, but they don't
But you
actually. They're
can,
not actually more efficient.
you can, but you can build, but
they're more expensive.
But think of all the infrastructure that goes into a light bulb. You have to mine the materials. You got to make the fucking glass. You know what I mean? And you can make those last 100 years. So you got to,
I
you got
still
to.
say that that's all baked into the cost.
Yeah, but we're. You worried about cost, or keep going green, saving the environment, global warming, and all that.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
If we don't have to put all those trucks and vehicles and stores and transport and just tons of shit that goes into the trickle down carbon emissions of everything is outrageous.
yeah.
I don't know.
It's cheap because we buy it from
I'm
China.
100% on board.
It's
Yeah,
cheap
I
because
don't
we
know.
buy
I
it
think
from
that
China.
one was. I think that was pretty clear that the cost of the electricity was worse. At least as far as I'm concerned, when you factor in that cost of electricity and of manufacturing and transport and everything that went into making that light bulb is baked into the price of that light bulb.
Yeah, but
So
you
when
can't
you
put
buy
a
it for
you can't put a
$1.26, that is how much it costs. And if I have to replace 100 light bulbs over my lifetime, that's $100. Now,
can you put a
the same cost of electricity, which has the baked-in cost of transport, fuel, pulling up the oil, making the power plants, is $1,000. Then it's 10 times better to buy the light bulbs for the environment, probably,
yeah, but
and
you're
for
talking
you.
about no, not for me. I'd rather never have to have changed a light bulb in my house, and I'd rather that not millions, but probably thousands of people spend their whole lives. All they do is fuck with make light bulbs, transport light bulbs, make light bulbs, stand behind a cash register and sell light bulbs. If none of those people had to do that and were free to do something else, maybe they would come up with some other way to get more power for cheap or something. Who knows? I'm just saying, like, people are wasting their lives. The carbon emissions, you want to put a price on the carbon emissions, but how do you put a price tag on ruining the planet? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think that there is the argument that the light bulb is ruining the more efficient light bulb that lasts shorter is ruining the planet less. Now,
No, because
you might be right that somebody who was working the light bulb plant, instead of starving, decided to invent something, and he came up with free energy. But you can't count on a what if like that.
I know,
You can
no, I
count
know.
on how many pounds of carbon you made.
And you made a ton of pounds of carbon in this whole process because, like I said, you need light bulb warehouses, you need light bulb transport trucks, light bulb mining gear to go mine the shit. Just tons of shit, tons of carbon went in there for these light bulbs.
Yep.
And these new ones, they don't even last. They're not even. I mean, those LED ones with all circuits are dope, that you hardwire in, the ones you screw in, they don't even. I found that those LED bulbs aren't really the tits. You know what I mean?
I'm going on with my crazy Wi-Fi ones that I have, the smart bulbs. I'm going on 3 years with those.
Yeah,
So
I've had a
I'm
good
pretty-
run. We had to
Long they
replace. We had to replace a bunch though because they kept blowing out on us. I think we're good now, but there was a while
Yeah, the
there when we
power
first
supplies
bought
on them were a little bit dodgy.
there was a time when I first bought this house that we're in now where I was replacing those LED bulbs after like 6 months, 8 months, and I was like, yo, what the fuck? We don't leave lights on all the time. My wife's always yelling, shut the light off.
With those, I don't know. Like even there's a weird nexus between light bulb life, and that's like the Edison bulb that lasted 100 years. You know why there's only 1 or 2 of them? Because those have lived very specifically, carefully planned lives. They
Well, I
lasted an
mean,
unusual time, and then after that, they've been on power supplies so they don't lose power. Because every time you lose power
That's
and
what I thought
reignite
was
that
with-
bulb, it self-destructs a little.
Yeah, if you can keep it on forever and ever, it'll last virtually forever, but it'll be sucking power the whole time.
And so and you'll also notice that like when light bulbs burn out, almost exclusively, it's when you flip the switch that they go.
Yeah.
yeah, it's true. It's true.
So if you
I
let
have
that,
found those
yeah,
bulbs that have, you ever see those lights and it'll be like a panel or something, you got to hardwire it into your ceiling or something, and if you pop the cover plate off, you know, the translucent or transparent cover on the top,
Mhm.
it's all, there's no bulbs or anything. It's all circuits. It's like circuitry. There's
it's
not
just a
even
bunch of
bulb
little
in it.
white or yellowish um, discolorations, where the LEDs are.
It looks like a circuit board or some shit. Yeah, there's not
But
even
if you go down into that, and the weak spot of those, the bulbs get 100,000 hours. LEDs last something on the order of 100,000 hours, depending on how hard you drive them. But the power supplies and stuff on them would seem to be their weak point.
Sorry, what is it? The power
Transformers
supply?
Yeah, there's a little power supply that reduces the voltage from street power to DC to run your lamps.
Yeah, because when I worked in the school, they were always blowing ballasts in the lights. And which would solve the wireless power thing, would solve all the need for all that bullshit, right?
No, light bulbs would still burn out just as frequently, depending on
No,
the
but you wouldn't
technology.
need the ballast. You wouldn't need the ballast thing and all that. The transformer and shit, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess not. Unless you're using like you would still need it like you'd use less wire, like your antenna that you use to collect the power. You probably would just make it shorter, and that would and maybe toss a resistor in, and you could vary the amount of voltage so you don't blow up your LEDs and your computers. I also wonder about the stability of the power, like this Edison method, Tesla method. Do I get uniform power everywhere? Like if I live out in the
That's
sticks,
a
do
good
I end up
question.
with
Weak
my
signal.
computer having to have an amplifier on it to try
Yeah.
and get up to the power I need, or a giant antenna?
Do you think they've suppressed battery technology throughout the years?
Say again?
This is a tough question for Moyak right here.
I don't know. I don't have any reason to think they have. But
No.
is there any examples of like discovered, like if you could show me a couple of ones that have been discovered that were like suppressed, then I might say, oh wow, now there's a bigger thing going on here. But if they've successfully suppressed even the backyard inventor from coming up with himself,
Well, I mean, did you see
I
that
haven't seen
YouTube?
that.
Did you see the
Yeah,
YouTube
that
video
one.
on the elect? Go ahead, Aisha.
No, I would agree with you. I think that it is entirely possible that but like the thing whenever I come to like how would they do a conspiracy like that is how would they do a conspiracy like that? Let's say I really wanted to ensure that people didn't release 0 point energy or whatever it is that Democ's been going on about. How would I go about that? And I think your two ways are influence or force. That's generally the way I think about it. Influence being you just offer them such an unimaginable amount of money that nobody else comes close, or a little bit of
let me throw a scenario at you. What about if you own a battery company, and then you own the research and development inside that battery company, and they come out with some bomb ass shit? You don't even have to buy it off them because you already own it.
Yeah. So I think that could happen. The challenge that I think remains with that is you're betting against your own interests. So if you do that as a publicly listed company and you get caught doing that as a publicly listed company,
Well, hold on. Hold on. No, first of all, nobody's gonna. It's your option to, if you invent something, to release it or not. First of all. Second of all, it is in your best interest. Hold on. You made a lot of points. It is in your best interest. If you also are selling, like, I don't know, billions and trillions of dollars worth of oil every year, to not come out with good batteries, obviously.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So if you're General Motors and you say we bought up the patents for these electric car companies because they threatened our internal combustion engines, because like you have a fiduciary responsibility to the people who invest in you as a company, to return the best profits you can for them. And if you don't, you can go to prison for that. So nobody's going to risk that, I don't think. But yeah, what you're saying is valid, which is if I could argue to my shareholders, I said, actually, my fiduciary responsibility, rather than plugging this electric vehicle market, was to scuttle electric vehicles and make internal combustion engines more successful. That was better for us overall.
I mean, what do you think Big Pharma did when they were lobbying to keep marijuana legal for the past however many decades?
Oh,
you know?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that absolutely does happen. But the difference is this, and where I think, because I think many people actually in this flat Earth, globe Earth debate on the globe Earth side are like me, who are current or ex conspiracy theorists ourselves. I do think there are conspiracies, but I think the conspiracy is against something that cannot be patented. So if I could patent never-ending energy, even if that meant I couldn't sell oil to people anymore, I would make such an unimaginable amount of money off that I wouldn't really care. Plus, there is no such thing as like, let's say we imagined a cell bank tomorrow that I could hand you that was the size of a AA battery that would give you enough to power your house for 20 years. I've only deleted one of the costs for your house. So you're still going to require copper wires, you're still going to require conduits and servers and da-da-da-da-da. So all I would need to do if I was doing that as a company is strategically shift and go, what we're going to use is the leverage we get off this. Like, because they had the same thought about nuclear technology, right? There was an excitement back in the 60s, 40s, 50s, whatever, that every car could be powered by a nuclear reactor. And it was, there is nothing logistically suggesting it's impossible. It's just, other reasons. It doesn't happen. But you're still going to sell them tires, right? So all I would need to do that is say to the company, I'm going to sell you tires now. We're now going to switch into a different thing we're selling. We're now going to sell reactor banks or steel or something else, there's still going to be a base cost. Even if the energy became free, which I don't think is possible on a physics level.
You mentioned tires. I'm very excited for the airless tires that the companies have coming out soon.
The Tweel? Have you seen the Tweel? That's pretty exciting.
What is it?
Tweel is like an airless tire, which is just has sort of bands of rubber between the hub and
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
It flexes. It flexes.
like,
I mean,
yeah,
honestly,
Can't get them to stop real fast though. Yet.
yeah, you can't. There's certain speeds you cannot go, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
think it's too
Michelin and
expensive.
Goodyear. Oh, go ahead, Mo man.
Just that it's fucking expensive to make those, so the air-filled tires are still cheaper.
Well, Michelin and Goodyear got prototypes for regular passenger vehicles coming out soon.
But this is also one of those things where, the technology, when the nexus of technology meets, that's when you start getting the new technology. And there's been people dabbling in the fringes of airless tires since, probably the 1800s. Yeah. But up until now, nobody's come up with a viable one. Hell, even the people who have, the prototypes don't have a viable tire yet.
Michelin has one.
It hasn't made it past the prototype stage, has it?
It's coming out. No,
it.
it has. It's coming out soon, very soon.
Okay.
It's weird.
Well, then it just finished that process.
I don't even know why they would.
More research on that tire than on this vaccine, and it's not out yet. The tire.
I don't know why they would even try to make this airless tire, because do you know how many tire sales they're going to lose out on? Because if you get a hole in your sidewall or something and it can't be plugged, boom, you need a new tire. Now if you're looking out for global warming and landfills and tires piling up, then these airless tires.
Most of my
are great.
tires, through my life, most of my tires have made it to life expectancy with plugging. As soon as I plug them. The number of tires that I've lost sidewall on is pretty thin.
I've had a few, and it happens all the time. I see.
No, it does. It does happen frequently. I'm just saying that the number, if my experience is like other people's experience, maybe 2 sidewall failures due to being punctured on the sidewall to.
I probably had 3 or 4.
Yeah.
The point is, though.
And hell, I was driving 137 miles a day for a while.
You gotta quit dating those white bitches, bro. I love tires.
The point is, these airless tires will be great for us, because if you think of all the inconvenience even a regular flat tire has, the mechanics hate those fix-a-flat cans, so I don't even use those. But the convenience it'll be for people when you can't get a flat tire. Think how many people's days get ruined, or they miss a job interview, or something terrible happens because they get a flat tire.
Wondering how strong those airless tires are. Like if you get a side impact on it, will it just break?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Michelin's. I don't know if it was Michelin or Goodyear, but what's up?
I wonder how many abductions we would prevent each year with those tires. Single moms or something over there trying to change a tire in the middle of the night on a dark road, getting abducted.
That's what I'm saying. I can't imagine the bad things. The amount of bad things that happen. The amount of bad things that could happen potentially from a flat tire. Now, most of the time, nothing bad happens. They call a tow truck or they change the tire and they're on their way. Sometimes very bad things could happen. You could have an accident if you get a blowout and you're going, 60 miles an hour in the rain or something. So, I mean, the airless tires are invaluable.
Of course, conversely, is there a possibility that these airless tires are going to have some failure point that's not seen yet, and they may be killing people at 10 times the rate of regular tires?
I don't understand why we're not just doing solid rubber tires, because the only reason we put
that's a good reason.
The only reason
both economy and the fact that they don't have the same properties of being able to stop and stuff like that.
I think they should.
I understand. I don't know what they are, but yeah, I believe Moyork on them. My understanding is because the president's car and armor guard vans, like there are some that have solid rubber tires that are unpierceable, but my understanding is there is some significant limitations. Again, I think
Right.
on speed and a few other things, it's a very heavy ride. I don't know what they are, but
Well, they do have
they
tires that have air in them, but it'll have individual pockets of air instead of the
yeah, so
whole
you have a
thing just
flat
being free.
spot.
So that way, if you get a screw or a puncture or something, most of the
Right.
tire is still full. It's like a
Yeah,
boat.
essentially,
Like
you
a,
could do that with make a closed cell foam out of rubber, so that it's
like
not
you
so
make it
much
so
density and still has some flexing characteristics, but
you
you
you make
have
the inside of the
essentially
tire.
thousands of air-filled tire
Like an
chambers.
aero bar.
I don't know how they do it, but I think they make the inside of the tire to where that all those little individual chambers of air, like air can only go into them and not out, or something weird. So
Well, there's also, you could make it an aero bar where it's like just little
I've run
rolls.
flat tires already.
I'm seeing nothing but parallels right now. We're talking about these tires, right, and how they're not
Are they vertical
completely
or
safety
horizontal?
tested. Hold on, how they're not completely, safety tested and everything now. And what did Moyak say, that there could be some unforeseen, issues
Yep.
with it in the future? But why don't we just mandate these tires to everyone now before all the safety studies are out?
Well, because
I
they
bet
don't
that.
exist.
They exist.
Well, how
And
about,
because
No,
the
they
current
exist.
tires
Michelin.
aren't killing everybody.
are we seeing
mean-
the parallel? Well, they are.
No, I mean,
Actually, accidents kill more people than COVID.
Test it.
Accidents are
Not
killing
tire
more people
failures.
than COVID.
Not tire failures.
But I mean, yeah, make the parallel and we'll test it. How many Americans have died? It was 100 million. It was 500,000 last time I looked.
700,000 right
hold
now.
on.
700,000. Okay, so
Hold
not
on.
quite a
Hold on.
million
If you died
make
of
the
anything in a
parallel.
car, it's died of a tire, right? So if you
Well,
died
no,
of anything in your car, no parallels here. If you died of anything while having COVID, you died of COVID. So if you died of anything in the car, you died of a flat tire.
I
So
don't agree
this
with
is
that.
demonstrably false.
Oh, these are the parallels, man. I didn't make them.
You got him, Grim. You got him.
Uh-huh.
It just sounds like you
Well,
made that up.
that's demonstrably false, but okay.
Well, they
Yes,
have
you're
been
right.
saying
It's
that if
all
you have
demonstrably
COVID,
false.
they have been saying that if you have COVID and you die in a car accident, they were classifying it as a COVID death. So we're going to classify every time somebody's in a car and dies, it's classified
Right, I've
as
heard
a
people
tire
saying
death.
that. I just haven't heard that. I haven't heard any demonstration or indication that that's the case.
It's because it's a
They
It
were-
joke.
doesn't seem to bear out in the numbers.
Playing- Sometimes
Exactly.
this is why they don't figure shit out.
That anti people make up.
No, they were
Do you have evidence
classifying
to suggest
deaths.
That's the truth.
Bro, we didn't
No,
make
no,
this
it's
up.
somebody-
They were openly classifying deaths as if you died from anything and you have COVID, they were marking COVID as the cause.
Saying that. I'm
No, it's not that we're just saying that. It's literally what
They were
Yeah, that's
doing it,
literally
bro.
what they've been doing.
We didn't make that
I'm
up.
unaware that people say that. What I'm unaware of is whether that's the case. So re-saying it.
So you've
isn't
never
going to
looked.
convince
So
me.
you've never looked into that. Hold on, I'll find something.
No,
for
I've
you.
looked into it. I just haven't ever found it to be the case.
Grim, do you have it?
Over here in Finland, people died of car accidents.
I don't have
last
my
year and this
glasses
year.
on me, but
Blind
All the
bastard.
car
I
accident
don't have to
deaths
prove
are-
it to them every time I say something. I know what I'm talking about,
Well,
so it's cool.
Cause
I'm
of
not
death.
saying you don't know what
the
you're
cause
talking
of
about. I'm
death
just
statistics-
inviting you to indicate to demonstrate what it is.
Right,
that
I don't
you're
have the energy to jump into your game today. So
Okay, well, then why'd you bring it up?
So you wanted to make a claim, you just weren't willing to demonstrate it to be accurate.
no, I'm not willing to do it again since I've already done it so many times. I just don't have the
you haven't
energy
done it
right
with
now.
me. I'm unwilling to accept that it's true. If you're not unwilling to
I'm not really
demonstrate-
concerned. I don't
I'm
even
just
know.
saying-
I'm not even concerned what you're willing to do or not. That's the issue here, isn't it? So
Well, for me to believe
if I was really
argument-
concerned about proving it to you, I'd be right on it right now. Boy. I'd be like, "Here you
for
go,
me
motherfucker."
to believe
Yeah.
this argument, I would have to see the other causes of death change. So, like, you would have to have a
Yeah.
marked decrease in number
Well, the
of
fact
car
that we're this
accident
far
deaths
along in the
and-
game, right? And you don't know that the CDC did, did the NIH, the National Vital Statistics, whatever. They did alter the way that these death certificates were written. It's now
Again,
if
are
you
you
are
willing to
with
demonstrate this? Or are
COVID.
you just going to
I've already done it, but well, the fact
Okay.
of the matter,
So,
is,
and then
it's so
why did you
important to
interrupt me
you,
in
and
the
you
middle of
haven't
that
even
stuff?
started
We're going to have a
Googling,
conversation
right?
about
Because
stuff
you can
you
tell
think.
I don't have the computer in front of me, so it's not even available
Okay.
to me to do that for you. But if you were
Then
very
wouldn't
interested
you?
and you would actually be looking into it
No, but it
already,
just
and
sounds
you
like
wouldn't keep
you
asking
might
me
have
want to look at
particularly
those.
as if it was some sort of a gotcha moment, because you know that I'm not going to go and get it, so that you can keep on pushing that issue and going, see how I win.
If
Yeah,
I
but that's a
turn
kind of
foul ass.
unmuting.
That's a foul ass little game, dude. You might as well just go
You're
suck a
kind of
dick with that
you
shit.
unmuting.
please
For,
demonstrate that, I wouldn't be upset or confused that you asked me to demonstrate it. It's
Right,
just
you see, I'm not
weird
playing
that
that.
it's strange for me to ask you to provide evidence for the weird claims you're making. You go, I don't
Again.
have the energy to prove that the weird
Again, I'm
things
just in
I-
a conversation right now. I'm not here trying to prove that right this second. So
So why are you
All right,
saying
well-
it then? Why have you turned up
because
to
I'm in
tell
a
us things
conversation,
you're not interested
because I don't
in?
have to. I don't have to. That's why I could do whatever the fuck I
Nobody's
want. You
suggesting
son
you
of a
have
bitch.
to. I'm inviting that it would be a
Please
reasonable
think of-
thing for a human being
Right.
to do.
Thank you for the invitation. Right, but fuck you. How about that?
all right, I'd like to join in
Yes,
here with
yeah,
that.
that's a
This
really
angry
interesting
person. Could you stop being so belligerent, man?
Who are we
Yeah,
talking
sorry.
to here?
The thing that I would expect to see with this would be a change in the number of deaths in all arenas, because everybody's being assigned to COVID deaths. So I would expect to see a marked change of about 700,000 people missing from the other arenas.
Yeah. How about flu?
Okay, that's maybe 100,000. We can say that's the case. Okay, cool. Now, what about the other 600?
How do we know? How do we know it's only 100,000 when they're not even testing for the flu anymore? How do you know it's only 100,000? How do you know that they're not actually
Well,
having the flu?
they are testing. I see stats for flu, so I'm not sure.
How do you know that? No, they're not, dude. They're going. Is it COVID? They're going. Listen, bro. They have not been testing for flu, not all across the board. They haven't. Not like they
Okay,
have
that
been
may
for
be the
COVID.
case.
So listen. So people who can have the flu can be called COVID. That's just simple. If you
Okay.
can have the flu and COVID at the same time, what about that? So they're not knowing
Well,
if
that
these
means-
motherfuckers are just having the flu. And by the way, they're dying of fucking bacterial pneumia.
Here we
So
go. Ready?
the first thing
Grim.
you want to
Up
give them is not
Grim, hold on a second.
remdesivir.
Hold on, Grim. Up to 650,000 people die of respiratory diseases linked to seasonal flu each year. There's your 700,000 people.
So why did they quit testing for the flu?
That
dude?
number seems high.
Well, so does this COVID
that's
number.
That's a
from-
worldwide number, isn't it?
Oh,
So does this
yeah, my
COVID
bad.
number.
That's from the WHO. My bad.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, man. No way that 700,000 people die of flu every year.
Every year in the U.S.
My
Yeah.
bad.
Well, 8,000 people die like every day in the U.S. normally. Those are just by normal causes. I'm sorry, 8,000 people die every day in the U.S. just by normal causes at normal rate.
Mhm.
So 8,000
And
people
that-
die every day in the U.S.
Yep. And that number increased during COVID. That raw 8,000 number.
It looks like the numbers just got shuffled around. They took from one category to add to the COVID category. That's what they said.
Nope, because it increased by 10%, the total number of deaths over the time period.
The
That's
rest of
about
it,
how
I
many
would
people are
chalk up.
supposed to die, though, right? Because that's where the boomer years were, where people were having 10 and 11 kids, right?
So the boomers are dying out. So there's going to be accelerated death for a while anyway until that cohort dies out.
Also,
We know
you
that.
have to account for the fact that they are also hiring people to stab people to death, and then they write out those stabbings as COVID related.
Well,
So
the thing,
that explains the increase in death numbers.
Somebody
Is that really
Alright.
fucking happening?
COVID.
car
Stabbing.
accidents,
Oh, yeah.
just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at COVID. I don't know if he's
They
being
do-
serious or just throwing a monkey wrench in his fans.
I mean,
But
if
they
you
are
have
throwing
a-
You
everything
guys
in
are
the
laughing.
kitchen
You guys
sink.
are laughing and shit, but you do know we already have shown you that where they showed a guy who got shot in the head, and he tested his dead body tested for COVID, so they wrote COVID on his death certificate.
Diabolical.
No, I haven't seen
Come
that
on.
one. I'm sure it's
Come on.
super interesting.
That was a big
but-
one. Yeah, they found a bunch of different miscategorized to COVID deaths.
Well, was
They
that
were,
guy shot in
talking
the head?
all
about
over
Was
the
that a
place.
suicide? Was that a suicide because the guy was mortally ill and chose to do that? I mean, I'm just asking.
and
No,
it
he
was
wasn't
marked as
sick.
COVID.
COVID.
He
Was
was
it Epstein?
asymptomatic.
Okay.
The
I bet
bullet gave
Epstein
him
died of
COVID.
COVID.
Epstein didn't die of COVID. He killed himself. Haha.
No, he didn't.
That would be
Stop
the
being a
should've-
proper,
normie.
that
he
would be the
should've.
counter that would be the counter normie line is to say Epstein actually did kill himself.
Yeah.
How
Now we're
about
looking
Epstein
at a
didn't lie?
conspiracy.
Epstein didn't die himself.
Mm.
There you go.
Someone just suicided him. It's no big deal.
I think he knew too
I
much.
helped him do what he wanted to do anyway.
Him and Ghislaine Maxwell were doing
they roomed him with
honey traps.
Yeah, they roomed him up with Dr. Kevorkian, so they knew what was
And
going
Now
on.
that
powerful
COVID
men.
was that image of the dead guy with the bullet hole in his head.
Image.
that's
Oh
just
my
in-
God, I don't want to see an image. I don't want to see
Okay,
that.
whatever. That
Talking about
story.
the COVID thing.
How did you validate that? I'm just curious. Like, that really sounds counterintuitive.
It was on the news as a misappropriated COVID death.
That's-
And there were people talking about it on
I think it was in
Facebook
Florida.
before they took down the pages.
I
There were
think it was in
thousands
Florida.
of testimonials from people saying my loved
My
one
dad
had
did not have
cancer. They
COVID.
marked it as COVID. Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw him before.
Okay,
they
so
took it
this guy who was shot in the head, was that a mortal wound or did he die of a respiratory infection while in the hospital?
Or did they
Mortal
just make it up and there is not actually evidence to suggest this is true? Like, I'm well willing to discuss a thing that happened, but so often in these discussions, I delve into this whole what could have happened, what might have happened, and then I ask for evidence, and it's some fucking person claiming it happened on a TikTok video. And no evidence that it actually happened short of some weirdo. So where's the evidence it happened? Did I get muted again?
The evidence that it happened, the testimonials. That's enough for me.
Okay, I've got a testimonial that the Earth is a globe. Is that enough for you?
No, it's not consistent with what I see.
Okay, so a testimonial is enough for you in what circumstances?
It has to be also consistent with what I see as well.
Right. So if a testimonial comports with your, if it confirms what you already believe to be the case, that is an
personally
indication
know
that it is
somebody
real.
whose mother died of a heart attack, but on the death certificate they wrote, you know what? I personally know somebody.
Did you see the death certificate? Tell me how much you know about this, and I'll be willing to listen to it.
Listen, dude.
Super excited.
Listen, dude. Listen to me very carefully.
Did you see the death certificate? Was the
Don't
question.
interrupt. Don't interrupt.
Right,
You
I
are a
asked you a question.
contrarian. You are a
No, I
contrarian,
asked you
which
a
is
question.
fine. People are
you
telling you stuff,
see the
and you don't.
death
Why are you interrupting me?
certificate? 'Cause
Shut
I asked
your
you a
mouth.
question. Okay.
Shut your mouth.
The answer's probably going to come in your
Do
answer. Go
not
for it. Sorry
interrupt
for
people when they're talking. Shut your mouth.
I'm sorry for
Thank you.
interrupting. What is obviously an answer to, did you see the death certificate?
Thank you. And I was about to answer you. You don't
Yeah,
have
I'm
to be
sure you are.
rude. Listen up. I know somebody whose mother died from a heart attack, and on the death certificate, they put that she died from you know what. I did not personally see the death certificate, but I believe that person. That's good enough for me.
Okay, so you believe which person told you it was on the death certificate?
The person's mother. The person's
Person
daughter.
who
I'm sorry.
died?
The person that died, yeah, the daughter. Yes. She's the one that said the story. Yes.
Right, so she told you it was on the death certificate. You didn't see the death certificate.
I already told you I did not see it. Correct.
Okay, it just seems to me like an interesting way to decide what you think is true based on what somebody else told you was the case. I mean,
Right, because that was a friend of mine.
My
and
dad
that
just
was
died.
their-
I didn't see his death certificate. Interesting. Okay. Look.
I mean, basically,
if that's your benchmark for what is accurate or not, go for it. That's your choice. That's not.
I'm not
how
really.
I
I don't.
decide what is accurate or not.
I don't have a huge problem with this. I mean, I'm trying to now. I don't know the situation, of course, with her mother, but COVID is known for shooting blood clots. Blood clots can lead to heart attacks. Is it possible that she had COVID and the reason she had her heart attack was because of the COVID?
Was it possible?
No, it's not. No, because she had a test.
Or that she made this up. We don't have.
Excuse me, Riggs. Can you stop talking for a second?
You just.
She
it sounds
had.
like somebody made this up. Possibly you,
Right.
possibly them. We've got no.
Are you done now, or do you have to get muted? Are you done, or do you have to get muted?
Are you threatening to mute me? Okay, go for it.
Yes, I'm threatening to mute you because I've never muted anybody before, but you seem to have a problem with letting somebody speak. Why is that?
I don't because it's fact-free dialogue, and I want to challenge that. I want to challenge somebody just inventing shit based on nothing. That's
Fine, I accept your challenge and bring it on, brother, but let the other person speak.
Yeah,
do you think
enough.
you can do that?
Bring the facts after they're done. Let's not Sunday mute each other. Even if you disagree or think that you're wrong, let them get it out, then address it after.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right. So if he was really
So back to
interested,
my
he would have
question.
already looked at the link that I provided about the gunshot wound from the man in Florida and the hip surgery lady and some other examples. And you can fact check those for yourself, and they exist and they're right there in the link. Thank you very much. Riding on eggshells. There you go. Have a nice day with that shit.
And to answer your question, riding on eggshells, she was tested before she went in the hospital. She was tested during her stay. And it was nothing to do with that. She was clear of that.
And you
when she died,
when
she died, let me finish. When she died, the daughter went and checked the death certificate, and it said that thing on it. And she was like shocked. She went to the doctor and told them, my mom didn't die from this. And they told her that they tested her after she died or just before, whatever, and she had it, which she did not have it.
So can I test from you if I said to you,
not even going to respond to the link that you've been provided?
I'm in VR. I'm not able to see links at the moment.
Oh no! You asked me specifically for this shit, dude.
Okay.
Now you need to go read it.
Just touch this bit of cargo.
No, fuck you, dude. You sent me to go get you some shit. You danced around like it didn't exist. You took the win all on your own, like a little pigeon, bouncing all the pieces off the chessboard. And now you won't look at the fucking evidence. Why don't you mute yourself? Because you're not even necessary in this fucking. Why don't you mute yourself for a while?
All right, Grim.
It's Grim. It is unfair of him to say that he's not going to look at it, but there is a little exception, a mitigating circumstance where you said you weren't going to do it, and he went off to play a game.
Whatever.
So I mean,
you did say you weren't going to do it. You said flat, I refused to do it, and then you turned up, and then 10 seconds later you were upset that I hadn't read a 3-page link. Like, settle down, bro.
I gave it to you quite a while ago.
I'm reading it. Easy now, Tiger. Don't get your knickers in a knot.
Do you expect him to look for it? You told him you're not going to provide it?
No, I already told him that. Listen, I've been saying I posted the link in there for the past 8 minutes.
I didn't hear that. Okay.
Thanks, Grim. You're the man. We'll check it out later. What were you saying, Eggshell?
He's the one that needs to be reading it there, Lemon.
So, Eggshells, you believe everything that you've been told.
The conversation.
Yes, I believe everything I've been told, including by you. I just believe everything that anybody ever tells me, including what you're telling me right now. That's how I live my life. Isn't it how you live yours?
No, I'm just curious. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just curious. You believe the government's play-by-play, how everything went down?
I don't know. Is that what I told you, or is that what you're telling me? I'm just trying to figure that out because I've never said that.
I'm asking you, why are you so uptight, dude? I'm asking you a question. Why are you so uptight?
It doesn't sound like a question. It sounded like a statement. So, Eggshells, you believe
but it was
everything
a question,
the government tells you. Where's the question mark?
Okay, my apologies. Eggshells, do you believe everything that the government tells you concerning this situation?
No! What fucking retard believes everything the government tells them? The government lies for a living.
Which part do you not believe? Which part do you not believe?
I mean, What do you mean? Which part? Which part do you
Concerning
not?
what we're talking about, let's say the story I told you, right? Do you think none of that happens?
What do I think none of
false
clear he
reporting?
thought
I'll
none
be
of it
clear.
happened.
I'm
False
struggling to answer
reporting.
these questions because here's what I think your mindset might be somewhat close to.
He's backpedaling on eggshells.
That's your question, bro. Why are you backpedaling?
So let me answer your question. I think your answer might be somewhat, if the government tells me this thing, I immediately disbelieve it. And I don't
Which
hold
part
that
do you not
same-
believe?
That's what I asked you.
What do
Which
you
part do you not believe?
Sorry, am I the one answering the question or are you guys? I'm just
Well, no,
kind of
you're trying to
confused.
re-narrate the
asking
question.
you're
You're
answering the question.
re-editorializing the question is what you're doing. The question was clear and simple and concise. So
Okay,
why don't you just answer it?
Okay, sorry, Grim, you answer the question. Which bit do you
How do I
believe
answer?
and not believe?
How do I answer the question to you about what your belief is?
That's a great fucking question, Grim. What the fuck are you doing speaking then? If you don't know how to answer it, why is your gums flapping, Brosephine?
Why aren't yours? Is what I'm asking. Why aren't your gums flapping?
You're talking.
Bullshit. He asked me a question.
Says to me, it's Thursday.
This idiot turned around and addressed me and asked me a question. And then I said, how can I answer how you think about something?
Exactly. So why are your gums flapping while you're wondering?
Because you asked me the question.
Answer it or shut the
Grim,
fuck up.
let's laugh. Give him the floor. Go ahead, Riggs. Tell us. What is it? In your own words.
Buddy.
Who are you asking now, Riggs or me?
I'm asking you, Riggs, what part of you don't you believe of what we were talking
He's
about?
not Riggs.
I'm
He's
not
riding on eggshells.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Riding on eggshells. My bad.
I don't know what it is that you're telling me. When it comes to what the government is telling me, I check it against sources and I check it against my basic understanding of reality, and then I make a judgment based on every separate thing. Do I think that the government is accurate 100% about what they tell me about death tolls? No. Do I think that they are more accurate than somebody that doesn't present sources? Probably a little bit, yes. Do I generally side with them versus people who, like yourselves, do not present sources? Yeah, people who make predictions, the predictions can be tested, and they seem like they're based on good data. I lean towards those people. Government
Who didn't present sources?
So I haven't finished yet, Grim. Government generally lean towards them. Individual politicians, no. I think they're stinky motherfuckers, and I do not trust them as far as I can throw them, and I'm weak, and I cannot throw people very far.
But in this instance, you trust them.
Is that what I said?
And that was not a question. That was not a question. That was a statement.
Okay,
So what
no,
part
it's the
about
answer to that
this
weird statement?
What part
question.
about this situation that I'm not going to say the word right now because I've been asked to stop saying it so much? Don't you agree with about what the government's saying? Which part?
Well, for a variety of reasons. Like what the main one I look for when I'm trying to test this one is overall deaths above ordinary background deaths. How many people die in a year versus how many people are dying, particularly during these years. Those numbers seem to be remarkably up. Sure, flu deaths are dropping, gunshot car crashes are dropping, yet still in most countries, overall deaths are increasing. It's statistics like those that I find hard to discount that make me go, I think there's probably a virus out there.
How about the statistics that show the flu virus is going down while the other one is going up? How about those statistics?
Sure, that to me seems absolutely like what I would expect when we start wearing masks and social distancing. Does that surprise you?
Why wouldn't it stop the other one then?
Yeah, exactly. Why didn't it stop the other thing but stop this one? See, you're not making
different
sense.
communicability rate.
So it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. It limits the spread of viruses. So you're absolutely right. Of a different but very similar virus, it limits the spread of that one. 100% I agree with you.
And causes the more of the other one? How is that? How does that make sense?
All you got to do.
When you say the other one, do you mean just to clarify? Do you mean the brand new one we've never seen before? We're seeing more of it than zero, which we've ever seen before. So the number being greater than zero is surprising to you.
Dude, you're not making sense. Listen, there was so many flu cases. Let me finish. There's so many cases a year, let's say in the States, 2 million of the flu, right? When this new one comes up, we get 1 million of the other one and we get let's say 100,000 of the flu. Do you not see a problem here?
Of a new virus,
The one we're talking about, the C one. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm not confused about it, but what I'm trying to clarify is there is a new virus, and you seem like confused that we're seeing cases of a virus that is new.
No, you're confused. Let me clarify. You said that wearing the mask. Hold on. You said that wearing the masks prevents the new one, right? And we're telling you, if that's the case, why is it not preventing the other? In other words, it's preventing the flu,
The old
but
one,
not
not the new one,
preventing
yeah.
this new one. Why?
Do all diseases have the same communicability rate?
Yeah, these ones do.
And through the same mechanisms, exact same mechanisms.
Yeah, these are the same way transmitted. Yes, the flu and this is
Same
transmitted
way,
the
but
same
the
way.
same rate. The same rate. Like, is one more effective treated, or does one? The preventive
trick is in the
measures work
testing.
better on one
That is
than the
not
other.
the issue.
Moyoc,
We're
the
talking
trick,
about in the
Moyoc.
entry point where the
Moyoc,
mask
the
is.
trick is they're not testing for the flu. They're only testing for COVID.
That's right.
That's the trick. So if they were testing for the flu, we would definitely see more flu cases than what we're seeing. That's a fact. But they're not testing for the flu.
Entirely possible. It's also possible. So it's possible in a variety of things. One is that they're not really testing for the flu because it's become a lower priority. The other thing is
right, because you don't get $13,000 immediately for your hospital if you got the flu, but you do if you got COVID.
I mean, that's not what I was saying, but I was almost
World Bank incentives. There you go. Enjoy your next day.
Let's talk about the Jews then. Go on, just talk about the Jews. That's
why would you even say a thing like that? Why?
Yeah.
Why would you
Dude,
even say that?
We're live on YouTube and nobody said anything about any Jews, dude. So stop that nonsense.
Yeah, come on, really?
Why don't you get out of here, bro? Why don't you take off? You're just trying to ruin this fucking live show.
Maybe take a 5-minute break, bro. Have a coffee or something.
So it's super simple. If
straight to some Hitler shit.
A reduced likelihood of spreading a virus that's very similar to the flu, yes. Like imagine there was suddenly
very similar, but we're not going to test for the flu. We're just going to claim it's COVID. Have a nice day.
Are you going
finish faster? Goddamn, dude.
Okay.
We're afraid you're going to say something stupid again.
Correcting Grim for talking over people.
Let everybody talk, guys. Come on, we're doing good so far.
Very selectively moderated so far. This place seems to be. Let's say there was a new.
You're lucky, bro. You're lucky. You're getting leeway. Trust me.
Hold on, guys. Guys.
Motherfucker.
Relax.
Let's say there was a new pandemic that involved people having car crashes, right? It just fucked up with people's spatial reasoning. And we said, right, we've now got to, for some reason, moderate how quickly people drive. And then we went, holy shit, people stopped getting hit at level crossings anymore, and nothing seemed to happen when it came to stop signs. Would you say that means that this virus that I've already asserted in this thought experiment didn't exist, or
that's not even
it is
close
possible that this other thing also caused the same thing to happen, which is
false equivalence?
Notice, Eggshell, you didn't answer the original question. What you don't believe? We're not going to let you go on that. We're going to hold your feet to the fire on that.
If you present to me a specific question, I will agree with you. But it sounds like what you're saying is like, stuff. Hey, stuff. Do you not believe stuff? Which stuff?
I asked you. No, I asked you specifically.
First of all, he needs to concede.
What you don't believe?
Be specific. Go for it.
Yeah. First of all, you need to concede to the fact that it did exist. Those false COVID numbers.
I don't.
Especially the.
No, I won't
really?
agree to that. I don't think that's the case.
Okay. So even though the government has admitted to it and then has changed those back to those deaths, the ones that were caught, you're still saying that didn't happen? Because I gave you the link, man. I show you all the evidence. It's all right there. There's no reason why you could sit there and continue this conversation pretending like you don't have to acknowledge the fact that you've been defeated in an argument where you believed something that was untrue.
Was that wide enough? Was that wide enough?
I just want to see, like, otherwise it's not worth having more arguments with you because there's no reward for winning against you. You don't even say, my bad, I was wrong. Like, there's nothing from you, so there's really
That I
no
was
reason.
wrong. Okay, Grim.
There's no reward for
clear with
arguing
me.
with you,
Be
so I'm not
super
going to
clear
do it
with me,
anymore.
Grim.
You're a piece of shit.
I was wrong about what? What exactly? Be super clear.
You were
binary way that I
wrong
could say this
about mislabeling COVID deaths. You
What did I
said
say
that.
about what did I
that-
say about mislabeling COVID
Oh,
deaths?
please show me the evidence, because I don't believe that at all.
So I was wrong to say, please show me the evidence. Is that what I was wrong about?
You were wrong to say you don't believe that at all, as if
Did
it
I
didn't
say that?
happen. And then
didn't
when
say
I
that.
wasn't able to show the
Did I
evidence
say
because I didn't
that,
have my
Grim?
glasses.
He never said
know
that.
what?
He did not say that.
Saying a thing and
Grim,
inferring a thing.
did I
is
say that?
You inferred it. It was supposed to.
Oh,
You implied it.
My
You
inference
implied
was
it.
wrong, or
You
your
implied
ability
it.
to infer facts
You
was
implied
Actually, he
it
didn't.
intentionally.
He just said, "Do
Yeah,
you
of
have the
course he did.
evidence?"
I just asked you for the evidence. I was wrong to ask for the evidence. That's what I'm learning from Grim. It's wrong to ask for the evidence. Hey, fair enough.
No,
If it's wrong
you
to ask
asked
for the evidence,
and I said I don't have
call
it. Well,
me
then I
guilty,
don't have to believe it. Then
I'm sorry.
I don't have to believe it.
For evidence, you
Okay.
special person.
You said then you don't have to believe it, which implies you don't believe it.
I don't have to believe things without evidence. What the? I'm wrong
That's right.
to ask
So you
you
didn't
for
believe
evidence
it.
for things before believing them. What kind of a
Right.
fucking weirdo are
But
you,
he
bro?
provided you evidence,
Right.
Eggshell.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
provided you
issue.
the evidence, and now you're not acknowledging that. So
hang on.
you said you.
Before
So
I was
hang on. So
providing-
hang
now
on.
that there's-
Let's get to the part. Let's get to the part where you didn't acknowledge
Okay,
the shit
if
at
y'all
all.
can't,
What was I
if
wrong
y'all
about?
can't
Go again,
moderate
go again.
yourself,
Go again.
Yeah, really.
Go again. Have another
hello,
crack. Have another
hey
crack.
guy, hey, Mister, this place needs moderating. Okay, I
Yeah.
will stop moderating if you can't moderate yourself.
Thank you.
Sure, go for it. What was I wrong about, Grim? That's the question.
You actually said that you don't believe that happened, and I said it did happen.
What did I say? When did I say I don't believe that happened? What did I say that about?
Somewhere
I don't
during this
remember saying that.
conversation. Well, okay, about 12 minutes and 47 seconds ago.
I said what? What were the words I
You
said?
don't believe it happened. I don't remember exactly, but the implication was that since I can't show you the
So my
evidence at this time,
implication, your understanding of what I said.
oh, how
So
about
was it your
interrupting me
understanding
again?
was wrong,
Someone
or-
might
or
need
I
to
was
mute you.
wrong?
Okay, all right. You did interrupt him that time, Eggshell. I know he's interrupted.
It's
Everybody's
telling me what I
interrupted
said.
before.
Of course I'm going to
And now
fucking
you're
interrupt him.
interrupting me, so you're leaving me no choice, right, to give you the last one?
Okay, I'll see you guys later. If I'm not allowed to interrupt people when they tell me what I said,
Yeah,
then
you're not
there's no
allowed
point
to
having a
interrupt people,
conversation.
especially a moderator. So see you later.
All
Come
right,
back when
bye-bye,
you can
bye-bye,
talk like
bye-bye,
a-
bye-bye, bye-bye, bye.
Oh, good.
See you later.
Cool off and come
Bye-bye.
back later, dude.
Wow,
You're
you're
obviously
spiraling,
triggered.
dude.
Cool off
Guys,
and come back later.
Guys, what's going on?
Guys,
I
come on,
had
man.
to take a phone call.
He was super fun today. You
All
guys
right.
drove him off.
What happened?
Yeah. He got
I-
triggered because he got caught up in his bullshit, man. He's sitting there trying to act like what we were telling him earlier about those mislabeled COVID deaths didn't exist and he doesn't have to believe them. Then he's like laughing at me because I don't feel like getting it for
Grim.
him at the time. Until
Grim.
finally I went out and got it
Hold
for
on,
him
Branch.
and I showed him. I showed
Grim,
him
how
the,
did you, Grim?
Branch. Hold on. Whatever we
And then
do,
I-
whatever we do. Hold on.
I
Whatever
showed
we
him
do,
and he
I just
decided-
wanna,
Okay, Grim.
hold
Wait,
on. Just whatever we do, I want to let people. Yeah, whatever we do, I want to let people finish their sentences. You know, I know things get excited and we're very excitable in here, but let's not get too worked up.
Yeah, I
Grim.
just say Grim to let him know.
Hang on, Branch.
Someone
Hang on,
wants to
Branch.
talk.
Branch, Grim, SE, me. There's some that are here daily, right? And we should handle this better. We know now, how to trigger people or how they trigger us. You gotta handle that better. Because I let it go a little bit just to see who would do what, and no one backed off. None of the people that should have backed off that aren't the crazy person. I mean, that dude is obviously, by the way he acted at the end, is a little different. So
we kind of
should
wanted
handle
to.
that better.
No, Rocky, I agree. Remember when you said it takes all types, takes all
Right.
kinds? This was one of them situations where the dude was showing his ass in a way where he was trying to win arguments without actually having to get into the arguments.
I
Right.
agree.
Yeah,
but
so
we pushed him. We pushed him
into
until
the
he got
argument, dude.
triggered.
Yeah, but that's
I know,
okay,
but-
right?
It was
He's a
Yeah,
fun,
but-
though. Grim, it
You
was
won.
fun, though.
You won. You made your point. You should have, maybe backed off a little bit and let him cool down a little bit. We want to
okay,
carry the
I agree.
conversation. We still want him here, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
Well,
that's my point.
if I may say
No,
something,
you're right, though.
yeah, if he
Go ahead.
was guilty of trying to win the conversation without even getting into the arguments, you were also guilty of trying to win the conversation without presenting the evidence, because that's what you are saying. He was wrong because he actually asked for evidence. And
Grim,
you shouldn't.
you're also guilty, Grim, of turning a conversation about tires into COVID somehow. I mean, you're the only person I know that could have done that.
That's right. And I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a
I've
compliment.
actually been
but-
in that situation before. I was at one point questioning the idea that cops are killing black people just because of systemic racism and stuff like that. And well, there happened to be a black guy in the conversation, and he said that I'm a Nazi piece of shit because I asked for evidence. So
Okay,
yeah.
well, I think
Yeah.
it stems from
It's
talking
always
about
okay
the
to ask for
person.
evidence. If that's the rule that no, you cannot ask for evidence, you should just believe my word because I bloody say so. That's not a conversation worth having.
We heard your point, but I think it stems to talking about the person. You know, you mention their name or talk about, people get personalized in it and they get angry. So let's try and avoid that. That'll move the conversation better. But good job. I mean, I let it go a little bit because I thought it would settle down, but it just kept getting worse and worse. But the mods will handle things here. We're not going to let it be like the other places. This is why people are going to come here. So just be aware. Be aware.
It'll be nice if the mods don't have to know Rekia.
Listen,
haven't that much.
He was being unreasonable. We gave him a chance. We warned him. He was overspeaking. He asked for evidence. He was given evidence by Grim. I gave him personal evidence, and he got triggered.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have been a little bit cooler. Yeah, but when you ask for something and you get it, and you're not listening, I mean,
But as a mod, I never muted him. I only warned everyone, and he took that personally and left and acted crazy and disruptive. Yep. Then I muted him when he was doing that. You know what I'm saying? Because no one needs to hear all that as a parting gift.
Wait,
but we can handle, as regulars, we can handle it better.
Damn it, Rekia, man. I'm kind of pissed because I thought I'd be the first person getting muted. And you muted him.
Well, you might be. Oh, yeah, I guess. But he was already gone. I just didn't want him to come back and, cause trouble. So you still might be the first one that
still might be.
I think on the CDC's guideline, although it might be a little bit loose, I'm looking at their guideline. And their guideline is that essentially says, in cases where a definite diagnosis of COVID-19 cannot be made, but this subject is likely to have had it. That doesn't sound like the case of the gunshot wound to the head was done in keeping with the guideline. So there may be somebody out there who did this. They may have done it wrongly, but it's not in keeping with the guideline.
So Moya, the deaths that occurred.
I really can't hear you. I'm sorry.
The deaths that occurred during protests.
He is.
If deaths occur during COVID protests.
Hang on, don't talk to me until I turn you up. Go ahead.
If deaths occur during protest, right? Is that a COVID-related death, or is that a stupidity of humanity-related death?
Well, that should, and one would assume that
neither one.
If you were a proper coroner, you would assign the cause of death to be non-COVID.
Bertrand Russell said that.
But it was, but
governments would use
COVID.
Vaccines.
Hold on, Pimas, one sec, man. Sorry, bro. But if COVID wasn't around, that death wouldn't have occurred. So technically, it's because of COVID.
That's true. And if we want to get down to it, almost all deaths are associated with the lack of a heartbeat. So that's meaningless.
Well, so I think
Bertrand Russell said that governments would use vaccines to make subversive thoughts against the government psychologically impossible. So I think that's why they're rolling out the vaccine.
You got any indication that that's what's happening? I mean, like, do you see the?
Did you hear me say Bertrand? Did you hear me say Bertrand Russell wrote?
Right. So I'm saying, do you agree with him? Do you see an uptick in Okay, so you see an uptick in compliance.
Absolutely.
I do not see an uptick in well, yeah, there is an uptick in compliance with the fact that like people wouldn't accept forced medication a year ago or 2 years ago.
But that's prior to the COVID vaccine, so the vaccine can't be causal. It can't be a causal agent. That compliance happened
no,
in
because
lieu of the vaccine.
the effect can alter the cause just as much as the cause can alter the effect.
Right.
How's that? How would it do that?
Well,
Well, like
scare
if
you
I
into
say the bark
wanting
of a tree
vaccine.
or the bark of a dog, the latter event influenced what the prior event meant.
Maybe, but then I'm trying to
If
figure out
you
practically
like
how
this,
this would
if you believe,
change
like, listen,
compliance.
another way that the PMARS could be right is if you actually believe that this is going to kill you and that this vaccine is actually saving you, then therefore you've got trust in the government because now you've been saved by this vaccine. Or
Well,
at least
and
you
there were
believe
more.
it.
Okay,
There
so
were
you're not
other
saying
Now,
there
so
were
you're
other
not saying that a
vaccines before this.
I don't
there's
have
just two ways to look at it.
I don't have to empirically observe an uptick in compliance, right? Like I just have to read what Bertrand Russell said. So
yeah, but now what was he
Look
saying
across the
specifically?
board,
Is he
how many
saying that the
senators?
use of
Listen, how many
is he saying
senators
the
would have
chemist?
said, go ahead and do this vaccine just a few years ago? So we have an uptick in compliance with the senators and congressmen alone, because
So
they
the
wouldn't have all jumped
Bertrand
on
Russell.
board.
but we
So
already got
Bertrand
you already got vaccinated before the vaccine too, right? So they've already been using vaccines.
What?
Okay, is Bertrand Russell's suggestion that the vaccine will foster compliance, or that it will be like chemically foster the environment where compliance happens? Is it saying that since the government saved you, you'll trust the government more, type of thing?
He says diet, vaccines, and injunctions will combine from an early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs the authorities consider desirable. Any serious criticism of the powers that be will become psychologically impossible. Even if all are miserable, all will believe themselves happy because the government will tell them that they are so.
So it doesn't sound like chemically. That doesn't sound like it's a chemical thing. Like they're putting nanobots in there that alter your thoughts.
Well, that
He's
part
just
wasn't
saying
touched
that
on.
the
Whatever mechanisms, they're not going to. Back then, they didn't say, and the mechanism will be a lipid from a nanoparticulate. That, you know what I mean? That's not what they were talking. They weren't trying to give you the mechanism.
He mentions that advances in psychology and physiology will give governments more control over individual mentality than they now have in totalitarian countries.
Hey, PMARS, I probably speak for a lot of people in the room. Like, I have no idea who this dude is. What's his background?
Is Bertrand Russell? Like he's a famous academic intellectual. He
mathematician.
But I mean, does he base his stuff on philosophy or science?
Well, I mean, well, science is an epistemology.
Oh, get off it.
He was a mathematician, but he's a
It's
philosopher.
like Branch doesn't know that he just asked the question with the same two answers as if they were
Actually, no, they're separate. That's why they have separate
natural
words with separate
philosophy.
meanings.
That's what science used to be called, was natural philosophy.
It used to be called, we used to call cars. We used to call cars too.
Right, until it became a theoretical science, and then it's not called natural philosophy. So natural philosophy is actually physics that is done on Earth in a laboratory. Something you
Are
can
you
do
trying to twist my words and
with
tell
an
me what I meant?
experiment.
Yes, he's trying
That's what
to twist
natural
your
philosophy
words.
is.
You know, we used to call cars horseless carriages too.
We still do call them carriages and undercarriages and undercars.
Yeah, horseless carriages. I haven't heard that used very much recently, actually.
You don't work on cars very often, do you?
Horseless carriages?
He worked for the
No, the carriage.
Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was a CIA-run organization that was setting up the culture, the uniform culture after World War II. And Bertrand Russell worked directly with that organization.
How much horsepower does your car have?
Grim. They don't call them horseless carriages. They never call them horseless carriages anymore. They do say a part of
You
the
don't
car
need to
is
call
still
them
a carriage.
horseless carriages because there's no horse on them.
Exactly.
They're already
Yes.
just horseless by default. It's redundant. They're fucking carriages now.
But they don't
what
call
I'm
cars
saying is-
carriages.
What I'm saying is we've
Goddamn.
changed words change
They
over
call
time.
the carriage of a car a carriage, though.
We've somehow gotten into a
That's a
situation
piece.
again where we're talking about words.
And when you
Yes, that's
undercoat your
exactly what we're
car,
talking about.
what is it called? The undercarriage.
Can I have
Oh my God.
Can I have a moment here? We have some 4 or 5 aggressive people here. Just please moderate yourself.
Nicely done, Ricky.
So we have the undercarriage, we have the carriage of the car, but nobody calls. Not a single person that I know of has ever called the car a horseless carriage in present
How is this
day.
important, though? Why no one's saying they are?
Because you
keep
just
saying
started
that over and
arguing.
over again. No, I didn't say anyone ever calls it a horseless carriage anymore. You keep on going on with that as if that's the contingency point. It's not. I just said they still call it carriage, though. It's still called a carriage.
point-
It doesn't have to be called horseless because it's redundant to say horseless, isn't it? Blah.
The point you were responding to was he was using an analogy of that words change.
I know what I
Then
was
you
doing.
said no. No, you were responding to that. Somebody said words change, and the horseless carriage was brought up. Then you came
Right.
in and argued that the car still has a carriage under it,
Right,
which is really outside the spirit of what was being said. Obviously, words change. We all agree on that, and the horseless carriage is a defunct, dead term.
Right. It's still a carriage, though, right? It's still not defunct or dead. In some cases, we still call them carriages. You realize that people work on older cars still. They still call them carriages. I mean, I don't want to say dox myself, but I'm a member of a fucking car club. We do that still.
Yes, but they don't call cars horseless carriages. Was the point that word is defunct? It no
I
longer
agreed
exists.
with you
It is
immediately on that
absolutely
point.
wiped out.
I agreed immediately on that point, which you can't understand. And I said, and now they just call them carriages.
It's really great. It's really great.
Holy shit, man.
Are we really
Nobody
gonna
calls a
debate
car a
what-
carriage.
Are we really gonna debate what the
No
fuck
one calls a
carriage
car a
is?
carriage. That's right. But they call the carriage of a car a carriage. Still.
Like,
Can we
really,
move
guys?
on from this? I mean, this is like senseless. So what? Carriage, car, horse, okay.
I know,
Just-
it's
It
ridiculous.
just goes to show that you're trying to change words and say that natural philosophy is physics because it used to be called that.
You guys
Yeah.
are getting carriaged away.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
car
Nice,
carriage.
Mel.
Yeah.
So where do we go
Natural-
from this? Okay. Carriages, horses, they changed it. Okay, whoop-de-doo. What's next?
Marriage.
Right.
I don't
Well, the
know,
whole
man. So
point is
I
from
had this
natural
thought,
philosophy,
Grim, what's your thought about
science
this?
and natural
right?
philosophy
Grim, can I ask you a question?
used to be the same thing until they continued more and more thought experiments. And it couldn't be called natural philosophy anymore because it was not natural.
There's two things. You need to listen to Branch, Grim, and I vote for Branch for mod.
So I don't want to be mod, but I've
Go
been
ahead and here's a
thinking
piece of
about- I've
napkin
been
right here and
thinking
wipe that
about,
off your nose.
I've been thinking about the whole, wearing masks shit, and and how the flu vaccine works. The flu vaccine generally gives you protection against new streams of the flu, and our immunity to
Is that a
the
statement or a
current,
question?
our immunity to the current streams of the flu is built up through, just general exposure. Now that we've gone a couple of years wearing masks and shit, where nobody's really got the flu, does that mean that when people start getting the flu, they'll probably start dropping dead because they've actually lost a whole bunch of immunity they built up over time to the flu?
Yes,
Good question, bro.
I think
I'm
that's
going to
been
go ahead and
suggested.
say, I'm going to go ahead and say no because they're already getting the flu. They're just mislabeling them as COVID.
That's incorrect. You know that's incorrect. You say
Okay, how do you know it's incorrect when you're not testing these people for the flu?
That's not even
they're
if
testing
even
for
if
COVID
even
and
if
getting
what
a
you said is
positive
correct, it doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, false positives on COVID happen all the time. We know that.
At what rate?
My question, Grim, was simply this: look, if a lot of people haven't been getting the flu for the
About
last 2 years,
97%.
Incorrect.
when they
At 44
start getting the
cycles.
flu, are they going to
At
get the
44
symptoms
cycles,
a
about
lot worse, and we're going to
97%.
see a whole
Yeah.
bunch of people dropping dead of the flu?
That's a
I
good
don't think-
question Branch has. Somebody
Because
addressed it.
Yeah, see, you had the same problem. The flu is much less contagious. We've shown we can limit the less contagious virus by social distancing, shutting down schools, and wearing masks. We've shown we can conquer flu. Congratulations on us.
Yeah,
Who
but
are
how
you,
is
sir?
it that we can conquer the flu wearing these masks, but the same masks which are supposed to prevent this new thing, it's not working. How does that equate?
Because the
Well,
new thing is much more contagious.
May I just
I'd like to
clarify his
contend
claim
that-
real quick?
One
He
at a
just
time,
said-
guys. One
I'm
at a
not
time.
talking about. I'm not even talking about the contingency of the flu. What I'm talking
that's-
about is this: when you get the flu, your body is accustomed to fighting it, right? Basically, we're prepared to kill off a certain percentage of the flu shit because our body knows how to create the antibodies for it. Now,
Right, but
because we've gone so long with the whole flu shit being suppressed, people's immune systems have learned or have somewhat forgotten how to defeat the regular flu. And it's probably going to cause a whole bunch of people, when they get the flu, to get a lot worse symptoms.
I think the whole mask and vaccine, it's a form of integration propaganda, because there's something called agitation propaganda, which is designed to create anxiety and tension, so you like go out and do things. If you create too much anxiety, people become like paralyzed with fear, like a deer in headlights. So they do what's called integration propaganda, which is designed to sort of ease your anxiety. So they release the fear, the flu or COVID, and then they come up with integration propaganda to ease the anxiety, which is like, oh, just wear a mask or get a vaccine or stand 6 feet apart. And it's supposed to ease the anxiety so they get the desired change of behavior without like paralyzing us with fear so we don't behave or don't act.
I get what you're saying, P-Mars. What the fuck does that have to do with the question I asked?
I don't give a fuck.
I think the question you asked was answered. It was basically said that by several people that yes, there is probably possibly going to be an uptick in problems with flu in the near future.
It's gonna be fucked.
Branch has a legitimate point, because when you catch a cold and a flu, whatever, your body builds antibodies towards it. Now, after wearing masks for so many years, our bodies are not used to getting sickness and, repelling it with antibodies and that. So he has a very legitimate point here.
Not really. What
No,
about
not
all
really.
the people?
Sorry.
What about all the people who were carpenters and wore masks like daily to protect themselves from wood dust?
No.
Yeah, but after work, would they take their masks off?
Yes. Yeah.
But no one walks around in a mask 24/7.
No, I'm talking about stuff like this, right? Like there's been situations where
A mask's a mask, dude.
Westerners have gone to a new land, and the simple flu has killed a whole bunch of people simply because the Westerners passed them the flu and they had no protection against it. Their system wasn't ready for it.
So I believe the ultimate question here is, let's get down to the nitty-gritty. When you get a vaccine, it's supposed to prevent the said illness, correct?
No, not really.
Right, but
It's
SE,
meant
SE,
to.
right?
That's an ideal.
Against the measles, if you get a
I
measles
was still
vaccine,
talking.
are you not protected against measles? Yes or no?
I was still talking, but I guess that doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay, so there are sterilizing immunities, and then there are immunities. I don't know the word for it, but where your body improves its response time to a disease. Some of diseases you get sterilizing immunity, some you don't.
Right, and if you look at the flu vaccine, what it does is it basically gives you immunity to the new strains of flu that they think are going to be prevalent in the year to come, right?
Right.
And the old shit that was already around, they expect that people already have a build-up immunity towards it, and that's why it's not part of the new fucking flu vaccine. But
yes,
what I'm saying is that after people get off this whole fucking wearing masks shit, when one of the old flu streams comes along, our bodies are not going to be as prepared they were to fight it as they were, a couple of years ago.
But I feel like that's giving too much credit to the vaccines, because pretty much every year that they would come out with these vaccines and afterwards people would get them, they would say, oh, well, it was only this effective, or they didn't really judge it that well, so it wasn't that effective.
Right.
Yeah, look, Branch has a point, but you guys are missing what I'm saying. When you get a vaccine, right? They isolated a certain strand, right? Like he said, each year they go, what's going to come up next, right? So they already know this strand. They isolated. They came up with a vaccine. So why, if you're vaccinated against this, why can you catch it, and why are you still required to wear a mask? That is the question.
Right. You
The flu
already
is
know
one of
the
the
answer though. Anyway, so right now it's on the radio, it's on the TV set, it's around the people I'm living with. They're all afraid. They've all been vaccinated. The guy I'm living with, he feels sick. He's felt sick for 2 days after being vaccinated. Before he got vaccinated, he wasn't feeling sick. It's in the Discord. That's what's making people sick, because they're worried and they're thinking about it, and then that leads to stress. That's what fucks you.
Nah, man.
Yeah, fear and
Yeah.
anxiety
It's
is
not
a
even
killer.
close, Mel, to what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It is.
Branches
It is.
and my question have not been addressed yet. I don't know if you guys
They
realize
have.
that.
They
I
have.
address branches.
Look.
How about
think
mine?
two
vaccine
other people
doesn't-
did as well.
The vaccine doesn't protect you.
Then why are you doing it? Why are they giving it?
What we haven't done, right, is
Why do you think they're giving
boost people's if you want immunity to the flu. And when I say flu, I mean like the flu that was around a couple of years ago, that those strains of the flu, because of the lack of because of the basically the diminishing resistance we have to those old strains of flu. That's happened over time because we've been wearing masks and been preventing ourselves from getting it.
So tell that to Hamid, who was healthy before he had the vaccine. Now he's been injected with something and he's felt shit for 2 days. And he looks fucked. In his eyes,
2
he's
days.
all in like a fog. Don't talk over me, Moyok, please.
I'm just saying, man, we're kind of
stopped.
we're getting this gray area where people are going to be less resistant to the flu, and people when they do get it, they're going to get fucked. The old people that have been fucking sitting around in their houses all this time, right, because of restrictions and crap, they're going to get fucked when they get the flu.
But this guy's young.
There is no
he's
flu.
20. He's
COVID
25.
killed the flu. There is no more flu.
He's
Right,
25
but
years.
their body's natural resistance to the flu has been diminished because they haven't had it for like 2.5 years.
He
I
was
get what Branch is
fine.
saying. Like your body
He was
hasn't had the chance to practice on these. Your immune system hasn't had time to practice on
Anyway,
it because of all this.
he was fine. Now he's been injected. He's not fine. So what's he been injected with?
I have
That's
a
the
similar
real-
story, Merle.
That's the real
I know a
question.
family just last week, because the mother works in a hospital, she was forced to or lose her job, so she went ahead and did it, and her husband and the children did it as well. They're all sick in bed 2 days after. They were in bed for 3 days.
How is
Perfectly
this
healthy.
good? How is this good?
Yeah, exactly.
The 2 days question is one of the side effects that's known for the vaccine. So I don't think that it's outside of the norm, at least not yet. I mean, if he dies or if he gets permanent damage from it, that's one thing. But if it's just 2 days of feeling uncomfortable and then you feel better and you don't die when you catch the disease, that's a good thing.
So this makes sense
Sounds
to
like
you
Russian
somehow.
roulette.
Russian roulette with a Nerf gun.
I guess.
Yeah, it hurts, but you don't die.
So back to my question: why, when you get this jab, you can still catch this certain thing? Well, other things like the measles, for example, you get the jab, then you're immune.
Because they're very different diseases. That's why.
I'm going to address that already.
Because they're different diseases. That's your answer.
Yes, that's my answer.
Yeah, this vaccine is designed to prepare your body to handle it in the event you're infected.
So it's unlike any other vaccine, you're saying? It's a special vaccine.
No, it's like every other. Well, what do you mean, unlike every other vaccine?
Well, clarify. You're saying this is different. How is it different?
Well, the flu vaccine doesn't give you sterilizing immunity. A lot of people catch the flu after catching it, but they get a much less reaction. So that's exactly the same as COVID. I think typically you get sterilizing immunity from chickenpox vaccine. The polio, actually, you get you catch the disease, but it's an attenuated version. Not sure if that's sterilizing.
Smallpox actually gave you cowpox, a different disease. It was much less serious, but gave you immunity to it.
Okay, so let's clarify. This is the only disease in history that when you get a vaccine, you can still catch it.
No.
No.
Wrong.
I just said
Name me
the flu
another
was
one.
exactly the
Name
same.
me another one.
The flu.
The flu is different strains. They go to China, they pick out which strains they think are going to come aboard, and then they incubate them in the eggs and so on and so forth. But you can catch a different strain. But I don't think you can catch that same strain.
No, you can. You
can? Are you
will get
sure
it
about that?
less aggressively. Basically, what a vaccine does is it still is preparing your body for an invader. Now, if your body is not completely prepared, or it doesn't have, it doesn't create the long-standing antibodies like the flu or whatever, you can actually. I'm not positive, but I think you could probably catch the flu again after a few years, because the vaccine, different antibodies are not persistent. What's the one that everybody gets? The tetanus. Tetanus has a life expectancy. It only lasts so long. That also
I
doesn't
think
mean
it's
that
like 10
tetanus
years, but
turns
that's not what we're talking about.
Tetanus gets into your bloodstream and your body's able to fight it. That doesn't mean you didn't get it. You still got it. It just was able to be fought off prior
But
to
you
it
were
becoming
good
a
for
problem.
10 years, let's say 15 years, right?
Yes, but if you stepped on a nail, you still have that bacteria or whatever. I don't know if tetanus is a bacteria or virus, but you still get that pathogen inside of your body, and it still starts trying to replicate. Your body identifies it and kills it.
Exactly. So shouldn't this be the same thing? When you get this jab, when it comes in, shouldn't your body attack it and kill it?
Right.
Well, isn't there a response time?
There's a reason why the flu jabs only mess with the new strains of flu. They don't mess with the old ones because they assume people have built up resistance to that already.
That's right. Yep.
Except for the fact that most of society doesn't get the flu jab, so you have not built up an immunity to it.
My
and it
help,
still
that
could go
still
around.
doesn't make a difference on.
I don't agree with that,
I
Reed.
find it so funny that me and you are in agreement on this, and I find it hilarious that people aren't fucking getting on what we're talking about.
Well, you just said the flu vaccine, they don't make the same one because they assume people have resistance, but I thought they made a different one every year just because the flu vaccine variated every year.
Right.
Like
that's the one that's going around.
They take like the top 8 or 9 new strains that they feel are gonna fuck with people in the next year.
Yep.
They don't take the old ones and basically mix them in with the new ones because they assume that
Because
the old
those no longer exist.
The old
Yeah.
ones, no, they do exist. What the hell?
No.
How retarded is that to say they don't exist?
Well, I've
They don't
never,
exist.
I've never heard.
That's
I've never.
the most fucking retarded shit I've ever heard you say. Listen, the old strain still fucking exists.
Wasn't even Moyoc.
If anything, a year
No, it was Moya.
after, the old strain is probably more prevalent than any other strain.
And yet, the people who never caught it the first time
do not
around don't
understand how
have
this
it.
shit works, do you? You guys don't know how it works, and you guys want to fucking talk like you do. For fuck's sake, man. You guys annoy me
Easy,
sometimes.
Branch.
Take it easy,
Easy,
Branch.
Branch.
Let me back you up on that. From what I know, each year the CDC sends people down to China because that's where the viruses, most of them start, because people live next to pigs and chickens and they transfer it, blah, 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 whatever. Okay? So they decide what strain they're going to incubate and make an injection for, a cure, whatever you want to call it. That's how it works. Each year is a different strain and mostly comes from China.
And why do they do
But
that?
there's very few 1980s strains still going around China.
That's not the issue. The issue is
Well,
what
that was the
Branch
issue he
said
was
is
having.
correct. Each year they go and they check and see which strain is prevalent, and they make an injection for that. But that doesn't mean that you can't catch another strain. They could be wrong, and they have been wrong many times.
But like I said, what I was saying to Branch's statement was that the reason they use the new strains is because those are the ones that are coming around. The 1980 strain does not come around anymore.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, so I'm not going to comment. Maybe it gets more or less. I don't know, but it's still around.
So Moyok, here's the problem, right? Is that I can tell that what you're talking about right now is just what you think and not what you know, right?
Here, I wanted to say something real quick, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So, as in this other thing, it seems as it's interesting what SE Montreal is saying. Let me see how I'm going to word this. Okay, Montreal, if what you're saying is true, like they go to China to get these viruses, is it possible that they're actually just creating them there?
I guess, yeah, maybe.
Right, and so because it's illegal to do that here, well, I'm just saying,
take these conversations to this weird place?
Can somebody Branch?
Let him finish, Branch. Let him get it out.
Yeah. So I mean, if this is like if they're not doing any gain of function research over there, at all, except for a little tiny bit of gain of function research when I got caught, you know what I'm seeing. So I mean, if that's really not happening but happening, isn't it true that possible that it could be not happening but happening with this other stuff, and it always could have been that way? Like it could have been like the reason why we keep seeing all of these people getting sick is because we've been getting them sick.
Yep.
Bringing that shit over here on purpose. And what better way to do that would be to have people convinced that they need this what are we going to call this carrier, this vehicle of transference in another word that starts with a V.
Exposure.
Right? So if we just jab everybody with it, well, they're running around, they'll be fine in a few days, but what they're cooking up in their intestines because of this jab, and is more virulent to the next dude who didn't get jabbed. So it's like causing the problem. Because we do see that there is a mechanism for that, and it's called shedding, and that's a very real thing, especially with those actual antigen vaccines. So this very real thing, shedding, is occurring, and all these millions of people are getting these vaccines and then shedding. To how many? What are the numbers? Like how many people do they shed to? 6 times 7 people, 1 for 7. Their numbers show a high amount of shedding. So why aren't we concerned about that? Why are we like, wait, hold on a second? Is this the cause or the cure?
Well, this is it. I mean, I can only speak to a small microcosm, and forgive me, like I've been kind of isolated with my mum for years, but now I'm in a city living with 5 people in a house that have all been vaccinated.
Yeah, guys, hold on.
They all seem I don't want to say this word, but there's something wrong.
Yeah, I got
Slow down.
two things real quick. Let's try not to do the talk on the V word and the C word. And what's the command to give somebody voice roles? To give them voice permissions.
Who are you asking?
Whoever knows how to give the voice.
Mod.
Oh,
Yeah.
just give them the role, bro.
How?
Click on their name and drag it in.
I'm on a cell phone.
Oh shit! I don't know. I don't use cell phones.
Hey,
okay. If I can,
I kind of want to hear what Earl was going to say.
If I can talk in code, then they seem washed out. I mean, I've gone from an old woman with dementia to 5 young, supposedly, pretty healthy men, but they all look pasty and washed out. There's something not right.
Well,
And I look at
everybody I've seen
myself.
got the vaccine. Oh.
Oh, you go.
Okay. Everybody that I've seen who's gotten the vaccine has not had problems. Just so far, I haven't seen this huge problem. Now, maybe is it possible that there's a little bit of a placebo effect going on because these people were resisting getting the shots, and now that they've gotten them, they're like, "Oh God, I feel bad." Just
I don't think it's
psychosomatic.
placebo causes heart inflammation, bro.
Yeah, but I
None of
didn't
these
have that.
people-
Nobody I know did, so I'm just
Not
curious.
that you know of.
None of these people around me were resist. They're like full ballers.
Okay, they were go for it. Okay, that's right. Just curious if it was possible.
They're like mainstream pretty trusting people, unfortunately for them. Better to be suspicious and paranoid at this stage of the game, guys.
Now I do know of my circle. I
No
made
shame
it
in that.
through COVID until like last week, or no, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Try
I
not to
made it
use the word so
just
often.
recently, and I had. I'm sorry, and I had an entire family of friends go down with the C word, and one of them died. All 3 of them ended up in the hospital.
I'm
And
sorry to hear
with
that.
horrific conditions.
Where
and one of them was 32.
Where did they go, and
Did
how
they start them on
get exposed?
remdesivir right away?
Where did they go, and
I
how did
don't
they
know.
get it?
Because remdesivir causes a spike in inflammation. And when you have inflammation already, you don't want to take something that's going to give you more inflammation. That's why it used to be the policy of the hospitals to give out steroids and antibiotics for the inflammation, because they were finding bacterial pneumonia was the case of a lot of these deaths due to COVID, bacterial pneumonia. So I'm sorry about the word. Damn it, I said it. I'm sorry. But this isn't misinformation though. This is literally straight from the, but I'll stop saying that as much as possible. It's a fucking habit.
How did
but
they
just
get
real quick,
exposed
I feel like
to
I can be, I don't know.
How did they get exposed to it, Moyle?
Work and
Never
life.
mind.
And then it came into the house, and it was spread through the family. So it took one of them to bring it in.
When you think of the words occupational exposure, what do you think of? What's the first thing that you think? Like a nurse or something, maybe, getting it from a patient, occupational exposure. Isn't that what your mind would, when you hear the word occupational exposure due to the blank, what do you think of? What does that ring a bell for?
I don't think of anything in particular. I don't think of anything when I hear that. I hear
the word occupation
means
means job, right? Like you would think. But when they actually use the words occupational exposure in a particular study talking about shedding, it's really what occupational exposure means is a person who has been treated becomes a factory for the particular protein, right? And then when they intermingle their blood or sex, that the next person becomes a factory as if they've been vaccinated. Excuse me, don't interrupt me. And that's called occupational exposure. And that's why it's so misleading, because people think occupational exposure, they think, oh, a nurse got it or a doctor got it from their jobs, or somebody who particularly had to be around them.
Occupational means day-to-day life.
But that's not what that means. Yeah,
occupational
almost as if
doesn't
they
necessarily mean your profession, does it?
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to teach that right now. Thank you.
Right, it's day-to-day
You're
life.
catching on.
That's what occupational means. Like, I'm an occupational whatever. Doesn't mean that's my job. Just means that's
but to the layman, right? To people who aren't as smart as Branch, occupation. What was your occupation? The first thing a person would think of is to tell them their job.
I'm a gardener and a landscaper.
Right.
Okay. I'm seeing occupational exposure is exposure to the pathogen, but it seems to be associated with one's job. Where do you get your definition from?
I'm sorry,
Right.
Grim. You're not allowed
Here,
to
I'll
call
have to
me
get the
smart,
actual
Grim.
study. I'm
Grim.
not.
No, because That's not what I
I'll do
do.
whatever I want to do, Branch.
No.
I'll call you smart if I want to.
No, listen, man. Look. I've
I'll
had this
fight you
discussion
for
with you
this.
before, and you're not allowed to call me out on that.
Dude, I will fight you over this. You're smart.
Bitch!
Deal with it.
I'm gonna tell you again. You're not allowed.
Listen,
to
if
call me
all
out on
arguments were this cool, it would be great. I mean, I'm telling you.
I just told P Mars he was
I'm
smart
going to do it
too.
anyway.
I said, "Your P Mars, deal with it."
Hey, Grim,
Yeah, he is kind of smart, P
You know
Mars.
what?
I don't know what people think about him, but I've had conversations with him.
I've had
He
three
blows my
debates
mind
in text
sometimes.
chat today. I've had 3 debates in text chat today. With,
How'd they go?
The mailman, and they were fucking the best debates I've ever had. Every debate lasted about, 2 minutes max. Best debates I've ever had.
Yeah.
See, I told you he was smart. People just don't believe it.
No, it doesn't mean like I won all the debates. He won.
No,
too.
the fact that you were able, to
win.
win or lose a debate within 2 minutes means you're intelligent enough to receive and concede or win the argument quickly. That means you're recognizing your error in logic or someone else's error in logic and remedying it very quickly. That's a smart person. Go ahead.
Grim, if you could, DM me that link when you get it, because if you're not going to do it like right now, I'm not going to be looking for it later. So
Don't be a smart
Yeah,
ass.
lose it on it.
Smart ass.
Hey, Branch.
What link was
I'm
it? I
brushing my
completely
teeth.
forgot what I was talking about already.
Occupational exposure.
Oh yeah,
Well,
I'm not
hold
smart as
on, though.
Branch.
I would say this though.
Hold
I
on.
actually didn't lose a debate today. I actually did win all 3. I was just trying to give Mailman like some props.
Hey, Grim.
Oh no,
How
Lael's
are you
here.
today, Grim? I want to agree with you, Grim. Branch is the smartest person in this server. He's way smarter than Peyton as a shill. He's way smarter than me. He's way smarter than Merle.
No, I'm
It's
not.
not
No, I'm
smarter
not.
than
No, I'm
me.
not. No, I'm not. And the reason I say this because I'm about to tell you guys that
You're way
I'm
smarter.
trying to change. I'm basically trying to not let Grim continue the conversation, even though what I'm conversating about is something awkwardly not apparent to the general conversation. And you just made it so
That's
much easier,
normal.
Leo. I didn't want it to be easy.
I know. You're smarter than everyone in this room, like by 12 magnitudes of smart. Even SC Montreal would agree with me that you're smarter than him.
Shut up, Chris.
Absolutely.
Chris.
Me?
Chris
Hi,
knows.
SC.
I think Chris met one of my ex-girlfriends who sucked my dick, and like honestly, these girls wake up and they're like, "What? I just sucked his dick. No drugs needed. Just
What?
some conversation."
Anyways,
Yeah.
Branch
Yeah.
is the smartest. Everyone agrees, including Left Lane and Merle.
A little off the mark.
Shut up, Chris.
Dude, haven't you
Moyak.
haven't you ever gotten a girl's
Yeah.
mind just by?
Here you go.
Okay, yeah, you're right, Graham. I'm fucking up. I'm making this whole conversation something different, but just to end it, have you not ever gotten a girl's mind just by talking to her?
I don't sure, whatever. Hi, Merle.
Hi, Chris.
You're my favorite Merle. Did you know that?
Lael, we're all at 45 RPMs, Lael. Speed it up, bro.
Perfect.
And stop.
Shut up.
Take it out of your mouth, Lael.
Hey, look, don't talk shit about Leo, man. I'm number 2 on his
Yeah.
list.
Okay, this is going nowhere fast. I got something for you guys.
Cool.
Go ahead.
I've been thinking about this for a while, but I didn't think it was worthwhile bringing up, but now I think we have the right mix of people to talk about this. We're all familiar with the SpaceX and the Dragon launches.
Yeah.
Okay, they went into space supposedly, right?
Yeah.
It depends on your definition of space.
Right, we have the 60 mile and we have the 50 mile, but let's not get into that.
Penis.
Now, when a craft re-enters into the atmosphere, it starts to burn up, right?
Yep.
Depends on how fast they're going.
Yeah.
What do you
go
mean?
Ahead, go ahead, Fred. Go ahead.
Isn't that crazy there, Moyak? At 8.3.5.3 in this study, an excerpt from the study called
Graham.
occupational exposure. Stop it,
Graham.
Mel. This is important.
No, I'm a mod here, Grim. Don't do that, Grim.
Right,
SE
SE
had the floor.
Montreal, it burns up because of the friction caused by
Are you threatening me there?
No, I'm saying I'm a moderator, and you.
Grim, I was in the middle of a
He
thing,
was.
wasn't
He
I?
did have the floor, and it's really kind of.
I didn't know. I thought there was a pause. I was just trying to continue my conversation since I was looking
Grim,
for it,
when there is a
particularly
pause,
for
Grim,
someone.
you can't just talk about something completely
Just DM
different.
him.
It's not completely
DM my
different. It's the original subject. It's what we were already talking about. You guys changed the subject.
Okay, let him get it out, and I'll continue after. Get it out, Grim. Get it off your chest. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just trying to be polite and patient and wait until it was done. I didn't know I was
That's
interrupting.
not polite and patient.
I was in the middle of a sentence, Grim.
I apologize.
you
I must
just
not have
changed
heard
it.
you.
You just
Seriously, I
changed it.
apologize. Look, I don't want to interrupt SE Montreal. He's on the point. I didn't know you were talking.
All
I'm
right,
so sorry.
okay. You know what? Let's just end it there. SE Montreal, what's up?
So, like I was saying, we went through when a spaceship re-enters Earth atmosphere, supposedly there's a burn-up because it hits the atmosphere, a friction, and there's fire and brimstone. Right now, has anybody seen any footage of that from the SpaceX or the Dragon?
No, it like I said, it depends on how fast they're going. I don't think that those two craft actually got to orbital velocities such that they would burn up when they re-enter.
Or are you sure? Do they have heat shields, Left Lane?
I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but I do think if they just kind of peeped up in, beyond the carbon line and then fell back, I don't think that they would have to be concerned with that.
Well, I can tell you that they do have heat
SE
shields.
Montreal, here's what's up, right? They do burn up. They get super hot, but you know.
Did he break up for just me?
Yeah, the Crew Dragon comes in at orbital velocities, so I mean that would come in hot.
Exactly.
The Blue Origin and those type, the suborbital ones only hit 3,000 or 4,000 miles an hour. They don't.
Yeah, but my
they don't
question
have heat
is,
shields
has
like-
anybody seen this heat? Has anybody seen this? Because they have footage of them re-entering. Has anybody seen build up of fire under the ship?
Perspective.
I don't think they were supposed to.
From the
I don't know.
ground or from within the
I
ship?
haven't seen it.
Well, now that I brought it up, try to find it because I've been looking and I haven't found anything. I just thought I'd bring that up.
What vantage point are you looking for?
I'm looking for re-entry heat plasma caused by the ship re-entering the supposed Earth atmosphere, and I haven't found any.
Okay, well,
It's viewed
drop
from
this
where?
supposed stuff, but
Kidding.
have you confirmed that there would be a heat flare from those two suborbital ships?
No, that's suborbital. He's asking about SpaceX, the Crew Dragon.
Ah, gotcha.
And I've checked, and they both have heat shields, by the way.
Yeah, of course, to
will.
protect the insides.
So my
Well, we
question
can-
is, why did we not see the plasma fire caused by the re-entry?
Well, if they
Because they
re-enter
weren't-
during
because
the
you
day,
weren't
you might
directly under
not
it.
see it. If you don't, if they re-enter during the day, you might not see it. So have all these been daytime entries, or have they been nighttime entries?
No, they
Oh,
just
there's
weren't
no
going
film.
that fast.
There's no footage from inside the craft of fire and brimstone going by the glass.
Ooh, cool. I don't know.
Something to think about.
It's kind of like asking somebody who plays equestrian what the basketball game was like.
How do you figure that? What are you talking about?
Well,
You're way off base here.
No, I'm not way off base, unfortunately, because sometimes your questions are fantastic and they deserve a room full of engaged people. But unfortunately, it just sort of goes down like a lead balloon sometimes, SE Montreal.
I
And it
disagree.
makes me sad sometimes.
How so, Merle?
That
How so?
you're kind of,
I
sometimes
disagree. I think that Betsy's question was
undervalued.
Let him get it out, Travis. Let him get it out.
Sometimes you're undervalued and you question is kind of like met with people who aren't really capable of answering the questions you ask, but they kind of pretend that they are.
They were still not able to answer his question here. They were hemming and hawing and saying, I think, don't think.
No, I did say that they weren't going that fast.
No, you
What
said I think that they would have to not be going that fast. Don't know. Plus, how do you even know?
didn't understand. You didn't understand because it would only make sense if they hit the atmosphere going 17,000 miles an hour. Yeah, they're going to experience a burn. But if they're only going 3,000 miles an hour, maybe they wouldn't.
Okay, you just said if they're only going, which means you have to know how fast they're going, Howard.
Well, just imagine, Travis. They just kind of popped up into beyond the Kármán line and fell back down. How fast were they going?
They just kind of popped up.
That's not Crew Dragon. That's a different subject. That's not Crew Dragon. Crew Dragon is an orbital velocity ship, and it comes in at somewhere around 17,000 miles an hour, less the deorbit burn.
So we're talking fast here, right?
Yeah. That's definitely going to be plasmas and shit associated with that.
Right, and
Posted a video of it in the chat. I gave you one in the chat.
FC Montreal, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know.
Very well said, Leo. Respect.
Fantastic.
When you don't know, you just say, I don't know. It's very simple. Just look into it. That's all.
Does I don't know or we don't have a video of it equate it didn't happen?
No, I just merely put it out there, Bob. I just asked the question. I found it funny that there's no visual of this happening, and I just
gave you one in the chat.
It's in the chat.
There's one in the chat right now.
Yeah. Now, see, I'm talking about the two that went up within a week of each other, where they just sort of went up beyond the Kármán line and fell back down. I'm not talking about the orbital one where they sent the civilians up into space. I'm not talking about that one.
Yeah, were you talking about either of those, SE?
No, I was talking about the SpaceX and the other one.
Yeah, so he pretty much narrowed down what he was talking about, Howard. So the fact that you bring up two unrelated.
Yeah, the SpaceX and the Blue Origin. Those two just kind of popped up in above the Kármán line and fell back down to Earth.
So what, at 2 miles an hour or so? Just coasting easily? Is that what you're saying? Not fast enough to create friction and heat upon re-entry? Is that what you're saying?
Does this make sense to anyone else but me?
It doesn't make plasma at 4,000 miles an hour. It's they're going to still need heat shields because it's still hot.
How do you know it's 4,000 miles an hour? Are you assuming that speed?
No, that's the quoted value for for the SpaceX, not SpaceX, for the two suborbital flights, Blue Origin and who's the other one? Virgin.
So the heat shields, they put them there for nothing, the heat shields? Both
No, the heat shields are needed for heat that's above what the equipment can handle, not necessarily that it'll burn up. So you've got to have a heat shield on there on the SR-71 Blackbird, but it doesn't burn up when it's going through the atmosphere. It needs that to protect the lines and the fuel and the occupant of the craft.
The SR-71 is made out of titanium.
Yes, they use a high material that's capable of handling the heat, not a heat shield per se.
Yeah, but you're missing the point here. These spacecraft, so-called spacecraft, have heat shields specially designed. Now we know upon re-entry, from space that there's friction, and this friction causes heat.
Right. But orbital velocity is different than suborbital velocity.
Did either of those two go to space above 100 kilometers in altitude?
Let's call it space. They one of them did. The other one was a little bit more iffy.
Oh, okay.
That's another issue. Don't get me started on the two different agreed upon space. The U.S. claims that space is at 50 miles, but the international community claims that space is at 60 miles.
Well, there's
so we've got
actually
an issue just with that alone.
There's actually 3 Kármán lines, SC. You were aware of that, right? Well, there's one Kármán line and two definitions of space. The U.S. Air Force considers it 50 miles. The actual Kármán line is at about 85 kilometers, and the international border of space is 100 kilometers. And the flight occurred in the U.S., so it's in space according to the U.S. where it occurred.
Yes. Did you know that they get their astronaut wings? Anybody that flies over 50?
You betcha. Absolutely.
That's my point. Yep. So who's right there, Bob?
What's the point? I'm waiting for your actual point. Yes, they get astronaut wings.
Yeah. So who's right? The United States at 50 miles or the international community? Where does space start?
I think the point is that there's no right answer. It's how you want to define it. Where do you want to say this is the edge?
Exactly. If you want a bunch of bull.
So when you say who's right, you can't really say that. There's no answer to that question, I mean.
You understand that the 50 and the 50 mile and the 100 kilometer mile is for the convenience of sovereignty. The actual Kármán line is at 85 kilometers per Kármán.
So space is a politically agreed upon thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, there is a metric. The metric is where the velocity of your craft exceeds the aerodynamics of your craft. So where flight cannot occur and you're actually in orbit.
The reason that there's a legal definition of space, SE, is one of sovereignty. It's airspace. So if you're flying over the United States at 45 miles above the surface, you're in American airspace. If you're flying at 62 miles, you're by definition in international airspace. It's a freedom of navigation issue for space travel. They came up with that when they started putting satellites in orbit.
Absolutely. That's my whole point. It has nothing to do with the actual what is space. It's like an agreed upon.
Correct. The Kármán line is generally defined as the definition of space, and that definition's already been given to you.
But that depends. That all depends on context, right? If you're talking about space, when you're talking about physics, all these definitions and that doesn't really, the legal definitions don't really matter, really.
Right. Precisely.
So it depends on context.
So space is a context. It's an agreed upon thing.
No, when you say the word space, what it means, right. When we speak, we say words, but what we think are concepts, right? So you could say space in one context, it means the 50 mile, above 50 miles or whatever it is. In a different context, it would mean something different. So context is everything.
Sure, context is everything. No, it's not. Reality.
If you look at it from physics SE, it's the Kármán line. I mean, that's simply it. It's the Kármán line. But if you look at it from a legal aspect, countries have different values for that. Generally, it's assumed to be 62, and the United States considers space 50.
So the physical demarcation, Bob, is 60, right?
There's no such thing as a physical demarcation. There is a specific value
if I
where
pay
space begins, and that's the Kármán line.
If I pay $200,000 to go to space, I'm sure that I want to go to space. Actual.
Well, that's up to you whether you accept the contract that says that I made it to 50 miles and that was space. I think everybody's Blue Origin and Virgin are almost put out of business by
false advertising.
But didn't we just agree that 50 miles is not space? Didn't we just agree that?
No, we didn't.
You said it yourself, Bob.
What do you think the space means in like physics or in like when talking about the space?
Galaxies, Milky Ways, like flying past the rings of Saturn as you got cruise past in a spaceship.
That's very far away then.
So what about cruising between the moon and Earth?
Yeah, does it start there? When you
guys changed where space is now and the atmosphere. No. You put the atmosphere beyond the moon. Yeah.
No,
I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, SE.
Very
I was
tenuous
so
atmosphere.
Am I incorrect in my statement? Am I incorrect?
Yes, you
Yes.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
No
really
one
are.
said,
Quit trying to quit trying to force
ever
the narrative.
defined- no one's ever defined that the space is where the atmosphere stops.
Who said
Like
quit
it's
trying to
broken right
force the narrative? Honestly, check yourself.
It's their narrative. We're
No,
just
it's your
repeating it to
Exactly.
them, and they don't
That's
like it.
hilarious.
It's your
It's not
narrative
a
because
narrative,
you
it's a definition.
because you misunderstand what you're saying and then you twist the definitions for your sake, Essie. This is your big trick.
Yeah, what's
Well,
our
I just
narrative?
showed you two
narrative
definitions of
and-
space. Bob agreed with me.
Wow.
I don't see what the
SE,
issue is
Quit
here.
trying to
The
twist
issue-
the definitions
the
of
issue
space
is-
to fit your narrative. It doesn't work that way.
The
Tell
issue
me
is
exactly what you consider space.
I have no clue.
Are
I
you
have no
getting
clue.
this, Essie?
Okay, well then when you go learn
Stop
about
trying
it,
to
Ain't no
twist
clue. He
talk
didn't know
about
what
the
he
narrative,
business is.
Essie.
Just talking.
I don't have a
That's
clue,
so
but I keep on
funny.
talking. This is my
No,
motto.
I'm
missing
repeating
Montreal.
I'm repeating your model. I'm repeating what the accepted upon agreement stuff is, and I'm showing you holes in it, and you don't like it.
No.
Repeating something without
Yeah.
any understanding of what they're talking about is not valuable, SE.
Bob, we
What?
just agreed together on what it is. You just said it yourself, Bob.
No, I
It's a
didn't.
political.
I
It's a
said something very
political.
specific. The
Did you
Kármán
not
line
say?
is not a, the Kármán line is not a political issue. It is a physical value.
Right, and how about the other one, the American one, the 50-mile one? What's that one?
Or the international one at 62. Those are political. Those are legal boundaries for airspace and sovereignty issues.
This is like asking when does the Nile end and the Mediterranean Sea start?
Oh, really?
No,
Is it?
this
Is
is
it?
this is
Yeah, when
this
does
is
the river
people.
That's a
goes
great-
into the sea?
This
Great
is
analogy.
people. This is people inserting their biases to suit their own narratives.
So at the mouth of the Nile, SE, where does Egypt's sovereign waters end and international waters begin?
Or just when
I'm
it
sure
turns
they have
from
a
river
line. I'm
to-
sure they have a
river to
line there, but
sea.
that's not the issue. We're talking about
Yeah, we-
oxygen. Hold on. We're talking about atmosphere and no atmosphere. This is a whole
No,
No,
that's
different
not
thing.
what we're talking
Yeah,
about. That is
yeah.
not what we're
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about.
we're talking about the altitude when airplane wings are ineffective. That is the Kármán line, 100 kilometers.
Okay, and what happens? Why are they not effective there? How come?
Because there's not enough air to make airplane wings work.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so
doesn't
there is
mean that
still
there's
air,
no
but
air.
there's just not enough air. It doesn't
Doesn't mean that
stop.
there's no air. Doesn't mean there's no
SE, there's a
atmosphere.
formula. There's a formula for wing lift that relates wing lift to velocity. The Kármán line is when the velocity required to get enough lift to counteract the force of gravity on the aircraft exceeds or actually matches orbital velocity. And then you're no longer flying, you're in orbit.
Right. What do we call that place when you're in orbit? What's it called?
Kármán line.
Space. Right? We call that space.
Yeah.
So
About
there you
Kármán
go.
line, yep.
I'm not
So I
saying
don't know.
anything
And
that is
that's
not in
85
your
kilometers.
fantasy.
What's your point? And
I
that's
don't
85
understand the
kilometers.
problem.
What's your point?
Yeah, what's the
My
problem?
point is, there's two Kármán lines.
Is that more than
One
that, actually?
for the Americans, yes, and one for the international
No,
community.
SE, that's not what we said.
Ah,
and we
dang.
haven't said repeatedly.
Why does
Yeah, Bob differentiated
Dr.
that.
Bob is a criminal? Like, why do we even give him the time of day?
Shut up.
Let's not go into that, P. Mars.
Yeah, that
Okay,
will not
I
be
just-
tolerated here. Keep it on.
Okay,
a
there was
civil
two
level.
political. There was two political boundaries, and one is a physics boundary.
The 62-mile one, right?
I'm not sure where the actual Kármán line is. I've heard so many numbers, I keep confusing them.
60 miles. So above that, in your model,
62
is
miles,
space.
100 kilometers. Come on, you're Canadian. You should be good at translating.
What's 100 clicks? Isn't it 60
Kármán
miles?
line, 62 miles.
62,
Oh,
yeah.
forgive me, 62. My bad.
Yeah,
So
get it right.
beyond 62, what do you call that area?
Space.
Space, right. So where did the dragon enter?
How high did it go?
You guys are
Dragon went up.
scrambling. It's like watching
Dragon
eggs
went.
scramble in a fry pan. This is
Okay,
great,
Dallas,
SE.
you
Really
started
funny
answering
though.
before I had a chance to respond, dude.
It's really
It-
funny.
The Crew Dragon
Oh,
goes at 17,500 miles an hour. So what's the problem here?
That's pretty quick, right? You'd figure they'd be at burn on re-entry, no?
They do, and you got video of it.
That's what I want to see. I want to see a video of that burn. That's all I'm asking.
They showed
Someone
it.
said like half an
Feel
hour
the
ago that
burn,
there's a
Moya.
video in chat. Yeah,
Feel
there's
the
a
burn.
video.
There's a video of that where
How
from the
many times can
interior.
you ask?
I'll post it
Who's
again.
lying?
This is great.
I mean, you can say that there's no video if you don't watch the video and say, it doesn't
There you go,
exist. But,
SE.
All right, I'll have a look.
oh, okay.
So SE started this conversation out by asking, I'd like to see a video. And now all of a sudden, Howard says, yeah, there's a video. Where were you 15 minutes ago, Howard? You were here.
It was
The
in
video
the
was
chat.
posted like
Someone
20
said it
minutes
was
ago.
put in chat.
Yeah,
It was put in
I
chat
heard 20
50
minutes ago.
Yeah,
someone said that
Howard.
it's video, and it was posted already.
God, Howard.
Fluffer Nerfer said
So,
that.
if I was
Yeah.
a serial killer, you guys would let me come here and talk about science, and you would be like, "Oh, don't talk about that he's a serial killer. Just let him talk about his science."
Hey, Mark,
Get up,
it's
Pete.
not allowed here.
I think it's weird.
Yeah,
Hey, Mars,
you're weird.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fastest way to get kicked out of this room.
You
I think it's odd. I would be like, "Hey, you're a serial killer. I
P
don't want
Mars.
to hear what
P
you
Mars,
have to say
you're
about the
pushing it,
globe."
man. Hey, just
What am I
be
pushing?
aware. I've warned you, please,
About what?
about talking about personal issues like this and that particular subject. This is not personal.
I didn't do anything wrong though, so I
I
don't know why you're
understand.
moderating me.
I
Yeah, you did
understand
do
what you're
wrong.
doing.
I feel like you're bullying me.
No,
Yeah,
you're
you
talking
did both.
about a
Policy.
specific
Bullying me, man.
person being a criminal
I'm
and
saying
shouldn't be allowed to talk
no.
here.
I said if I was a serial killer, wouldn't it be weird that you guys would
Yeah,
just like
it's weird that you're
listen to
talking
me?
about that. I heard you.
You guys would give me the
I
time of
heard
day
you.
like I'm a person, but I'm a serial killer, right? But you're,
Yeah.
you're
You
like,
keep talking.
oh, I care about what you
Anyway,
have to say about
Yeah,
science.
they'll kick you
But
out.
take the
It's
warning,
just
please.
weird. It's weird.
No
Yeah,
one's
this is your
gonna
last
kick.
chance, please.
No one's gonna kick P Mars out. He hasn't done anything wrong. It's called Earth Awakening. Just relax.
Well,
Mars,
actually, you're
can
not
you
supposed to be
have
toxic in the room.
Yeah,
and
everything
he's
will
being
sort
toxic.
out. Okay, if there's don't worry about trying to get justice here. That's I think what basically what people are saying. Justice will get served one way or another, and it has nothing to do with this server.
Well, it has nothing to do with the subject at hand and doesn't want to be brought up on this server. So
Yeah,
let's move on.
PMARS, just know that you don't need to hash that issue out here.
Right.
It will be
So let's-
sorted out elsewhere.
Let's move on. So I have a question about the atmosphere. Even though
Now,
it's
now I'm curious. Who's the serial killer and why?
Oh
I
my
know y'all are
goodness.
I know y'all are trying to avoid it, but you can't just bring that up and then not
Here,
explain.
He's just making a hypothetical. It was a let's move on.
I'll
I
DM
can't
you,
believe you
Rodney.
did that.
I'll
So
DM you, Rodney. I'll tell you.
So
Is
the
there
atmosphere.
somebody who's an abortion doctor in the house or something?
It's far worse. It's far worse. I'll DM you.
Okay, sweet, thank you. I
So
won't
anyway,
bring
if you don't mind me asking a question, the atmosphere as it gets thinner as it goes up, we all heard that. But when does it stop rotating? At what altitude?
That's a damn good question, Rick. Yeah.
Why would it?
No, where does it?
Why would it stop
What
rotating?
makes you
So
think
you're
it
saying
does?
It does.
So you're
What makes
saying
you
it
think
doesn't?
stops?
You haven't demonstrated it does. That's your question. So show me where it stops rotating, or
It's
why
your
it would
model.
stop. Why would it stop rotating?
So does it? I'm not saying
Why
it
would it?
would. I'm not saying it's even rotating. Y'all are.
Well, then I guess there's really not
Well,
a
your
question.
question suggested that
So you
it
don't
does
wanna answer?
rotate and then it stops at some point.
Yeah, my
'Cause it doesn't
question
look
is
at question.
based on the model that is presented. Your model says that the Earth's atmosphere continues past the moon now, which is fine with me. Y'all can say that all you want. And that it rotates with the Earth. What my question is, if that is happening, does it stop rotating ever? At what altitude does it stop?
Do you have evidence that it does?
Oh my goodness. So you don't want to talk about your model. You want to talk about what you think is not happening now.
I don't agree that is our model.
So you don't think the atmosphere is in lockstep, or however y'all say it, turning with the rotation of the Earth? That's
I
why
don't agree that there's any indication that the atmosphere doesn't rotate.
That the atmosphere
I would expect
doesn't
it to
rotate.
start
So it
rotating
does
at the
rotate.
surface.
Of course, the atmosphere rotates.
Okay, so where does the atmosphere stop rotating? That's my very question. You're smart enough to avoid it, so be smart enough to answer it.
You haven't demonstrated it does stop anywhere. You
We
haven't
agree.
presented any evidence that it stops anywhere.
So
it
that's my
continues
point.
throughout the universe?
Yeah, so you think it continues rotating forever?
I think it conserves momentum. Yes.
How
But
far, Bob, is the question? How
Yeah,
far?
the
Lucia is very clear.
I don't see any indication that it wouldn't that it suddenly would not conserve momentum.
Well, one would expect it to, but I don't know if they've really found that out or not. I guess we're just trying to see if there's a practical implication to this, supposed model. Like, did they figure any of this stuff out?
I don't believe
Isn't it the reason that if something is spinning an atmosphere and you have a vacuum, that at one point that atmosphere will stop spinning at some point?
What would cause it to stop?
What do you mean? What would cause it to stop?
What force would act on it to oppose the rotation?
It's called equilibrium, Bob.
Well, I would say
Yeah,
that
there
the,
wouldn't be
what
anything.
would happen.
Why are you
I would
asking
say
us a
what would
question,
happen-
Bob?
Hang
We
on.
asked you a question.
He asked the question, and I asked, and I
but
gave him an answer too.
We
It's called
haven't
equilibrium,
demonstrated
Bob.
any reason that it would stop.
Bob.
Why would it stop?
Bob.
What force would be acting on it
Bob
to make it stop?
Okay, so he's muted the moderator.
Who's muted the moderator?
Bob.
Yeah, he said
Criminal.
that yesterday too. That
The criminal
he turned
did.
he turned you down and was not going to turn you up.
Bob,
Due to some
hold
sort
on.
of-
Yeah, hold on a second. Bob, do you have somebody muted?
Yeah, me.
Maybe he doesn't know you're a mod.
Or turned down?
Could be.
Who's the moderator that's muted?
Do you have somebody?
We're asking
Bob.
you. Do you
Bob,
have
do you have
anyone
any-
turned down?
Yes.
Who?
P. Mars for one.
Do you not want to turn him back up?
To
Let me
PMAR?
explain it to him. Let me explain it to him, Bob. You got to have everyone turned up so we can hear when people are talking, so we don't overtalk people.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
You might have Merle muted too, because you guys were just talking over each other just now. So maybe check him too.
Yeah, just as an announcement, that's no one can turn anybody down here for that reason. Just because you choose to. That happens everywhere else. But be aware when you come in here, sometimes your other server might have them turned down, so it applies here too. Just turn them back up when you come here. Turn them back down when you go somewhere else if you want.
Well, Dr. Bob does make
as
a
far
good
as
point.
the
because
atmosphere rotating with the Earth, that point, Bob, that you're asking for would be when the gravitational influence is lower than the velocity of the air. So,
Which is at what distance?
that would be, let's say the air is moving about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. Maybe you could say somewhere after the moon, because the moon moves at 2,000 miles an hour. But
How
there'd also
fast
be
is
a
it
place where
moving?
the moon influence would take over. So it's, there's all sorts of things. Depends on where the moon is.
How fast is it moving at the Kármán line? If it's moving 1,000 at ground level at the equator, how fast is the atmosphere moving at the Kármán line?
Marginally less.
And are you saying beyond the Kármán line,
How
it's
much
not
increase?
moving?
How much increase in radius is there at the Kármán line than at the ground level?
Don't ask this question, Moyak. Are you saying after
Well, that would be
the
a
Kármán line it
wait.
stops rotating? Be clear.
Wait. Hold on. What's the point of escape velocity?
To escape.
What do you mean?
What? Okay. What does escape velocity refer to? What does that mean?
That means you're going fast enough at the height that you're at, or that the gravitational
Why do you have
influence
to?
of the Earth can be
Okay. Great.
overtaken.
Okay, great. So
I think that we are allowed to finish.
You got
speaking,
you got to let
so,
him finish, man.
And I am finished now.
wow. Okay, so how fast is escape velocity?
What is it? 24,000 miles per hour, something like that.
Okay, so did you not just say that the Kármán line has a velocity less than the surface of the Earth?
Yes, it's not an escape velocity.
Okay, did you not say that the velocity of the Kármán line was less than the velocity at the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
So why would you have to go faster than a place that's going less than the surface of the Earth?
What does that mean? I'm totally befuddled.
Why do you have to go faster when you get to the Kármán line? If I always thought that.
Okay, I get it. I think I get it.
Okay, hold on. I wasn't finished. I always thought that escape velocity meant that you had to go faster than the Earth's rotation at that place because you had to get past it. But it seems to me that you're telling us that it decreases to less than the velocity of the atmosphere at the surface of the Earth. So in my mind, hold on. In my mind, then, why would I have to go 24 times faster?
Okay. Can I speak now? It is because you're not at orbital velocity and you're not at escape velocity when you're at the Kármán line.
That's a non-answer.
I could go up there at 1 mile per hour, and I could hover at the Kármán line if I had sufficient.
Why would you hover? Why would you hover? Why wouldn't you just keep moseying on past?
Well, I could if I had infinite fuel. I could just drive away from Earth, and eventually the influence of Earth's gravity would be negligible.
Yeah. Once again, in my opinion, that's still a non-answer. Why do I have to go 24,000 times or 24 times faster than the velocity of the surface of the Earth? That makes no sense whatsoever. Anybody else on my side that can tell me I'm wrong? Anybody else on my side who can say, no, Travis, you don't get it?
No, you're not wrong, but in their fantasy, the escape velocity is pertaining to gravity. That's how in their fantasy it works.
Yeah, but if it gets less, the higher you go up, I don't have to keep going faster.
I agree with you, bro. I'm with you on this.
That's
stupid.
That is absolutely true. But the problem is that we don't have a technology that allows us to go up at 1 mile per hour and keep on going. So what you have to do is you have to get up enough sufficient momentum to overcome Earth's gravity, and that happens at a velocity. Now, I'm also thinking that if you started your trip, let's say a million miles from Earth or 2 million miles from Earth, you could go substantially slower and reach escape velocity because there's much less gravity up there. But at the atmosphere, at ISS level, I believe it's 96% of Earth's gravity.
Okay, that's absolutely ridiculous because I can jump and defy Earth's gravity for a second, right? And a helicopter can hover, right? It doesn't take 24,000 miles an hour for a helicopter to hover. It's bullshit. Just listen to what you're saying. Listen to the bullshit.
An alfalfa sprout can defy Earth's gravity.
This is ridiculous.
Well, if you jump up, you would have to keep on applying force in order to remain.
Okay, that's why I switched to a helicopter.
Okay, helicopter, you still have to provide energy to the system
that's not,
in order to remain. As soon as you run out of gasoline, you fall back to Earth.
That's not the question. The question is not how much fuel I need. The question is how fast you are telling me I have to escape Earth's gravitation. But I don't have to get up to 24,000 miles an hour in a helicopter to defy it. I just have to have enough fuel.
Are you an idiot?
Yeah,
no, come on, stop it. A helicopter is an airplane.
No, I'm not talking to you, Paige.
A helicopter is an airplane.
It's the same concept, Paige.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
Hold on, let me just interject here for a second.
I'm not talking to you.
So,
of course not.
The thing with the helicopter example is the helicopter hasn't actually escaped. It's still under the influence of gravity. It's still close enough that it will get pulled down as soon as it stops rotating its blades, right? And that's the whole point, that you're trying to get to a position where without applying any extra force, you're no longer being pulled down. Well, you're not falling back down.
Okay, so you have the Earth and a central vector in the middle of the planet, the gravitational field holding the atmosphere down. Then you have the atmosphere above the Earth that is then met with a vacuum. And then you have the sun's gravitational field outside of that also pulling. And you guys want to make out that the atmosphere stays perfectly intact, rotates with the Earth with the Coriolis effect, while orbiting and rotating through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, not bad. Okay, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, pretty much sums it up.
Yes.
Well done.
Kind of close.
Coriolis.
Now, can somebody tell me? I mean, this raised a question in my mind. Why do they call, or what are the specifics of 24,000 miles an hour being the escape velocity? Because if I was, let's say, 1,000,000 miles from Earth, I could escape at much slower speeds, I would think. Couldn't I? So why is it defined as 24,000? Is that just where my kinetic energy is enough at the Kármán line
Hey, just
to
yeah,
achieve?
just real quick. That's what I just said. There's no reason to go farther out into space. I don't have to go 24,000 miles an hour from the surface of the Earth.
Well, you
in the
do,
sphere
but
ball
my
model,
question was,
I could answer your question. In
Go
your
ahead.
sphere ball model fantasy, gravity is strong as to not enable a craft to exit Earth if not traveling at 25,000 miles an hour. That is the explanation. Doesn't mean I believe it. I'm just telling you what.
Well, to explain it correctly, what it is an interplay between gravity and centrifugal force. When centrifugal force exceeds the force of gravity, you have escape velocity. And it does change with the radius from the center of the Earth, yes.
So why do they say it's 24,000 then? Is that just because if you take the measurement from orbit, like low Earth orbit, you have to exceed 24,000 miles an hour? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just position specific.
Oh, most definitely.
Or the globe Earth is just a meme and a cartoon.
It's not position specific. I repeat, in your fantasy ball model, in order to escape the Earth's atmo, you have to be traveling at that speed to beat gravity.
No, that's where I was saying
Yes.
if you had a theoretical ship that could go, if you had a theoretical ship that could go 2 miles an hour straight up with infinite fuel, eventually I would escape Earth's velocity, Earth's atmosphere.
Negative, not according to your fantasy. That is a
higher you
big
go,
no.
That is
the higher you
absolutely
go,
true.
the lower the escape velocity. You already have a bunch of velocity if you're in an orbit.
Check out your model and you'll see that what I said is absolutely correct. Doesn't
You're
mean
totally
I believe
incorrect.
it.
No, you're wrong. Again,
Where am I wrong, Pate?
escape velocity decreases with the altitude.
Do you have to be traveling at 25,000 miles an hour to escape the Earth? Yes or no in your fantasy model?
At a particular altitude, that's correct.
That is correct. So there you go. Where am I wrong?
At a particular altitude, comma, you are correct.
What are you talking about, dude? Travis, you're breaking up, bro.
You're a robot.
You just said it got less.
As you
I
go
only
higher,
said
that's
something
correct.
Real quick.
You're contradicting yourself.
Yeah, you guys. No. Yes, you did. Yes.
No.
What's the magical number? What's the
Once
magical
again, you're
altitude
misunderstanding
number?
things. That's
What's
not.
the magic?
No, we're not misunderstanding.
Yes, you are.
You just said your escape velocity decreases the farther away you get from Earth.
That's
all right.
correct.
What's the magical altitude number that you need to hit to where you can be going 1 mile an hour and then all of a sudden you need to go this crazy speed to escape Earth?
Well, first of all, you'd have to get that high, wouldn't you?
Okay, well, let's say we got that high. We're going 1 mile an hour, and now what? What's the height that we have to cross to go? Now all of a sudden we're this high, but then in the next foot or the next inch or the next mile, we need to go 24,000 miles an hour or whatever.
When you're in an orbit, when you're in an orbit, if you increase your speed, you go to a higher orbit. There's a point that you can break free from that, and that's what escape velocity is.
Prove it.
So you don't even know your own model. It's amazing.
No,
guys.
you don't know the model.
It's
That's not
amazing,
the-
man. It's
It
truly
is
amazing.
It is amazing.
Actually,
you don't
the
know the
answer's
model.
been really good. The answers put out by the panel have been really good. You just haven't listened to any of them, SE.
The problem is, again, they're language-based answers.
Oh, but you want
That's what
math?
everything
You can't.
is.
No, we don't talk. I don't talk math in this room.
Mathematics is a language too.
That's correct. Very good.
So
I've said that
where's
for a
the
long time.
practical? Where's the practicality?
Oh,
Do you have
God.
any? I mean,
Technically, I guess when we went to the moon, we did
bandying
escape
words
velocity.
around like orbit and terminal velocity and centrifugal force. There's three different terminologies. Can you back that with anything practical?
Yeah, put a satellite into orbit. There you go.
Yeah. You do realize that every airplane is a satellite exhibiting
Incorrect.
exhibiting orbital mechanics. Yes, it is.
No, it's
it
not.
exhibits orbital mechanics, but it's not a
Yes.
satellite.
Yes, it is. Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
an airplane.
the
In the,
atlas
vo-
effect.
in the
As
atmosphere.
long as you have enough fuel, that airplane will orbit your alleged planet.
Not
No,
by
it's going-
definition.
It's going much slower than
It's
an
not
orbital
orbit.
velocity.
Yeah. You're
No.
neglecting the effective lift of the wings.
No, you guys need to rethink what I'm saying to you right now.
No, you do,
Yeah,
sir.
I don't.
You don't know what you're talking about. Once again.
No, we
I
really
do.
don't, Nathan.
I do. Yes,
do
you
not.
guys listen. The mechanics. Yes,
you're
the
saying that-
mechanics. Listen.
You're saying that
listen,
airplanes orbit
listen.
the Earth. You're
Paige,
totally
stop talking.
incorrect.
Guys,
Stop talking.
relax, guys.
Okay, listen. Again, the basic mechanics of your orbital mechanics are gravity and centrifugal force.
And
The airplane. Okay, are we allowed to interrupt or not? I'm sorry. I'm going to try not to interrupt, but
I was
if
just
get
helping you. I was
Just
just helping.
chill a little bit, Trav. Like you got this.
Listen,
Just
I know.
Bring it
I
down a
get you.
bit.
I get you. I'm in a truck, so I think I just try to talk loud because I'm talking over the truck. Anyway, my point is the mechanics of orbit are the same. You've got gravity, and then you've got centrifugal force. You've got the resistance against gravity, which an airplane exerts. At 40,000 feet or whatever, an airplane is resisting gravity the same way a satellite is.
No.
No, it's
No.
not.
Magnitude.
You see those thing called wings, that are actually giving you a thing called lift
Yeah,
as you go forward?
yeah. Again,
Yes.
I know
Satellites don't have those.
I
Lift
know you have
velocity.
again, gentlemen, it's the principle of gravity and then the force to resist that other
No.
that
That's
other
not what an orbit is, sir. Sorry.
Okay, great. So you tell me real quick, just what are the basic mechanics of orbital mechanics? What are the what do you need?
You want me to teach you orbital mechanics?
If you don't want to answer, I'll let Howard answer.
You want me
I'd
to
be more
teach
than-
you orbital mechanics when you totally misunderstand
Howard,
the concept?
Howard.
It could be said simply as it's going so fast it doesn't fall down.
That's what an airplane does.
No.
An airplane is creating lift by the wings. to
An
oppose gravity.
airplane is going fast enough so it doesn't fall down, gentlemen.
Oh, fuck. So is a balloon.
I think the difference is, Travis, was it Travis? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that objects that are in orbit don't need wings or helicopter blades or anything like that to generate lift.
Parmesan.
That's the whole point.
Parmesan.
Yeah.
You need to provide practical demonstration of orbit.
I'm just
Go
answering
up and look at
somebody's
the
question.
ISS.
Can
No,
somebody
no, no, no,
define
no.
orbit so we can
Yes,
laugh
yes,
a bit?
We
What is
want a
orbit?
practical.
Mel,
I do,
when you want
anyway.
practical
I
stuff,
do.
we can talk
No,
about that
anyway.
separately. But right now, I was answering somebody's question.
Well, bad luck. Bring me something.
Can I
practical.
just define what orbit is and their fantasies?
Bring me,
so we
bring me
can-
something practical other than language.
But see, the thing is,
Hmm?
if we could show you an orbit in a laboratory, that would mean our physics is broken to what we know it is.
Can you
That's an
define orbit,
excuse.
please, Left Lane? Can you define it?
Orbit, going fast enough it don't fall down.
Isn't
A
it in your
curved path
fantasy
of a
model? Isn't it
celestial
constant falling? Isn't an orbit constant falling?
Yep. It's going so fast that it doesn't fall down.
So it's falling, but it's falling around, correct?
Yep, falling around in a circle.
That's
But
what
it
an
is
airplane is
falling.
doing.
Yep.
No,
Yes, it is.
no, an airplane.
Not
Don't
really.
those big long.
This airplane is
You mean those
not
big long
falling.
thin things that stick out the side of the airplane? What are they for?
I'm not talking to you.
I ask you a simple question. What are those
Yeah,
big
I'm
long
not
thin
talking.
things that
I
stick
have
out the
no-
side of the airplane?
I have no interest in talking to you.
Why
Penny.
don't you
Of course
just
not,
say what
because
it
I
is,
showed-
Peyton Shield? Why do you want to demean people? Of course he knows what wings are.
No, he doesn't. He appears not to.
Okay, well, move on. Why would you
move
ask
on.
one you
By
don't?
definition,
Why would you?
airplanes are
Hang
flying.
on,
Orbiting
hang on,
is different than
hang
flying.
on. I have a very important part for a very specific person. Paid NASA shield. Your antics will not be allowed here. You're asking who you deem a dumb person that don't know what wings are a question about airplanes. That's on you, brother.
No,
So
he
if you want to
doesn't.
go into how lift and drag and thrust works, I'm fine with that. But don't demean people. Thank you.
I didn't think he was demeaning him. I mean, he obviously ignored the question of what are wings. For
No, he said he didn't want to
specific
talk to him, so
purpose.
you're wrong, Lil. Wings provide lift. Everyone knows this. There's a thrust, which moves the airplane forward, which creates the air movement under the wing and over the top of the wing. Provides
Yeah,
lift.
from falling.
There's drag of the equipment. You cut me off. And then there's weight of the airplane that is a force down, so called. So I think people know this. So we
Yeah,
can
but
move on.
all that helps the
So
airplane
anyway,
not fall out of the sky.
getting back to practicality, how did the aeronautical engineers of the world test their wares if they can't do it on Earth?
Good point. Let me make a statement so we can stay relevant of what Travis was saying and what the ballers were saying.
I'd rather stay with my point.
Sure, but allow
If you
me to
don't
make
mind.
my point after.
Yeah,
Can you give me an
Mer-
example of what you mean? What kind of waves you're talking about?
I mean, I think that both points are correlative, Merle. So I think they both relate, to the same discussion. But
I'd just rather be selfish and stay with mine for a second.
yeah, that's fine. No, I mean, I've asked the same question. I've asked the exact same
Well,
question.
I wanted to stay with it.
Go ahead, Merle.
Anyone got anything?
What was your question, Merle?
So when the aeronautical department of the human species was testing orbit, how did they test it if they can't test it on Earth?
They did test on
did it
Earth in
practically?
1957. They put up Soyuz. There you go. Next.
Yeah, they tested it by putting objects there, and when they stayed, they knew they
Putting
had it right.
objects where?
In space.
In orbit.
Space, in orbit.
So that they just went from Earth to space and just started putting things in orbit without any testing.
Yeah, no, that was the test.
Yeah, they
What?
they calculated. They understand that we understand these things, and if these things we know are true, we should be able to throw a projectile up there and make it go this fast, and it should stay there. So they did that, and it worked.
You're gonna need half of that.
Did it work the first time, Howard?
Voila.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
You guys are grasping onto your religion so tightly, man. It's incredible.
No, these
Absolutely incredible.
It's not a religion. It's science, which is the opposite of religion. Once again, science is not a religion.
Yeah, we're asking you for science. We're asking you for the science on your orbital mechanics, and all you have is, well, they just got it up there.
Yeah, it worked.
Exactly.
After they did a couple decades of calculations and testing on rockets and stuff.
Oh, so,
Well, the way
so they
science
tested,
works,
so they tested with
Travis.
rockets.
Yeah.
Travis, the way science works is that you try and understand a process, and then you make a prediction on that process, and then you test the prediction.
We're
We
asking you for
understand.
the test.
We believe
We're
we
asking
understand.
you.
Don't talk over me, Travis.
The unfortunate thing for the civilians of the Earth is the only people who can get their hands on this are the ones who can afford it.
Well,
Yeah.
like for airplanes, they were
we
first
can't
tested by the Wright brothers.
listen. There's intelligent people on the Earth who have $1 in their bank account. Okay? There's stupid people who have billions of dollars in their bank account.
Which one's smart and which one's stupid, Merle? I think the one
And
with the
and what
billions
we're
of dollars is
saying
the
is
smart ones.
when you
They know
ask
how to use and save money.
when you ask a baller for something practical, you usually get an excuse first, and you get told we can't demonstrate that on Earth because of the gravitational field of the Earth. So that's a convenient get out of jail card.
Merle?
Shut up, Chris.
No, I'm correcting you on something. If someone has $1 billion in their bank account, they're not stupid.
Well, they could be.
In fact,
Some
they're
people
the
have more
opposite of
money
stupid.
than
They
sense.
know how to
Chris.
save money, which is smart, and use their money smartly. That's smart, not dumb.
So you're missing the point, Chris.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
I'm saying that there's people in this room right now that could bring the Earth to its knees.
Cool.
It's a nice assertion.
Okay,
The
Merle,
only
you got
thing-
out what
the
you wanted to
only
get out.
thing-
Now, can I say
the
what I wanted
only-
to say?
No. The
What do you
only
mean
thing
no? What do you
the
mean
only
no?
thing-
Hold
the only
on,
thing-
Merle.
I'm saying
Hold
no.
on. You've been yapping on for a
I'm
while.
saying no.
Now it's my turn, Merle.
No,
Be
it's
quiet,
not.
please.
No, it's not. I'm the
Yes, it
moderator.
is.
And
No.
you're just going to just relax for a second.
No, you relax. You relax.
No,
You've
you
been
relax.
blabbing on. I wanted to say something. You cut me
I've
off.
been
Now I'm going to say
blabbing
it.
on, have I?
Whether you like it or not, Merle, keep quiet. It's my turn to speak. Thank you. So, in order for us to stay relevant, I have to disagree with my side when I think they're wrong. Okay? Now, it's not a big issue, but I'd like to go back to it. Now, when Travis was saying a plane,
Ooh,
What
did
happened?
you mute him?
What happened? Merle.
I think Crazy
You didn't
Man-
mute him, did you, bro? Come on.
Oh, that is uncalled for, brother.
Yeah, he's
Merle
cruising.
kicked
What
him
he
from the server.
Wow. He kicked.
I think
This is
so,
what
because
happens
he's
when
not in any other room.
Well, that's day 2.
What the fuck?
Mod Wars, love it.
Merle, I need to
This
know
isn't mod
what
wars.
just
This
happened.
is more. This is bad modding.
did you?
Can't be how this is going to be.
Relax. We'll sort it out.
We can all go back to Brandon's.
Yeah, he didn't kick SE. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, he disconnected SE. He's been doing this to other people. So yeah, Merle, we'll talk later. But yeah, sorry, SE. Go ahead.
Thanks, Gio.
Thank
I
you.
want to make a statement. Hang on, let's see. Swift action will be taken here with mods and anyone else who wants to act inappropriately. You saw that happen right then. So let that be a warning to everybody. Gio is running a tight ship. This will be handled. So carry on. Great conversation, and thanks for coming.
That's what we want.
Appreciate the
Right on.
moderation so far.
Right on.
Thanks a lot. Can I continue, guys?
What happened? Oh, go
Nothing
go
happened.
ahead.
Go ahead, Essie.
Thanks. What I wanted to say is this is going to be a fair platform. Now, no matter if I hear somebody on my side say something that is not correct, I'm going to correct them, whether they like it or not, and I expect the same treatment from me.
Absolutely. No matter whose side you're on, we're keeping track of the nonsense.
It's been good.
Right.
I think everyone can see, Paid National Shield, me. There's some other aggressive people in here have really been on their best behavior. That's why the conversation has been so good. We can all do a little bit better on the clipping, including myself, including SC and other people. But you can see right now that this is a change. The conversation is good, so let's keep it going. Thanks for it.
So yeah, let me just jump in real quick, because if we start from the ground surface, right? Orbital mechanics begins with throwing a baseball or throwing a rock, because we've talked about
because the baseball's not in orbit.
Said, okay, stop.
Right,
Okay,
right.
stop.
You're roboting a little bit.
Interrupting me.
Yeah, you're
Baseball
roboting.
does not go in orbit when you throw it
Lel,
up.
Okay?
Lel, I just
Listen.
gave a speech on how everybody was doing
Lel.
good, and you interrupted the first chance
Because
you got,
he's
brother.
having a false analogy.
Because you
Baseballs
interrupted.
do not go in.
Lel, do you understand
No, because-
what's going on here, right?
Let him make the whole point.
Can you guys not hear me?
You were roboting, Travis. Listen, if somebody gets on it,
How about
we
now?
hear you. If somebody gets on and says unicorns does this and fairies do that, no matter how nonsense it sounds, just let them finish and then you can address it after. That's all. It'll.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So, Lael, let me clarify. I've had conversations with ballers that have said to me that if you can throw a baseball fast enough, it'll orbit the Earth. Okay? Not in space, over the ground. And isn't that the point of Galileo or Copernicus or whatever with the fucking cannonball? Right? You fire it fast enough, it'll exhibit orbital mechanics. It'll resist the physics of falling. Okay? So all you got to do is change the object. It doesn't matter what the object is. Call it a rocket, call it a paper airplane, call it a baseball, call it a helicopter, call it a satellite. As long as you give it enough velocity, right? Because that's what, okay, listen, this is what turned me on to this. You guys say that the physics of gravity keep an airplane circling the surface of the Earth, right? It doesn't go off into space. Why? Because gravity's constantly pulling it down. So the pilot never has to adjust for curvature, because gravity is always pulling the airplane toward its surface. Okay? That can happen. That can happen at 10 feet in the air. As long as you've got nothing obstructing it, something should be able to hover above, or not hover, but travel over the surface of the Earth if you give it enough velocity. It's not that hard, gentlemen. It doesn't matter if it's got wings or rotors or if it's a satellite. It's the same physical principle.
Okay, let me reply to Travis on this, because you're a little bit off here, Travis. Not in your way of thinking, but in their model. This is what I wanted to say before. The difference between an orbit and a plane flight is, in their fantasy now, right, is that the plane requires power to fly, but in their fantasy, once you reach this certain height, you're just falling. You don't need any power to move forward.
I get that, but listen, but listen real quick. That goes back to the conversations I've had, that if you can throw a baseball hard enough, it will orbit.
So here's the
their
thing.
model, yes.
Theoretically, that is possible. You throw fast enough forward, it will orbit. But in practice, that's not really possible for multiple of reasons. Well, the first reason would be air resistance. Okay, so it would you constantly have to keep speeding it up as the air slows the baseball down. But if that wasn't a factor, then it theoretically can work. Does that make sense?
That does make sense, but it kind of goes against you guys' argument when you throw out conservation of momentum. You know.
Why does it go against conservation of momentum?
It's not air that makes the rock fall, right? If
No, it slows it down.
Their model still says the rock will fall. So it's not the presence of air that's making it fall. There's a falling, and then the air is resistance to forward motion. So those are two separate.
So what I meant by that is that you need a certain speed, like he said, you need to be traveling forward at a certain speed to miss the Earth and keep falling and orbit it, basically, if you throw a baseball, which is correct, but you need to be at that speed all the time,
So
if you slow down, then you'll fall. You'll be falling at the same rate, but you're slowing down going forward, so you'll no longer miss the ground. You
So
see,
the
that's my
faster-
point. Yeah, go on, Jeremy.
So the faster you go, the slower it'll hit the ground, right? Because that's what's happening. The ISS is going super fast, but it is still slowly going to the ground. So is the claim now the faster you go, the slower you fall down?
No,
Huh?
Sorry, it's the speed and the gravity that
Hold
are
on,
playing
let him.
here.
Hold on, SE. Let him. The faster you go, the slower things fall, right?
No, things fall at the same rate.
Yeah, they fall
Unless
at the
you're
same
going
rate.
fast enough. Unless you're going fast enough, then they don't fall.
No,
they're
they fall
still
at the same
falling.
rate. They just
It's just
miss.
that the ground curves away as you've moved forward. Okay, so there's two components to your movement, right? There's a forward velocity and there's a downward velocity. The downward acceleration, actually, is constant. It's always roughly the same. And the forward velocity is what allows you to move so far that the Earth is curved so that you have a further way to go down to fall towards the ground. And if you're going forward fast enough, then the Earth has curved away from you, so you keep the same height essentially, because the Earth would have curved away so much.
Yeah. So the faster you go, the slower you're gonna fall.
Yeah, they remove down.
Lower you're going to fall. No, I wouldn't.
Well, it's
It
not
depends
going
what
down.
you mean.
Well, I can throw a baseball and it's gonna fall at 9.8 meters per, that formula. And if we do 14,000 miles an hour, or 20,000 miles an hour, or whatever, you're not gonna fall at all. So.
But you're still going. The downward component is still 9.8 meters per second squared.
But we're not getting any closer to the ground. When you orbit, you're not getting closer to the ground.
You're not getting closer to the ground. Yes.
That's what we're talking about. Falling, getting closer to the ground.
No, that's two different things. I think you don't have to when we're talking about accelerating towards the center or this 9.8 meters per second. It doesn't have to mean you're moving closer to the ground, especially in orbital mechanics, where you're not actually moving closer, but you are constantly accelerating towards the ground.
But that's not falling. Falling would be going to the ground. You're talking about only forward motion. There is no down component. There is no getting closer to the ground component to an orbit. It's always forward. It's only forward.
That's not correct, because if it was only forward, then you wouldn't have an orbit. You wouldn't be going in a circle. You'd be going just straight.
This is what we're saying. This is the point. What you're trying to say is physically.
What I'm saying, hold on, I need to correct you. You said there's no two components. There is two components. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's two components. You're saying there isn't.
Because the object is not getting closer to the ground. So if you drop an object, it goes to the ground, like you said, at 9.8 meters per second. But this thing in orbit is not going to the ground at 9.8 meters per second. It's going forward. It's staying the exact same distance away from the ground. So it's not falling at 9.8. So there is no down component.
So I have a question real quick. I have just a real quick question. So if there's no acceleration, is it going to fall?
No, if there's no acceleration. If there's no acceleration, then you'd be moving away from Earth.
Yeah, it would go straight off at a tangent into space.
The point is, your claim is when you go. The point is, their claim is when you go faster, you don't fall towards it. You keep as long as you go fast enough. The faster you go, the slower you drop, because the ISS is going super fast. It's just dropping super slow towards Earth. Well, meanwhile, we throw a baseball, it drops 9.8 meters per second squared.
If you imagine the straight line vector of your spacecraft or your satellite, the straight line vector, the path that you would be going if there was no force pulling on you, then you are moving downwards from that vector 9.8 meters per second.
No, bro, down.
Towards
If you move down towards the surface of Earth, or fall, or whatever you want to call it, You don't keep your same elevation above the ground.
Right. But that's why I
Right.
said that your vector, that, you know, basically, you know, when you let go of a spinning ball on a string, how it goes straight, that the line perpendicular to that direction is what you're measuring against. So if you
No,
look
we're
straight
talking
out
about
in the direction of that velocity, the direction that the velocity is trying to take you, you'll see that the next second there, you would be 9.8 meters closer or away from that line.
All right. So we can throw a baseball straight ahead. It falls at 9.8 meters per second. We get an ISS and it goes at whatever 17,000 miles an hour, and it falls at a couple inches a year, whatever they say it does. So your guys are telling us that the faster you move something, the slower it falls towards the ground. And now you're trying to say, no, that's not what we're saying. I don't know why.
Well, the ISS actually is slowing down. So, I mean, that's why
Okay,
it's
but
getting
listen,
closer to Earth.
you're contradicting what the guy. Hold on, you're contradicting what the guy that was just talking about before, because he said it's not falling, and now you're saying that it is falling.
I think it's just a
Falling
mix-up of terminology, because I think what Jeremy just said in terms of getting closer to the ground slower, or takes longer to get closer to the ground. Yes, but that's not what we mean when we say falling in terms of.
Of course you don't know. Now here's another term that gets redefined, gentlemen. Now what is falling?
It's not falling. It's staying the same height, which it's floating. Actually, that's what it is. Floating.
It's falling forward in their fantasy. Yeah, but it's still losing altitude.
No, I
they
want
have
to know.
boost it.
I want to know what falling is now. What is falling now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
The same thing. It doesn't change its distance from the ground when it flies around. Is it falling?
It's falling with style.
Yeah, the point is, you know, they're claiming with ISS and here on Earth that things get, when you start speeding them up, they fall slower. And Moyak just said it. The reason the ISS is falling is because it's slowing down. It's losing acceleration or whatever. And you know that's not the case, because these guys will in the next sentence claim that you can shoot a bullet and the bullet will drop at 9.8 meters per second. Doesn't
Actually,
change.
slightly less.
Oh, you guys weren't claiming that the other day. Okay.
The Atlas effect is real. I mean, it's.
Who said shooting
is
it
going
north,
to
south?
experience some of those effects of velocity.
Hold on. Who said anything about a direction we were? Hold on. Who said anything about a direction we were shooting a bullet in?
Oh, if you shoot it straight up.
We could shoot it north, south. The Yavos effect is.
Oh yeah, no.
west,
Atlas
east
effect
things.
happens in all directions.
No, it doesn't happen north, south.
No, it does. It
Not
does.
in your model.
It just
Not in your
doesn't.
model.
It doesn't have the. It doesn't exhibit the same effect. When you go east and west, you'll see a increase and decrease in weight. Going north and south, you will just see a decrease in weight.
Sorry, say that again.
East and west, you will see a increase or decrease in weight because your angular velocity is changing. Going north and south, you will only see a decrease in weight.
So if things weigh less, they don't fall at 9.8 meters per second?
That's very interesting and correct.
It's kind of proof of the globe Earth.
Right.
So if the weight of an object changes, it doesn't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Yeah, if you dropped it on that airplane, you probably would see a slight reduction. Probably
So
not terribly measurable.
I could have a 10-pound weight and a 1 pound weight, and they're going to fall at different rates. Now you're claiming
the speed at which objects drop has nothing to do with their weight.
That's explain that to Moyak, because he tried to just tell me that. Explain that to Moyak.
I'm trying.
Right.
It has to do with the external acceleration being the external force acting upon it. It doesn't have to do with the weight itself.
Does it have to do with the mass?
Okay, Moyak. No. Well, hold on, because Moyak was confused a minute ago. Are you all straightened out now, Moyak?
I don't think Bob is disagreeing with me at all.
You just told me that because of the Utmost effect, and the weight change, things are going to fall different at
No.
different rates.
No, I didn't say
Is
that.
what Moyak just, that is literally what you
No, I
just
didn't
said.
say
We're
that.
talking about
Yes,
things
you
falling.
did. Yes, you did.
Can I go back to like the point about what orbital mechanics and falling? Just to clarify, maybe this will help. I don't know if it will help, but just to clarify, when I say in terms of orbiting, when something is falling, I mean accelerating towards the center of the of whatever it's orbiting. In
Yeah,
this
that's
case,
called falling.
yeah, accelerating towards doesn't necessarily mean it's actually getting closer to it. It can be accelerating towards it, but still maintaining the same distance.
Okay, that
even
is
though
a
it's
ridiculous.
accelerating.
That's
that is an
impossible.
absolutely ridiculous statement. To
That's
think that you can have, think that you can have something.
Because,
hold on, guys. To think that you can have something accelerating towards another thing and not get closer to it. Can you show us that, or
yeah, you
in what
spin
world?
something on a string, a conker on a string, right? It's accelerating towards the center. That's why it's not flying off
No,
in
it's
any
not.
direction. It's
No, it's
constant.
not.
It is constantly. Don't interrupt. Why are you interrupting?
Let him
And you're
finish.
wrong.
Let him
It
finish.
is right. That's
can't
how
help
it.
himself.
That's how it works. It's accelerating towards the center. That's what keeps it in that orbit, in that circular motion. Any circular motion means you're accelerating towards the center
No.
of that circle. Yes.
The easiest way to check it is just take your iPhone and set it on the desk and measure the amount of
Absolutely
force
not.
acting
No.
on. Stop
No,
interrupting me.
You got that from Blue Marble. No.
Stop
Let him
interrupting
finish,
me.
Travis. Let him finish.
If you put your iPhone on your desk, you'll see that there's a downward acceleration. The reason it doesn't move is there's a normal force acting upward from the desk, keeping it in its same position. I don't get that from anyone. That's just the way it is.
Okay. Going back to the guy before, can you give us a physical demonstration or an example on the Earth of what you're talking about with acceleration toward the center?
We just did.
Yeah, if you.
Okay, Bob, I wasn't talking to you. I actually
Okay.
addressed the gentleman who was speaking before you.
Well,
Yeah, I apologize
Howard,
for my
I
outburst
was
before. Just
I wasn't talking to you, Howard, either.
Me? Here's the example.
Okay. All right, real quick. The acceleration is a change of velocity, and a velocity is the speed of something in a given direction, right? So if we're talking about the direction of the end of the string and whatever you're spinning, it's not accelerating towards that because it's not getting closer or farther away from it. It's staying the same equidistant.
But let me ask you this then, Jeremy. Following from your logic, take any point. You're spinning this conker on a string. At any point in this spin, what's the direction of its movement?
Outward.
Outward, exactly. And the next moment, next fraction of a second, has that direction changed?
It's not going in toward the center.
Wait, has that direction changed? That's why I'm asking.
Yes,
The
but
direction has changed, correct? Okay. So the next question is, that change in direction, what's the direction of the change? Not the direction of the movement now. What's the direction of the change, the direction of the acceleration?
The direction is controlled by the tether.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Yep.
So what's the direction? That's my question. What's the direction of the change in velocity? So it was at a tangent in one point, and then at the next point, next instant, it's moved, right? The direction has changed.
Okay,
and the whole point is that, yeah, sorry, go on.
The only reason the direction has changed is because the object is limited by the length of the tether. The tether is the cause for the change in direction, and because it is it's moving in a circular path, it's going to continue to have the same as long as you keep the momentum the same. You know what I mean? Like, so like if you had a 3-foot tether and you were swinging it around your head slowly, you would have a different radius and a different circumference. But if you swung it as fast as you can, it's going to reach a plane of rotation, and the only thing that's going to keep it from taking off in a straight tangential line is the tether.
Yes. Yeah, but what we're trying to determine right now is what's the direction of acceleration, direction of the change in the velocity.
It is
right?
not. It is not. It is not toward the center.
I believe it is. Well, I know it is towards the center.
Okay, great.
Because
Now,
if you take, let me explain that. So if you
Okay.
take any 2 points and you check what the velocity of your object is at point A, then you check the velocity of the object at point B, you'll see that the direction it's moving, the speed might be the same, but the direction will have changed, which means there is an acceleration. And then
Okay.
if you do a bit of math, do a bit of geometry to work out the direction at an infinitely small distance between the 2 points, so you narrow the distance between the 2 points, and at the limit, you'll see that the direction is directly towards the center.
I understand the words that came out of your mouth. The demonstration of this is another matter. Okay, so just real quick, if we were on let me just stick with a pendulum that you're swinging around your head, or a sling. If you want to, you've got a sling, and I'm able to rotate that sling around my head and get it to a constant velocity. It's going to be on the same plane, right? I can put it at any angle I want. I could put it vertically, like a lasso, right? Or I could put it over my head horizontally. As long as I keep that momentum, it's not going to fall toward the ground, okay? If I accelerate my spin, it's going to elevate. If I slow down my spin, it's going to fall. What it is never, ever going to do is go in toward the center of axis. Ever.
So it's not going to get closer,
actually-
which I agree with you. Yes, it doesn't get closer to the center, which is what orbits are. When we talk about satellites, they are not getting closer, and yet their change in velocity is always from one moment to the next is downwards. That's the change that happens in their direction of their velocity.
I disagree with that one statement, because if you take a centrifugal force like a ball on a string and you spin it over your head and you keep slowing it down slightly, just tiny bits, so it goes from a point of tension to when it's going over the top, actually the orbit will change of that pendulum because of the force on it. So
Yeah, I didn't say
there's a balanced equilibrium point.
I did not say the orbit wouldn't change, and in fact I said the same thing that you are saying. If you increase, you're simply slowing it down and changing the radius. The radius isn't going to change because you've got the same length of tether, but the point is not that the orbit is going to change, right? So the thing that falls apart with this discussion, I believe, is that I'm going to try to say this as best I can because it's a concept. The Earth in your world is a globe with the center of axis at the center of the globe. So you are simply extrapolating what you can do on the Earth with a sling. Okay, your hand is the axis of rotation. The axis of rotation on the globe is the center of the globe. There is no hand. There is no tether. So you're simply extrapolating what we can demonstrate on Earth with a sling and then saying equal sign Earth satellite.
So the reason I have to disagree with that is there is a tether, and it's gravity. That's what tethers, if you want to call it a tether, that's what keeps satellites orbiting and prevents them from flying off into space.
Yes. I understand that you can imagine that reality. However, I cannot create a sling on the Earth without a physical tether. You cannot, you would never know. You would never know on the Earth that you could ever get an object to orbit without a physical tether, ever. Because you know why? Because you can't demonstrate it on the Earth at all, ever.
Hey, Travis, remember,
Probably
if you
make a
speak
magnetic
slower, people will think you're smarter.
Well, so I agree with Travis here. So if this can't be demonstrated, how are we supposed to know that this is something that's possible? The only way we've ever seen an orbit possible is with a physical tether. Now, there's an entire group of people saying, no, it's possible without the physical tether, except we can't demonstrate that. But you have to believe it anyway.
What if I used a magnetic tether?
I'm fine with you saying that there's no gravity and it's magnetism, if that's the route you want to go.
No, I'm saying that a force, whatever force,
No.
whatever field that you want to talk about, can do it.
Magnetism is one thing, gravity is another. If you're going to say because magnetism can lift metal, therefore gravity can lift metal, even though I can't show you gravity lifting metal, but a force can lift metal, therefore gravity can, I'm going to say no. I don't accept that. I accept that what we call a magnet can influence metal to the point where it moves towards the magnet. You can't show that with gravity, so you can't just say, well, forces do it, therefore.
I can show that all materials attract each other.
Right. So imagine this, guys. Imagine we're back at the beginning of the space age, and all of us in this channel right now are at the round table. And we all have to agree on the science.
Okay.
The only way that anybody's going to win is if one group exclusively gets bought out, controlled, or killed. There's no way that any of us would ever allow you guys to try to put some manned spacecraft in orbit. No fucking way I'd do it. And if we all have to sign off on it, I'm telling you, there's no way the space age would have gotten off the ground.
Well, that's interesting because they didn't do that. What they did is they sent up a Sputnik, and they flew that around or orbited that around the Earth, and they said, "Hey, this works." Then they set up a dog, and the dog survived. Then they went on from there, and they put humans up.
Okay, yeah. You missed the point. Point was to get to the point of even putting Sputnik up. Yes, I realize that I said manned spacecraft, but I'm talking about even getting it to the blueprints. We're like, take it back to the very beginning before you even put Sputnik up. And hold on,
Copernicus, I get what you're saying, bro, but you got to think about this in a slightly different way, right? Like, so you're talking about ballistics, right? So ballistically, yeah, with the technologies that were, invented to get to the moon and shit, yeah, we could have ballistically sent a missile that contained, potentially a core that could create an enormous explosion. But if you think about logistically, what makes more sense and what the intelligent motherfuckers that are running these countries would have thought about is, if a country really wants to bomb another country, it's so much more efficient just to send that core to the other country non-ballistically. Essentially,
What are you talking about?
general fucking mail and shit, or potentially, over a ship or some shit like that, right? What? And then have a trigger button that lets you explode it, right? You got to understand something, bro. Like,
I don't even understand what you just said. Does anybody else?
No, I wonder what he was talking about.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is this, right? Basically, when you talk about ballistics, as far as nuclear
I get
loads,
it, right? Yeah, I get
nuclear
you
loads being sent by fucking missiles, right? That's one way of exploding a nuke, right?
Okay,
the other way of exploding a nuke is
he's not in the round table. He's not in the same round table as we were.
No, I'm just saying the other way of exploding a nuke, right, is that maybe you put in a briefcase, you make somebody travel to their country.
There's no reason to go this. Yeah, I get this. Listen, again, guys. There's no difference between my 5-year-old throwing a baseball, me throwing a baseball, and then going to the first ballistic created, right? It's all about the power behind the weight of the object and the arc of the trajectory. That's all this is.
Bro.
And the friction.
The reason I say this is simply this, yeah? Let's assume you're a country, right? And you have one or two choices. You can have these missiles that take, how long does it take to get a missile from America to, let's say, Russia? Right?
Branch?
You can have that as your fucking plan to nuke Russia. But there's some
Branch,
other
are you just
motherfucker that says,
showing?
you know
Are you
what?
just telling?
What? No,
Oh,
seriously, Mark. Let me finish, bro. Look, or you can just say, why don't I sneak in a fucking bomb into Russia and just let it chill somewhere in Moscow, like wherever. It could be a vending machine, something very non-fucking knowledgeable, right? And the moment I want to explode it, I just hit a button. If I was a country, I would rather use that method than ballistic missiles.
You're kind of limited in where you can send that missile with.
That made no argument. This we're talking about orbital.
I'm just saying, bro. Look,
that was a waste of time.
It's
right?
a lot faster. It's a lot
Branch
faster.
is big on waste of time.
All right, I'll shut up.
Yeah, I thought that was off on a.
No, I mean, I find it very odd that you guys don't get what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, rather than sending a missile,
Don't repeat it, please. Please.
I think I get what you're saying, Branch. I think you're saying it doesn't make sense to create missiles in the first place.
No, I mean, I think back in the days it used to make sense, but now
I'll
it makes
try.
more sense to
I
have
don't use
to have the bomb already in the country you want it to explode in, and then just hit a button. The moment you hit it, it explodes.
Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't have to do anything with orbits, though. I feel like.
I know. That's what I said.
Yeah, I had hoped that he was saying that that's the reason why we invested so heavily in doing this, even
That's
though
where
there
I
was
thought.
supposed to be money.
Yeah, that's where I
But
thought he was
of course,
going too.
that would have been logical.
Moyak. Logistically,
oh my god!
If anyone who doesn't think that's how shit's actually operating today is.
All right, I'm gonna go out for a while. This is my cue to just duck out while Branch is in his mode. Later.
I actually find it hilarious how people cannot think the way that people can't think big.
Okay, yeah, we heard you do this. Can we move on? Let's pick a different topic, or somebody else pick up a ball. But we don't.
May I have one comment about this orbiting thing? Because I've seen those videos where they are sending small satellites from ISS or SpaceX rockets or whatever, and they are like dumping them to the space. They are not anyway like controlled. They just dump like, let's say, 50 satellites from the tube into the vast space, and then people. I mean, if you look the real launch of the microsatellites from the ISS, it's just you cannot believe that. Okay, those will start at some point to rotate the Earth, because they are kind of falling down from there or flying just different direction and just randomly. It's ridiculous. So that's why I created the funny small short video about how I see them. I see them that they are just dumping trash out of some.
All right, man. A fake professor. Why would you say they're just going out willy-nilly randomly?
When you look at those real satellite launches, where the satellites are launched from the ISS or any other rockets or whatsoever, you cannot see that they will start to orbit. It's so ridiculous.
How do you think orbits work?
They have to be precisely.
They don't.
I mean, okay. The question is this, right? Let's assume I'm in orbit, and I have a spanner in my hand, and I let go of the spanner. Is the spanner still gonna orbit, even though I let go of it? Yes, it will, right?
Well, Travis, you were saying about something earlier. I was listening a little bit about how they're falling to Earth, right? Gravity, and why they're not pulling. I want to know what. I think it was you. If I'm mistaken, my bad. I want to know why Earth's magnetic field doesn't pull them down. See, because they showed demonstrations on the ISS with magnets and all this stuff, and there's still magnetism. Why are they not being pulled? obviously they have stuff on there that are electromagnetic in property.
I mean, that's a good question. I don't have an answer. It's not my field, but legitimate question.
Yeah, I want to know. Any Glober can explain that. How do they adjust for that? An electromagnetic field too can disrupt it as well, cause blurry, fuzzy, receiving and all that. It can just make things wonky.
I'm not sure I followed the question.
So, how do they adjust for Earth's magnetic field with satellites?
What adjustment are you talking about? Are you talking about their physical position? What?
Yeah, the physical position, the Earth trying to pull them or repel them or attract them.
Okay.
Also, like disturbing the, chips, CPUs, anything they have on the, the device.
I believe that the answer to that would be the one of scope. The magnetic field doesn't have enough directionality to direct the craft out of orbit, out of its position, or at least not significant enough.
Have you seen the ISS live, one of those feeds where they have magnets on there and it's adjusting to the Earth's magnetic field and it's wobbling all over the place?
Magnetic feed. No, I haven't seen that.
I'll post it. I think Don Pettit also did some static, so obviously there's electrostatics up there too. He took some styrofoam and rubbed it on his arm and stuff like that and did a bunch of stuff, and he had it to orbit something. Had it to do that such. So there is electromagnetism.
Yeah, I saw something about that. I thought that was kind of cool. They orbited something with an electrostatic field, but I think it was more than just like his arm. I thought that they actually set up like a chamber.
You can make something rotate and
high voltage supply.
Like you can have a magnet and you can make something rotate the other magnet because it's got a force inwards, and as long as you give it velocity in a different direction, it won't rotate. Oh my god, I sound like such a fucking glober when I said that.
There's the video if you want to check it out.
I just realized I'm not looking at the chat, so hang on.
Well, Mayak, here's the question though, right? As the biggest glober in this room,
so the thing is, like, right, okay, so if you got
Did he just like stop asking his question?
so the thing is, okay, so if you have an electromagnetic field, right, and you indice like two magnets, neodymium magnets, and you induce electromagnetic field, the air will be a resistance, correct? Air itself.
My bad. I'm sorry.
As you stated it, I don't think so.
But they're
or did somebody think I said that without wanting to not finish that statement?
Yeah, you were talking. You started. You said to Moyak as the biggest glober here in the room, and then nothing happened after that.
Right. I wouldn't even think about that.
I gotta mute the room so I can hear this guy.
Copernicus, I'm sorry, man. Look, you gotta understand Branch, bro. How the fuck have you not understood me yet?
Don't mistake my annoyance with not understanding.
Oof.
All right,
there?
Trust me, bro. Look, I is Branch, and I do say shit that's sometimes ununderstandable to people like you, right? It don't mean I'm not right. I'm always right. One thing you need to learn about Branch is I'm always fucking right.
Okay, I'll say it again. Don't mistake my being annoyed with you with my not understanding you.
All right. Well, next time you try to talk shit about me, bro.
Branch, calm down.
No.
Right, so
you like those
the
lips,
video,
don't you?
So I like the video. That's now that's a very minor force. I mean, we do know, like with a compass and stuff, that the needle moves towards north, and we could tell how much force that's actually moving with.
Sure, it's a very small magnet compared to a satellite.
So again, well, a satellite's not a magnet, so
you don't think they don't have magnetic properties?
Some. How much?
Some.
Can you scale
Well,
it?
that's what I would want to know.
Yeah, we want to know how you eliminated those
Primarily
magnetic
aluminum. The bulk of the ship, I think, is aluminum.
Is it
So what are the
magnetism stronger? Is it magnetism stronger up there? You got the magnetosphere. It's much stronger up there.
Doesn't look stronger from that magnet that he's using. I put a magnet on a string here, and it seems to have similar response. It's not like snapping like harder or anything like that. I would think it'd actually be less.
What
But I
does
don't know.
Wouldn't magnetism be able to travel much better in a vacuum versus air?
No, I don't think so. I mean, magnetism, as far as I'm concerned, is doesn't change unless it's like in a ferrofield or something. Basically, you'll pass through paper just as strong as it passes through air. It'll pass through a vacuum. I don't think you'll get an increase in strength of the magnet through air, through a vacuum. But that's mostly just applying little observations and kind of guesstimating.
I suppose like through thinner air. Well, depending on, because superconductors are the best diamagnetic materials, but they're cold, right? So something with cold, because I know heat, right? Too much heat can, reduce the Gausses on like a magnet, right? You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
And so being colder or higher they are, stronger than magnetism.
Well, I'm now out of my field, but I'm thinking when I look at the explanations for superconductor magnets, they actually don't. They're not. I'm not sure, but they don't seem to be diamagnetic. They seem to be exhibiting some weird property of interlocking with. They
it's
interlock
quantum
with-
locking. That's quantum
Yeah.
locking. Yeah, but they're really good. They're like, besides bismuth and cuprate sulfate and salt and stuff like that, they're one of the best diamagnetic materials. Superconductors, yeah.
Okay, I can't speak. I just know about the interlocking and the weird shit happens with the fields.
Quantum
going
lock. They
through
call
little-
it quantum.
Little tiny holes in your material and sort of lock it in place.
Right. Yeah, they call it quantum locking. It's great questions that would be nice to know, I think.
So I mean,
Go ahead, Travis.
I don't know that we've reached any more of a consensus than my original statement earlier that airplanes are orbital mechanic, vehicles because of the nature of resisting the downward trajectory. In order to do that, they've got to go fast enough. So it just makes sense to me to break down, I think, what is the absurdity of orbital mechanics with that, because again, all the ballers are like, no, you're crazy. Airplanes they're not. I'm like, okay, look, you don't get the simplicity of your model that this debunks.
I really have a hard time with your argument because we're talking about flight. Flight is where you are talking about all the things that we've been talking about. Now, involved in that is also a small fractional minuscule component that is the Etwas effect, which could be construed as being one of the main orbital components. So you got gravity and the Etwas effect, but it's such a minuscule, pissant little amount of force that it's not considered the overarching thing that's happening.
So again, look, everybody who's listening, right? We flat earthers used to be you guys, right? We learned this shit in school. So look, we used to not question it. We used to understand the model and just go from principle to principle to principle, or idea to idea. I get the utmost narrative. I get it. I understand exactly what you believe. You, on the other hand, cannot demonstrate cause. We're
not talking about cause with your argument here, are we?
Yeah. Okay. Well, so I'm just taking Atmos, right? What's the cause of Atmos? Right? Or I'm sorry. What is the what's the effect? What is it? Right? What is it? Why does it happen? How do you know it happens?
It's changes in weight according to the velocity that you're traveling.
Okay. So again, your principle depends on velocity and travel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Velocity of what?
An object with reference
Okay.
to
Okay,
standing still on the ground.
Okay, but what are we? We're talking about the velocity of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, ultimately, yeah.
Okay, so
actually, you in reference to that velocity.
Okay, so you're talking about my weight. You're talking
in this
about
case, yes.
Okay, so you're talking about
You
my
meaning
weight.
your test, your experiment, your observation.
Whatever. If you want to use a 5 gram, weight or a 15 kilogram weight, I don't care. I don't care what. But again, my question to you, Moyak, is: was the Atmos effect first measured, or was it conceptualized because of the model?
I don't know.
I think that's a very key question to ask. Because my position on this side of the fence now is all of the model's consequence are based on the model, not ever based on empirical data. You cannot prove cause in your globe model. You cannot prove cause. You can only model your claim.
I think that basically the what came first. I'm gonna guess that the scientists and physicists actually determined that Atmos effect would happen prior to us flying at a speed where it was a usable thing. So I would say that it was a prediction ahead of time based upon our knowledge of the shape of the Earth, and we said that if you move this fast, you will see this weight change.
Yeah, but again, who made that first prediction, right? If we're like sitting around, like, just imagine we were two geeks, right? We're two space geeks, and we've learned our science and stuff, but you and I are actually having a real life conversation, and I say to you, who first postulated this, bro?
I don't know. I don't know the history of the Atmos effect and whether it was done prior to us being able to do it. I'm guessing it was
because for me,
it seems to me that it's very old. But
okay,
I'm guessing
right.
prior to powered flight at 600 miles an hour.
Right. So let's let you have that perspective. For me, because we don't know, right? So I just threw that question out, and you just responded to me with that, and you said, I guess it could be this. So right now, we both don't know. So my answer would be, I would only be satisfied if someone discovered that their 5 kilogram bar of gold weighed different in another location. So they had 5 kilograms. Hold on. Okay, great. Right. So my point is this. If I were in South Africa and I had a 5 kilogram bar of gold and I traveled up to Spain, that 5 kilogram would have to change in its weight according to your model, according to whatever, right? So let's just say, for instance, okay, I got a 5 kilogram bar in South Africa. I travel up and I find out that it's less. I just lost money, bro. What? How come what happened to like 10 grams? I don't even know, right? I lost 10 grams. How would I know what the cause was?
Again, okay. Let's say that's the oldest observation.
Is he? I can't hear anything. Is he breaking up for everybody?
Yeah, I thought it was me at first, but yeah.
We can't hear you, Moyak.
Moyak.
Hello?
Say something, Moyak.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I can. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're back to just go back to answering my last question then, because I didn't hear anything after that.
Right, right. Let's say that at first we've determined that we saw gold changed by latitude. We could come up with a hypothesis based upon our theory that the Earth is a globe, and it seems in keeping with that. But then we could expand on that with new experiments based on that.
So wait. You're moving
that
too far
theory
ahead.
at the moment.
You're moving too far ahead, right? Okay. So again, I was in South Africa. Now I'm in Spain. Why
Yep.
are you bringing why are you bringing latitudes into it?
Because we observed that this is latitude dependent.
No, not you and me.
Yes.
No, you and I are both on that same ship, right? We're having this discussion. We don't need, we're having this discussion. When we
I
get,
see. Okay, purely
when
hypothetical. I was going back to history.
when we get to Spain, and I say, why did we lose 5 grams? What are you going to say?
I don't know.
Right? How would we find out?
Well, me personally, if I even came up with a guess, I'm going to say, well, I know that by the time that we were measuring gold like this, we probably knew the Earth was spinning. At least that was the common model. So I'm going to go and say, well, I know that centrifugal force does something. Let's see. And if it did, then if I was at given points on the Earth, I could predict how much the weight would change.
You're proving my point. Yeah, you're proving my point. All of your science is based on a model. It's not based on empirical. It's not based on empirical tests, and we didn't eliminate any possibilities.
Well,
you
your
just
answer
said,
isn't your answer then just to say, well, it's just a great mystery of the world. We can't ever know what happened.
I'm not going to say we can't ever know. I'm going to say if we don't know the cause, we cannot make a definitive claim.
We don't have to make a definitive claim. We have to make a claim that seems to meet the observations and then test it.
Again, we're back to the round table. If I were on the same scientific board as you and we had to have unanimous votes, you would not have my vote.
That's
not
bad,
my
because
science.
then that leaves us at we don't know.
That's right.
We can't progress.
That's right. And
so you are in favor of going for the non-progression method.
No, if you want to poison the well that way, if we're sitting around the board, you go, look at this gentleman, Travis Finley is against progression. And then they vote me off the table. That's how you're going to win your fucking model right there, is get rid of me. But that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say that we can't ever progress. I did not say that. And what makes you say that your science has to be able to answer every single question? Who said that? Who made that rule?
It doesn't. We have lots of things we say we don't know about. We endeavor to keep on figuring it out, though.
Yeah. I'm all for that, bro. I'm all for that.
And we don't know how magnets work. Just as bad as we don't know how gravity works.
Yeah. Anyway, my point again is just to say that a lot of the claims that I am now reevaluating, to me, are based on non-empirical guesses based on a model. So, for instance, in my research on mirages, the superior mirage is an inverted image above. Now, in all of the literature up to this point that I have read, all I get is the narrative, all I get is the rhetoric that there is a temperature inversion. No one has demonstrated how they knew this. No one has shown how they tested this. No one. I'll say it again. No one. So
wonderful. But dude,
hold on.
Hold on. If anybody else wants to listen to this, that's fine. I'm going to duck out because I don't want to hear your repeated story. Thanks. Have a good one.
Wow. Okay. Since it was a repeated story, I'm curious, do you even know what I was going to say if I've repeated this? Because I don't think I've said this very often.
He already left.
I'd like to hear.
I mean, okay, so in my reading, they say that a superior mirage is an inverted image. So there must be a temperature inversion. So they have two similar terms, inversion. One is visual and one is temperature. But in my evaluation, all they're doing is saying what they're seeing must be happening temperature-wise as well. But they have no proof for it. They're just seeing an inverted image. And so they say, well, there must be something going on with the temperature in a different direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I missed it.
Okay.
I wasn't here listening for a second.
Well, Rakia said that he was interested, so I was asking Rakia, did you hear what I said? Does that make sense?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I heard what you said. Yeah, I agree to certain. I mean, I think temperature does play a part, but I do not agree with what they're saying. It's only that, and it's inverted and all that. I think it has. I go with some type of mirroring. It's just so different every time I see it. I've never seen one where it's just an inverted image. I've always seen the mirroring effect, where the top of the boat of the building is mirrored to the bottom.
Right, that's an inferior mirage.
I've never actually captured a superior mirage where it's just inverted myself.
Well, I agree. It's temperature. 100% plays a factor in it. Location of the sun, depending on if it's high noon versus sunset, sunrise. An inferior mirage to me resembles looming, just a different effect.
Well, the problem with that is that looming doesn't allow for an inverted image. Looming does not have a mirror image.
Right, I understand that. The looming seems to occur when it's pretty foggy out. I mean, not saying foggy, but like where it's not really clear. You cannot see the best, right? But
yeah, I would.
But the reflection of the water, the sky reflecting on the water, will still be there, still be present.
I'd have to see. I would ask you to show me what you're talking about, because I've not seen. Like if I showed you a picture of what I would consider looming in a photograph that I've taken myself, and I would say, this is what I think looming is. There's no reflection. There's just objects with daylight around them, right? There's no reflection.
Well, it's where the sky appears to reflect off the water, and the apparent horizon appears closer, and the boat looks like it's floating, but it's not.
No, that's not looming.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up because Ruhif says the same he acts like he's the site. Let me pull it up.
That's
actually,
fine. Yeah.
No, yeah, we're gonna get it all figured out, right?
Because a lot of the pictures that Andrew Thomas Young puts up, I absolutely 100% disagree. I'll look at it and say that is not this event. He's wrong.
Well, check if you want to look at my screen real quick, Travis.
Oh, your screen. I was looking in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through a few of these. We can, because what you're on, I find it very interesting. What you do more of that observation stuff in this community than anybody else I know, as far as I'm well. But would you consider this looming?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so let me find another one. What about that?
Nope.
Well, so what would that be called?
That is nothing in the categories of mirage or looming, stooping, towering, or sinking. Okay. Now, the only one that I actually appreciated was Mick West. 2 or 3 months ago, there was another observation that hit the newspapers and the news channels in the UK. And it was it was that one right there over to your left is that red tanker with those vertical lines up and down.
Let me see right here.
No, you just switched it.
Uh-oh.
It was like it was a go back. Can you like do a back alt left?
Yeah, I did, and it didn't send me back.
Okay. Anyway, that one, I think that one.
Right.
So
right.
go to the white section on the left, and yeah, that one.
This one.
I think I saw you highlight it.
This one.
I don't see anything popping up.
Is it this one?
No, it's the one that's got the shadow in the foreground of like rocks. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't working out. No, it's over on the left. You have your screen is split in half for me, like a right side and a left side. I'm talking about I'm talking about the left side that I can see. Do you not have a right side and a left side, like two sets of? There you go.
I got it zoomed in.
Okay. Anyway, Mick West debunked the UK news people, even the meteorologists, because they were calling it a superior mirage, and he was showing evidence this is not a superior mirage at all. And what I've seen is that they just simply call it a false horizon.
Okay.
Because the ship, let's just go to the ship that you do have right there on the right, that cruise liner.
Yep.
Okay, so you've got space underneath it. Somehow that's just a discoloration of the air in that particular area, because you don't have a mirror image. It's not an inferior mirage and it's not a superior mirage, but it is creating a false horizon because below the ship is what appears to be sky.
Right.
Then,
right. I get your point where, fog and stuff like that, but I have found a looming like this in the dark, and the ship's light reflect inverted off the water.
I'd have to see the image again.
I gotta find it, man. I gotta find that thing.
Yeah.
Man. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is, if you have a mirage, there has to be a duplicate inverted image.
Mm-hmm. Okay, right. Well, that would be the sky reflecting off the water, inverted.
No, I hear what you're saying. So, but it's not going to be of the ship. So if you have like that ship right there, the Mystical or whatever, right? I don't know that I would call that. Yeah, it's just crazy, because that ship doesn't have an image beneath it of the ship.
Yeah, I think it's the location of the sun, right? That's why I asked you a long time ago. The location of the sun has to be important when it comes to this stuff.
Well, I do think that it does produce an effect. I have not been in a place where I've caught something like the Mystical. I've never seen that in my photographs. I've always had duplicate images of the ships or none at all. So, but anyway, those are not looming. So looming, if you go to the Black Swan, looming produces distance that you normally don't see. And the air is very active, very dynamic, if you want to call it wavy or distorted. But it looks like what you would consider, blur. But the other thing that is characteristic of looming, in my experience, is that objects in the distance are compressed, absolutely just almost smashed to nothing. So the thing about the platform in the Black Swan is it is close enough to the observer not to be compressed. But when you have the horizon beyond the platform in the Black Swan, if there were a boat out that far, that boat would be so compressed you wouldn't know what it was unless you saw it moving across your screen, and you're like, the only thing that can be is a boat. It doesn't even look like a boat. It looks like a toothpick or whatever. But in my experience, that is what the phenomenon of looming is, because looming requires that you see farther into the distance than you normally could.
If I can jump in.
Go ahead, Rocky.
I just want to make one statement. I've photographed long distance over water a lot, and sometimes the sky appears to make I just want to call it a shield, right? You can't see past that. Although you know there's an oil rig there or whatever, it looks just like a horizon would, just like the sky does on a normal day. Yet there's an object right there that on some days you can clearly see. Boats, you might zoom out and not see anything, and there's actually boats there that are just being obstructed. That happens all the time, man, and it freaks me. When I first started doing this, I was freaked out. I mean, it didn't make any sense. Now I know it's just I call it an optical illusion because it's fooling you, right? Mirage is what he said it is in refraction, but a mirage can also be defined as an optical illusion caused by the atmospheric conditions. That's in in the definition of a mirage. But when you put it into what is it in refraction, it has these certain qualities. There are all types of optical illusions happening over distance, especially over water.
I have noticed though. I've noticed that mirages in itself, the inferior mirage, blocks things. Not physical Earth curvature, but an optical illusion. I'm trying to figure out how it's doing that. It's not physical. I've noticed it with Skyfreeze videos. They do amazing stuff.
Yeah.
I have noticed that that's what's blocking it. It's like a mirroring.
It's just the light can't get back to the viewer.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to put in, look in the chat, the live stream chat right there. I just put in a shot of the Concord Point Lighthouse. It's uploading right now. So.
All right, cool.
30. But yeah, I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, that's just the mainstream, idea of looming that they say, boats lifting up. Oh, look, they call it like the ghost ships or something like that, right?
Well, see, but the thing about that is that looming in and of itself is this. Objects that are normally behind the curve, so you wouldn't see them, are lifted up. So it's a hologram. That is not the physical ship, because the physical ship is behind the curve. But the only reason why they say that is because there is a limit to the physical water, and the ship is not on that physical water. So again, these guys are simply looking at something and then trying to make it work in the model. They're not getting out there and testing it. No one's getting out there and because my debunk would be, if we had a couple of boats with us and we were out for 6 months doing this research, and we came to a place where we had a ship out in the distance, elevated optically above the horizon, I would say get your asses out there as fast as you can. Because what we would see is, as soon as you got to the horizon, you would continue to travel up toward the ship. And then you would be floating in the air. Right? But what they would have to say, but what they would have to say then is, what actually happened is you disappeared behind the curve and were refracted up so we could keep watching you go.
Yeah, it's funny stuff there, man. I tell you what. That's why when you said temperature earlier, that because heat waves is an index of refraction. I'm sure you know that. Yeah. That does the same type of thing across, like, soil or tar, concrete, things like that.
Okay, so
and it's temperature, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah,
pressure.
I mean, all of it. But I've not been able to go out on a sabbatical away from a full-time job and research this stuff. So I'm not going to make any definitive claims. But yes, all of those things that you're listing right now are those elements and those variables that I don't think has ever been scientifically tested. Do you see the image that's in the chat now?
Yeah, I've been looking at it, man. It's interesting. I think I have a couple videos that I pulled up with heat waves and with boats, I'm gonna have to try to find those.
But look at the. I want to try to walk you through just real quick because you were talking
Yeah.
about an inferior mirage. Okay, so
Right. Yeah.
so you see the lighthouse.
Do I see what? Come again?
Are you looking in the live stream?
Yes, I'm looking right at it.
Okay, so you see my picture of the lighthouse?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you see that vertical white line to the left of the lighthouse?
Yes.
What would you guess that is?
A boat, maybe a part of a boat.
Okay, great. So let's just say it is.
All right.
What do you think the baller would say is the answer for why you can't see the hull? Where's the boat?
Behind Earth curve.
Okay. All right, great. Now, I can show you other images where I can prove that it's a boat because I've got it on video and it's moving across the screen. So you can see the mast. So basically you're saying, oh, that vertical line kind of looks like a sailboat mast. Okay, fine, great. Now, let me, before I tell you what it is, what that would require, Dawn, is if this is a sailboat mast, then that vertical line is 100% physical all the way down from top to bottom until you can't see the line anymore because it's behind water, so to speak, right? That would have to be a physical, 100% physical image that you're looking at right now. Okay? Now,
right.
That is a flagpole.
I was gonna go with a poll. I was gonna go with it, but I thought it was a trick question. I'm gonna be.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay, but that flagpole is in an inferior mirage.
Yes, I can see that. I know right where the actual horizon is. See the one that's the foreground. That's just closer. It's the White House, the house itself, all that in the foreground. Ah, man, I don't know if you can see my. Hang on, I'll point right to it. Let me do it.
I don't know. Are you sharing your screen?
I am now.
Oh, okay, I see.
I'm gonna point right to where the actual horizon is. Right here. All the way across.
Yes.
See this? Right
Yes.
there. That's where it's at.
Yes. Okay, now go to the middle of the lighthouse.
Yep.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay, now go to the left. Right there. Do you know what's right there that you can't see?
Mm-mm.
A 4-foot historic cannon.
See, I'm telling you, look, Travis, I'm telling you, these mirages, inferior mirages, and this temperature, pressure, light, the way it hits, is blocking it, not physical Earth curvature.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm telling you, what you call it, the ether band. I mean, I find that interesting, but this is what's blocking it, not curve.
Yeah, 100%. Now I can also now this is a screenshot from a video taken early in the morning, like say 8 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours later, that cannon was visible and you could see people walking in. Yep.
I bet it was. I have noticed Skyfree just released a video to
I've seen them both. Yep.
Yeah, kind of same thing. Yeah, it's demonstrating how sunset to noon and then sunrise and stuff. Yeah,
but that's the problem. That's the problem with the ballers when they see. Let's say, for instance, that was a the mast of a ship.
Yeah.
The problem is that they think it's 100% physical all the way down. But if it's if it's in an inferior mirage, then the physical part of that mast stops and the mirage starts. And as soon as the mirage starts, you can't see the boat.
Right.
You can see the mast.
Yeah.
But you can't see the boat.
Yeah, it's there, man. It's so simple.
I think so.
I don't know why. I think they get it too, maybe. I just think they don't want to. Maybe their bias could be really extremely strong,
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta think about it. Being a glober sounds fun. You know, you got all this ideas of everything you can explore with that. You know, but I don't know, man. I don't know what's keeping them. There's so many people doing observations, right? Just like this, and you're doing them, and so many tests. I would say.
Hey, listen, do you know the channel Heath Carmody?
I'm no.
Okay, I'm gonna put the link in. He just put another video out today. He's up in Canada, and he gets some fantastically, oh man, amazing stuff. So he put out a really great one today.
I bet because Canada's a little bit cooler too.
Oh man,
you know, that might be different. Another variable. Yeah. Awesome stuff, man, right there, Travis. Awesome stuff.
All right, so this is Heath Carmody. Putting. This server, this channel's got so many crazy categories.
It really does. It's gonna take some getting used to, right?
All right, so live stream. There we go. All right, so here's fantastic stuff.
All right, cool. I'm gonna open that up and save it. Yep. Appreciate that.
Yep.
In Canada too. Yeah. Well, Travis, I wanted to ask you a question. You do a lot of observations. I don't know if you ever done it with the sun. One thing I have noticed with a few of time lapses of the sun, right? I've noticed that the sun appears to get smaller more in the southern portion of the earth. So people have time lapses. The light will go with it smaller and smaller.
Right.
Versus the north.
Right.
Have you noticed that too? Or
I understand. I've never looked at the videos to find out what geographical location they're in, but it's clear to me that the climate is, I would say, much drier. When you have the sun that goes away with angular size and it looks like it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller, I think there's less moisture in the air in that area.
I can add to this. I fly east and west, in my brother's plane a lot. We go to our condo in Florida, and it's basically an east trip there and a west trip back from where we live. And often we leave in the afternoon on Sunday afternoon, and we'll be flying straight into the sunset. And at altitude, that sun goes to a dot in the distance. So it definitely has something to do with the atmosphere down lower, the layers that you're looking through and all that, because
right.
I haven't taken angular size measurements or blah, blah, blah. I'm just talking about what it appears to the eyesight to do. And when you're at ground level, the sun stays pretty big. When you're at altitude, it goes into a dot. A lot of the times, more often than not. Same thing with the sunrise. When we're flying east early in the morning, you can barely see the light coming up in a certain spot. And then all of a sudden you see this dot of, light, that's the sun. And then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It's, definitely different at altitude for whatever reason.
Probably less pressure, maybe. Not as much. It's thinner air.
I just think once you see the sun at altitude, you're looking through less, layers of atmosphere.
Yeah. It's less. Yeah. All right. Huh. Interesting stuff. Hey, Rakia.
Yo.
Have you ever used a theodolite or an auto level? Or you're roughly
Yeah.
well versed with it, right?
I use lasers and auto levels daily. I don't use my
Awesome.
theodolite that much because it's so expensive, and I don't need it.
One thing I've noticed, we got a guy here called Armor. He used a little program called Blender. One thing I noticed about auto levels and theodolites is they're on a tripod, so they're on top of the device. They're not like lower. So, like, here's an example. If you say you're in a hallway and you got 20 light fixtures on the wall. You go to the very top of that light fixture that's closer to you, and you go to the top of it. The 20th one down the way would appear to drop due to angular size change. There's no doubt in my mind that theodolites and auto levels can do this as well, and they can mistake it as Earth curvature. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, in my mind, they're refraction. However you want to, say it, is their Earth curve.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They that's just what I think they're doing. However, the light is being affected over distance. It's a phenomena that's hard to understand, and it changes all the time.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's assuming that the globe, and then
You're chopping up, Travis.
okay.
Well, he's basically saying they're assuming it's a globe and then calculating refraction to match what they're observing.
Right. I understand that. Yeah, I understand. I'm talking about, like, say if you had a plane, a little area section of the Earth, and it was pretty smooth, pretty flat. Since the theodolite or the auto level is on a tripod, it's on the top of the device, and you're looking at another theodolite or from a distance. Due to angular size change, it would appear to drop below your crosshairs slightly. It's about a mile. Like if you went in a hallway and you looked at those light fixtures, and Arma did a represent on Blender. It was pretty cool, and he got it. Arma, you there?
Yeah, I'm technically here. Yeah.
Do you remember what we did with Blender?
Yeah.
You remember how those light fixtures appear to drop?
Uh-huh.
Just like how like a theodolite, if you're looking at it, like how you would look at you know what a theodolite is, right? Or auto level. You know how if you look at it, and if you say that last light was another theodolite, would that theodolite appear to drop compared to the Blender, what you did in Blender?
Well, there was a few scenarios where it did, yeah, but there was also scenarios where it didn't, though, where it would.
Yeah, it's your angle, your position. If you're higher up, above it a little bit more, or way too low. But if you're right in the center of that theodolite, right, you're because that scope is right in the middle of the theodolite, right, the device on top of a tripod. So if you're looking right in the middle slightly, it's going to appear to drop due to angular size change.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. And that could be mistaken as Earth curvature.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of just muted right now, so. But,
All right. I have to drag you into it.
they try to claim that things will never drop below the level of your eye. And I don't know how they think that they can make that claim when you're talking about 20, 30, 50, 90 miles. That's insane.
Yeah, angular size change definitely does occur with perspective as part of it. And I have done observations that I have paid attention to stuff like that with things that are level to each other. And it's your position and your field of view that you create. So the auto level or theodolite is creating its own field of view. So of course it's on a tripod for one. Of course it's gonna be, if they're using that to, go out to water, big bodies of water and try to measure curvature, and the crosshairs are slightly above the apparent horizon. Of course it is going to be, you're above sea level. You're creating its own field of view. The ground, now take that theodolite, take it off the tripod, then do it and watch the crosshairs be about at the horizon. You get what I'm saying, Bendy?
Oh, so you're saying go from like the 5 foot whatever and take the auto level right down to the ground, right down to 1 foot?
Right down straight to the ground.
Yeah, I can comment on that. I've done it. If you do that, some days it will actually, the crosshairs will hit the water.
Yep. See, there you go.
Some days the water will be below, and then some days it'll be even. As you gain altitude with your theodolite or whatever, that effect still happens to a certain point. What that point is, I don't know. I've seen it at 12 feet, blah blah blah, where the apparent horizon or the water is above the crosshairs. I can show you a picture of it.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
I would.
Other days it's below. But once you gain altitude, you get that dip or drop or whatever they're calling it. But that's just where you can't see the true horizon anymore. You're just seeing that mirrored sky or whatever. I call it the wall, right? You just hit that wall at that certain point. It looks like
Right.
sky. And that's at it's just an optical illusion. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I can show you optical illusions at 2 miles. So think about what could happen over 50 miles or 20 or 100. I mean, it's just, you definitely can't measure to it. And I don't think you can predict, anything.
Right.
Like
Yeah, they want Ruhif or Ranch. They want to go out there and do that.
Yeah,
90 miles, man. What?
That mountain is so distorted, shrunk, compressed, magnified. It's lower in some days, higher than in others. I mean, it's that makes no sense. What they're doing is just I don't want to call it a gag because they really think they're doing something, but it's not what anybody with an auto level.
I have never used one, never looked through one, and I have studied them though. They're very interesting, but I would not take the auto level and go out there and use 90 miles. No, not at all. I would find something else.
Sorry, when I get a phone call, it kicks me off of here. But anyway, it's amazing to get out there and do it yourself is the best way. I've seen physical bridges bend and warp and curve and do all types of things, and it depends on your angle, the sun's angle, your altitude, the conditions of the day. Some places change more rapidly than others. Some are more constant over time, so you get the same effect every day. When I first started into this research, as a glober, I went out to Lake Pontchartrain and tried to look down the power lines like Soundly did and do a shore to shore. And there was a huge, what I would call a bulge of water, in my way, right? I couldn't see the shoreline. All I could see was water in front of me that looked like it was curving, right? And then I go back another time and I can clearly see the shoreline. You know, it's just, it changes. You know, there's so many different variables. I don't think any human can come up with, you know, a table or a chart that could tell you, you know, the sun is this bright and the clouds are here and the temperature was this and your viewer height was this at this angle. There's no chart that can tell you that.
Rakia, do you think sound can block things, distort?
That's an interesting question because it definitely creates a wave. And if the frequency is high enough, I would say it distorts the air. So yeah, I would say it could distort it, you know, it changes the air, right? I mean, you know, like a big speaker and it's pushing those sound waves. And interesting enough, that's what they're calling the gravity wave at LIGO. They're detecting a pressure difference from billions of miles away from what they say are large objects colliding and exploding. They're detecting that pressure difference and they're calling it gravity waves. It's a bunch of baloney.
It's more like, see, remember I told you the last time about, you know, the tides creating electromagnetic fields or moving it along and stuff like that. I see electromagnetism being a form of sound. I think that electromagnetism could block things or sound. It's a really, because you got radar, which is electromagnetic waves. It's light. I think Ruhev said something about light being electromagnet or electrostatic, something like that.
I can also tell you the radar, when they say that radar is not affected by clouds and weather, that's not true at all.
Right.
Now, certain radars might not be, but the one I have, depending on the setting that it's on, I mean, you can you know, adjust it and blah, blah, blah. But when it's on normal, you know, you're detecting an oil rig, you know, 20 miles away, let's say, and then a thunder shower puts rain in between you and that oil rig, or some low line and fog gets in your way. It cuts through the fog at 20 miles, but that image becomes distorted more. You don't get as clear of a signal. So you can imagine as you go out to 40 miles or 60 miles, which is basically the capability of my radar, you know, you're going to get more and more distortion. So I don't know why they say that, or you know, I know it cuts through more atmosphere than other types, but radar is definitely affected by the conditions.
That's interesting that you said that about the clouds, because that's where lightning is produced. Static. There's a lot of static discharge and recharge. That's interesting that you said that.
We have days where our radar is definitely defining things more clearly and at a longer distance for whatever on the same setting. So I don't know what else is changing, right? The amount of electricity in the air, static or otherwise, or the amount of low lying clouds or moisture or whatever it may be. Something's affecting it, right? And then there's other boats that have more powerful radar. Of course, at the same distance, let's say 20 miles, they're going to pick up a more clear image, a more detailed, you know, image than I will, because mine's less powerful. So,
yeah, the best test for that would be to introduce a magnetic field. Take two neodymium magnets, have them say about 2 feet apart from each other, rested like with wood or something, and then shoot that sucker right through it, and then shoot it next for on the opposite, do 180 and see, or whatever, and see if you have any difference.
Keep those neodymium magnets away from all my electronics. That's some powerful shit, man. Those things are amazing. I have I used to own a pipe fab company, and we had someone that we had uses for them, right? And they would do all kind of things. And then my uncle was like I call it tinkering. You know, he liked to tinker around, and he used them for things. They're crazy, man. How powerful those things are. Nuts.
Yeah, dangerous. They can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
I want to see if that actually has been done. I'm gonna look that up, actually.
I'm not sure why we use them. I wasn't too much into the shop fab part. I was like into the accounting. I was controller, but I paid for them, so I know we had them, and they had something to do with our plasma cutter. So I'm not sure what it was for, but they might have just been getting, you know, the extra shavings out, or you know, when you make cuts or grinding. I'm not quite sure what I just knew we had them, but we used all types of chemicals, and we were into refractory work and stuff. You would mix two chemicals together, and it would produce so much heat. It was crazy how much heat it would produce. But we can make molds of any shape, like pipe shape, you know, cylinder shape, whatever, and it would just flow through there like instantly, like pluck it through there like a vacuum. But it generated so much heat, it was incredible.
Man, I bet you guys were sweating.
Well, again, I just saw it. You know, we'd order it and it'd come in, we'd play with it. So I wasn't the one actually doing it.
Oh, whoever was doing it was sweating. They were.
Yeah.
It's a hot workplace right there. Yeah.
The hottest job I ever had was refractory work up on a big in a paper mill. We were about 200 foot off the ground, and we were putting insulation on this piece of equipment, and it was in Savannah, Georgia. It was so hot, but it made me stay in school and not want to do that work anymore. I keep asking every time I talk to people that, you know, give me the method, right? Just tell me what I can go out and do to measure curved water using the tools that create a horizontal. And no one's told me yet. When I told them what method I use, you know, there's several different ones you can use to create a horizontal. Doesn't care what's under you, which means if the water is curving under you, that horizontal line would be horizontal above it. And when you measure down to the water, you would get different measurements. And I've been unable to do that. So not sure, you know, I'm still looking for that method to measure curved water.
What do you think about George's observations?
George is measuring using tools over long distance over a highly refractive area. Don't let anyone tell you that ice isn't refractive, because I can show you videos of people talking about that ice layers are more refractive, right? Think about it. You're getting that reflected light off the ice more than you would off, you know, grass or whatever. You don't believe me? Go lay out in the snow and, you know, underneath an umbrella, and that sun will reflect off that light and burn you. You know, you'll get a sunburn, you know, from the snow reflection. He's just studying refraction. That's all he's doing.
Well, I see it just even as simple as like his 6 mile observation, right? He's got the target is 35 feet off the ground up in that tree. And yet in a lot of those photographs, it appears to me that you can see the shoreline, you know, right below the tree. And so if it's really curvature, you know, why would you be able to see the shoreline?
He's also got 60-foot differences at different times of the same day over 6 miles. What does that tell you?
Right.
That was by his own admission too. Now I just posted 2.7 mile observation done by George, which will show you how, for one, it shows you the water above the crosshairs, which is just an optical effect. And then it shows you at a different time or a different day where the crosshairs hit his post, you know, his target area. I mean, it's forever changing. You know, is the top one magnified and the bottom one is reality? Or is it somewhere in between, or is it the opposite? You know, you can't tell. That's the whole point. It's always refracted. 2.7 miles is a long way. If you don't believe me, walk 2.7 miles while someone's punching you in the face, and you will realize how far it is. To look through an optic like that and try and measure something over 2.7 miles when basically at 300 feet, it's hard sometimes. It's craziness, man. I mean, it's a YouTube fantasy.
So those two pictures are the exact same distance and magnification?
That's what he says. They're 2.7 miles at the same viewer height. He had a post embedded in bedrock that he could just set his auto level on.
Right.
You know, that he took these pictures at different days or different times at the same day. You know, 3 years ago, I think 2 or 3 years ago, I came up with the claim, because I did it over Lake Pontchartrain, that the water, the visible horizon of water, could appear higher than your horizontal. And Jose and everybody else called me a liar and said I doctored the picture and blah 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 blah.
Breaking up.
And then like George, 6 or 8 months later, a chair listening to just prove my claim, right? Was I breaking up?
In the middle, you got clear at the end there. Yeah, so
Yeah.
they were claiming you doctored the photos or whatever, but then George
Right.
confirmed
George
what you were
said the
saying.
same thing later on, and I took a snapshot, and then of course they turned it around. Oh, we've always known you could do this, blah blah blah. You know, it's just the way that they. It's just the way they operate, right?
It's funny because when I kind of first joined Discord and sort of joining in with these debates, that was right around the time when, you know, Ranty came out with the Blackpool Tower photo. And, you know, they were really making a big deal about that, about how conclusive proof that was. And to me, it seemed really silly because it's immediately obvious you can't put a ruler scale on a picture that's, you know, representing something that's three-dimensional and try to make judgments about what's going on because, you know, because of perspective, things that are in the distance are going to appear smaller. That's like immediately obvious. And I remember for about the first month I was hanging around, they were pulling out that Blackpool Tower photo and, making the argument that that was the flat Earth killer. And now I haven't seen anybody even mention it for months.
Where'd everyone go?
Just waiting for you, Jeremy.
unless somebody went out and bought subs or whatever, views, whatever likes. Yeah, you can put shit on it. Mechanical Turk. There's a whole bunch of little websites like that where you can pay people 2 pennies to go watch a video, like it, subscribe, and comment or something for like pennies. My bad, Craig. I kept interrupting you. You have an easily interruptible voice or something. Sorry.
No, it's good. But you kind of like are pretty much saying what I'm thinking anyway. So it's like instead of me saying it, you're saying it.
Yeah, I'll do the talking for both of us.
Yeah, for real. And if we part ways, I'll be like, dude, okay, that's one step too far. Like,
The Bremen drop tower.
Yeah,
Is it called the Bremen?
There's been others too. The point is, it's been shown that some elements fall at different rates. There's not a set rate. The only reason we use the 9.8 meters squared is because it was just agreed upon as like an average, essentially. So people think everything always falls at the same rate, but it does not.
Is that
It's been shown.
Was this test done in a vacuum though? Because that's that's what
in a vacuum in a drop tower, of course.
I've seen the one. I've seen the one that he's talking about. They put a whole bunch of different elements, lined them up, and yeah, they didn't. They didn't.
What
drop
is
it
the
the same rate.
What is the variance? What is the difference from one to the other?
Substantial enough to see in a matter of a second or a few seconds. I mean, yeah, it's there's a noticeable.
Well, I would like to see the numbers.
So what we're trying to say is, of course, if you would agree with what we're saying, that there's this big giant cover up of proof that the world isn't what they say. Of course, they're not gonna fucking make this kind of research mainstream. It's gonna be pushed back.
Yeah, but you could do this yourself. It's not.
You can do it yourself. So do it yourself and see it for yourself.
That's an idea.
These things that you claim you can do for yourself need to be dropped over. The Bremen drop tower. They're dropping over hundreds of feet in a vacuum, bro. I can't do that. Can you? Leslie?
You're right. You're right. It would be difficult to do. You'd have to find a university or someone that's got the facilities. But I bet you, if you ask, they would probably allow you to come in and participate in an experiment.
Well, what they could do.
You might be right, because I bet you they're not using that drop tower all the time, but I bet you that drop tower is not under a vacuum all the time either, and it costs money to put it under a vacuum.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, if they're going to start letting us in facilities and play around with stuff, the best bet would be to just let us go in LIGO with the water level. And let's see what this line does to the water.
Oh, LIGO is definitely not a straight line.
You don't think so?
No, not at all.
The laser beam.
I'm sorry. Yes, it's a straight line, but it doesn't contour to what it should over those miles.
That's what I mean. They need to let us get in there, get it right next to the laser beam line with a water level, and we'll see if this shit's really curving like they say or not. I mean, I honestly, I have doubts that's even a straight line personally, because, you know, you're going to get refraction with any kind of air. I don't know how temperature controlled this thing is, but they would have to have it be the same temperature the whole way through that whole tube. But it seems very difficult to make that a perfectly straight line. They could probably get close, but I don't know.
I have another weird one to ponder. So let me ask you this. Let's say I have a little piece of aluminum and it's 25 grams, right? And I measure the weight of this at room temperature. Okay.
Yep.
And then let's say I heat it up, I don't know, like 80 degrees. Just 80 degrees. I just heat it up. Is it going to weigh the same or different on a scale that's accurate to like 0.2 to the decimal?
There's a lot of. Well, I don't know about that. You might have to get a more sensitive scale, but there's definitely. There's definitely. Well, hold on. There's definitely.
We're talking about what? So, and I have the access to these scales, and just like 80 degrees, not even hot enough to burn your hand. You just kind of like warm it up. It changes like 0.1 grams.
Yeah, I mean that's.
I've been telling. It cools down. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been telling the Globers this for a while, because even mainstream says that when things get hotter or colder, their weight changes. But the Globers deny this for some reason. I don't know why.
They all deny it. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I made my own videos showing this shit. And it's you can just warm it up with your body.
You know what's funny about that, gentlemen? There's actually a tensor equation by Einstein regarding the kinetic energy of heat and matter. And it actually, through the calculations of the tensor equation, it actually shows that matter, when introduced to heat, will actually be slightly heavier. So they can you could use that against them if you like.
No, when you introduce heat, it's lighter.
No, it's heavier, dude. Slightly heavier. when you put energy into matter, it's a little heavier. So this is what the tensor equation.
Okay, that's his equation. But in real life, when you heat something up, it gets lighter and lighter the hotter it gets.
I told you this is highly contentious throughout everyone that you talk to.
No, there's no contention. You can literally get a scale, get an aluminum can, weigh it at room temperature, then just put it on your body heat, weigh it again, and it's lighter. Period.
So you have a can of air, right? And you're heating this whole can up?
No, not a can of air, just the metal, or you get a little metal block. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a can. I'm just using that as an example. Anything, any piece of metal, you weigh it, you heat it up even a little bit, and it's going to get lighter and lighter the more you introduce heat to it, which apparently is against Einstein's equation. I didn't even know he had an equation for that.
Yeah, he has a tensor equation describing the kinetic energy of mass, and the increase of kinetic energy increases the weight.
Yeah, but when you increase the energy to, say, a liquid, it ends up turning into steam. I mean, doesn't even make sense.
It's contained, right? You're talking about a contained substance. So when you put something contained and you throw energy into it, you have an expanse, right? Or in this case here, the volume is trying to increase, but it can't. So the pressure increases, right? So anytime you're adding to something, you're not taking away. And technically, when you add to something, it should be heavier. You're not taking away from something.
But what is heat?
You're adding energy into the particle. I'm just saying what they say scientifically. They have actual calculations for it, and they actually have demonstrations. You can go look, and you can see them break it down. Now, what is the measurement? Wow. It's like a very minute amount, brother. It's like this claim that it happens, but it's negligible. It's the same rhetoric. It's the same rhetoric they approach.
Well, hold on a second. If you had a block of aluminum, like just a solid square block of solid aluminum, is there air inside that?
This is particularly related to gas and gas pressure in air. This is totally not this tensor equation is not designed for a solid piece of aluminum sitting or a steel structure. This is
here's the thing.
Energy putting into gas particles.
So I've known about this for years, and talk to people that supposedly are physicists and whatnot working in labs, and I ask that question, and they all say the mass won't change, or like the weight on a scale won't change depending on the temperature. Everyone thinks that, and it's very logical to think that.
Well, think about it. You're adding energy to it, right? You're adding
But it's
emotion
not
to
getting
it. When you add
heavier,
energy,
it's getting
when you add,
lighter.
it gets heavier, brother. You're adding to it. You're not taking away. You're adding to it. Like again, when you go look at the calculations, like I said, I'm just going to repeat. It's negligible. In other words,
Oh no, here's the deal. It's not negligible. It's extremely measurable on even a milligram scale, and we're talking about you take just a little 20, because what I did was it was 25 milligrams, and it went the weight changed by almost 0.2 of a gram just from like 50 degrees of heat. And it's very measurable. And as it cools down, it gets heavier and heavier. That's reality. That's what it is. And you can do it yourself. Anyone can do it. And so that shows their equation's full of shit, apparently. I don't know.
Is there air in that block of aluminum that you had? Is there like trapped air inside of it, or is it just a solid piece of aluminum?
So it doesn't matter. Solid, anything you heat up.
This is pertaining to gas. This is pertaining to gas, brother. The tensor equation is particular regarding.
But we're not
kinetic
talking
energy.
about gas. I'm talking about aluminum.
The tensor equation. Yeah, I'm
If
talking
there's
about
gas
gas.
in the
That's why
aluminum,
we're not
hold on. If
on the same page then, right? So
No,
what I'm
we are
talking
on the-
about is the
No,
tensor
you're not
equation
on the
is
same
related.
page.
The
Hold on,
tensor
I'm trying to
equation
get
is
us on
related
the
to
same page.
kinetic.
Hold on, Data.
Related to
I'm
the
trying to get us
kinetic energy.
Data, hold
Get
on a
us
second.
on
I'm
the
trying to
same
get
page,
us on
brother.
I'm trying to get us on the same page. Now, is there air in this block of aluminum? You said it doesn't matter, but I'm telling you it would matter.
No, when I say it doesn't matter is because you can do it with air in it. You can do it with a solid object. You can do it with steel. You can do it with copper. It doesn't matter. Anything you heat up will be lighter on a scale. Period.
Okay, it'll be more lighter or less lighter depending how much air is contained within inside it. For instance, if you have a balloon and you put some hot air in it, it's going to be way lighter, so light that it won't register anyway. It'll be going up. Now, if there's air bubbles or air trap,
No, the balloon is getting bigger. That's why it goes up. Its volume changes.
No, it's because hot air rises and it would decrease the weight on anything you had a scale under. What do you mean no? That's how it works, bro.
If you had a sealed container, what are you talking about? The reason things go up and down is because of buoyancy and the volume.
No, it's because of relative density and the density of the object compared to the density of the medium it's in.
So what's changing the density?
Of what? Of your aluminum block or the hot air balloon or
anything? Well, for a balloon, you're literally expanding the balloon, or you're taking out molecules by heating air up. So there's less actual molecules in like a hot air balloon, for instance. But I'm talking about
hot air balloon.
I don't want to talk about fucking
Not
balloons.
less, buddy. It's not less. That's why you have volume change when you introduce heat. If it doesn't become less,
Christ almighty.
There's an expanse of the molecule that causes the pressure differential, right? It's the expanse.
Can we talk about?
It's almost like it expands.
Can we
right?
talk about a lead brick for 1 second? Let's talk about a lead brick.
All matter will contract and expand based on heat or cold.
Yeah, but there are fewer molecules in the hot air per given volume than cold air.
Okay.
Do you know the thermal? Hold on a second.
If you have room temperature air and you heat it up, you don't change the you don't change the matter inside the containment.
You change the amount of atoms.
You don't change how many particles are
In
inside.
the volume. Yes, you do.
Do you know the thermal expansion coefficient of aluminum? Hold on, Data. Jesus Christ,
guys, I gotta dip
relax,
out.
bro.
I can't. I'm gonna dip out. This is too much. All right. I'm telling you.
Thanks,
listen,
Data. Nice work.
Hold on. Listen.
just want to tell you, listen, I'm a moderator here, and I can mute you. Going very well. Let's just tone it down a little. Back
It is going
okay?
very well for a discussion.
I just want
Guys,
to let you know I'm a moderator here. I can mute you.
Listen, do you know that
I'll mute people.
Ace, are you familiar with the Ace, are you
Go ahead.
familiar with the thermal expansion coefficient of aluminum?
Listen, it's
Are you? Because you know you were
any
talking about
metal. I get it. I
Okay, you
get
were
it.
talking about volume earlier, and you said, "Oh, it's
Yes.
because you changed the
Okay.
volume."
Now
You realize the
let's
volume?
follow your page. Okay. Yes. Thermal expansion. Now, if you have a block of aluminum sitting on a scale and you add heat to it, and let's say it expands to twice its size, it should still weigh the same according to what we've been taught. It still has the same amount of particles in it. We didn't like take particles away.
But the volume
Sure,
changed.
it grew. It grew. Sure.
Well, you were
Why
saying
shouldn't we be
you
able
were
to
saying that was
measure?
the reason why the hot air balloon went up earlier was because we changed the
Yeah, no,
volume.
no,
And
no,
now
no,
here
no.
we are
Stop,
with your
stop, stop,
aluminum
stop.
block. Hold on, no,
I don't
don't
want to talk
stop,
about
stop,
the
stop
fucking
me.
variation.
Listen,
I don't want to talk
you
about
were
variation.
earlier. You were saying the balloon went up because we changed the volume of it, and now here we
No,
are with your
because
aluminum block.
listen,
Bro, stop interrupting me.
we changed
bro.
the volume
Listen,
of
Ace,
the balloon
Ace,
itself.
Ace.
The balloon itself expanded.
Yo, is there a mod in here? Is there a mod here?
Look, I'll just leave, man. You don't gotta mod
Well,
me. I'll
you
leave.
can just let me finish my sentence, and then I'll let you finish your
it.
sentence.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Well, just let me finish
Y'all
my
are
sentence. And no one,
bending the goalpost, though, man.
we're not bending the goalpost. A second ago, you told me the balloon went up because we changed the volume.
No, because
Now here
y'all
we are
talked
with your.
about a fucking
Oh my
balloon,
god,
and we
bro!
don't want to talk about that. I'm talking about a block of metal, bro. A block of metal. I'm gonna dip out. Okay, you don't gotta ban me or do any of that shit. A
We're
block
not
of
gonna
lead.
ban you or kick you or anything. We just want you to let everyone
You
finish their
can't
sentence.
ban
That's
me.
all.
I know the fucking owner of the server. He invited me here, bro. I've been
Okay, no.
doing this for 5 years, debating trolls. You kind of almost sound like a troll to me because you don't want to talk about the real issue, which is a block of metal. I'm not
Okay,
talking
and
about
I'm comparing your
expanding
block of
balloon.
metal.
I don't want to talk about a fucking balloon expanding. Y'all introduced that variable, which has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Do you understand that?
Are you done?
We're done. All right, bye.
No, I meant, are you done speaking so I could go? I guess he just wanted to. I guess he just wanted to talk and not listen to anyone else. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Jeremy. If E equals mc squared is true, then hot iron is heavier than cold iron. Right?
Sorry, say that again.
If E equals mc squared is true, hot iron is heavier than cold iron. Is that true?
If that formula is correct, yes. However, we know that's not the case because when we get things hot, they go up. Hot air rises. That means less weight.
Yeah.
If something's rising up,
It's not less weight. Again, that's wrong. It's differential pressure and it's the energy exchange. So the energy that's being applied to the particle expands, pushes against the other particle. It doesn't become less in mass or less in weight. It's just expanded. It's the same matter expanding. You understand? Yeah, so that's about that. So yeah, so that's the reality of it. Is that there's no change in particle. There's not added particles or reduction in particles. Right? The other guy was saying that there's more added to it. Well, if it's contained, it's impossible to add to it. All you're doing is affecting the actual particle itself by putting energy into it. That energy, due to the expansion, which is basically the kinetic rate of whatever energy putting into it, so therefore it's going to interact with the other particles and cause a differential pressure. That differential pressure is, in this case, greater, or great. Would it be less than because it's being pushed up? That would mean it would be less than in the expansion because it would be being pushed upward by the other denser, less kinetic energy, because the kinetic energy has to push off of something to move, and that would be the stationary, if you will, a molecule that's already against it. That's how it.
Yeah, you know what I don't understand is when people say that, like, you know, we'll use the argument like pressure mediation, like everything is just pressure mediation, but then they totally walk past that as if it's not true and isn't a valid argument. You know, I don't understand that.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, I missed that. Can you say that one more time?
No. Like that guy who talks about magnets all the time, the bald guy. His argument is that everything is in a status of pressure mediation, which is it's a valid argument. I mean, it's a universally valid argument, and
it has to be, because without it, there would be no push. And everything is a push. Your muscles are pushing through the air. You're pushing to go places. Everything's a push.
Right, and that's why hot goes to cold.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's just a different status of it's just basically movement to stationary, right? That is the working system, a plus and a minus, if you will, right? Or a 0 and a plus, and a 0 and a minus, right? You always need that base to have any kind of interaction with energy or an exchange. Without that base, you have nothing to deviate.
I think the greatest part of that argument, though, is that it has to take account of the whole. Like everything, you know how like in relativity it says, oh, well, everything's relative, but in reality, everything is relative. Like everything is particular to its medium and its relationship. So you can't just make grand statements about a whole when it has everything has its own relativity within it. So you have to look at things at more of a micro scale individually, and you can't just make macro claims.
Well, every object in its medium is given its properties by the medium it's subjected to. Right? In this case, when we're looking at E equals mc squared, we're quantifying the matter and light as one thing. Therefore, light itself has physical influence, right? But we know that E equals mc squared is kind of tossed out the window when you look at magnetism, because, correct me if I'm wrong, if you increase the speed, you increase the mass, but a magnet is stationary. There is no, there's a force there, there's an energy there that breaks the E equals mc squared, because it's solid mass creating a force without the speed of light involved, right? Unless it is.
You know the other side of E equals mc squared, though?
What?
Well, they discovered last year that if they take 2 ultra high energy lasers and point them at one another, at the apex of these 2 beams, there's matter that is created.
Well, then it would suggest that obviously that light at a certain velocity would create mass.
No, that's not what that's suggesting. It's suggesting that light is matter, and dependent upon its frequency, yes, it's going to manifest differently. But this is what I've been saying all along, and what Ken Wheeler's been sharing is that all matter is essentially a constituent of light, and what they call hard light, humoristically call hard light, and the connection is this fundamental particle being the H1 or protium, that scientists say they've got thousands of images being emitted out of the backside of black holes. Like when you look at the galactic jets,
oh my God,
you see the emission of light. I know it's harder to subscribe to mainstream bullshit. I get it. I'm with you. All right. Don't think that I'm like just trying to accept this wholeheartedly. I'm just telling you that this kind of their little bullshit game kind of went against them in pointing out to the contrary of what they've been saying all along. And I'll just
it's going to be inconsistent no matter what. I'm right, because it's not true. They have to invert everything. So if they're trying to say that light has the potential of creating matter, it's more likely that light is literally manifesting the matter throughout whatever the potential medium is, which is like, if we're arguing that there's a persistent medium throughout all things, like an ether, for example, then light would be a perturbation within that medium, and it has the potential of perturbating and creating matter itself. So it's turning ether into, it's changing, it's metamorphizing itself into a solid something.
Yeah, that's all energy ever does, right? Like all energy ever does is just manifest itself into fruition through different means and methods, and comes about differently. Like it's
That would be really interesting, though, if we could actually. I mean, what this means is that there is a possibility that we could understand the full nature of light, and we could literally print anything out we want into existence.
That's what ether's done, is they've reconciled light and matter, and that's one of the beauties of the community, is that where quantum mechanics has fallen short in trying to find this unifying factor, we've already had this all along, and it's just been unforeseen, I guess.
Listen, the point with the aluminum block that guy was saying is the same thing as the balloon. You get air hot, and it's going to want to go up. Change the volume of something. You heat it, it's going to want to go up. It's going to register. You're going to register less weight. Weight is the measurement of the downward force. You're not measuring a downward force on something if something else is lifting it up. I don't know why he wouldn't just let me get that one sentence out.
Well, in all fairness, I haven't tested the hot iron ore versus the cold dense ore in how much they change weight between the two. Just read about it, and this quantification that light is frozen matter. Just the
that was kind of weakly put by Einstein.
Yeah, I'm just saying, right? It's the that's what it is. Light is frozen matter, right? That's what it is. And the whole concept, I don't know, where does magnetism fit in with that? Because magnetism is not, it's stationary, it's not moving.
Magnetism is Mother Nature's fundamental force vector.
Yeah, I know, but that is a greater influence than apparent gravity, the weakest known force.
Well, so gravity and magnetism are the same thing. The only difference is that magnetism is non-point source. I'm sorry, gravity is non-point. Gravity is point source, where magnetism is non-point source, or you could say coherent versus incoherent. They're like virtually the same in difference or different.
So do you adhere to the fact that when you heat up objects, they get heavier?
I'm just saying, like, gravity is not like a unique autonomous field modality where magnetism is. It's like they're just different in their expressions, but at the fundamental core, they're virtually the same thing. Electrostatic plane, magnetism, gravity.
Yeah. Have you ever seen anything coalesce into the center of mass?
I mean, maybe under certain temperatures. But that's why we always say temperature and pressure are the nature's everything in nature follows after, this is nature's governing factor.
Where have you seen
it's not mathematics.
Where have you seen mass or matter coalesce into like a ball or a center of mass? Where have you seen that?
Well, you can see that in like something free falling. When it reaches terminal velocity, you can see this with temperatures getting to near absolute zero. Hold on, man. Why are you cutting me off when you're asking me a question?
Well, because you answered, you gave me one. You said free fall what objects free fall? Like if you're talking about water, what are you talking about?
It depends on state. Sure.
What objects coalesce into the center? Like the effect of gravity is that everything appears to go to the center of mass, right? And if that's the case, then that would be your spherical, you know what I mean, your spherical bond. But is that not a observation of the byproduct of water first, and then claiming the mechanism after, because the hydrogen bond itself, the apparent positive and negative charge, has a coalescing factor regardless of gravity. It's due
Are you
again
talking
to
about like
positive.
valence bonding or something?
I'm just talking about the hydrogen bonding in water. Okay, the natural bonding state of it. There's a positive negative charge that brings them together, right?
Yeah, but I
So-
don't think that's what his point was. Was that your point?
Well, he was talking about, I asked for observations of things being coalesced into the center of mass. And he offered a free fall demonstration in a plane. I said, well, is that water? And I said, okay, well, if it's water, how do you determine the difference between hydrogen bonding effect and the center of mass due to gravity?
Let me
That
say
was my
this real
point.
quick. Yeah, but my point would have been to ask him, what do you mean? What's in free fall that's coalescing to a center?
Well, that's what it was. And I said water. I implied water, right? And he said, sure, sure.
Yeah, but I'm asking him though. If he's saying free fall demonstrates mass coalescing to the center, and all he said was, what's in free fall that you can see coalescing in separate units to a single unit, right? I don't understand how your answer free fall answers Data's question.
He asked for an observation, and this has been observed. And
What has been observed? That's what I'm asking. Specifics. I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm trying to understand your.
yeah, water in a liquid state, free falling, tends to equalize in a spherical nature or a globular nature.
Okay, so you're talking about let's say 6 ounces of water that you start to free fall, and then you dump out that water, and then you're just saying that water now seems to coalesce. Is that what you're saying?
Well, after the forces acted upon it have equalized, yeah, like you'll have water that has coagulated either into separate balls or a single ball, depending on how you do it. But sure.
So how do you determine that that's not the nature of the hydrogen bonding effect that you get? How do you differentiate that to as the gravity effect?
Well, I guess we would probably have to do further study if you wanted me to be like give you a confirmed answer. Like maybe we can apply some type of a charge to it or something and see if there's a different reaction. But
it's noted that the bonding is caused by a positive and negative charge, which is independent of gravity.
yeah, but that's kind of like one of the archetypes of motion to begin with, like charge to discharge, force and motion, inertia, acceleration. Like this is all centrifugal, centripetal. Like this is all just inverses of each other.
At the core of the bonding of water, the hydrogen bonding, there's a positive and a negative attractant that is claimed, right? So if that coalescing is a natural bonding effect due to water, then how do you determine gravity is causing the sphere versus the bonding
I never
of
claimed
the
gravity.
charge? Well, that's what gravity is, the coalescing of center of mass objects coming in. But if you look at the fundamental,
it's not.
if you look at the small scale of all these
that's not
molecules,
true.
if you will, there's positive and negative charge in them. So that means that they're
but what you
coalescing
said-
due to a
what you said
positive
isn't-
negative charge, not due to gravity, right? And I have seen your observation. What the observations show is that the water does not maintain a sphere. It may be momentarily, but it's not. There's the force, this apparent coalescing of gravity is claimed as causing it. Doesn't seem to be strong enough to override it to actually make it a sphere, right? But what you do see is the positive and negative charge, the base element of these the hydrogen bonding, that causes the, if you will, stickiness, right? So I'm having a hard time how they distinguish.
Sounds
the
like you're
difference.
conflating surface tension with like some other like potential mirage.
Well, no, I mean the surface tension is not the example here, because the example is free fall. Surface tension is displayed through free fall, but we're looking at the surface of a top of a cup for surface tension to see the bonding, hydrogen bonding there. Altogether, there's that bonding that causes that curve, right? Naturally, even at that example. So if we're at free fall, what is that going to do? That curve's going to continue on, right? The surface tension of a cup shows you that. Why is it curving around the edges? Because there's a bonding there, and it has nothing to do with gravity. So,
well, you
when
got to
look,
try to like work on the communication rather than the just conveying, because you went from asking a question to just like interrupting me when I was giving you the result thereof, and now you're carrying on. But that's fine. I mean, if that's what you're going to do, so that's fine.
well, I just want to make sure that I'm clear and how I'm looking at the position that you take and what modern science says, right? I'm saying, can you show me demonstration of gravity coalescing things in the center of mass? I've never seen anything.
But I never made the claim of gravity doing that. That's not my claim. And that's why I say it's unfair that you're continuing to go on after deducing what I've said and rearranging it improperly and then adding a few things there that I never claimed. So I don't think that's very fair.
Oh, I'm not trying to.
Welcome to a conversation with FED.
I mean, if you want to be told you're right, then I'll give you that. You don't have to like go as far as to doing this.
I'm not looking to be right, dude. I'm looking to have the points heard and clarified.
That's fine, and I'm okay with that. But I just don't want to be painted with that brush.
And exactly what do you feel offended by, just out of curiosity?
I mean, you're placing gravity upon me as if it's my claim that I'm saying is taking effect. And furthermore, can you show me a center point of gravity?
I asked you, can you show me a demonstration of gravity where objects coalesce to the center of mass? You gave me the example.
No, that wasn't your question. That was not your original question.
Huh? Yeah.
That was not your original question.
So why would I not mention the gravity causing the coalescing of matter going into the center and creating a sphere? Because I did say that in the beginning, my friend. So if you didn't hear it, that's okay. I understand, but that's what I said from the beginning.
Did anyone else hear that?
Verify.
No.
Okay, let me jump in and say that I did hear at least the coalescing.
Yeah, I heard that too. And I heard that too.
Okay.
But you never once implied gravity as being this primary source.
I
don't think that's fair. But whatever, man.
Absolutely, I did.
Okay.
Okay. Whatever.
Either way, okay. Well,
what
let me.
is that FED didn't realize he was talking to a flat earther, so he went into his spiel, and in his spiel, another flat earther basically called you on how you cross-examine people, basically, and which is why a conversation is very difficult with you.
All right, so I don't belong. Again, I'm just trying to get more specificity, I suppose. So, you like if you're talking about the free fall or the vomit comet, right, where they're in free fall, and then they get water to float. Is that right? Is that what you're talking about?
I wasn't necessarily referring to that as much as I was the shape of the globular.
Okay, so how did they get this globular shape of water to be independent from any container?
Well, they exposed it. They exposed it to a terminal velocity, right?
Okay, so we're in a vomit comet, right? That's the only way I know how to get terminal velocity.
I just want to clarify what you said. You said without a container, and it's what contains it, and that would be gravity. It's not a container.
Okay,
It's what
Sean,
contains.
hold on, Sean. I know you're
I'm
trying to
just
talk about
clarifying.
this.
Yeah,
Well,
I just want to clarify.
Well, yeah, but then that would depend upon I don't belong here affirming your clarification. Like, I don't think that needed to be clarified. I'm asking.
Well, it does.
Him.
It does.
Okay, whatever.
It's not I'm just saying it's not a container. It's what contains it, and there's a difference. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thanks for not clarifying anything.
No, I did. I clarified it.
Not for me.
Oh well, I can.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Would it be a container if I dropped it off of the
Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't belong here. I'm asking I don't belong here, okay? Moyak, you didn't want to hear me talk earlier. I don't want to hear you talk right now.
Yes, I love hearing you talk. So you can't say that to me. I love it when you talk. It's awesome, especially when you say stuff like simplicity, whatever that word was.
Yeah, and oh my god, and no, and oh my god. That's
Here we go. Here we go. Okay. I don't belong here. Again, I'm trying to understand how do you get this glob of water independent of anything else to then demonstrate what you're saying is a coalescing towards center of mass?
I mean, didn't I already explain what the?
Well, okay. We're in a vomit comet, correct? That's how you're going to get terminal velocity in a controlled environment in a vomit comet. Am I on the right track?
I mean, I don't subscribe to vomit comment. I mean,
How the fuck do you get terminal velocity?
Drop it off a rail.
What's the vector of your vomit comment?
Okay, I'm done. Forget it, man.
You're implying something traveling through the fucking celestial space, and I'm supposed to jump on board with you, bro? Come on.
Well,
man.
I mean, I understand what he's asking.
Yeah, no, okay. Because it's coming to a head. You guys understand that you're questioning him as if he said gravity is a thing. He keeps trying to tell you he never said that. He's not even alluding to it. And you guys just have just misinterpreted everything he said and assumed it. Then why do you keep asking? Why do you keep asking him?
Because I
about
don't
questions about gravity.
Okay, because I don't understand his answer to Data's original question. Data's original.
Well,
okay.
his answer is not going to have gravity involved in the situation. So when you talk about the vomit comet, when you talk about the vomit comet, which is something that shows gravity and how it works and terminal velocity and all this stuff, it's not going to be his argument. So it's not going to be what he wants to answer to. And you keep asking him as if he used that as a reference.
No, I didn't say anything about gravity. I didn't. In my questions for clarification, I didn't mention gravity at all. I was trying to understand how his reference to something falling answered Data's question.
Okay, well, my bad. I was just giving you my interpretation of what was happening. I know you as Dyslow, so I remember it as Dyslow. Am I kind of correct in what I'm trying to explain to them?
Yeah, man, and I appreciate you doing that because I always get demonized like this, and it's very hard for me to.
No, you're not, bro. You're not being demonized. I don't understand your answer. I'm trying to ask you. So you're Dyslow, but your name right now says I don't belong here. Is that who I'm talking to?
Yes.
Okay. I don't care who you are. I'm just trying to understand your answer. Okay?
Maybe I'm not the one to give it to you, I guess. I don't know, buddy.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I didn't think my questions for clarification were complicated. Whatever.
They weren't complicated, and they were actually awesome questions to someone who says gravity is how it works. But he never alluded to that. So when you ask him those questions, it's kind of like a mind fuck to him. He's kind of going, what is he asking me? Why is he asking me this? And you just keep proceeding on to asking him these questions.
Who is the you that you're talking to right now, Sean?
Dyslow, I don't belong here. Just like I just said, hey, Dyslow, because that's what I know you as. Travis, you know him as I don't belong here. Am I correct in the interpretation of them asking you these questions? And he said yes.
You said you were just talking to someone about you misinterpreting.
Yeah. You, Travis, and FED misinterpreted everything Dyslow or I don't belong here said because you guys are asking him questions as if he subscribes to gravity. And what he's saying to you...
No, that's not true.
It is, because that's what the question you're asking him...
What was my question to Dyslow? Yeah.
I don't know, but I can tell what's going on.
Oh my God. The reason why I
sound like a
you
funny
both,
guy, buddy. You don't
you
even
both
know what I asked
No,
them.
Sean.
That's the best
what
part.
are you defending?
You
don't even know what I asked. What are you defending?
Okay,
no,
that's the best part. I'm not defending anything. I'm trying to make a misrepresentation of what someone says or thinks is being just crushed right now. Why?
How did we misrepresent it if you don't know what I asked them, Sean?
because
he said
because
it.
because
You
I
said
know
coalescing mass
exactly.
on itself, and he said
Yeah,
it
I
already.
know
Why
exactly
would I
what
ever
he was
refute?
saying.
He
Okay,
doesn't know what I
here's what it
asked
really
you.
was. Here's
He
what it
doesn't
is.
know what I asked you,
FED,
dude. At all.
here's what
Zero.
You asked
here's
for an
what it is.
example.
And
No, I'm gonna
yeah,
no.
I
I'm
asked
gonna
an
clarify
example
for
of
you.
gravity coalescing matter in the center of mass.
Doesn't
Yep.
speak out of time, just that it's not like
FED,
flooded.
let me explain it to you better. This is what it was. I don't listen to you because I know your rhetoric. So no, I don't even give. I don't know one word you said basically, but I listen to him because when he talks, he's trying to explain it in a way that he can make it so you understand. And what happened was you and Travis both assumed he was saying it works as mass attracts mass and gravity, and that was from what he kept trying to say to you guys. That I understand this. That's why when I said it to Travis,
No.
Is he ready for it? Is he ready for it, Travis? Is he ready? So I asked him
okay.
if there's
The best part is
Let me know when you're ready,
this
buddy.
isn't my argument.
Get it
This
out.
isn't even my argument. I just know that YouTube. Okay.
Hey,
Okay. How
hey,
about this? How about this?
Let
Hey,
him say what he's
Dyslow,
gonna
can
say.
you try
Let him say
with-
let Flat Earth say
Dyslow,
what he's gonna say, and then we'll go back and rewind the tape because all this is being recorded, Flat Earth. So
yeah, go back.
I'm gonna hold you to your words. So
What-
you
Yeah,
go
go
ahead and
back.
say your next words, and then we'll weigh upon it with the evidence at hand.
So I was asking for examples of gravity coalescing matter to the center of mass.
Perfect.
And you gave me. And you gave me.
Perfect.
Dude,
All right,
oh my
so
God.
then
FED,
let's rewind the
thank you.
tape. Who's the
Sean,
moderator
stop
here?
talking.
Who's the moderator
No.
that can go back to
Okay,
the original
guys,
statement that he asked, please?
Let's
Yeah.
do one mic.
We need to hold
there.
him to his word.
Hold
Hold this guy to
Dyslow,
his word.
one mic, just
That was
one mic,
that
guys.
was the question. That was the question that I heard him ask.
Okay, wait.
So-
Okay. Wait.
Enough with the feelings. Bring the evidence.
Wait. Howard, what was the question you remember? What was the question you remember Data asking?
What he just
About
asked.
Shut the
what
fuck
he
up,
just said
Sean.
about
Cry
gravity.
me a river, Travis.
Things coalescing
Sean,
to
listen.
the
He's asking data, guys. I don't know why you guys are jumping in when he's asking precisely data.
No. I was asking Howard.
Or Howard. I apologize. Howard.
Right.
So
right.
Sean, let him go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you.
Get on done.
Yeah, he was asking for if he had evidence of things coalescing to the center of mass due to gravity.
Okay, now listen very carefully, Di. Howard is a baller who is now affirming what Data started his question out on. Data.
Listen, there's no
don't
need.
tell me.
There's no
Okay,
need for Howard.
Why are you
We have
interrupting me?
evidence
Wait, let him
because
finish.
we have live.
Dyslow.
Go ahead and go live.
Dyslow.
Give us the live feed.
Okay, all I'm trying to do is establish that we have someone here who is going to say that they heard gravity in the original question. So, Sean, all of
my God.
listen.
Jesus Christ. That
Okay, listen, please
Travis.
stop.
No.
Sean.
Dude, you're about to. Oh,
Sean.
Jesus Christ.
Sean, listen. All I'm trying to say right now is that your evaluation of Data's
You're spot on.
What the fuck? Why are you talking right now? Okay, your misinterpretation. I'm sorry. Your evaluation that Data misinterpreted something as having reference to gravity is completely false if Howard is correct that Data started his question with gravity as the basis.
Okay, perfect. Dyslow said in the beginning of answering that question, first he started off with FED. I don't know why you just monologued. I don't subscribe to gravity and this, and this. And he kept going and saying that. You two did not fucking hear what he said because I've been trying to say that he said in the beginning he doesn't subscribe to it. You guys aren't listening. The problem is
He
that
doesn't get it. Travis, he doesn't get it again. He doesn't get it again. Let me repeat it again for you, Sean. Sean, you don't get it. You still don't get it, Sean.
I'm in the middle of talking. FED, I'm in the middle of talking, so you're not going to stop. Again, I'm
gravity.
I decided you're able to talk over me for some reason.
Somebody mute Sean because he's
If you
embarrassed.
don't want other people talking to other people, you're going to stop him
He's
so I can
actually a
finish saying
retard.
what I have to say. Right, Travis? You're going to tell him to shut up now so I can finish? Okay. Again, the whole point of this is that he does not subscribe to gravity. The reason he's saying this, and the reason
Uh-oh.
Sounds like he had the mic. Somebody muted him.
What was the person that has the mic?
Okay, hold on. Okay, listen. I had to mute Sean and Data. I'll unmute you guys. Listen very carefully. If Sean is correct, then what Die Slow should have started with was, I don't subscribe to gravity. Okay?
He did.
Okay, Howard, now you're telling us that after FED said, can you give me a demonstration of gravity where things are coalescing towards center of mass? You're telling me that Die Slow started off by saying, I don't subscribe to gravity, but here's an example of objects coalescing towards center of mass.
No, I didn't hear. I did hear him say that gravity was magnetism. Basically.
Oh my God! Yeah, this is absolutely crazy, insane, off the rail. Okay, there was.
I don't know why.
Okay, so I mean, I'm for just moving on past this. In all honesty, so.
Yeah, I should probably just not say anything, guys. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Die slow, just for the record, buddy. I asked for an example due to gravity coalescing things in mass. You gave me the plane, and then I questioned you further, and that's when you said.
Okay, now I would like to finish what I was going to say because
let me finish,
no,
John.
no, because you had the mic and I got muted. No, I'm not going to let you finish. Not going to let you finish. I had the mic, you cut me off. Now I'm supposed to give you the mic. Yeah, I'm going to let you finish when I'm done talking. That's exactly how it's going to work. I do not care what you're saying right now, FPD.
Take a
Travis,
break.
you muted me while I had the mic. And I'm supposed to stop and let you finish talking. That's how this works? No.
For an example,
FPD, not going to fucking happen, dude. I swear to fucking God, I'm not going to. Travis, you might as well go ahead and mute me because I'm not going to stop talking until he's actually shuts the fuck up.
Why
did you
guys go straight back into fighting? Why?
Because Travis, I had the mic and you muted me, and he cut me off in the middle of what I was saying. And how is he supposed to be able to talk right now? Are you serious right now?
Okay, listen. Okay, both of you, please stop talking.
No.
Please
No.
stop talking, both of you. Just real quick.
That's not how.
Okay,
Jesus
listen.
Christ.
Listen. Okay, as a moderator, I tried to step in for clarification once again. After Hold on. Yeah, both of you guys were arguing back and forth.
No,
I couldn't get it.
I was talking. He cut me off.
Now you're over talking me now.
Because you're not stating it right. If you're going to be a mod, then mod it right. I was in the middle of saying something, and he cut me off, and that's when we started going back and forth, and then you muted both of us. That's what happened.
At least I muted both of you, Sean. I didn't mute you only.
Okay, fine. Then when you unmuted us, and I wanted to finish what I had to say, and he stepped over again.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what happens.
Okay, did you not hear me as a moderator suggest that we move past this? But you didn't.
Okay,
You went straight back into fighting.
You're right, because I got muted while I was in the middle of something because he cut me off.
This guy's a fucking princess, man.
Yep, I guess so.
You're
It's
a
also,
fucking princess.
but if you're gonna bring up it being as a mod, good modding is actually doing it correctly.
Okay, listen very carefully.
Go get your fucking walker, buddy, and go for a fucking cupcake.
Suck a dick, FPD.
Let's just move past it. Let's just forget what was happening in the past 15 minutes.
I'm sure, yeah. Because you are also involved in being incorrect, I understand why you want to move past it.
Dude.
Okay,
you're fucking weak, buddy.
You guys mind if I say one thing? Can I say one quick thing,
There
guys?
on the record, you just look like a retard.
Yeah,
John.
it's
No
there on
offense,
the fucking
buddy.
record,
Like
you're
you're trying to
fucking
be a
fool.
retard on purpose, waste time. I don't know.
We can resolve all of this if we just deferred back to the record. This is all recorded, and I challenge somebody to please go back and listen to what was originally asked.
Why would you give me an example of? Well, I said water, correct? I asked you. Water is an example because you said free fall was your original answer, right? Where you'd see matter coalesce into the center due to gravity, because that's what I originally asked you. You gave me that example, and then I asked further, right? And you said, well, I don't really subscribe to gravity, but you still gave me that example of matter coalescing, right? And I did say, buddy, I did say due to gravity. And
You're
I
full
said,
of shit.
no, again, buddy.
He did not say due to gravity. He did not. He, matter of fact, started off with.
Why are we gonna base this off of any one person's feelings, guys? Let's just go back to the tape, man. That's what it's for.
No, that's all good. It wasn't based off my feelings. It was based off me sitting here, listening to what was going on back and forth, and then
very simple question, and you couldn't handle the question, bro. I'm sorry, you couldn't handle the question. It was really straightforward. It was very clear. Dysel gave me an example. He thought that matter was coalescing due to gravity, the center, and then pushed further. He said, "Well, I don't really subscribe to gravity." That's exactly what happened. So, left lane.
That's not exactly what happened.
That's a nice biased feeling. Can we go back to the evidence, please?
Yeah, it's there. So if they're recording,
Wait,
I can
you're not the
please.
judge and the jury, buddy.
Okay, hold on,
It's
just
all
real quick,
good.
please, guys. Okay, just real quick, please. Again, I muted Sean again.
No.
Here we go. Okay, both you guys went back into what I thought was a peaceful conversation. So I unmuted Sean, and then he just jumped back into the conversation.
So when a flat earther and a globe earther,
sorry, man. I
both
just had to
overtalk
clear the
each
air
other?
because it wasn't really a difficult thing to understand. Left lane got it when I asked. Dysel gave me an example of it.
So
And
when a
then
globe
when I talked
earther
about
and
the
a flat
positive
earther
and
overtalk
negative
each
attraction
other,
of
I'm
hydrogen
going
bonding,
to continue with my
that's it,
data.
and subscribe to
What
gravity,
happens
because
is
I'm
the globe
connecting
earther gets
between
muted.
gravity doing it and the positive and negative attraction of hydrogen bonding.
Well,
right?
data
Like
did
he said,
interrupt me,
surface
so
tension, remember? So surface tension, I said, well, the edges, that's hydrogen bonding, surface tension together, coalescing into that particular shape. How do you determine it's not caused by that versus gravity? That was my position before. So when we dug further, it finally came out as Doug.
I didn't even get to the heart of it all, but I only scratched the surface upon the matter, and this is what I'd be pretty frightening, man.
What you're getting, brother, I'm just pushing you on a matter coalescing to the center of mass due to gravity, and you gave me that example. I just suggested water. The thing is,
You never once alluded to gravity, and to
That's
you know
fine.
you kind of walked me into a
that's
trap.
Fine. That's fine. Okay, now we understand that his reference was gravity, because even if Data didn't use the word gravity, I understood the context of his question, because I don't know of anything in the flat Earth model that has any mass coalescing toward a center. That language implies gravity, even if he didn't say gravity.
That's not true. Well, again,
Okay.
I've never even
Okay,
got to the
great.
heart of it.
Okay, great.
You're assuming because your lack of understanding.
Okay, great. Now we're back to square one. Here's the question. Can you give us an example of some element that coalesces toward the center of mass?
Yes.
What?
Ball lightning.
Say that again.
Ball lightning.
Ball lightning. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. What is ball lightning?
It's not my fault.
Why are you being a dick right now, dude? I'm asking you a question. I'm trying to have a
I'm
conversation.
sorry, man. I don't mean to be a dick. I feel attacked right now, and I'm gonna gracefully try to step back from this, because I've already had enough today. I've already left one server. I don't really want to have to leave another, and I'm just gonna sit back, guys. I apologize. I'm not trying to be arrogant, pedantic, or anything of the matter. I'm just trying to give you my truth of what I've come across in my time of experience, and sometimes it's hard for people to accept that, and I get attacked for it, and I'm only a messenger. All right, that's it, man. Don't shoot the fucking messenger, man. Leave me alone.
Hey Travis, don't fucking mute me like that. That's some bullshit.
Dude,
That's not even good modding. That's complete shit.
How you
modding.
doing, buddy? Sean D, other than flat Earth, how you doing?
Okay,
Shut
hold
the
on,
fuck
How
Data.
you doing, buddy?
up. Do not address me, bitch.
Data, hold on real
How you
quick.
doing?
Data, hold on.
FD, don't address me. I'm gonna treat you like a fucking bitch. That's all.
Are ya? Oh,
Data,
that's real
please hold
important, like-
on. Data, please hold on. Okay, Sean, I specified why I muted you again.
Yeah, and then you just went back into the conversation again while I was still muted. And it all started, Travis, because I was in the middle of a conversation FED decided to cut me off, and then when I told him to shut the fuck up, you decided to mute us, and I've been muted ever since. When I got unmuted, I'm going to finish what I have to say, and then I just get muted.
I think you're roboting, man.
Conversation while I'm still fucking muted.
You're roboting, bro.
If you're involved in the conversation,
Nobody
Travis,
can hear
you
you.
can't
You're
be
roboting.
modding that way. That's
You're roboting.
bullshit.
Okay. Sean, can you hear me?
Nobody heard that. You roboted through the whole thing.
Yeah, don't repeat it, please. Don't repeat it. Don't repeat it, please.
Okay, Travis, I won't repeat it. I
We
won't
can't
repeat
even
it.
hear
Just
you.
be a fucking fair.
Your signal's not very
You
good.
need to be a
You're cutting
fucking
out.
fair mod.
You're
if that's all there
breaking
is.
up.
You're
You are
roboting,
breaking
bro.
up, Sean. Stop talking. Okay?
Anyway, I want to apologize to Die Slow if he feels attacked. I wasn't attacking him. I was just pushing him on it. And then he, whatever, Sean G came in and made it worse by projecting bullshit.
You came in. That was a problem. The whole problem
Dude, you're
started.
roboting. Anyway, I don't think matter coalesced the center of mass. Like
Can
they
you
say,
hear me?
I can't find any evidence. Hey,
Sure,
Sean,
right?
can you have it? Do you have any demonstrations you can show me of matter?
I'm having a
coalescing
conversation with you,
to the
FED. I know
center due to
exactly how
gravity?
you fucking act. I know exactly
Still
how I'm
roboting, bro.
saying.
Okay,
You're still
Sean,
roboting,
I'm going to
buddy.
put, can't hear you, man. You're not coming in clear. Not only are you not coming in clear, it sounds like you're trying to rehash the fucking argument to prove you're right. Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Left lane, are you still kicking?
Do what?
Do you have a demonstration that you've seen gravity cause matter to coalesce to the center?
No.
Do you know of an experiment that I could try to do? Because, it seems very limited on what I can actually apply the subtraction
only
thing
one,
to, right?
Yeah, the only one I'm aware of was on the ISS where they put salt maybe or something in a baggie or something and it coalesced.
Kind of like if you've ever put cocaine into water with baking soda, there's like a chemical reaction that coalesces, like that kind of reaction. Is there nothing? Just salt?
There's no
Yeah, I have no
connection
idea.
between salt and salt. But I think it was electrostatic. Robot.
The robot.
It's funny, I just gave you an example of objects coalescing as a joke, and it just kind of went over everybody's head. So it doesn't coalesce due to gravity, though. There's a chemical reaction with the baking soda and the cocaine, right?
I guess so.
But salt and salt doesn't
So
have
it's not
a chemical reaction.
it's not gravity then, right? Because I can actually control it. I can add a substance to it to control it. So it's not gravity then, right?
I think that's more of a precipitate reaction rather than
It makes a solid. It goes from a liquid to a solid, coalescing.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Let me just say real quick as a moderator, I again muted Sean only because his connection was so bad. I just want that to stand for the record because he's left the conversation right now and I don't want it to come back on me like I was being a dick.
I think he just added to the confusion, man. I think I asked something very straightforward. An example was given, and then other effects at the smaller scale were questioned as maybe the mechanism rather as opposed to gravity being the mechanism. And then that's where he felt that I was pinning him on gravity. He doesn't like that, right? And so I'm not trying to pin gravity on him. I'm just trying to see these examples of coalescing due to gravity. So far we've got salt by left lane.
Yeah, can you produce something for us to look at? I've never heard of salt coalescing.
No, I'm not even sure, what the substance was. I just think that, and that's the only thing I can imagine that that I remember that would even resemble what you're talking about.
Okay, so you're talking about something in free fall, like the vomit comet?
No, the ISS, isn't it?
Okay, so you're talking about the ISS. So it is in free fall.
Yes.
So
Okay.
okay. Howard was it in the ISS?
I think.
Okay, and so the container is a baggie. You said. I'm just trying to remember what you said.
See, it's been a long time since I saw it, and I was just kind of, oh, look at that, and went on about my business. So it's not something I really dwelled on and paid
Okay.
that close
All
attention.
right, that's fair enough.
Side note: has anybody heard Norm Macdonald's moth joke? It's very brilliant. It's funny. It's an absolutely brilliant joke. Anybody heard the moth joke by Norm Macdonald?
I heard it.
I didn't hear any of it.
Yeah, I heard it this last week.
It's brilliant, right? He goes in, moth
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
into a podiatrist.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Hilarious. Sitting there. I don't know if I should spoil it, brother, but I will never do a Norm style. But
Yeah,
watching a lot of
I
Norm.
wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Well, I'd have to actually, to.
Yeah,
I
you'd
heard
have
that-
to
I
try
heard-
to talk. Yeah,
I heard
you'd
the
have
way
to
to-
try to talk like him.
I heard the way to master a joke is you at least have to tell it 3 times before it becomes your joke. So
I can't even imitate.
no, he's pretty good.
You know, I don't remember. Maybe it was because I wasn't really into YouTube when another comedian died, even Robin Williams. But I don't remember as many tributes to a comedian as much as I've seen with his death.
It is kind of, it's funny that you mentioned that because I do see a lot, a lot of accolades and a lot of videos pop up, right? So
yeah,
it must be, and it's funny too. A lot of his updates, weekend updates, were pretty pretty harsh, right? To have them on YouTube's platform,
right? Yeah.
OJ Simpson. It's interesting how they're trying to, because YouTube's a psyop network, right? It's basically what it is. And they can change the world, right? YouTube can literally change the world. So I'd say that's pretty big influence on what kind of who's accepted and what's being allowed. Like
it's almost
I
like
was mentioning it. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say it's almost like if you're a comedian, you can say whatever the fuck you want because it's kind of like couched in parentheses or quotation marks, like you don't really mean. So as long as you convey truth in comedy, they let it go. George Carlin, whatever.
Masters, yeah. Well, it is funny. Like I've been saying, and I heard Oakley talk about it, but you can pretty much discuss most things. Flat Earth is not really suppressed, although it's directed, and it's suppressed to a certain degree, I suppose. But people have free choice, and there's people obviously still investigating it, is still moving it along its course. So you can have that would be considered to some misinformation, scientific misinformation, right? You can get all this misinformation scientifically, but then when it comes down to your autonomy and individualism and body, and you can't discuss it. right? And it's quite interesting what that implies, because the ideologies or the, let's say, the unintended negative consequences for a paradigm shift for most of the population would be, I would consider, be pretty hard.
I mean, even if you think about what's that one guy's name, Jadelnik or something, I can't remember his full name, but he is like so, I mean, like offensive, like crazy offensive. Like he'll talk about raping a handicapped person, right? So there's no problem in there's no problem in saying something like that, but you can't talk about flat Earth, right? I mean, or you can't talk about.
No. You can talk about flat Earth. That's not the issue. There's Discord servers, there's channels, there's videos.
No, I'm talking about YouTube. I'm talking about YouTube. If you cross the line with mainstream science, you get banned on YouTube. But as long as you are, as long as you're
specific with mainstream science specific, because I've had community strikes and revocations of my they revoked my access and my all that stuff many times over. And actually, the stuff that I got community strikes for and removal had nothing to do with flat Earth. And it doesn't matter what I could post. I was having fun with posting all kinds of stuff just to see the response, right? To study the comments and whatnot and the responses, right? So when I did that, I was like, oh, interesting. I could do pretty much anything in this realm. I could bash NASA, ISS. I can bash all the main scientists, call them all Masons. Like I could do all that stuff. And in fact, it was encouraged, right? Somebody like, huh, interesting, right? And Jeranism is an example. Like 6-7 years ago, his first video that I remember anyway, ISS, all that, right? So it was encouraged. So you think of who is behind the psyop of it all, because you can have the crowd, small group that participates in this category of space, science fiction, and so forth, who are like, showing up to talk and make these videos. It's literally encouraged, and literally you can make money off it. Now,
just hold on real quick. Hey, Sean, we can hear your keyboard warrior. Okay, can you hear me, Sean?
That's not me.
I'm gonna put him
That's
back.
not me, Travis.
Okay. Well,
you're just getting it all in today.
You're
dude, suck a dick, FED. Do not even reference me.
Oh, stop being a princess, man. I don't like you, but I don't have to be. I don't care, dude. Like whatever. I'm not gonna be like not talking to you because I don't like you. Who cares?
Listen, Sean, I saw your name lighting up when the sound was going on, so I thought it was you. I'm sorry, I was just letting you know.
That was me. That was me like typing. One thing that would help with that
just don't be a princess,
is actual snap.
Okay. I think he's being funny. I don't know.
It's sometimes if you like, the internet's one big okay, let me just sum it up like this. If you speak to social workers, right, and they have studies and reports, sociological studies, psychological studies among demographics, families, right, like a census information to some degree, and their information, when they have teenagers come in or youth come in, the content of what's in the youth's mind to the reality of life doesn't match due to social media. In other words, the fears are heightened, the risks are heightened, all these things of negative consequences are heightened, when in reality, and these social workers literally have to give material to these kids, and I wish the schools did it, because it would break a lot of the teachers' spells. But unfortunately, when you end up with a social worker or family maintenance or whatever you call it, what do you call it? Social services, I guess. Can't remember the other name for it, but they end up having to give the material to show the statistics of how there's less kidnappings, there's less rapes, to show actual statistics, right? because of the way social media is designed, it's not reality at all. None of it. So when I come on here, it's funny because I don't know if anybody's had this transition from like learning what a troll is to becoming a troll, right? I wasn't into the internet. I wasn't into any of this stuff. None of it, right? Until 2016. None of this stuff. I had a YouTube video, but I could care less about the channel. You know what I mean? I'm sure everybody was like this at some point. There had been the trigger point where now you're consumed by the serotonin rush of debate and the curiosity of the development, who's new, right? And who's the agents.
The people that have a script, the people that, regardless of what people actually say, will twist and throw around their words.
Do you think I'm an agent? Do you think I'm an agent, Sean?
I think you're full of shit. I think you're completely full of shit in how you have a conversation with people. You show it almost every time.
Listen, dude, you've been caught lying so many times.
Go in.
That the level of respect that you demand is ridiculous.
Name one.
Being a flat earther.
Multiple times of you being full of shit on recorded. That wasn't lying. I've explained it 100,000 times. If you haven't heard it enough, then that's on you.
You're lying about it. You don't come back, brother.
Again.
You don't come back.
That's again. You just
don't
missed.
come back.
That's you
know
just
why you don't come back?
twisting and trying someone's fucking words. Oh, why is that? Oh, please tell me.
Because water will never conform
Yeah,
to the
see,
shape of ball
you
when it's
again.
contained.
Again,
Ever.
more
And when you
script.
understand,
Yeah, when you really
the
understand
physical
shit,
properties of water,
FPD, you stop rambling and sounding stupid to everyone.
when the physical properties of water don't change
Okay.
based on your feelings, and you can observe it, its properties every day of your
Yep.
life for across the
Mhm.
plane, it doesn't change.
Uh-huh.
So
Yep.
why do I have to have imagination change?
Yeah,
I'll tell you
you
why.
know,
You have
then
a
don't.
religion, Sean.
Yeah,
You
I
have a
guess
religion,
so.
bro.
I guess so.
I'm basing my belief on the properties of water.
Seeing how I'm
That's
not
really what it
religious
is.
and I don't believe in
Properties
any
of
kind
water,
of creator, there's sure something in a religion.
Yeah, you have a religion. It's the sun.
Okay.
So,
Whatever you say, FED, it must be.
well, Sean, you must realize that all calculations are derived from the movement of the sun first.
Jesus Christ, that's all you. Whatever rhetoric you want to keep spewing.
Well, that's not true. I think that's very true.
It sure is true. You spit nothing but rhetoric. You have a script. Why, when you talk to other people who just say something that maybe you don't like to hear, you make a whole page of what you think they're saying and how they feel, and you don't fucking even listen. The reason I don't have these conversations with you.
You're
What's the fucking point?
Do you need a hug? I'll give you a
No, I
virtual
just
hug, dude.
when I'm having a conversation with
really
people that are,
butthurt.
when I have a conversation with
I care?
clearly
Let's talk
a
about the
cunt,
content,
I'm
dude.
gonna
Why
talk
do
to
you
him
think
this way.
do you think I care about a perfect
I don't know why are you talking to me then?
That's it. You're retarded.
Well, then what do you have a conversation with me for?
At the end of the day, buddy, you asked me what examples would be
I
of
didn't
you
ask
being
you
a liar.
shit.
I
didn't
gave
ask
you
you.
one. Flat Earth.
No, you didn't.
You lied
That's
about
right.
being a flat earther, and I said to you
the consistency
why you'll never convert back. Because water doesn't change its physical properties based on your feelings, buddy, or based on images,
The biggest
cartoon
bullshit
images.
reason. How about another one? Let's hear another one since you have multiples. We've already seen the first one was bullshit. What's your second example of me lying? I can't wait.
Well, if you want me to give you you really want me to go down the list for you?
I would love for you to go down the list.
Can you vary gravity in an experiment?
How's that, dude? We're asking. You said I was a liar.
I'm just going to prove right now you lied.
I
Can you
was
vary
a
gravity in an
liar.
experiment?
Nope. Hey, you said I was a liar. Let's get that list. Go ahead.
Vary the mass.
There's one question right there just to prove you real time.
It's no.
You lie about it.
An example is not a question, FED. An example is you telling me another situation of you catching up you catching me lying. Let's hear it.
Okay, ready? Here's another one. When you get up to an elevation of, let's say, 1,000,
Again,
2,000,
you're not showing.
right?
You're not giving examples of
I
me
want to
lying.
show in
You're
real. I
asking
want to show in real
questions.
time.
No.
Show in real time.
No, I want to hear the list that you have. Let's go.
Yeah, I'll go in real time. But each question
Okay,
I'll ask you, you'll lie to.
No, I want the list
Prove
of
me wrong.
lies you have on me. Go ahead.
I am. I'm going to go through with it. And
No,
you're going to
you
give
said
me
real
the answer, and
you
everybody's
said
going to
real
listen, right?
time. A list of things you caught me lying at would be things that I've done in the past. So I want to hear this list that you have. Let's go.
Yeah. Would you like me to take some time to compile it for you?
No. Just go, give me a couple since you have a list.
I gave you one. I gave you one that wasn't good enough. You lied about being a flat earther.
That was not. Nope.
That wasn't good enough for you? That's a pretty big lie, dude.
That definitely
That's a
wasn't a
pretty
lie.
big lie.
And a lot of people will
And then,
understand
and then
it's
I
not a
told you
lie.
why.
So, again, bullshit.
So where have you seen water drop at 8 inches per mile squared? dude?
When have you
Where?
caught me lying?
Where?
You said you had a
Where?
list. I'm waiting.
Where have you? Yeah, again, if you want to do it real time to prove me
No.
incorrect, just
I
answer
want
a
to
couple
hear the
questions.
list. I want to hear the list of the past lies you caught me on. Go ahead. You said you had one.
You lied about being a flat earther.
That's not a lie. Go ahead.
You lied that's not a lie. Yes, it is.
No.
You asked me. I told you that you lied about it.
Okay.
And I
Your
gave you an
opinion-
example why I think you lied about it.
Your
Right?
opinion does not
You
make
understand?
what I did a lie. That's your opinion. Go ahead. Continue
you
on.
can never go back to globe once you're a flat earther, dude. You can't.
That's just a made up
Physical
rhetoric.
properties.
That's a made up
properties
rhetoric.
of
That's
water.
some made up rhetoric
You
that
have
you keep
to.
spewing. Now let's hear those lies. You don't know. You
Convince
have to go to
yourself that water coalesces
these little topics you want to talk
around a
about don't
dome,
matter.
and
What you
people
said
live
is
upside
you
down.
had a
That's what
list.
you have to do.
FED,
Right? That's what you have to do.
FED, stay on point. You said you had a list of all these
as
lies.
a flat earther,
What were these lies?
you cannot vary
You guys.
gravity.
And yeah, let's just have a reset.
My apologies, Gio.
Just let him talk. Just talk, and then let the other guy talk. Just
Yeah, it's like playing tennis. Exactly. You don't have to like clip people and jump. It's just like you hit the ball, receive it. Even if you don't agree, just like let them speak, and then you'll have your chance. Just go back and forth.
But Gio, the thing is that was happening, and FED started the cutting off game, and I got punished for it, and that's what started this issue.
Right. And so when people do that, the only solution is that a moderator has to sit here and kind of babysit and basically mute people temporarily. Because people, because that's what happens. Yeah, someone will overtalk and clip, and then the other person will do it. So I don't mean babysit in a rude way. I'm just saying it's like that's the only way to do it is to kind of. But I would hope that we could just do it, organically.
And it was happening, and then okay, well, I'll stop.
Yes, please. Zanuck, how are you, buddy?
Also, while we are on the topic of voting,
how's the weather where
bring
you're
up one point.
couldn't be better.
You're in fucking California. I forgot, right?
Unfortunately, this good weather is a blessing and a curse. We have no water.
California is a paradise every day, almost every day.
But there's no water. The lawns are dying, and it's places burning down to the ground.
There's no water. What do you mean? There's lots of ocean there. What's going on?
We need desalination plants. We're going to use it, but yeah, the water in the lakes and the rivers are all drying up.
There's an ocean right there.
We need desalination plants to use that water.
What are you talking about? Just reverse osmosis with the sun. They got solar power kicking now.
Reverse osmosis with the sun?
Yeah. Why not?
Okay. Show me how.
Boil it down with the water, with the sun. Produce some steam. Run it through some. Boil it with the sun. Produce some steam, and then. Yeah, using solar energy, right?
Boil it. We're going to boil it with solar energy, and okay. And how much water do you think we can produce? How much?
I don't know, but you know what? You'd have lots of salt.
You could do it with a Fresnel.
You can
take cold.
Yeah, you're not going to be.
Hey, I was looking at one of those reverse osmosis machines for $500, man. We could do a lot. We could buy like 1,000 of those machines,
Yeah, sure. Well, it's that easy. People would do it. It's not that easy.
I'm just being silly. Man.
I know. The desalination plants work. I think there's one in San Diego that's doing a good job. But yeah, we got a lot of dry vegetation here, and that doesn't help the fire situation either.
You got to get that geoengineering spraying. It's nothing but clouds and rain all the time here in Seattle. Just tell them to move it down a couple hundred miles.
That's been the goal. Move all that down here.
Imagine that, Florida just looks like a little bit more like raining every night, like a tropical paradise. That place would bloom like you've never seen it.
Yeah, we could just balance out that rain. Just the Midwest doesn't need the flooding, and we need the water to fill our reservoirs. So figure that one out, and you can
Well, it happens. There's a cycle, like, right? Every 10 years, it seems to fill up and drain down and fill up and drain down, right? There's always a doomsday, and then all of a sudden it's full again.
Yeah, it's cyclic for sure. Unless we enter an ice age.
It's funny how almost every political term, though, in California, they use it, eh? When it's up and good, they just go on to something else. And when it's down low, they're like, climate change, we need more taxes.
That's right.
Didn't they fill did they fill it with all black balls, too, right?
Very rare.
How did that work out? That's what I think, what's that guy? Not Vsauce. No, what's the other one? The young kid there. There's all the science videos. He's showing about filling up the reservoirs with all these black balls.
Oh yeah. We need a bunch of plastic on top of all the water.
What do you think about putting a whole bunch of crystal little balls on the sheets of Antarctica, on the plains? Little crystal balls of glass. What do you think of that?
What would that do?
Well, I don't know. That's what they're doing. They're saying that it'll prevent melting.
Well, considering the average temperature is below freezing all the way up to Antarctica.
That's what they're doing. They're saying they're putting these little glass bead balls everywhere, all over the sheets of Antarctica, so that it doesn't melt. Wouldn't light concentrate inside that little ball and create energy that warms up the crystal or the glass itself?
No, you don't increase energy by putting glass balls on stuff.
Well, wouldn't light kind of concentrate into it and get warmer?
If they're made like a lens.
The sun?
You're talking.
That's what I'm saying. Little glass ball, right? The sun is beating through it.
You can't create energy where there isn't energy to begin with. So the energy is known per square meter. And you're not going to change that by putting little glass balls on Antarctica.
And
the
balls that are being
glass, right?
Hold on. The balls that are being placed are shade balls, not made of glass, made of opaque black plastic.
And that's for putting over a lake, so they.
No. There's two. There's ones that are doing the reservoirs of glass, the black opaque ones that you suggested. They're also spraying glass balls on the sheets of Antarctica, right? And
Do you have citation
look at
for this? Because I'm not able to.
Yeah, just go. It's there. I don't know why.
Cool. So you don't have any citation. So this just doesn't exist. Awesome.
Well,
Thanks.
you just did a quick little search or what?
I don't think we want to. I mean, we want to stop evaporation on lakes and reservoirs. I don't think adding plastic balls to the tune of millions of them would do. The benefits would outweigh the costs.
Well, my confusion again is, and just correct me, but if you have a black object, it will absorb heat. It wouldn't reflect it.
Correct.
And if it's absorbing the heat, then it would create a higher energy exchange between the surface of that water and that black ball, so that actually not reduce the evaporation. It should increase based on that idea. No?
Only if that air inside the ball is transferring heat to the bottom surface and into the water itself.
Well, if you think about it, the black body, right, is absorbing heat, and water brushing up over the sides of it, right, constantly heating and cooling,
and then also emitted. That's the principle of how heat works. So you're saying
I know, but
you're assuming that the heat absorbed from the top of the black object is heating the air inside of it, transferring the heat to the bottom of it, and then releasing it into the water itself. And that's something they've looked at, and that's a negligible factor. The main factor is the reducing of evaporation. But then there are also
that's what I'm confused about, because I'm thinking because the black body would absorb more, it would increase evaporation, not decrease it. But
that's an assumption.
Yeah.
They've already went over that very analysis.
Well, I haven't done the actual test, right? I haven't.
Of course
done
you haven't. I'm telling you what the tests tell you. The tests tell you that they would reduce the evaporation.
Well,
but
it would.
At the cost of covering these bodies of water with plastic shit that who knows what could it's gonna probably start failing. They'll start leaking. They'll start degrading, and then we got a bunch of garbage on these lakes. That's not the answer.
So I was wrong. I did find what you're talking about. Still not made of glass. Still not clear. It's made of silica and white, and also not being scattered across all of Antarctica. Only being deployed on a few of the lakes and places where the ice melt is being most effective. Also not being deployed yet
but just a theory on something that we could do based on a 2018 study.
Exactly.
So, Fed, your data is very, very wrong.
Yeah, so they have this glass object. I apologize if it's silicone or glass. Well, I'm gonna find you the glass one. Give me a second. Yeah, just give me a second. They have these little bead balls, right? And give me a second. I'll find what I read. So 1 second.
There they are. I put the picture in chat. They're made of silica.
And what do you think the average temperature of Antarctica is? And have we been losing ice in Antarctica? Actually, we're gaining ice in Antarctica and have been ever since all this so-called crisis has begun.
So there's an article by Wired. The article says, "Can tiny glass beads keep the Arctic ice from melting? Maybe." The engineering nonprofit wants to spread silicate beads, so they call it glass beads in the article. And then it's
you mean in the title, in the article that you just started reading, they called it silica beads.
So
because the title is clickbait title. Got it.
Can tiny glass beads keep Arctic ice from melting? Maybe.
Why don't you post? Why don't you post the
I'm
link?
just going to read it to you.
No, I can read. I can read. I don't need you to read to me. I don't need you to read to me data. Just post the link
to prevent absorption of.
Why don't we act like adults?
Some scientists have their doubts.
Okay, why don't we act like adults now and just post the link? Because I don't need you to read to me. Same reason I don't like to talk to dice, dude.
And keeping.
Can we get a mod in here? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm ready to mod you, Kool-Aid, because you keep talking over him. Why don't you?
He's literally talking over me. He's screaming over me.
Over you.
As
He said he was going to read from the article, and then you just talked over him.
Post a fucking article.
Bendy, can you at least ask him to post the link in the chat so that other
as the atmosphere warms,
so other people can read it for themselves or listen?
I will when I'm done reading. Thanks. As the atmosphere warms, however, the ice has shrunk historically low levels, according to satellite data. What if you could rev up the Arctic ice maker and build new layers of sea ice to counteract the warming effects of climate change? A group of Bay Area scientists and engineers say they have such a solution. A thin layer of tiny glass beads that, when spread across the ice, would boost its surface reflectivity. Start at a slight Arctic cooling trend and overall create more ice. Start a slight Arctic cooling trend and overall create more ice. The idea is to kick off a positive feedback loop. So in the article, it calls it glass beads twice. Now I'm going to post it for you. So
yeah,
my data is
just post it, please. Just post it already. We've heard the monologue. Will you please post? Will you please post your citation because we've heard your monologue.
My data is correct.
No, it's not.
My data is correct. I just read it to you from the Wired article, and you can read.
Fucking post it.
Can you post the link?
Why don't you just type it in and get it from the Wired?
If you're reading it from,
why don't you do it? I give you the article, Wired.com. No, because you guys are being really sensitive princesses.
Because he can't post it because he knows he doesn't say that.
It's Wired.com. The article says it twice. Tiny glass beads.
What is the name of the article?
That is wrong.
What is the name of the article that you cannot post? What is the name of it?
Yeah. So I can post it, but I'm just going to take as long as I can to show how stupid.
Because you're a little prick. What the fuck is the name of it? Let us look up what you're saying.
You're the one who is being a prick to me by saying my data is incorrect.
Your data is incorrect.
And then I read it from an article for you, and then I will post to show you
no,
how
you won't.
You are.
You're just being a little prick about it.
Actually, you are.
Can we get
You are the prick. So you'll get.
Yeah, Data, you made your point. We got it now. Let's just leave the pricks out of this, okay? Thank you.
Screenshot twice for him, and then he can still bitch and complain. But I'll give him actual screenshots from the article, but he still won't search it up for himself, right?
Just post the link.
Fuck you, dude. I'm going to give you screenshots, bitch. You can Google your fingers all you want, you lazy little cunt.
$5 says it doesn't say what he says it does.
Wait, why?
Yeah.
Why are you trying so hard to prevent posting the link?
Again, you guys, you like this is how retarded you kids are. You have the fingertips that are like just type it in. Wire.com glass beads. Oh my god! Like you guys, like at the end of the day, it's a comedy. So
with each other and not try to like
yeah,
fight each
you're
other
dealing
or
with
some
these
shit.
peckerheads though. These peckerheads you're dealing with. You're literally dealing with peckerheads daily, dude.
Okay,
I'm getting information
They're like anti-masculine peckerheads. No masculinity whatsoever.
on
You're like little beta
Wired.com.
males. It's so gross, man.
On
Wake up, go lift
Wired.com.
some weights, go eat some meat, go hunt and fish, do
What the
something.
hell, bro? Chill out.
Yeah.
On Wired.com,
It's
I'm
a
literally
bunch of
getting.
effeminate men. It's a bunch of
Okay, you
effeminate
got it out of
men,
your
man.
system. Do you feel better? Holy shit.
No, these guys are just
Okay,
weird,
then
man.
go on mute
Sir-
and complain.
Searching
Little
for glass
fucking
beads
effeminate
on
men. Go put your
Wired
lipstick and makeup on.
gives me
How about you take a break, Data?
62,041 results. Will you please post the one you're referencing? Because I'm not going to read through 6,000 results.
Kool-Aid, please. If you can't find the article, come on, man. Be serious.
I think Data should post it though.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it fair to post the link if you literally have it open? Like like if I'm reading something that I'm claiming and then someone else with a link, I'm gonna post it. It's easy to post. It's far easier than taking screenshots than sending the screenshots. So I don't know why he's trying to go out of his way to post screenshots to prevent us from actually reading from the link.
Like he's trying to hide it or something.
Well, there you go.
Man, you guys are just princesses. It's so easy to use your fingers and type it in. But for the chat, I just gave you 2 screenshots that back up exactly what I stated. Not only that, it's there for you to kind of give you a hint what to type in. If you can't do it, man, holy shit, we're in trouble. Please take us over.
It's a lot easier to just send a link, but okay, sure.
Fuck your link.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what if he said I wasn't here for it, but just in his article, it is a big study they are doing, and so this is obviously biased. I don't know what he said. It's a big study they're talking about doing. There are repercussions to it because it can actually heat up the ice. It's kind of a situation where it's a catch-22. Where it may work, and when it does work, it will work excellently, and it will keep a lot of the old ice from melting. The issue is that if it doesn't work, and there's too much light that hits these beads, there is a chance it will act as a blanket and actually melt the old ice. So it is up for debate.
May we have a discussion now regarding the black beads that are used in the reservoirs? Isn't it to me? It seems counterintuitive.
I already
balls.
look. I already explained.
I'm asking Sean.
No,
I'm
yes,
asking Sean, not you. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you.
Can I
Zanuck.
respond? Let me.
No,
Sean,
hang on, Zanuck, because I want to hear what he's saying, because I know what he's talking about. I want to hear it.
But I do know about the balls, and I can tell you about them.
So do I, Zanuck. So do I. That's why I want to hear what he has to say, Zanuck.
So, I'm under the impression, obviously, when there's more absorption of heat, there are obviously more energy exchange. And my idea here, when I look at the black balls absorbing heat, is the water coming up over those black balls, reducing the heat. And therefore, that transfer heat is going into the water, causing more energy. In other words, more evaporation.
Okay.
Now, Zanuck is saying, Zanuck is saying, no, it's counterintuitive, but it doesn't transfer all the way to the water. It reduces evaporation.
Here's actually what happens with that. And what you're saying is correct. Yes, if these black balls were, say, in the reservoir for a long period of time, it would heat up. The problem is that it's in a constant flow. When they actually transfer these balls, when they're actually in their mass consumption of each other, it's only in the flow of the reservoir. It's actually not sitting for long enough to actually do anything counterintuitive to the climate. That actually has been an issue, and the reason they're made the way they are is to actually absorb the least amount of heat possible. And they're black because they're easier to retrieve. That's the gist of it.
Yeah, it seems counterintuitive that you'd want reflectivity And if you would want reflectivity in the Arctic or in the bodies of water, you'd use something that would reflect light, not absorb it, right? And the funny thing with the crystal, with the tiny beads, it totally absorbs it. It goes. The light would be concentrated inside the bead, right? So it just kind of seems
the idea of it. But and again, this is why there's so many studies of it. It is literally what those beads are made of. Again, it's such a catch-22 for the reasons, because what it is it's just silica. That's all it is. It's nothing, no man-made chemical. It's silica concentrated. And in one study, it will show that it actually is reflective, kind of, and in another study, it shows that it does absorb a little bit. It can absorb enough that it will actually be a detriment to the study. Now, the black balls you're talking about they're not even related to the geoengineering concept. That they're for two different things. Those black balls and reservoirs are really made to keep everything clean and flowing.
It's both. So
yes.
You mentioned that.
No.
They aren't there long enough. No, they're there permanently. They're in LA as well. I just posted a video.
Yeah. That's where they started off doing it.
They're filled with half with water, as was mentioned by somebody else. That keeps them in position so they don't blow away. But the heat is absorbed by the black. Certainly, we all know that. The air inside will be heated as well. It's not transferred to the bottom. It's just radiated back out. So cool. Hold on. Let me finish. Its bottom stays cool. It also keeps sunlight from penetrating in, keeps the bromine, keeps the algae from growing underneath it, keeps the birds from landing, like you said, keeping stuff out of the reservoir, like birds crapping and stuff into the reservoir. That's what it's for. So all the things that were intuitive to flat Earth data they're wrong. It does not transfer heat into the reservoir and increase.
Not the same, yeah.
It shades it so it doesn't evaporate, but that's not the primary. You mentioned the primary. Keep the crap
it just seems counterintuitive, guys. That's all.
There is and here it is, Data. This is the part that agrees with you. It is counterintuitive, Zanuck, in this sense that because they're now doing this, the natural absorption of we'll just say a reservoir is actually a detriment to the plants that are on the bottom of that lake. And that studies have also shown that. And in detriment of that, it does throw off the biodiversity of that reservoir. And that again. Yeah, and they're trying to.
Yeah, they're
trying to figure shit out.
Keep it clean.
Yeah,
drinking water. Yeah.
And Zanuck, that's the problem with a lot of these geoengineering projects that they want to endure. That the detriment of what could happen isn't being looked at because they want to fix the problem now.
Right, and we're not losing ice in Antarctica. You know that, right? We're gaining much.
No. So this is what it is. No, and so this is the very specific way of how it works. When they talk about melting ice, they are talking about old ice, not new ice. What is old ice? Old ice is the ice that is always there. New ice is the stuff that forms. And the new ice formation is growing. It is getting much larger. The old ice is melting, but it is not melting at the alarming rate. What was happening?
Where's it melting? Where's it melting?
This is what I'm going to say. For a long period of time, there wasn't as much new ice as was supposed to be there. So in recent years, they were getting less new ice than usual. Then what's happening is it starts growing again. Yes, old ice is melting, but it is not melting to the point where polar bears are going to be in California. Okay, that's ridiculous.
Exactly. Well, where is the reason I'm asking?
You guys are talking about two different.
Where is the ice melting?
No, same thing.
Sean, where is the ice melting?
Along the old ice in the Arctic, tundra area, just above the Alaskan area. A lot of that stuff is melting off. It's not melting off.
That's not Antarctica. That's the Arctic.
No, yeah, you said the Arctic too, right?
Antarctica. You said Antarctica. You're talking about two different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Antarctica.
My bad.
Temperatures are below freezing everywhere down there.
No, Zanuck is right. There is no ice melting away.
And
the only scare
you're right. I was asking because I wanted to kind of bait the audience. But the water that is meeting Antarctica will take some of the old ice away, but it's growing faster than So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and there are ice sheets that are melting away in Australia. They know it's happening, and it won't come back. Stuff like that. That's not in comparison to what people are talking about. Antarctica. Now that I'm on the right topic, I do apologize. The only issue with Antarctica has been that shelf they were worried about breaking off.
Right.
What they didn't explain is that actually is on top of a landmass. And if it breaks off, they're worrying about it starting to shift. And if it starts shifting and moving out towards the ocean, that could be the problem. But it wouldn't be an instant thing. It's not due to climate change. It's due to ice formations and movement of ice.
And it's all cyclical. And by the way, everyone here probably knows that we were farming in Greenland many years ago, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The Vikings used to traverse the North Pole. I mean, there's forests that are under 150 feet of ice in Greenland right now. So it is very cyclical. And the question really becomes, I don't want to get into the climate thing, but is man the primary cause? And most solid science is not on the world.
I say man is a huge factor. The primary no, because we do see.
Can I bring a point to you, gentlemen, before you conclude an answer?
I do think man has a huge part of it.
Huge, more than 50%.
Hold on.
As in, we do add to it. As in, we do add to it. I will not say it is the prime factor, because if in studies that we've done for the past 100 years, we know the climate has had insanely drastic changes. So climate change does happen. Now, here's the thing.
So, Sean, hold on. Yeah, I want to interject. I want to interject, though.
I'm done. I'm almost done, FED. But now when we start talking about mitigating our emissions for it, I think now the steps you're trying to take will play a huge factor in climate change, where humans become 100% of the problem.
Yeah, that's
okay. So I just want to point out to you, gentlemen, that according to even NASA's data, right, is that the Earth is 25% greener than it was in the 70s. And if you look at the map, there's actually quite a bit more of fresh, new growth.
He's right. But
Let me finish.
I'm almost done. Sean. Have some patience, Sean. I'm almost done. So when you read about the article, you read about the study. Now I know these factors about a lush environment. I know these principles that hold true, that it's a good thing. More critters, more vegetation, more animals, more food production. Now, a lot of people don't understand that more trees produce more carbon dioxide. They do. Equally, oxygen and carbon dioxide. They do. Listen.
No, you're wrong.
No.
More trees, more oxygen, less carbon dioxide.
Yes.
You're wrong.
Carbon dioxide. You may have missed. FED, you may have, no, stop, hang on. FED, you may have missed, I know, but you may have missed, you're misspeaking.
You're interrupting me.
Yes,
so
but you misspoke.
Let me get it out. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Just let me get it out. Tina's interrupting me. I'm going by what the data is supplied to me. The data shows that the Earth is greener, more lush. I understand it to be a positive, not a negative, okay? That greener and more lush has nothing to do with human activity. That's plant growth, okay? Now, if you want to say plant growth,
Hey, sorry, Data. Can we just really, there's a lot of people in here, so you just have to be a little more concise, man. You know, just take 20, 30 seconds, get something out, and then let somebody else speak. Thank you.
I think Sean was going to correct you on the fact that
I keep getting interrupted when
you had your moment.
My point.
You had your moment.
And then you're not asking me to be concise, and then I have.
I'm going to back you up. You're done. You can't go back and be concise.
Fed. You've been talking for like 2 minutes already. Okay. So I get it. You were getting interrupted, but really you made a lot of points. Okay. So just try to keep it concise, man.
I think you might have misspoke about plants taking in oxygen. They release.
Yes. FED, you're 100% correct. Innocent. Listen, you're 100% correct. The only thing you stated, and I think it was more of a misspoke than being wrong, is that plants actually absorb carbon dioxide and release carbon monoxide, which is what oxygen is, or has oxygen. Now listen,
carbon dioxide.
Yes. Now here, you're correct. The problem is that yes, we have more vegetation and more greenery, but we're still putting out so much emissions that the amount of greenery that we do have still can't absorb everything that's being put out there. Now,
greener Earth, a more lusher Earth means this. It means more critters, more food, more production. That's a positive.
Yes.
That's
You're
not
right.
a negative. Now,
right.
Here's another thing. We are in the 25th solar cycle, apparently, according to modern science, which means we're changing the sun's magnetic polarization. There's almost next to none of the certain frequency. So there's a change in, I can't remember what it is. I have to go back and read it. So there's a
Polar
change in frequency from the sun. We're at the 25th solar cycle right now. It's just changing so that there's less black spots. Therefore, less magnetic interference or something like that.
Oh,
They
fuck.
claim by 2030 that it's going to come back and there's going to be another change in.
You might be referring to cosmic rays being.
No, it's referring to the solar cycle, which is sunspots, which has nothing to do with climate.
Well, actually, it does a little bit.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
Nothing to do with
hold on.
climate.
When
doesn't have a-
solar activity is high, hold on. When the solar activity is high, it does. It is known to blow away the cosmic rays, and cosmic rays and those particles are known to see clouds. So that is
Zanuck, but the problem is that none of those readings are showing that it's actually enough to be playing a factor in our climate as of right now.
7-year cycle.
If you read Sven Mark's article, which is written in 2015 or so, if you read, hold on, if you read Sven Mark's article about this idea, this theory, you'll have a different opinion on it. If you haven't heard
No, I have heard about it. The issue is that's not something that is affecting what we're dealing with right now and what we're talking about.
Well, that is because that is what that is more tied. That activity, that's solar. Flat Earth, come on. You had your moment. Give me a response to Sean. Hold on.
Well,
so let me talk. So yes, there was a study that was done that showed that there was a greater correlation in CO2 of solar activity affecting solar cosmic rays than the CO2 emitted by man. Just keep in mind for a second, as a backdrop to this, we know temperatures rose at a greater rate from 1900 to 1940 without man's help. That same rate of increase has now happened from 1970 till now. That also a 50-year cycle. So
yes, sir.
What could it be possible? And I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not taking sides. Could it be possible that whatever caused the rapid increase of temperatures in 1900 to 1940 could be the same cause it has been recently? Because we all agree that CO2 has increased precipitously. We know it's gone from 280 to near 400 parts per million.
400, yeah. Yes.
All I'm saying is there are other factors that they're studying now. One is the PDOs mixed with CO2, the Pacific Decadal Oscillation.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So what you're saying is actually my stance on it. In my, it's not 100% man-made. That's why I say it's not. The issue is that the way they're coming at the public and coming at the situation is as if their methods, and again, there are thousands of geoengineering methods that would be fucking awesome. To add to what FED was saying, one of them is called afforestation. That's basically where they make forests in areas. Again, there is a detriment, but that would be a really great one. It just takes a long time to actually happen. But so what you're saying, I agree. 100%, Zanuck. That's what keeps me from saying it's 100% man-made. It's the methods they want to do that really fucking shit up, I think.
Required reading for everybody should be a book called Unsettled by Stephen Koonin. And he was on he was part of Obama's team for the actual science.
Hey, say it again. Say it again.
Unsettled. The book is called Unsettled, and it's a recent book, like last year. Stephen Koonin. He taught at MIT, Caltech. He was on Obama's committee for the National for Science. So he's a stud. This guy has impeccable credentials. Nothing wrong with this guy. You can't put him on any. And he has a great book. This book talks about the data for the 90% of the book, and in the end, talks about some of the results and what people are trying to do. And he thinks that he really, his opinion, and he's one of the best qualified to do this because he's not working for anybody. His opinion is that we're freaking chasing our tail. That we can't. It's like throwing a friggin' needle in a haystack to try to figure out what's going on with whether man is in charge or what can we affect.
And for everyone to know, and they should be looking this up, when it comes to geoengineering, again, there are thousands that are feasible and are actually pretty good ideas, but the majority of the things they're talking about for a speedy change is actually dangerous. All their prediction tests say it's dangerous, and they keep slimming it out to make it sound better. Second, all these capture carbon projects, carbon sequestration projects. These are all money-making schemes based on the fact that no matter what they do, no matter how much carbon they catch and sequester or reuse and put into fuel, they will always produce more. And we don't have the technology even close to figuring out how to do this and get to zero emissions. Understand that. Everything they're talking about climate is a red flag because they want to go to zero.
Now you mentioned that there's 3 grades of hydrogen in the processing. So they're trying to now switch over to natural gas and hydrogen processing. one of the key factors in implementing this new world change. Now,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong. There's the blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, and gray hydrogen, and those key color codes are how they're processed. Now, I can't remember exactly what each at this moment. I can't remember which. One is processed obviously from renewable energies. One's processed from type of extraction using fossil energy, so forth. So I think each category of hydrogen production has its transfer of energy, whatever process they're using to transfer that energy. My idea is you're putting more of this hydrogen in the atmosphere, which would actually warm up the air.
It rises fast. The issue with it is the hydrogen we know will eventually leave the atmosphere or go higher up, whereas in carbon dioxide seems to love the troposphere in the stratosphere, middle parts of the stratosphere. So it kind of stays here and it never degrades out. That's the only difference between the two. The issue I see. Go ahead.
Hey, let me just interrupt real Fed, your mic is kind of shit right now. You might want to disconnect and reconnect. Sean, can you try not to clip because you're just coming in every once in a while?
Yeah, I know. It's my biggest bet. I got to remember just to think that my yas and stuff. I apologize. Thank you for calling me out though. But no, I'll wait till he comes back. But with the renewables, the issue is that renewables also emit these emissions regardless of how much less they do than others. And all they're really doing is implementing these things called scrubbers. They've done it to the new diesels now. It's the same type of thing. Those still can't catch as much as still emitted. And then the transporting of these things it is used differently. Here's the big issue. Here's why it's an issue. 90% of the companies that are using these new scrubbers and going to renewables, they capture the CO2, pressurize it in tankers, and then they take it to oil sites. They actually use the CO2 to accumulate more oil in the pockets that have seeped up. It actually pulls oil in so they can basically reopen these oil fields. So when they tell you they're doing it to minimize CO2, they're realistically using it to produce more CO2, but with this oil they're capturing more of. And this is all, you can look it all up. Most of these plants that are all going green and
you're
capture
talking about
CO2.
fracking, essentially. You're talking about fracking in a sense.
I call it, and here's the thing. I call it reverse fracking because they shoot chemicals in to pull chemicals out, and that's more. When I say that, that's more the carbon sequestration, where they capture this carbon dioxide, and what they're doing is they're injecting it 2 miles deep into a sediment that is best to seal it up. The issue is now there's in parts of the United States there are billions of metric. I don't know how you would say it in calculations of amount, but there's millions of tankers worth, I guess you would say, of this stuff in the ground on the guides that it's going to hold it for at least 1,000 years. Now, here's the scary part. These things aren't based with 1,000-mile radius of no one. They're in the middle of little areas where people are. This has happened before. If CO2 does actually find its way back into our atmosphere and it comes out of the ground in pockets, this stuff can actually carry and kill cities. And I'm not talking small cities. I'm talking it could kill half of San Diego if it muttered through San Diego. And no one would know it because you can't smell it, and you wouldn't know just because there was no oxygen. That's a big issue with these things. Again, on the guides, that it will last for 1,000 years. But if you read the reports, they understand that there's a chance it could find its way back up to the surface because they haven't perfected that system yet. Again, when you're hearing about capturing CO2, read into it. See where it's actually going. 90% of the time, it's going to produce more oil.
The carbon capture is just another stock market scam, in my opinion, man.
100%. 100%. Look at this is a good read. The biggest problem with geoengineering I have is solar radiation management. That's one where they spray particulates over, and it would have to be over the whole Earth to basically reduce UV radiation onto the Earth's surface. Raising global temperature. Problem is, there's so many catch-22s to it, and it never works in systems. The guy who's actually pushing the hardest on this is a guy named David Keith. He works for Harvard Geoengineering Institute. He also happens to be the owner or the founder of a place called Carbon Engineering. It is the largest distributor of carbon capture machinery. This is the stuff they're putting in plants that captures carbon dioxide out of the air. What they don't tell you is that machine actually produces.
So David Keith is from Calgary, Alberta.
Yes, sir.
And he's on camera talking about geoengineering the skies.
Yes.
And how tens of thousands of people will succumb. Tens of thousands of people will succumb to death through the process of this study because of the metals that they're spraying in the air. Right. He's on camera saying.
Okay. You're right and wrong. So here's what it is. This solar geoengineering that they want to do, again, like I said, has to be done all over the earth uniformly, because if it's done wrong, patches or whatnot, it will physically change the climate in that area. And I'm telling you now, this is one of the situations that would happen. San Diego, everyone that lives in California, get ready to have tornadoes and hurricanes. People in the northern area, Alaska's, Washington, Maine, get ready to become a desert. Texas, middle of the United States, you're going to become a rainforest. These are actual studies and changes that will happen if this solar radiation is done wrong.
Is it your belief that this isn't currently being done right now?
Yes, and here's why. Because if it was being done, so right now they are doing testing. They're using controlled areas, minimal, to find out the correct size of the particulates to use. If the particulates are too small, then they have to spray a lot more to blink it off. If the particulates are too heavy, then they have to spray 10 times more because it will fall to the surface of Earth. And yes, sir, you are correct. No matter what they use, what they want to use is something called, it's like a Cobaltite or some shit. I don't know the exact name. If you go look up the Harvard University geoengineering site, it explains what they want to use. It's water and this barbarite or some shit, and it is a metal. And yes, if it gets into our drinking water, it is dangerous. And that is the big issue. And that's how I know they're not doing completely, because we're not seeing drastic climate changes yet. So it can only be done right, or it can be done 100% wrong. And the likelihood of it being wrong is about 83% right now, due to their prediction tests.
But you don't think they've been spraying for the last decade?
Oh, they spray, but there's different reasons for spraying. One is cloud seeding. Cloud seeding is $1 billion industry. I don't give a fuck where you live, they do it. The thing that is shady is, first of all, they have to report with NOAA. NOAA runs all these things. They have to report with them. They have to announce it in the counties they're doing it in, because basically the only way to do it with better results is county-wise, so they're not doing it state-wise. They put it in the newspaper. It's so small, no one ever notices it. They don't have to really announce it, except for that way. But they're doing it. And anyone doesn't believe me, look up your city hall records. Every county has to have a contract with these companies to do so. And that is silver iodine. Its issue is with aquatic life. For us humans, I don't think it is any serious detriment to us, because it's not enough to get in our systems. But yes, for aquatic life, it is actually dangerous in all amounts. But they don't talk about that. But everywhere uses it for hail suppression, rain, to minimize rainfall, hail suppression, etc. When it comes to spraying other things, there are other reasons they do it. Spraying it with nanobots is crap. Spraying for population is crap, because there's so many easier ways for doing it. NASA does spray thorium into the stratosphere. That is for the purpose of when we look at weather maps, it's all nice and colored up. That's what that does. And that's char, and it actually doesn't even hit the surface of Earth, not a detriment to us. And these aren't my beliefs. These are me looking for days and hours into these things to try to figure out the connections with them.
So
there are a lot of reasons for spraying.
What are these ionospheric heaters like harped about?
Okay, so originally, and yes, so everyone understands, HARP has a lot to do with weather modification. Now here's the thing. Those heaters basically are ways of making all the particles and the electrons and all that stuff in an area go haywire. Controlling it, I don't know how much control they actually have or play a part. But here's the crux of it. HARP heaters are really communication transmitting. That's all it is. That's what they originally started doing it for. And guess what happens when you start doing shit like that? Other shit happens and you notice it. Weather modification became part of it.
So I guess where I was going though is they heat up particles in the atmosphere, and so
in the ionosphere.
So they can't heat the atmosphere. They can only heat the ionosphere. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but the ionosphere is the area where weather starts. They've used these techniques to start creating lightning bolts. They can do that very easily. If you don't believe me, go look it up. Don't believe me, but they do.
Well, I guess what I was getting at is
It's just a double speak.
It's
not a double speak.
Listed out the reasons that they're spraying, but then you never really talked about the chemtrail thing that everybody complains about, right? The fact that you see these airliners, you see these you can be out and it could be a nice clear day, and then you get 4 or 5 of these planes fly over, and then all of a sudden you've got just mottled sky, right?
Okay.
Mottled clouds everywhere.
And what you are saying is half correct and half wrong, and here's why. It's only wrong because I cannot confirm this, but there's more than enough information to confirm this. What you're seeing 90% of the time are contrails, regular contrails. It just happens. But for a very long time, they were trying to figure out ways to minimize UV, but not be so worldwide. And a lot of these are results of things that have happened. What they wanted to do is put an additive into the fuel that would essentially come out the exhaust and kind of blanket it a little bit and lessen the UV rays. I cannot confirm they're using it right now, but there are many of papers that show they want to, we're going to, and the reasons for doing it. One of the big reasons.
And I connected to the ionospheric heaters, right, is that they need those metals in the air to be able to have something to manipulate, right? Something to my understanding.
I've heard little bits on that. I haven't heard enough or seen enough for it to be a prime factor for me. But I believe it because yes, to see or I don't think they need it really to do it. I think I could see why they would use it to enhance the effects they want. Is it a detriment to us? Is it getting to us? I don't think those particles are. I think any particle they're using is going to be the right size, not to hit their surface of Earth, especially if they're not trying to be so obvious about it.
So what do you think about when people have tested in forests and stuff and they found high amounts of aluminum, strontium, barium?
That could be from cloud seeding. Again, silver iodine will give you the same aluminum test. I know for a fact in the 90s or through the 60s through the 90s, it is documented. The military sprayed a lot of shit just to test and see what it would do to forest life, populations, UV. The military did a lot of tests. A big case happened in Louisiana in the late 90s that stopped the military from doing that as much. But I can't confirm they're still doing it that way. But yes, there have been many times in the past, court cases, etc., because of things like that. That is true. That did happen. As if it happening now, I doubt it's happening now like that. There's too many eyes.
It's right in front of us.
But yeah, I think they're doing a lot of things secretly. The solar radio geoengineering one I've been talking about with David Keith, that one was hush hush for a long time. It ended up getting out, and they had to become more public with it. But the stuff they're not being public with is they've now been kicked off of 4 sites to actually run these tests due to not giving enough insurance for what could happen if it went wrong. And that's across the United States. Their next test site, the next testing site they're trying to use is in the UK, as far as I know right now.
Do we have a test for testability?
What do you mean?
Can you prove science with science?
Of course.
Oh my god.
You can no. I would say better. You can verify science with science. I'm not going to say prove.
Really? Why is that?
What would you use to verify science?
Let's say again.
No, I think you're right, Sean. What else could you use to verify science other than science?
Yeah.
Nothing else is precise enough.
Yeah,
Well,
to prove
if I
things.
could keep it on science and maybe climate change, Sean, are you familiar with the IPCC?
Yeah, those bastards. They're the reason all this shit's happening.
So, do you know who founded the IPCC? Who was the individual?
Some Chinese dude. I don't know his name off the hand.
He was a Canadian, actually.
Does he have like a weird ass name? Wait, 1, 2. We'll see.
I'm having a
the
brain
issue
fart.
is-
I gotta look it up to get his name.
Well, because
he
as
was
far as I know,
actually an oil guy.
is he? Oh no, there's a lot of lobbyists involved in the IPCC. The funny part is they're the ones actually pushing for all this change right now, and it's based on 250 scientists and their opinions, literally. They're not even an organization that can make things happen. They're literally a group that suggests to the world, and the world is taking it as a we have to or else because of their rhetoric. They're not good people.
The guy's name was Maurice Strong, and he was actually ran Occidental Petroleum for a short while, and he's like a Rockefeller oil man through and through. He also started the UNEP, the UN Environmental Program.
Yeah, they're the ones that sanction treaties, climate issued treaties. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about now. Yeah, he's the asshole that made ocean fertilization more readable, even though it's against all the treaties. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Did you say Maurice Strong?
Correct.
That guy's a dickhead.
They're part of the big lobby push, which is another reason why fossil fuels aren't going anywhere. They'll play it up like it is, but it ain't going nowhere. Just understand, we have now 9 years to get to zero emissions. Doesn't that sound like a kind of a conflated bullshit?
Do you understand why that alarmism, it doesn't come off as genuine when the IPCC was created to with the statement that man-made climate change was real, and then to sort of kind of put together the science to support that statement. It's not the other way
100%.
around.
100%. And
So
it came out a long time ago when Shell. So in the 80s, understand this is the best part. In the 80s, when no one was talking about the climate and what all this fossil fuel was going to do, the oil companies, they actually used to be responsible. They used to do their own studies and give their own reports out. Shell did a report stating that in the next 2 decades, there would be an increase in emissions and CO2 consumption. And the weather community shunned all their articles, and no one saw it until years later. Funniest shit in the world.
Sean, I think you're right that fossil fuels aren't ever going to go away completely, but there is a big push in mining to switch to electric underground because of it creates heat, diesel, and diesel particulates, so that you need less ventilation. But we're actually not there yet.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of technology there's a lot of technology
Water
that's
is key.
and there's a lot of technology that's going to be great. It's just we haven't got to that point yet. And again,
No, we passed that point.
Yeah, all the
We're missing
ideas.
the point.
Okay, so all those ideas that they have to fix climate change is really good. I mean, the pushes are great. I think it's awesome. The problem is that the push is so hard that they gave us 13 years to fix everything. Is such bullshit. It's complete crap.
Sean, are you familiar with who came up with the idea that carbon dioxide was a greenhouse gas?
I don't know exactly, but I think it's good for the atmosphere until it's too much.
Well, the guy's name was Svennius Arnhaus, and he did studies like in the late 1700s. He predicted that by the 20th century, they would be growing pineapples in England because of global warming.
Yeah, I've heard stuff like that.
Do you
Yeah.
believe in climate change, Sean?
Yes, 100%. Climate does change. Absolutely.
I'm talking about the propaganda from the New World Order.
I don't know about the New World Order. The propaganda, I think, is bullshit. But we do play a part in it. You can't say we don't. If you don't think humans have any part in it, go in your garage and turn your car on and tell me that's safe.
Sean, what percentage of the atmosphere is made up of carbon dioxide? Because that's what we're talking about, right? Carbon dioxide.
Yeah, our troposphere. I think in the 20%. It's the problem isn't just carbon. That's a lot of other.
Don't we measure carbon dioxide at what is it, 450 parts per million now?
Yeah.
So does that sound like 20% to you?
Yeah. It again, when they're saying 450 parts, it's not it's
million?
It's a very weird. Yeah, it's a very weird technical way of saying it. But yeah, it's about 26%. I think is the highest we've recorded.
What's the most powerful greenhouse gas? The one that captures the most heat?
I would say methane offhand, but CO2 over time.
It's
because
water
CO2
vapor.
won't.
The answer is water vapor.
Okay, that makes sense. Wait, as a greenhouse gas?
Yes. As far as capturing heat and not allowing heat to radiate back into space.
Okay. I agree.
Water vapor.
Yeah, it's
I
water
agree.
vapor. That is correct. You are correct, sir.
So it seems kind of crazy to us when you're suggesting that a gas could go from being like 0.02% of the atmosphere to 0.05% of the atmosphere, and that's the difference between a stable climate and catastrophe. It doesn't really seem to make sense.
No, I don't agree. I'm sorry. I may have I don't agree with that either. I don't agree. I don't think, like I said, the rush that they're putting on it, I don't think is necessary. I think it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I've heard scientists talk about climate change and have their hands up like 13 years. What does that mean? They're saying it would take 100 years for us to actually feel the effects of the climate changing as it is. No, I don't think carbon dioxide is the only problem. That's why I think it's part of the scam. 100%. I think if we're going to fix anything, we lower emissions with the guides of just being cleaner, cleaner society, and go from there. Changing climate, all these bullshit things we need to do is just propaganda for money. But to say we have nothing to do with it is ridiculous.
Yeah, the negative side effect of reducing emissions and being wrong is that we have cleaner air. That's it.
Yeah.
But if you're wrong, Sean, and we are a bigger cause of it, or if the alarm is true and we don't do anything, that side effect is much more severe.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's literally impossible to get to where they think we should be in 13. And now it's 9 years. It was 13. It was the time they gave. It's now 9 years. I think it's impossible
We can
to get
do
to
it tomorrow.
I don't think it's impossible at all.
What, so zero emissions you think is possible in
Yeah.
9 years?
Absolutely.
We can
don't
do
think
tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Again, I don't think fossil fuels are going to put themselves out of business for it.
Yeah, I guess
Sean,
you didn't watch a couple of years, no, not a couple of years, maybe a decade ago. It was a radio engineer, retired. It was working with radio frequencies, and it tumbled about with the frequency, and he managed to put salt water to burn massive flames with that frequency. And the research that the universities did back then was that they could reach temperatures of 1500 degrees. So if we can achieve that 10 years ago, that combustion in any engine would be, the end of this called fossil fuel.
No, and I agree with you. Again, the biggest issue is the people that are making the money they're making right now. BP, Shell. They may play ball on some aspects, start doing more renewable stuff, but they're not going to go to zero. They're not going to bankrupt their companies in the aid of what's going on. Again, a lot of the things. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know I cut you off. I'm sorry, Sean.
No, I was just going to say that the things they're saying they're going to do, like capture carbon dioxide to save climate change and all that shit, that's bullshit. They're using that to produce more oil, which again, they're not going to put themselves out of business. It's just my opinion of it.
Well, I was going to say, maybe you're not thinking of one aspect. Okay.
No, wait. Twit was talking. Hang on.
No, that's okay. You guys were having a back and forth. Go ahead. I'll jump in later.
No. I wanted to hear what you were going to say.
Yeah, you're good, Twit.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say is maybe what you're not thinking of is somewhere that my head goes because I'm a little wacky or something. But I think they could cut it off tomorrow if they wanted to. They could just have you stay home. We've seen that that's possible all around the world, in a split second notice. Like it just has to happen. Now, it wouldn't happen that quickly, but that's a really fast start. And if they decided to make it where you can't drive or you're going to pay some extraordinary tax on that, a lot of people aren't going to drive anymore. So really could, within 9 years, I think it could very well be done that they could have nearly just the general mass population not driving.
But the problem with that is that they've tried that. They tried that in the UK. Anyone in the UK could vouch for it. They have a carbon tax. They have gases. Their gas is like $8 a gallon. And it really doesn't. They didn't stop driving to the detriment that it started saving.
Yeah, but Sean, that's there though. If they did that here, a lot of people would not be driving tomorrow.
In Agenda 21, one of their goals is to eliminate private transportation. So they want us all to be riding public buses or something. So they're gonna get their goals one way or the other.
Hey, my question is, have you guys ever looked at the science from people that claim that carbon dioxide isn't isn't a driving factor in climate change? Like
I've seen them.
Go ahead.
So like Willie Soon, Nir Shaviv, and that's that Svenmark guy that Zanuck mentioned before. They're all astrophysicists, and they all claim that the sun is the driving factor when it comes to climate.
Yeah,
and I'm just curious, have you ever looked around at the fact that all of the corporate media, all of the social media platforms, all of the world governments, Hollywood, it's like everybody's all on the same page that carbon dioxide is causing global warming and it's a problem. Doesn't that seem suspicious? All of the major scientific organizations in the world, and even the energy companies, the Wall Street banks, everybody's got the same message. Doesn't that seem suspicious?
Seems suspicious to me, but to somebody who believes it, no, because they've figured out a long time ago that fear is the way to gain power through fear. People are terrified of climate change right now, worse than COVID. They're terrified.
I'd say the average person would say the fact that everyone agrees means it's true, so they would have the opposite reaction.
That as well. I don't know. I just see if they were serious, to me, this is just me, but if they were very serious about this, as serious as they claim to be, then they wouldn't just be saying this is how we're going to do
But
this.
astrophysics are not scientists.
It
shows why they would lie too. They're making these climate predictions they know are false, all to drive funding, so they can ring some sort of alarm bell about possible, future wars that will happen from the same people they're begging money from.
I just read a book about propaganda, and it said the goal of propaganda was to alter our behavior, not necessarily like change your ideology, because you can have an ideology and then behave in a way that contradicts your own beliefs. Like, people do that all the time. It's all about behavior, and like, look at the response to the pandemic. It was all about changing our behavior. We changed our way of life. So climate change is going to be the same thing. It's going to be changing our behavior, change our way of life. It's the hallmark of propaganda.
Which ultimately will lead to a governing body controlling everything we do. Because all they can do is modify your behavior even more. If you get it, if there's a new thing that comes up, they can just continue to modify you until you're just a complete empty zombie from birth to the grave.
But can I ask you to name one thing that the government body right now doesn't control?
Well,
the federal government, even. It's hard to get state government out of the way, but the federal government has reached its fingers into everything.
Well, they do have their fingers in a lot of things, but they don't have total control over it yet. But there's a lot of people who, for whatever reason, I don't understand it, but they're, in complete compliance and are willing to literally fight people who are uncompliant.
Ideas so good, they must be mandatory.
Yep.
The first time in the history of good ideas that you just can't present a good idea, and people are like, wow, that's pretty cool. I like that idea. These ideas must include psychopathic use of government force for them to be a good idea. Disagree if you want to.
What I was saying before about being suspicious about everybody being on the same page is just when you have, billionaire oligarchs and corporations all saying the same thing, and then the people that are on the opposite side of the message, right, the climate change deniers, are the ones that are said to be doing it only for the money. It doesn't make sense because all of the money is actually piled on the other side.
Yeah, well, that works because there's a lot of people, unfortunately, who will just go with, they don't even think about it. They don't have to think about it. If everybody says that it's yellow, it's yellow. They don't need to look into it. They just don't want to be the oddball. They don't want to put themselves out there to figure it out. They don't care. So as long as that's why they use celebrities. Like, celebrities mean nothing to me, but they mean a lot to people for some reason. And if their celebrity or the people that they know who really like these celebrities, or those celebrities are saying do this, then, and their friends are doing that, then they're going to do it because they can't stand the thought of not being just like everybody else.
You know, it's interesting too. You get people.
This climate change thing is just another way that they found to make more money out of it. Because they are pushing everything to be electric, but they are producing electricity with the fossil fuel that we are not allowed to use.
I think money is more of like the carrot to motivate the low class people to work. Whereas like the upper class people don't care about money so much. It's more about power and control. And that.
Yeah, I don't think the end is going to be about money. Maybe someday, when we're all long gone, there'll be some kind of money struggle or something, some kind of currency struggle. But I think right now, Britain's already talking about moving to digital currency. And a lot of people will be right on board with that because it just means a cleaner access to your money. It's all online. There's no, dealing with cash anymore or any of that stuff. Everybody's using PayPal and all these apps and stuff now anyway. And if you don't use that, you have your debit card. And so, they're going to go to completely where it's not backed by anything. There's nothing backing it. So when that happens, that's not going to affect a billionaire. It's going to affect people like us. And when they can start charging negative interest rates for the rich people, I'm not talking about the guy who owns a delivery service. I'm talking about really rich people. When they start getting their loans their interest rates are negative. So they're playing with all this money to basically play with the people. Give them the people, make them want something new so that they actually do a job. But it's going to affect us with negative interest rates because that $100 you have in the bank today with negative interest rates and digital currency, they can make that money worth $50 tomorrow. And then on top of that, when it's digital currency, if you go to buy, let's say you want to buy a plane ticket to Kansas or something, and you go to put your debit card number in there or whatever, and it looks up that you're not vaccinated or you voted the wrong way or something like that, or whatever it might be, you didn't pay enough in tax last year or something, whatever it might be, they're going to decline it. They're going to say no. And you have no recourse, none, because you won't control your own money because there is really no money. It's just numbers in a bank. There's a lot of downsides to this, but it's going to happen, and it's going to happen because these people, they're not smarter than a lot of people. What they are is they are smarter than a lot of people. There's some people that they're just not smarter than. You can see it, but then the majority of people are just, all they have to do is go, it's clean. You won't have to touch dirty money anymore.
Like currently we're economically enslaved, but we still have some sort of economic independence. Right. You can like make your own business and stuff and be independent in some minor way, small way, but they're gonna take that away. So there'll be no independence. It'll be totally dependent. Right.
When they'll say you have to go back towards some kind of low class barter system where, again, the billionaires, millionaires, billionaires are not going to be doing this. The gap is going to be so immensely huge that the world has never seen such a gap before. And what's going to end up happening?
I'm going to give you credits.
It might be something like that. It might have to be because, and what's the worst part about it is that, we can have our friends here that are, making $93,000 a year as an engineer, whatever it might be. And they're here to tell flat earthers how stupid they are. The problem is that and that you need to get a vaccine because you're scum or whatever. The problem is that those people are not going to be up with the people they think they're going to be with. They're going to be left with us. And, they're going to lose down here because they're not going to be any better. You know what I mean? And the thing is that when they get down here, they're going to be left behind by all these people who they thought, well, I just went to bat for you for like 5 years and blah, 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 blah. You owe me. They're not going to care. They used you is what they did. And now you're going to be down here with people who you've been giving shit to for 5 years. And I wouldn't want to be in your spot. But it's not going to be good. And anything they want, this is all about power. And if you can't see it, I'm not saying you're dumb or anything, but it's right there for you to see. This is not conspiracy land. This is a lot of things, whether you want to believe that it happened or it didn't happen, it did happen. Bad things have happened since 2001. It's just a fact. And it's all been headed in one direction.
Yeah, Twitter is huge. I mean, if people start talking about like a social credit score and they move to a new area, that built up social credit score in say like San Francisco is going to be worth shit in some place in the South. It kind of reminds me. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's just to your point. I think you're going to have to. It's going to be a bunch of fake ass shit trying to. I'm sorry if you're not allowed to swear on here. My apologies, but I think it's going to be a lot of people faking. It's going to be just miserable living as the other half of the country, the non-rich people, are going to live. And people are going to have to do a lot of faking to and cutthroat kind of behavior to get their social credit score in line so that they can live in a decent house. Because home ownership is going to be a thing of the past really soon. Like, that's pretty apparent already right now. So there's just a lot of things. It's going to be ugly.
You're like turning your neighbor in for donuts. That story that happened.
Yeah.
It's a good way of making people to comply with whatever they want to put forward.
Yeah. But, if you don't stop it now, which I don't even know if it could be stopped, but if you don't, then it's already a given. So when somebody like Sean says there's no way they can do it in 9 years, there's no way they can't do it in 9 years.
Yeah,
it's a matter of any country, actually.
Yeah.
Even if you are in a country that disagrees with what they do now, matter of time you vote on else to take over for it. That is what we tend to do to each other.
Let's go ask Australians 10 years ago, from 10 years ago to now, if they thought they would be seeing what they see in the street and how they're being treated by their government. 10 years is a long time.
When I really thought about this topic, it's what it brought up, was when going to Iraq and you're doing like a country briefing. Before you go there, you're thinking nationality, Kuwaitis, Iraqis, but they'd say there's not one Iraqi in Iraq. Not one. It's all tribes. It's all different groups. Some of them see themselves as Levites. They don't even see themselves as Iraqi. They've broken themselves into all different types of ethnic groups, and you have no idea who you're dealing with when you're dealing with somebody.
Right. But as long as if you could put 1 million feet of distance between you and that, it's barely a problem. Because in this instance, the 1 million feet of distance is, the government over the people. They are these tribes. Yeah, they're aware that they're all in complete tribes and they don't like each other and they're fighting and they're killing each other and they're stealing from each other. But how does that affect the government? You notice we haven't fixed it. Do you wonder why? Because we can't? No, it's not because we can't. It's because they don't want to. That's a perfect example of what they don't mind that applying all around the world, because we'll fight each other. We'll eliminate each other a little bit here, a little bit there, and to top it off, they'll control our birth rates. So there's that. And the rest of the people will just, exist and not have the kind of healthcare that they seem to think they're going to have under these world-controlled governments, these set-up things. It won't matter to these people who we've given and we're currently giving more power to, who are ultimately going to control everything, because they really, when they say that they think we're useless eaters, we really are to them. If you were a George Soros, there's no reason to keep me around. He has no use for me. I'm going to do nothing for him. So I don't matter. And this is a man who actually is able to have some impact on who lives and who dies. He really does. It might seem like that's a stretch, but it's true. If you ever read about the things that he is able to accomplish via his money, it's really scary. So these people don't care, and it's not a conspiracy, it's a reality. And anybody who's dumb enough to sit down here on any Discord that we hang out on and think that they're above being anybody else, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And you can sit there and preach about how you're so perfect, you vote for the right people, you believe in all the science, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter to them. All you are is a useful idiot. You just help. But someday they're going to get tired of you too.
Wonder how many have on his payroll.
You know what's sad is that I don't think any of them are getting paid. I think they do it for free because it makes them feel like they're one of the rich elite people, the important people. They're not.
You're the useful idiot.
They are. Yep. So I don't think they're getting paid. Maybe some of them are doing it for an NGO. There's a couple that I've thought maybe. Because you mention one thing and all of a sudden they come out of nowhere. It's like, where the hell were you? Just clearly you were just listening, but you were not anywhere to be seen. You're not in voice chat. How did you know? Because they're lurking. But maybe those guys are. I don't know. This is not going to be good, guys. It's not going to be good. I don't know if there's anything to do, but look around and see it. You don't have to be... you don't have to take a side in anything that's going on. But like in Australia, for example, you don't have to take a side. You can be, it doesn't matter which side you're on. You just look at what's happening. That's not cool. It's just not cool. It's not good. And then the other day, I was watching a news channel from Australia that was, the people came out and they were like, they were yelling at these guys for the protesters for going onto the monument for their veterans memorial. And this guy was saying, how dare they disgrace this area? And this is for the soldiers that fought for this country. And these protesters are disgraceful for even, defiling this land and I'm like, what the hell is that? What is that? Those soldiers are dead because they fought against fascism or tyranny in some form, right? Those protesters, could they be alive today, would be on the side of the protesters, not on the side of this government who's shooting rubber bullets at the protesters, who are protesting against being raped by an injection. It's ridiculous. This is all backwards, but they have the nerve to get on TV and say the protesters were disgraceful for going onto this memorial, not actually going onto the memorial. The memorial accommodates people on it, but just being there. And when that's what they're putting out, when that's what people are responding to, saying, oh my God, I can't believe they did that. Oh, that's so bad. The protesters are horrible. Then there's obviously a problem, because what have they been convinced that these anti-protesters have been convinced to believe that tyranny and authoritarianism based on nothing is what the right thing to do is. And they're going to use the fallen soldiers, the fallen veterans to their favor. And it's just, I can't believe it. I can't believe people are falling for this. Sad.
It's Stockholm syndrome.
It's really sad.
When he's awake.
Are they forcing Satan's jab in Australia? I don't know what's going on.
No.
There's no.
Is he breaking up for anybody but me? But I can barely hear him. Who was that? I don't know. This just gets me really upset, I
can't hear him. He's breaking up. What's going on in Australia? I don't know. I'm done.
Well, they're doing the mandatory vaccination
for everyone.
Yeah, and this is the group of trades workers. I guess we don't really have. I call them construction workers and stuff, and electricians, and here we don't really have a name for them, but there they call them tradies.
Journeymen, right?
Yeah, journeymen. That's a good one. But yeah, they're forcing them to receive the vaccine or not be able to work.
It happened in San Francisco.
They remove kids if you're not vaccinated.
No, New York City and San Francisco said all athletes have to have be vaccinated. So like NBA players can't play unless they get vaccinated.
That's what I was gonna say. In San Francisco, there's two of them. The state workers, so like anyone for the state patrol, the highway patrol for California, and I guess some guys just walked off the job. They said no, thank you. That finally made them quit. You know, they're like, "What? You mean the government's gonna make me do something?" Nah. It's like they're all about enforcing the will of the government until it came knocking at their door.
Forced medication is insanely bad. Like if we set that precedent, like obviously there could be people in the future that abuse it, if not abusing it now. And like how many times you see those like ads for lawyers, like, did you take this medication and now you have like, you know, I don't know, whatever symptom. Like there's tons of medications that are bad for us. We should have the right to decide our own healthcare fates.
Yeah, you have to make a decision. That's why you have to consent. You know, you tell like a doctor, like, yeah, I consent to whatever medical procedure you're going to provide. If you take away consent, then there's no agency. You know, the person just doesn't have a right to whatever happens to them is now they're an actual victim because they were forced to do something against their will.
Someone argued the other
my
day.
body, my choice.
Well, it only works for abortions. But the other day, someone was arguing in Gems that you absolutely have a choice. You don't have to participate in society.
Like that's a choice.
I had people say, "Oh, now you're for body autonomy, but you're not when it comes to abortions." And I'm like, "What about the fetus's body autonomy?"
That's a good point.
Yeah, you inject the fetus on you.
I don't know, guys. This is not good, you know. And now they're trying to push for vaccinations at newborn level. Like they're not there yet. I think they're close to getting 5 and up, like to get the injections. But
they're vaccinating the pregnant women is the same thing. The child comes out already damaged.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised there are so many people on board with this because they have no idea. None of us do. Not even the scientists who are creating this vaccine. They have no idea what this is going to do to people 30 years down the road.
I think it's crazy that like I could hypothetically go get the jab, have a bad reaction, you know, go fire up my YouTube stream and talk about it, and I'd get like my channel shut down potentially. Mm-hmm. It's like my own personal. I can't even talk about my own anecdotal experience. Like it's crazy.
I mean, this so-called vaccine is doing exactly what they wanted to do. Exactly what they wanted to do. If it works, it's going to work on the way that, you know, they're going to control you every single movement because everyone has a different code. Everyone is marked. And if it doesn't work, well, they win. They win as well. It's a win-win because they're trying to reduce the world population anyway. So what's the concern about it?
I think part of the
like they say, you just have to deal with it.
I think part of the reason they want to depopulate is like the advances in AI and technologies. They don't need a bunch of dumb workers anymore or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want to know the truth, I think it's a lot of, you know, they don't want a lot of non-compliant, in this country, non-compliant
I'm just surprised that you
white
put
guys.
the word dumb in there.
You know, they don't want anybody who has
Why
the
not
fortitude.
just the word workers?
I listen to
Workers
like
are dumb.
a lot of sports radio podcasts, and they'll be like putting players down for not getting back the jab. Be like, "Oh, you're not about the team. You're selfish." All that crap.
Well, this is really telling. I think COVID's been really telling about the reaction. And it took me a while to realize after 9/11 what the reaction was. It took me a while to wait, why are we being punished? What did we do on 9/11? And yet, we have to follow all these rules and regulations. I'm an American. I'm not going to blow up any towers. I'm not going to fly planes into towers. Why am I being punished? And, other things, oh, you have to read my emails because why? Because of 9/11. I had nothing to do with that, and it's just all these things that I had to realize over time that it didn't make sense to me. And now, 20 years later, it's a virus that they still won't even talk about how it got around. There's something to be said there, like, where the hell did this come from? Sure seems like it was a biological weapon released on the world. I don't know. Does seem that way. And why are we not talking about that? Why is our focus on making everybody get a vaccine when on the other page you just told us that most of us will have COVID by the end of last year? Supposedly it was going so fast that most of us had it even if we didn't realize we had it. So and now
the virus itself was never isolated. And so how do they have a vaccine for something that was never isolated in the first place? That's how they won a court case in where was it? It was in Canada. They won a court case because they couldn't prove that the virus was ever isolated. And if you don't isolate the virus, you cannot have a vaccine for it.
The virus has been isolated. But Twit, I have a question for you. You said they were going to kill off the people who got the jab because they were the non-compliant ones.
I never said that.
Okay. I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. I thought the implication was that the jab or whatever, something in it, or that nebulous thing that you guys keep talking about, is going to kill the people who took it because they're the non-compliant ones.
No, I don't know what you were listening to, but it wasn't me.
Okay, I apologize. Then
I don't think that don't think that at all.
The non-compliant ones would be the ones that won't take the jab.
Right. So them killing off people who took it would be killing off the compliant ones. And that's
I don't know where you heard anything about killing off anybody because I didn't say that.
We were talking about depopulation. He just conflated depopulation with something else he said.
Sorry, yeah, depopulation.
I didn't mention depopulation either.
I brought up depopulation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it was P Bars. I apologize. I got my name wrong. To be honest, I'm playing a game on the other screen.
I think it's really suspect, this like Wuhan lab. They were trying to take a novel viruses, specifically coronaviruses, from animals and make it like so they would be infectious in humans as well. And that's pretty suspect. And then
that's not exactly what the lab was doing, though.
But that's an excuse. That was the excuse that I'm not saying that these viruses, they don't exist, but we don't have a pandemic. That was the excuse they used in order to vaccinate everyone for a different reason.
Right. They said it was going from bats to people to animals and stuff like that. I mean, what do you think about that? Do you really think, mice and chickens and ducks can get it if you got it? I mean,
I just want to say one thing before he goes. The person who said that that's not true, like, I just want you to know that your only information is coming from what media has provided to you.
No.
So, yes, you were not there. You don't know. You're not an insider.
So
you don't know.
I was a microbiology major.
It doesn't matter. I don't care what you're a microbiology major. What's that matter?
And
you were not in that Wuhan lab. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't.
Yeah. So you don't know what happened.
The guy who's saying that we've never isolated the virus, it was isolated at my alma mater for funsies because it had already been isolated before, but they did it. And I've seen the reports.
Well, they lost a court case.
Hold on
They
a
lost
second.
a court case in Ontario, Canada. Yeah.
Can you
Did
cite
you
it,
hear
please?
It was a couple of months ago. You just need to Google, man.
No.
It was available on Google.
Hold on a second. Can I get in on this?
Last time I played
For
this game,
funsies?
it turned out the article that was being quoted debunked the person that was quoting it. Will you please post your citation?
So an article debunks people just putting some stuff in the paper? I don't think so. But when you do stuff for funsies, right? So you bring a disease or a sickness or something that's supposed to be quarantined onto your school, and you do that for funsies. That's cool stuff.
Okay, you're right. I shouldn't have said they were doing it for funsies. It was to teach the students how to do a viral isolation.
Right, but if it's so dangerous and everyone should stay away from it, why would you bring it to your school?
Dude, there's lots of diseases at most labs that are extremely dangerous. Welcome
Yeah,
to the
does
world.
it make sense? Does it make sense to do that? So
Yes.
let's go get a whole bunch of diseases and bring them to a classroom. Okay, all right.
No, you're thinking classroom like your kid's
Oh, you
classroom.
said it.
And that's not what it is. It's a microbiology classroom. It's a laboratory. It's a virology laboratory.
How much of that?
It's
How much
not,
of that?
It's
How
not
much
a
of that
classroom
petri
like
dish has to touch my lip for me to get it?
Okay. You don't put your mouth on a petri dish in a virology lab. If you do, you deserve Darwin.
That'd be very weird.
So I'm just wondering, like, what's stopping the spread of all this disease from these different cultures to different cultures to different stuff? Like, if it can spread from animal to human, why can't it spread from disease to disease? So maybe COVID can get into the flu and make it worse, or the measles.
You know how many outbreaks have been caused by a virus in a lab?
Well, I'm just saying, maybe COVID can get into the herpes, and then we can have herpes COVID.
Okay, never
anyone
mind.
know-
Well, this is DMOC hour. Go ahead, DMOC. Tell us all about it.
No, don't tell us all about it. Does anyone know if Brandon's having a show tonight?
The good combo's over.
Well, the good conversation started when we do stuff for fun and bring all the disease to kids, and we say, "Hey, kids, put this on your desk and play with it." That's the fun. That's where the fun starts.
Hello? Does anyone know if Brandon's having a show tonight?
This microbiologist gets herpes
Only
COVID. He'll be
Brian.
on our side.
No, I don't know, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't either. I actually didn't check. Normally I look. I didn't even get over there today.
Does he do one every day?
I mean, it's real safe to transport all these diseases to schools and kids and back and forth and stuff, right? You don't want to store them.
Hey, Jeremy, it looks like he has the YouTube feed up, so I would assume that he's having a show, yes.
Yeah, there we go. That's why I didn't even get over to look. Normally I check. It's like part of my daily routine. What's going on?
Yeah, he's still not in the room yet, but I would assume he's going to have a show because he doesn't usually put up the feed.
I've done too. I've looked to see because it'll be a premiere announcement. It hardly ever has he ever stopped. I can't think of one time where he set the feed up, or the announcement, but didn't do it. Oh, Jeremy's already over there.
Wonder why we don't put like chemical shit on the screen and like discuss it while it's live with the certain stuff and like.
You know, they're talking about the vaccine and reduction of population and things like that. And we talk about the non-compliant ones. They want to identify the non-compliant ones so they can get rid of them. But then those same people will talk about if you take the shot, you're going to die. And that's like kind of contradictory to the whole narrative.
I never heard anybody out of the people that were talking before your voice became known to me that said anything about that. So I don't know where you got that from, if that's just something that you're used to hearing somewhere or something, because I think that when they were talking about the depopulation, that's just it was a separate subject, a separate
Yeah.
action.
No. I'm not. I'm not talking about this conversation.
Okay.
Just in general about how from that it's talked about that the people that get the vaccinated are the compliant ones, and they're trying to isolate the non-compliant ones so that they'll be able to earmark them for whatever. But then in the same group, we'll talk about if you take the vaccine, it's the government trying to kill you, and that just seems contradictory to me. That it's like talking out both sides of things.
Well, no, I mean that's if you're talking to somebody who honestly thinks that either way they're going to die. I think that they're definitely, there's definitely a forced compliance in action right now. I don't know how else you would say it. It's not a high degree of forced compliance, but it's getting there. Doesn't seem to be backtracking. It seems to be going further and further. And in some first world countries, it's getting pretty awful with compliance. And so I don't know if you think that that's just a made up fiction, but clearly, they're trying to get somebody to submit. It's submit to government. It's submission. And I don't know how you could say it's not.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I don't disagree with it. I don't disagree with it at all. But I'm just saying, like I'll hear one person says, that they're just trying to identify the compliant people, and that same person will say that the vaccine is going to kill you, and that just seems to me contradictory to the narrative.
Well, no, because it could still kill you. None of us know. None of us know, including the scientists who are making the vaccine today. They have no idea what this is going to do to you 10, 25 years down the road. They have no idea. So this could kill you. We don't know.
Yeah, that was a point. That was the only point of contention that I had in hearing what you were saying, and like killing you 30 years down the road. And this is just my perspective. It's what biological process triggers or operates on a 30-year span. I would think if something was going to happen due to something being injected, it would happen pretty quick.
How about sterilization?
I'm sorry.
How about sterilization? What if it's just to sterilize people and so that they can't reproduce, or that it reduces the numbers of reproduction? And then that way it's a long-term thing.
If that were the case, and that is that me, Roboty?
A little bit, yeah.
Once again, you've
Yeah.
reduced the number of compliant people, not the non-compliant people, thereby
See, I
being
think we
contrary to your.
Well, I think you guys placed importance of keeping compliant people around, I think, too high.
No, because they're very useful. And because I could put myself in a situation where if I could control this room, right? For whatever reason, I've been able to access control over the majority of this room. I need to keep the majority of this room going, because there's still going to be people at the tail end who were under forced compliance, right? They didn't want to get the shot. They didn't want to do this, but they had to keep their job because they wanted to keep their house. Okay. So then when it goes a little further down the road and I'm like, going to come for your house, you're not even going to get to keep that. Now you've had the jab, or I don't even call it the jab. I call it the vaccination. You've had the vaccine against your will, but you've done it so that you could keep your job, so that you could pay for your house, right? Your way of life. Now I've taken your way of life away. I've taken what you wanted, what you were working for. I've taken that away. And now I've reduced you to having to live in a circumstance where, you don't have, we're going to make it seem like you don't have to work so hard to afford that $300,000 house, because we're going to give you and all of your neighbors better efficient homes. Okay. And you're going to pay less. And now those people are going to be pissed because they're going to be like, that wasn't the deal. So I'm going to need to have the very compliant, the ones who are going to do whatever I tell them to do because I've been able to make logical sense to them. They're going to enforce that rule for me. They're going to then either get them to use forced compliance again, or they're going to drop off and I can just, kick them out of, maybe not kick them out of the server, but I'll never let them speak. I'll just keep them down there. They'll just be people we don't even hear of. We never hear them talk. They're not allowed to write in text chat. They're just there, and slowly and surely they'll just disappear and nobody will notice. But so it's always going to be a necessity to have the compliant people there. And for whatever reason, they're going to have to make these people like the biggest cheerleaders of whatever I say that I want to have done for this server, this voice chat. My biggest supporters are going to be there, and I'm going to use them every single time. And they're going to be everything that I need. And then on top of it, I could have the threat of, and it's been used already on us, the threat of the military. So then I have a whole nother protection force behind me. So if you don't comply with the way I want things run, then I'll just, bring them in, or I'll threaten that I'll bring them in. There's just.
I think my point was that if some percentage of people are going to have to die, they're just going to have to die, and they're not even going to care whether compliant, non-compliant, whatever.
Right.
That's not going to matter.
Oh, I agree. And in this country here, at least, with the jobs that we really need to have done, like physical manual labor jobs, we're bringing in tens of thousands, if not more, a day that will do those jobs. So we can eliminate a lot of people. And that's just the way it is. We don't need to have this many people. Do we want to get rid of them? I don't know. I don't know if they want to get rid of us. But I know that they don't need us, that we are, like it's been said, useless eaters. There's not a real need to have us around.
I think it's about efficiency. Like, the whole goal is efficiency, maximize profit, minimize costs. So that includes, so the system doesn't really care about humanity. It cares about being efficient. And it'll look at like someone who's retired, right? And they'll say, well, you consume, but now you don't produce. Now you're inefficient to the system. So the system will want to eliminate you. And it's inhuman, and it's hard for us to understand, I think, because we're human. But the society that we've created is this like beast that it's taken on this whole identity of its own personality, that it doesn't care about humanity. It only cares about being as efficient as possible. And that's to the detriment of us.
And I think that for this, there's a time period still in play that the uber rich, your Bill Gates, your, other people we don't even know their names that have just billions, or almost $1 billion, they can buy their time. They can buy their own support. So the system's not going to reject them. If someone like, Kylie Jenner, she's useless. She's completely useless. She has $1 billion freaking dollars. They're not going to get rid of her because she can afford to support her life.
She's useful. She's useful because she's an influencer, right? And then so she could be a mouthpiece for whatever, like, oh, go get the jab, and then like all of her followers will listen to her. So they actually value those people, I think. But yeah, she is.
So you'll be as good as you can afford for this time period until they get to the optimal system. The optimal ideal is supported, where then we have, you are useful to the system. It's almost, it's funny when the mouth breathers start yapping about communism and whatnot, because they're thinking of it, and it's so not a way that you can explain how these people would want to be. So I get it when they say I'm not a communist, but they actually believe in communalism in a different way, though. Like, yeah.
My propaganda book said that, like, about the ideology thing. Like, a lot of people, they are against communism, like you're saying, but then they'll talk about the community and, like, we need to do
Yeah.
this for the community, and the community is more important than the individual, which is a hallmark of communism. Comes from the word community.
Yep.
So, like, it doesn't matter that you hate communism because you've adopted a communist ideal. You don't even
Yeah.
realize it.
But I think the people who are guiding this, whether or not they're going to apply this same standard to them, I don't know. I doubt it. But for the people who are ideally going to be in communities, they are going to adopt this system, and they're not going to be. They can't be people who say, there's a better way. Because these have to be people who have bought into this, that truly believe that there's an entity that will rule above you, and that they have nothing but your best interests in mind. Like, that's where every day they go to make your life better, which I don't understand how people think that way, but they do. I have lots of friends who think that, universal healthcare is going to be amazing. And they just, they can cite certain countries that have actually, performed some way that it's actually pretty good, but they've never applied it on such a large scale, like ours, with such a large uncontributing portion of people in this country. And you can go to work if you're making, under a certain amount of money, you aren't actually paying into the city. You can tell me your gas tax and all this, I don't care. You might be paying locally into your sales tax or whatnot, but as far as supporting the country, you are not paying into it. We give you more than you've actually been taken out of your checks. We give it back to you. So, a lot of these people are the people who want this idea of being taken care of by the government. Like, they want more, and they don't understand when it actually comes time to do this, that, it's not going to be on the backs of the middle class anymore, because the middle class is being dissolved. And, so what are you going to do then? There's not going to be a need. If you're just a normal person and you've been to the stores lately, I don't know all the stores, but I go around a little bit of the East Coast. They're not restocked. They're not. It's partial stores now, and by that I mean your Walmarts, your Targets, your grocery stores. They're just not at capacity like they were prior to COVID. I don't know why that is happening at this point. Like, there's no real explanation other than COVID. But that's it. That's all you get is COVID's answer. But is this going to ever come back, or are they just getting us used to rationing, essentially?
That's what the cutting through the matrix guy kept talking about, how they're going to reintroduce rationing like they had in World War II. Like, in World War II, there was heavy rationing and people accepted it for the war effort.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about, that we're getting away from, like, the consumer mass society or whatever, mass producing things, into more like scarcity and severity, austerity, he would call it. So we got that to look forward to.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, we can all say, some people can be in denial of that, and it might not happen. But if it did happen, it's going to happen to all of us. Who it's not going to happen to is Mark Zuckerberg, or Trump.
It's so weird.
It's
so weird. Like, no one could get toilet paper. Remember that? That was so weird.
And how fast that happened too, like, around the world.
Yeah. Now there's lots of it, and why wasn't it's inexplicable.
I know.
I don't understand it, but okay.
I know. And somebody set that off. Like, was that just random? Like, did that just spontaneously happen on its own, or was that planned? We'll never know.
They just, like, brainwash everyone to buy so much or something. Like, there's a crisis, need to get a ton of toilet paper.
Well, if they make toilet paper unavailable or rarely available, and I mean, it's pretty expensive actually, considering what it is. You know, so you're going to use less, right? And that's one of the environmental factors that have been around for years. If you've been paying attention, one of their big pet peeves is how much toilet paper people use in the first world. You know, we still have countries in this world that don't use toilet paper, you know, and here we are actually buying things to do, you know, to take care of that.
I do feel like toilet paper is really like a crappy way to clean your butt. Like the bidet, it doesn't really get it clean, you know. Like the bidet is really the way to go.
What I just walk into?
Yeah, but then if you looked at the bidet, though, that's kind of snotty and snooty or whatever you want to say, because that's actually wasting water to do that. You know, that's water. There's a whole, nearly a whole continent that lacks water, you know, and we're going to use it to clean our asses? No.
Clean asses is not a waste of water.
I don't know.
It's essential use.
I don't know. I don't know if somebody in Ghana might think that's real. You're like, oh, we're thirsty, and Americans are washing their asses with water.
Well, we may not be told the full truth of what's really going on over there.
What, in Africa?
Yeah, there might be certain parts
Sometimes
that are tough.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I think that too. Like they sensationalize how bad it is in India with COVID or something, or Brazil.
I've never been there.
That's the thing, is like they can lie to us about Brazil or India. Like, who's gonna go check? You know, they could just.
Well, you could pull up an article and slap it in the chat box.
Well, shoot, they do it. They do it here in the United States. I mean, what makes them not do it? Should they stage events? They do all sorts. They hype things up bigger than what it really is. You know what I mean? I'm not saying they probably
sensationalize is what we're saying.
Yeah, right. I'm not saying that they probably don't have it rough over there, but I mean,
Well, it's comparative. It's like we wouldn't want to live the way they live, because it would be really, well, some of you might think you want to, but you know, it's really not that simple to just go live in a hut with no electricity and no running water and all these things. And there's no comforts of what we have here, just by even living in poverty level here. It's not comparable. But
if you're right, go ahead.
But I was going to say, if you've lived your whole life, and your main priorities is your family unit and working for your own tribe or your village or whatever it might be, then that's your priorities, and where your hut is, or where you have to walk to get water. None of that matters. That's just how life is. But what our problem is, we have a lot of people who say we want to make them just like us because, you know, we have air conditioning, so they should have air conditioning. Where what we're doing is trying to force a change into their way of life to, you know, elevate them some way, because we think they have it bad.
And they have things that probably they value.
They're families, and they have a lot of respect, and they live in a way that they've lived, you know, since people have walked on 2 feet. You know, I've seen it. You know, I've never seen. There's something that maybe you can't express, but when you know that you set up these medical, you know, clinics we set up in different countries in Africa, and you know, it's going to sound awful in hindsight, maybe, I don't know, but we gave injections, we gave vaccines and different medications, and then they'd see the dentist station and all this stuff. But these people, it wasn't like they just drove over, you know, to the parking lot where we were set up. They had to walk tens and tens, if not, you know, tens of dozens of miles to get to us, you know, when we set up these clinics. So, and they did, and a lot of these were women. Basically, it was all women, and they'd walk for miles and miles and miles with their children and whatever belongings they needed to carry with them to accomplish this walk that took, in some cases, 2 or 3 days. And they'd come and they'd get these vaccines for their children. They were begging, like, make sure this baby's healthy and things, take care of my son. And they wanted their kids to be healthy. But my point is that they, we've already influenced them to that point where we've, did we offer them something that we could actually make them live longer lives, or are we forcing, something that they would have lived however long they were meant to live without it, and I don't know. I just,
well, here's the thing. The closest thing you can get to people in Africa and other places in America is the Amish, right? And the Amish seem that some of it's hyped up. You got your good and your bad everywhere, but for the most part, family, they're more in tune with family and their duties and their values and all that stuff. And that's all they know, and that's that's their peace. They're peaceful. They don't have all the distractions like society has. I mean, I'm sure Amish people are not running around wearing masks.
It's crazy. People used to just walk everywhere.
Yeah, miles, thousands of miles.
Yeah, that's what the roads were for. That's
Yeah.
what there used to be, dirt roads, and then
Mhm.
people just walk them in horses and buggies, and man, I can only picture being in that time.
Humans are good at walking.
That's just what they do. Yeah. I think it would be actually, to be honest with you, I think going back to that type of lifestyle could bring families closer. See, the family structure is being attacked.
I think it's
more so than
destroyed
ever.
already.
Yeah, I think it's destroyed too.
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, there's still a chance while we are still existing. There's still, marriage.
There's always like people that transcend.
Sure. But if there's an awareness and people are speaking up, enough people are speaking out, people are like, okay, I see what it is. Here's the issues. This is what we got to solve. And then, boom, get back to the marriage and raising the
I don't
family.
know. I don't think
Not
it's
going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think because, you got to think at the same time, they've got that base covered as well by calling, most people who think like that, they have names for them, like the patriarchy, rednecks, whatever, Southerners, Bible slingers, there's all sorts of negative connotations that come to mind with somebody who wants to live that lifestyle. So there's a lot of millennials. Now P. Mars and I argue about this, but I'm just above a millennial, so I don't consider myself one. But
You're on the cusp.
I'm a cusper. But a lot of
Generation
them
X.
are terrified to be outside the norm. Like, they're terrified to be out. They are not going to be labeled any of those things, and they will be labeled those things. Like, the minute that you open your mouth, there's probably a guy, I haven't looked in the text chat, but there's one in here who listens to all of these shows, rarely participates, but he will in text chat just belittle anybody who is not towing the government line. And some people, it's frustrating, and it can make you fluster sometimes if you read what he says, because he's brutal, he's nasty, he's a horrible person, but it's what he does. And that a strong person notices it. A weak-minded person is not going to allow that to happen to them, and they just watch what happens he does to somebody else, and they're not going to go through that. So
Twit, whatever, and P. Marvel. Here's the thing: more males are waking up. They're seeing that they need to overcome certain things. I'm not gonna say this on a live because I'm not trying to get it straight. But they need to overcome certain aspects of hatred that they hold, identities that they have that's not their own, and they overcome it, and then they seek the Father, and they find who their strength and weaknesses, right, and who they are, and what makes them mad, sad, happy, stuff like that. And they recoup, and then wow, words really are not that bad. I give them power. Wow, it's really my responsibility. Wow, I need to man up. It's time to get married, raise children, and do what it needs. Things that there's more waking up. I'm telling you, you'll be amazed.
I actually have been studying Christianity a lot the last year, and I think there's this like solution in it because we have, when we try and organize society, there's a problem with power dynamics and power corrupts.
Right.
So the idea in Christianity though is like actually in early Rome, they had trouble filling magistrate positions because Christians refused to hold power because they knew it would corrupt them. And the idea in Christianity is that the one with power is supposed to serve the weaker one. So you're supposed to use your power as like a servant to the one that doesn't have the power, and you're supposed to have that, and then you can kind of like overcome the problem of the power dynamic. It creates a little bit of an equal playing field if people have that mentality, but of course it doesn't. Pragmatically, it doesn't work because people abuse power.
Yeah, I suppose those that are real weak from within, that have no, awareness of overcoming situations, will be more. Go ahead.
The idea is like Jesus had the power, right, and he used his power to serve us, right?
Yes,
So as Christians, when we have power, and he also like chose to not use power or restrain his power. Like he could have called the angels down to wipe all the people out and save him, but he restrained his power. So it's like a lesson in you have power, restrain it, and use it to serve those weaker than you.
Yeah, it's just strength. It's a spiritual thing. It's nothing personal. People make things so personal with each other. While it's not. It's really just it's a spiritual thing. Because if one does something, say you get somebody in here like a Glober, and they get triggered with you. It's a great example actually with Globers. They get triggered with you. They'll do it with another flat earther, the same argument. So it's nothing personal. It's just something that's within them.
It seems like when we started America, we had this idea of like balance of power, limit power, power corrupts. And now, though, we're at the point where it's just the bureaucracy is so inflated that we're in lockdowns and stuff. Like it's crazy.
It's a trip. I think flat earth, the shape of the earth is a really important discussion to have, dialogue, debate, however you want to put it. It's really important, yes. But family structure and society and the people that we deal with on the day-to-day basis, things that are trying to be destroyed, that's important as well. I think for me it is. And I see it. I see males running around getting mad easily, not being able to lead the right way to go. I see things it's a mess.
Well, that's because right is subjective now. They've taken away what was considered right at one point in this country, at the very least, and said it's subjective. And basically, when that happened, that's all that had to be said. Well, that's subjective, and that opened the door to let's foster the opposite of what was the patriarchy or the norm, the establishment. They had people go forth being anti-establishment, and now at the same people who were tearing down the previous establishment don't realize that they're participating 100% in a new establishment.
Right. So here, let me ask you a question. Since you're the female, no pun, no offense, but say you have a kingdom, right? And your husband, you have a husband. This is hypothetically, your husband. There's a kingdom far out, like 50 miles away, that keeps coming and attacking you guys over and over and over. You have to find a way to break them down. The best way, I want to see if you agree with this. The best way to destroy your enemy's kingdom is to remove all the men. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, that would help.
Remove all the men.
Yeah,
yes.
if you eliminated the men, it would help.
You mean make them all beta males?
Yes, turn them against the woman. Yes, turn them against the woman and the woman against the man. Turn them against each other.
Yeah, if they fought each other, it'd be much better. Keep me out of it.
Yeah, turn them into
Yep.
beta males. You're right, P. Mars. Yeah, turn them weak. It would, and that's what they're doing to society.
Really incentivizing not being a stereotypical, hee-haw, good old boy. What do they call them? The I don't know, man's man type guys. They want them gone.
Yep, because it represents. See, males are supposed to, overcome, right? We represent the Father in heaven here on earth, and they want to destroy that image. Satan wants to destroy that image.
Check this out, like this quote. This is, I can't pronounce the Greek. Thucydides? I don't know. He said, the society that separates its scholars from its warriors will have its thinking done by cowards, its fighting done by fools. I like that one.
Ooh,
That's a good one. I like that.
It is.
Seems
I
to be
like
true.
that. It should be like the quote of the day.
We have these coward politicians fight these wars. They're little cowards. They don't go and fight the battles, and then the people that are fighting are kind of idiots, unfortunately, and don't being used.
There's a lot of using going on these days. I mean,
Yeah.
you can feel it.
Yeah, lack of love, man. Really.
I think it is a lack. Yeah, that's what I got into Christianity. I'm all obsessed with love now. I think it is all about love, actually.
Yeah, and they try to make love weak and hate like the thing to do, like cool. They're switching. They're making good evil and evil good.
One thing that they've done, I think, is so the Greek had 6 words for love, right? And then we just have this one word for love. And I think that leads to this ignorance of what love. I don't think a lot of people don't even know what love means.
Well, they don't, and I think that the void always gets filled, and it's being defined in a different way, and it's straying away from. It's not discluding. Is that a word? Discluding. It's not including male female love, but it's really putting that at the back. Tradition as traditional love, how we've always understood it to be, how there were laws that were written about, only males and females can marry, and then of course only males and females of a certain race, and blah blah blah, so on and so forth. So I don't think that they're trying to get rid of that altogether, the male female love, but I do think that they're putting it way down at the end, so and focusing attention on non-traditional forms of love. But what they're actually, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I could be wrong, and I could be convinced that I'm thinking wrong, but I think that love is now becoming more about more of a sex act, and then you can coexist together, but these are the parameters to which, here's the other part of love, how you must act to show that this is really love. So, I don't know. It's almost like, I don't know. It's just weird how they're defining what love is now. And with that one word,
Well, let me get a hack. I would try. I'm gonna get a try. To me, love is not hating anyone, no matter what they say or do. You just don't hate them. You don't carry that suffering from within. Where you gotta
You're
think.
Jesse Lee Peterson fan, aren't you?
Well, I knew this stuff before I watched him, but
I like that stuff.
Yeah, anger. First comes anger, and then it grows into hatred, and then hatred grows into you want to physically like do something to them. Like you want them gone. You want them to vanish. So where does anger stem from? Hatred. If you don't, that's where I see love. Love is just you're just being. You just be. You're the observer.
I was thinking about emotional love can be like really fickle. It can come and go. And so like, I'm thinking of this thing called the Greek had agape or divine love, and it's this idea of love as a choice, a free will choice, and an action. Like I choose to love you even if you're a jerk to me or something. And it's really nice because you letting go of that anger and stuff. It helps you live your life better. So it's good.
Yeah, which is funny because most of these people who will, put love on posters and write it on protest banners and things are at the same time that they're trying to tell you what love is. They will use the most vulgar, degrading hate to force you to accept it. Like if you don't accept it, there's no love in anything they're about to tell you. It's pure hate. And it's all based on them trying to have you, again, submit to their parameters of love. And I think that's another confusion that's happening today in our world. How can you use hate to promote love? I don't
Kind of
understand
like,
that.
you don't love other people, so I can hate you.
Yeah, how do you do that? It doesn't make sense to me. And the other thing that they're doing at the same time, which is it's kind of like a new thing that's acceptable, which I didn't think I'd ever see a day when this was acceptable, that if you were to say you didn't want to get this vaccination because you've already had COVID and you've even tested, you have the antibodies, but your work is, or society in general is saying you need to get the vaccine. So you say you don't want to, all of a sudden you have gone from a person to an anti-vaxxer, that's because you don't want to get a vaccine does not make you anti-vaccinations, which I think is weird that we're socially accepting that terminology being used applicable to somebody who doesn't want to get a vaccine, a specific vaccine. Like, I don't understand that's how that's being allowed to work.
Small minds thinking dichotomies only, left and right, red and blue.
Yeah.
So this is it. You're either all in or all out. They don't know how to do this other stuff that you're thinking, these nuances and this middle line thinking and stuff.
That's scary then, Graham, because
it is. We've been trying to tell people this is scary and coming for a long time. You can see the dumb on the wall. I mean, I got it now. Democracy. It took me a minute, but
I don't know how they're so proud of themselves because when you're sitting in the middle going, wait, and I didn't put myself in the middle, and I'm not saying that that's a perfect place to be. There's no perfection in anywhere that I sit, but it is where I do sit. I can see what's happening. I don't know why. I got lucky. I'm in the middle here, and it's crazy to see the left and the right, not just politically, just the arms, if you will, of society. Like, it's crazy.
Ask most Democrats how what their chances of dying of COVID are if they've got COVID, or at least being hospitalized. They'll tell you around 50% hospitalization.
Seems like it's like our human nature to like group up and then persecute people or something.
Oh, well,
That's true.
It is historical. We do have that habit. But we weren't headed in that direction, though. That's what's sad, is that maybe some people are going to disagree on either side. They're going to disagree.
In the 90s, we are all getting along pretty well, actually, I thought.
Oh, yeah. We desensitized all that
And
racism stuff.
something like, yeah, really, we were on the way. Good path, I thought. Is that what you were saying, Twit? I thought sorry to cut you off.
No, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, I think because, I'll hear people talk about how things were in the 70s and the 60s and stuff. And I understand. I believe them. I understand it. I've read about it. But that's not us, And yes, some people are still alive, most of them. But I don't see if those people that were doing that kind of behavior back then we're still doing that today, I don't think any of us would have a problem with rooting that out. At least shunning it.
After 9/11, I was kind of shocked at all like the hatred towards Muslim because it just wasn't like I didn't think the world was like that before. It was just. But I was young, so.
Well, it really wasn't that much. They had to, hey guys, hate Muslims. Basically, all they were saying for the next 10 years after that.
Yeah, I think that maybe kind of woke me up to how people are brainwashed because I saw my dad overnight after 9/11 went from just like a pretty like anti-war, peaceful guy to like stupid Muslims. We need to go to Iraq and get them and all this stuff. I was like,
it's so weird. I know, yeah. And it's like, wait, okay, they might have been Muslims. Weren't they Saudis? Sorry, aren't we in the wrong location?
Put a big enemy label right on top of their head.
It was genius. It was genius how Bush blamed Iraq without actually. You're kind of breaking up there.
I think that
breaking up to it.
Yeah, I'm here. Is it better?
Whatever that is roboting.
Sorry.
It was actually kind of like masterful. Bush totally blamed Iraq without actually saying it directly. I guess it was like all so he couldn't like pin it on him or something. Like he had everyone convinced Iraq was at fault without actually saying it. I don't know how he did that. It's pretty some wizardry. You're still dying.
That's so weird. You're roboting so bad. It sounds like one piano key going bang, 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 bang.
Killed the flat Earth combo. There's a flat Earth combo here going strong for like 16 hours. Like, I'm like, how do you talk about refraction for 16 hours? I go nuts. But
I can't.
I mean,
to float around from different servers and find different conversations.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I mean, like earlier, I masterfully took a conversation about a tire and then warped it back into a COVID conversation.
Nice.
I was like, oh, I'm seeing the parallels. So it's like this then. But Branch had to call me out on it.
Because he's the one who does it all the time. So,
Yeah. He
smells
recognized
it.
Yeah. He recognized his tactics being used, didn't he? How you been?
I've been doing good, man. Yeah, I've been in the Jesus debates. So.
Oh, I know. I've been hearing about you. I heard you've been doing good. Got you a girlfriend, all kinds of good stuff going.
I don't have a girlfriend, but other than that, it's going good. Yeah, I haven't had a bunch of people falsely accuse me of porn bombing, so that's cool.
Well, shit, that must have been your past catching up with you.
No, I haven't. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was all like, because I was in this like other debate community for over a year now, and there's been no porn bombing, so clearly it wasn't me doing it. That's all I'm saying.
So because you stopped.
Oh, I just stopped. Yeah, I just became a Christian and stopped.
Yeah. Oh, you still getting? Yeah. I see.
People don't really change that fast for me. If I was doing something like that.
Wow. You know you, right? I saw you do it.
Saw me do it. It wasn't me. It was someone. Someone took my webcam footage and played it, and played audio of my voice and framed me. I'm not kidding you. I'm not lying. I never have porn bombed anything ever, and everyone is 100% convinced that I did, and I'm lying.
Oh, well, I know that feeling. So yeah.
I literally never. Someone was framing me, and they
Yeah.
were like getting off on like people being fooled and stuff. They framed a lot of people. There's like so many trolls in the community, man. Like, and because the community is so easy to fool, and they just play with you guys, like you're putty.
Oh, I know. It says more about that type of person though than it does the person getting tricked, you know?
Yeah, I mean I like to have fun, but I'm not really malicious about stuff. Like I wouldn't porn bomb someone, man. I don't want to like shut someone's channels down. I want to go there and insult them, you know?
Right. What a day. Well, we got beautiful weather out here in California right now.
Actually, I should go ride my bike because it's gonna be winter soon. I'm gonna be inside for like 3 months.
I guess Twitwit's not coming back.
It was nice talking to her. I never get to talk to her because I get banned everywhere.
Yeah, it is nice talking to some of the people you've known for 6 years or so on here. Occasionally, there's still some of them around.
Yeah.
You remember when I was crazy talking about how the all the television shows were gearing up for some sort of a conditioning thing to accept the CDC as some sort of a government over all the world, and some sort of a medical tyranny is coming because we got shows like The Strain and The Last Ship. They were all playing all at once.
I mean, I think there's something to that. I mean, there's so many TV shows about the medic doctors and stuff. It's probably because they
Yeah.
want you to just like listen to the doctor.
Ben.
And it's
Yeah.
programming. And like on
Yeah.
the TV show, the doctor always saves everyone. They're always a hero, always right, know everything.
Right. I used to be online though, saying it. I used to be, on my Hangouts and shit, saying, get ready for some event in the future, in the near future, because they're pushing this shit hard right now. I know I sound crazy, but time will tell. And then like this shit happened, bro. And ever since, some people have been reminding me, remember, check out this video right when you were saying all this was gonna happen. I was, what the? Oh yeah.
You were kind of right because the CDC was used to prop up China as if China was like some great country or something.
Yeah. It's nuts, man.
Here's another one on top of that. They're combined. The war on travel. No one ever talks about that.
Oh, it's happening. You're right. The war on travel. It's really just the war on freedom. Yeah.
Yeah, we won't be able to move, right? We'll just be stuck in our cities, probably. They'll just start eliminating cities. City is no longer essential. Goodbye.
Hello?
Hey, Ball Lives Matter.
Hey, which direction your dick hanging today?
Right.
On your right or like
Yeah,
or
my
another
right.
person's right? Okay. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah.
Gives half the game away right there. You make the bacon today again?
Oh, of course.
Of course, bacon. Everything, coffee.
Actually didn't make literal bacon today, but
No?
made some sausage too.
Sausage.
Made some pastries and some
Sausage,
cookies,
Pastries.
some eggs and bacon.
You guys do like the frozen pastries?
Yep.
Pre-made, prefab.
Uh-huh. Most of our stuff is fresh, but when it comes to that stuff that would be really, really time consuming, yeah. Just keep it in the back.
No one will know. There you go. It's all about efficiency.
Of course.
Got to balance the customer service and the efficiency. It's all a process.
You ready for a
Gotta,
hard question?
Keep the holiday in. Yeah, go ahead.
Sound like you were saying something. Well, why don't you go first? I'm sure it won't take too long.
Oh, I was gonna say you got to keep the Holiday Inn customers happy.
Yeah. So, all right. So here's my hard question. Although it might take some explaining and a lead up to get to the real question, but you know how if something is described, then there's other descriptions that are kind of inherent. That like if you describe anything, period, right? Like I'm sitting on a chair or something. Like it's inherent that the chair has some sort of rigidity or whatever to it. You know what I mean? Like you can't sit on water in a sense, or like I'm on a chair and I describe it as a chair, or how about this,
Chair has
right?
properties.
Or let's just say wooden chair, and when I say wooden chair, there's only one source of wood, right? So you could say, oh, well, it's a part of a tree, or it was part of a tree.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question is, I've been trying to like make a chart. How do you start from the top down of descriptions that don't have any other inherent descriptions involved? Or like what's the hierarchy of the most broadly descriptive words?
What do you mean?
Like for example, with words without a lot of baggage, right? The descriptive words with the least amount of baggage to them, where there's as much potential of how ambiguous you are of what you could be referring to. So let's start, in my opinion, right in the middle with the word corporeal. You ever heard of that word?
I'll look it up.
Who?
Corporeal?
Yeah, like CORP, like corpse. Corpo real.
Yep. Okay. Got it.
So, it means like to have a corpse, or in other words, like to have a body, to be a body of something.
Right. Yeah.
Similar to
It's
like
a word
matter
that
or whatever.
people don't use that. People don't use that word much, but it's definitely an SAT word.
Sure. So when you say corporeal, there's all sorts of options after that you haven't yet filled the other person in on. Like, is it alive? Is it a rock, or is it a human? You know, is it a plant? Is it part of a plant? Is it part of a human? So it's super ambiguous, but it does, and that's what I'm looking for, because the more ambiguous it is, the more of a general sort of overarching description of something it is. So, but I said corporeal, in my opinion, is right in the middle of the first like 10 or 12 most broad general descriptive words. And so when I say corporeal, in my opinion, there's 4 or 5 other words that are inherent in anything corporeal. Where if I say something's corporeal, it can also inherently it can also be described in at least 4 other ways.
Right.
So
it's not a very precise word.
right, and that's what I'm looking for. The least precise, you know, the least precision, the least descriptive, which in a sense is the most broad description, like a blanket description of as many things as possible. So corporeal, that takes care of a lot, right? I mean, you have everything composed of matter is corporeal. It's a blanket descriptor.
You got words that are like nouns, like your own name. There's only one of you.
Well, that's the word noun itself, though, refers to a type of word. So a noun the word noun can never mean anything. Like the word noun refers to a word, not the thing that the word represents. Like a noun is a type of word. Well, nouns refer to things, but the word noun itself refers to words. It's a category of word.
So you're looking for a word that is, or the kinds of words that are not open to interpretation?
I think that's always going to play a part, but I think you're getting me wrong by how I understand why you might be asking that question. So I'll give you I'll give you a taste of what I'm thinking, which is like inherent in corporeal. Because what you said about nouns, like a dream is a noun, but a dream isn't corporeal.
Okay.
Because you can't hold a dream in your hand. It has no body.
Okay, right.
And in a metaphysical sense, it does have a body in it. I mean, but we're stretching it at that point. So, so corporeal describes lots of things below it, but what's above corporeal? That's inherent already. If you're willing to go that far down the list, so anything corporeal must have a size.
Right. Must have like a
It may be fluid, right? Oh, that's a little different, but that is one of them. Location is above size, in my opinion. But yeah, you nailed it there. So now you're getting on my train of thought. That's awesome. So anything corporeal must have a size, and it could be fluid or fluctuating. But at any snapshot moment of time, something has a definite size. If it's corporeal.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be sizeless if you're corporeal. along with size. So if size is the brother, the sister is what?
My big pinky toe?
No.
Oh.
I feel like we're embarking on Esperanto. You know what Esperanto is?
No, it sounds like an adventure.
According to Wikipedia, it is. It is an adventure, actually. According to Wikipedia, it is the world's most widely spoken, constructed international language. It's one of those like made up international languages.
I see. No, yeah.
Trying to create
No, I can see the connection there. Yeah. So
one of these languages made up by like a group of like linguists.
Yeah. I'm actually really. It's like undoing the curse of Babel, right? Undoing the curse of the Tower of Babel.
Sure, I haven't heard that, but okay.
So,
what was the Tower? Wait, Tower of Babel? What? I know what the painting looks like. I don't know.
You're kidding. Yeah, you're trolling me, right?
Tower of Babel?
Yeah, Babel, the Tower of Babel, and the curse associated with it.
Where mankind tried to build a tower to heaven and then was struck down and split to the four corners of the earth.
Yeah, but the important part of the curse is that everyone before the Tower of Babel was built and during the construction was all speaking the same language, and then in order to make sure people didn't come together and threaten God's domain again, he changed everyone's tongue. He made people speak different languages and sent them out in like 12 different groups speaking 12 different languages to just make things hard for us.
Okay,
and also, that's like a babbling buffoon, right? Like babbling is a sort of linguistic term, or like a speaking term.
Yeah, it's what you do.
Babelfish online translator.
So if size is the sister, then I consider shape or form the brother. If something has a size, it has a shape.
Sure.
And then you nailed one earlier. Anything that has a body has a size, has a shape, and also has a location. So that was right on in my opinion. And then I'm looking for better words to replace, like instead of size, maybe I should say like magnitude or something. I'm looking for better words. This one specifically.
Trying to sound smarter.
No, just words have baggage and specific definitions, and I want to find the best words for the position.
Visibility or mass or depth.
So my last one is change. If something's corporeal, it must be changing.
Really?
Because there's no pause button to reality. Everything keeps on changing.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Everything's in flux, right?
Right.
Unless you're Superman and you're flying opposite the direction of the Earth's rotation. Everything's changing. Okay.
And then
that's like entropy. That's like thermodynamics. Right? Everything is bouncing off.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. And then my thing above all, and it's a little bit of a scapegoat, but hopefully you'll appreciate it. What doesn't have to have a size, what doesn't have to have a place, what doesn't have to have a location, what doesn't have to change or be solid is, I just put the word incorporeal at the top, and it means it doesn't have a body. And these are the things.
I've never heard
And
of
these,
that word.
you know, ghostly or energy or consciousness or God or the ether. These are all like the incorporeal things.
Yeah, those are like concepts and concepts, beliefs.
But you know, get rid of humans, right? You said concepts and beliefs. Get rid of humans out of the universe. Now there's no beliefs or concepts anymore, right? Those are like human things, concepts and beliefs.
Sure.
Right? But get rid of all humans and there's still the incorporeal nature to existence, because for every corporeal thing that is in a space, there has to be incorporeal space itself for that thing to be in, right? It's the other side of the coin. Even without humans, there's still incorporeal things. I mean, it's just it's a necessity for life, you know, for existence as we know it. You got to have somewhere to put stuff, but the somewhere isn't corporeal. If it were corporeal, then nothing could be put there because two things can't take up the same spot. But two things can take up the same spot as long as one of them is incorporeal and one of them is corporeal. And that's what we got going on here, in my opinion. Yin yang sort of thing. But incorporeal seems to be the most free of constrictions or baggage, you know, like incorporeal just doesn't need to be weighed down by all these other descriptive terms. Where is a dream? You know, like where is space? Well, it's kind of everywhere. It's also nowhere. What shape is it?
Yeah, it's like the fishing story, right? Like,
what's
as
that
you tell
story?
the story more, the fish gets bigger and bigger.
I never heard that story.
Hello. No, I'm saying when people tell a fishing story, the fish gets bigger and bigger over time.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, I hear you. I get that. What? I don't see how it relates to what I was saying though. What do you mean?
Well, there's no boundaries on this concept, right?
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, it's free. It's not limited because it's just an idea, right? It doesn't have to.
Right.
Right. I hear you. Yeah. Idea, right? That's one of those incorporeal things. A story, an idea, a fable, a tale about a fish. The size of an imaginary fish is not limited. It can be whatever you say.
Yeah, the fish gets huge. Yeah, it becomes megalodon.
It's like this big.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really the most important sort of sector of my chart for me, and I don't know. I feel pretty proud of it. I'm not sure. I've kind of drawn it out in a graph. I'm not sure anyone else has maybe put it in these words or
You're
had
writing
this
this
like kind
down.
of
I'm
idea.
not writing this down. What the fuck?
No, I have it already drawn up.
Oh shit, man! You really are becoming the next Bev. Are you gonna have plums and whiteboards set up?
I don't know what you're talking about. You said I'm going to become the next Bev?
Bev, yeah. Bev
Oh,
has
Ed?
like whiteboards and like all kinds of good stuff. No, Bev. You know Bev, the water is level guy.
I've heard the name thrown around, but no, I don't really know anything about this Bev character. But if he's got whiteboards, yes, I see what you're saying.
British, yeah, he's a British guy, yeah. He's a British flat earther. He does the whole, like, horizontal is level. He does that whole thing. And he's got like a flat earth workshop in his garage. And he like fucking films himself giving lectures.
Huh. I wonder why I've never
Not
come
that
across
there's
him
anything
before.
wrong with it. Just saying. He's a little eccentric, you know.
Uh-huh.
You know, some people have like a dartboard and a home theater, but this guy has a flat earth workshop.
Okay.
In his house.
Can I tell
So,
you,
yeah.
or can I ask you to guess what the bottom of my chart is? Like the most descriptive category?
Maybe like numbers or I don't know. Or
It's not bad.
feelings. Is it
That's
feelings?
kind of one of them. Almost. Yeah, you're really close with both of those. It's sort of a combination, to be honest.
Feelings like insults, like you're stupid, you're smelly.
Oh, it's more of a single word, but all of those are perfect examples. So before, like the way I see it, my chart has like a skeletal system that the sort of, or like a central brain, and it's like these first 12 descriptive words, and then everything else is a sort of tributary or like thinner branch and then twig and leaf that kind of grows off of them. And so there's like a central 12 descriptive words, and then I see everything else that's considered a description to be some sort of hybrid combination of these more basic descriptive words. And the bottom one of the skeleton is standards or conventions.
Okay. So like legal and illegal and
Or like inch, centimeter, or second.
oh those things. Okay. Wow.
Or any name, right? Any word. Every single word is a standardized, the word itself, because it's an agreement I have with you and a common understanding. It's a convention between us that when I make these sounds, a thought comes into your head that I hope aligns due to our agreement we've established. That it'll trigger that in you. But like different countries have different languages, so they have different standards and conventions for what sounds mean. Giggle might mean in English, or to English speakers, it might mean like laughing. But you say giggle in Japan, and it means like I don't know, brick, or siding the house or something. It can mean whatever it wants, because the sound is the more real thing, but then there's the standards and conventions we apply, the agreements we make about these things. They're like the last step of existence. Standards are like the very bottom step of existence.
Standards, okay.
Yeah, because they're just made up between people, and they change over time. They're really wishy-washy, and they're completely based on people making an agreement or being raised in a culture that operates a certain way.
Okay.
And there's the thing about all standards is that there's nothing that relates them to reality. Like a week. Why in the world does anyone count days in groups of 7 with 7 names, which are also standards? There is no purpose for this.
Imagine going up to a bear in the woods and just being like, Monday again,
Tuesday,
right?
Wednesday, Thursday. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly, right?
Absolutely. What people may not appreciate as much as maybe I do is how much of your life is based on conventions. Most of culture is just a series of conventions and standardized units and agreements.
Yeah, but it works though, right? It's
right. Yeah, it has its it has its practicality for sure.
Oh yeah,
I'll be back in a minute. Sorry.
Hello? Guess it's not Earth awakening. I guess it's more like Earth sleeping. Earth bedtime. Earth dozing off.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, can you hear me good?
Yeah, it maybe a little quiet, but I think that's just my headphones. But yeah, nice and clear. Just a little quiet.
Better now?
Yeah, I mean that's totally acceptable. Yeah, absolutely, man. So, you want to pick up where we left off, or was there something that I'm interrupting? Or...
No. Oh no, you're just interrupting my my firstborn child.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You should focus on that.
Yeah, you should focus on that, right?
Nah, fuck that. She's the only one who needs to be
Daddy.
trying right now. You just go out into the hallway and
Daddy
play
went
some
to
games on your
Discord
phone.
and never came back.
So,
You know, there was like stuff happening like that in Japan. Remember the stories from Japan in the early like 2000s, where when they were building like these like internet kiosks, and people were
that's
like,
a little...
a child starved because their parents couldn't stop playing The Sims, and there were like these like stories out of Japan. I don't know.
That's close to believable, and I guess this world is crazy enough that I have to say, I would suppose that has happened once, but if that were some big story, like an epidemic of people getting so addicted to these whatever internet kiosks you were saying, I think that the media probably overhyped it. But I don't know. But who knows? This world is full of stupid people, so I'm not sure how much I
the
believe it.
Japanese were like the first they were the first internet and video game like cells.
Okay.
They have a problem now. They have fucking 60 million men who've never had sex or something.
Yeah, culture will fuck you up, man. Culture is not your friend.
Well, you need culture, right? You need you need some
in its purest form.
to fit in a way, yeah, in its purest form.
In its purest form, it's a necessity. What you do with, because we're in control of it in a sense. As a collective, we shape the culture over time, and we can definitely go wrong. We can misshape it, and so we need it. So we can't just throw it away. But so I guess it's time to start repairing it. I guess because like it or not, you're stuck with it. So yeah, time to do some spring cleaning.
Oh yeah, time to put the cows out to pasture, right?
Mm-hmm. And what do you think is the most powerful technique in realigning a skewed culture?
What's the most effective technique? You mean a technique that's available to us today, or just historically?
I mean, I don't mind if you speculate into the future, but I guess just the timeless techniques of human interaction.
I guess peer pressure. Peer pressure is shaming, ostracism.
Oh boy! Oh my god! Are you? You have to have a smile on your face when you say that, right? Your tone sounds completely serious, but
you don't think that works?
No, man. That's gonna have repercussions. It may be a short-term fix, like bullying people into good behavior, but that's gonna create an enemy. It's gonna stir the pot.
But that's a very Western European attitude. In most societies, they don't have contrarianism. That's not a thing.
Well, there's flat earthers all around the world, so.
Well, it's mainstream in some places. In the Islamic world, it's mainstream, right?
What is?
Flat Earth beliefs.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
It's pretty. So. I think it's pretty mainstream in the Islamic world.
That's interesting.
In the African world, it's like, well, I don't really believe shit. I don't know. They like stab like, lug nuts through their noses. So I don't know.
Well, what do you think about like proper education? Do you think that would be a powerful technique if we could just do it right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm a big believer in education. I am.
So to me, when I think of a proper education, I think of a few different keywords like accessible. You don't want some big financial blockade in front of you and attaining wisdom and knowledge. I don't like that. I want the knowledge to be available and accessible, and the internet is a great thing for that, sure. And I also want it to be digestible. It has to be explained well, because I don't think anything is all that complicated. I just think that certain things take a longer amount of time to ingest than others.
Oh, definitely.
If anyone can do it, I think most people can do it. Maybe it'll take some people longer than others. Your
retards,
your genes, or your ability to absorb information and retain it at a level or whatever. I don't care about IQ, but some people need to take things slower or whatever. But even someone with a low IQ, I could imagine any sort of physicist, maybe just not by the age of 25. Maybe it takes 40 years. I don't know. It doesn't matter, because
okay, watch out for those low IQ. Those low IQ people, they sneaky smart.
They're sneaky smart.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of types of intelligence out there, right?
Yeah, like you remember the movie like Cuckoo's Nest? The freaking big giant mute. There's like this giant mute like Indian. He's like a fucking like Hiawatha looking dude, and he's like a retard. But in the end, he just like helps the guy like escape the mental asylum.
Right.
In the end of the movie, he just picks up like this giant heavy thing, and he's like, "Okay, I bash window open. I go bash window," and that was it. And he figured out how to escape.
Right. I mean, there's a big advantage to thinking in simple terms, and there's advantage in thinking in hyper-specific, detailed ways. And I said this yesterday. It's an old cliche, and I address that every time I say it. But balance is key. It's like there's never been a more profound lesson wrapped up in one sentence. And balance is key.
Remember George of the Jungle? There was that like sophisticated like white like colonizer guy, and he like stumbles and like he falls face first in a pile of shit.
Why does that come to mind? Just because the dichotomy between like George and him?
Yeah, and like the Africans who like just watch and just laugh at him.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a good laugh. And George, he's balanced, so he never trips, falls face first into dung.
No, he was, and he was like, I'm very straight, but he was pretty hot in that movie. I'm not gonna lie.
George of the jungle.
Watch out for that tree.
Something, watch. That's the last line.
Oh, really? Okay.
George of the jungle. Something be.
You remember the stand-up comedian Brian Regan? Remember him?
No.
He had this George of the Jungle joke. He's like, how did the animals of the jungle know to like come to George when he yells?
I was just
Like,
talking with my wife and thinking
did he have a
about
meeting
this
with them?
certain movie, and
Yeah.
it's funny because whoever said George of the Jungle took the words out of my mouth before I could spit them out to my wife, and I just thought that was pretty amazing because The reason for why I brought that up is totally irrelevant from what you guys were discussing. So I just thought it was very bizarre. But it's been a
60
very
Days with
bizarre
Kevin
day.
Bacon, right?
Never heard of it, but
Well, what were we saying a second ago, Ballers Matter? A comedian had a joke.
Oh, about like George of the Jungle, yeah.
Oh,
Like,
how did all the
George
animals?
did George of the Jungle have like a meeting with all the animals first to kind of establish that when he yells like oh, like all the animals then know, they then know at that time to come to George's help.
I think
well,
that movie.
you gotta
I think that
remember
movie
who
was trying
took
to teach
George
us something.
under his wing. Who was the first one out of the jungle that actually gave George a lending hand? Because the nature was against him in the beginning.
Was it gorillas?
I think it was the orangutan, or was it the bear? I don't remember, but one of them came to his rescue and was like his first friend, essentially.
Shit, that's really cute.
But no, man. If I were to answer your question about how would they know to come to his call, I would think that, you know, it's probably the magic of man. You know, like no other creature is going to make that call. You know,
right?
It's just like
no other creature's that smart, right?
Have you ever heard the word latent?
No other creature went to fucking like film school or music school. Latent.
Yeah. The only application I have heard it in and understood is when someone says latent potential, and latent potential is something you have the ability to do that you haven't like recognized your control over.
Latent refers to a time. Like it refers to time, and like essentially it refers to pretense more than anything.
Right. So when someone says like latent potential, it's something that you have the ability to do if you could unlock it. It's within you. It's a power within your future. It's latent within you.
Oh, definitely, yeah. There's a word called like latency, right?
Probably, yeah.
I'm trying to look up.
I think the root word would be similar to like later, like
right, yeah.
Yeah. So again, like referring to
Unlock.
something like something that hasn't came of yet, but is soon to be, or within the near future, or very.
Latency means something else. Okay.
No, it's probably related. Well, what is Google? What does Google say?
Latency.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
Time delay.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, latent potential has a time delay because there's something that needs to be unlocked, or there's something that needs to be like overcome, or maybe realized just by, you know, cognition. So that's cool.
There's two meanings for the word. One is the state of existing but not being developed or manifest, and the other is a delay between a data transfer.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, data latency. That's another application. I know that word and the meaning of it. Yeah, it's a good one. Here's one word that Dicelo is going to know, and probably none of the rest of you, just because it's a Ken Wheeler sort of taught word that I've never heard spoken anywhere else. Hysteresis. Pretty much means the same thing.
Hysteresis means well, it's actually the inverse. So yes, it has to do with time, but from the inverse, meaning lag or not keeping up with, or past tense. Whereas latent is again something within the future, unmanifested or soon to come. So yeah, I guess they would be the inverses.
And so what the word really means is a phenomenon which the value of a physical property lags behind the effect causing it. That's what the word really means.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way of putting it. The way I would put it would be like the delay from a cause to an effect because of the rate of induction.
Well, the most accurate word to compare it to would be precession. Lag and
I suppose.
precession would be
I
synonymous.
suppose not too bad. It
And
seems a little
hysteresis would be
disconnected.
encompassing of the both. That's why when he talks about time, the speed of light, he says there's in essence really no speed of light. He says it's none other than the hysteresis of the medium against itself. And when you understand that, that's
That
how you
doesn't
get
make sense.
propagation. That's how you get propagation. It's consubstantial relationship between two things taking place. One being the medium and two being the precession within that, something propagating through it. Similar to that, like analogously put, a child in the center of a pool flapping his arms, and the waves are permeating outward in a circular radial fashion and overlapping over the edge of the pool. Now, is the child touching at the edge of the pool, or is it the waves touching the edge of the pool? Well, in the atomistic mind, they would say the child is touching the pool.
Yeah, I don't.
But in essence, the child's not touching the pool. It's the waves that are overlapping over the edge. So it's perceptual. It's like how you perceive the phenomena, really, and like address it and explain it and describe it, where it all kind of lies in, tangled. So
I don't think these guys were. I don't think these guys were ready for taking the conversation that far in that direction. But you are right. That is the way they would explain it. Not saying you guys, just the mainstream philosophy of science. Anyways, but also we're using like double layered metaphors here. But anyways, hysteresis, fun word. I've enjoyed learning it. Hey, Dicelo.
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think is Steve's problem with you? Because you guys had to bring it up again today.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of drama today. I left the server over there. I don't know. I kind of went off on Steve, I think, and I probably shouldn't have, but unfortunately, like everyone draws swords against you. What are you to do when you're cornered, right? And
sure.
And he kind of drew the sword first, or second, should I say, and then everyone followed suit, and so it kind of has a reaction, right? That follows along with that. But I mean, Steve has lots of nice things to say about me, really, but at the same rate, he's got a lot of shit to say about me too. And I don't really want to speculate upon the reasons, but I could just say I'm kind of torn between how to perceive it. So I'm just gonna leave it as such.
Right on. I'll follow that lead. Well put. Hey, Ball Lives Matter. You do you talk to Sin Cleanser much? Do you find that he's one of the guys that you have conversations with most often?
Yeah, I've talked to him a lot. He's an interesting guy. He's a flurf. He's a flurf, and he's actually pretty bought into it. But he's
you guys,
pretty articulate.
You guys remind me of one another. That's just my.
Yeah,
I don't know what.
A similar life path. He's probably like 3 years younger than me. It's a guess.
Did you compare him to Little G?
We're both rural.
Not, there's a Ball Lives Matter reminds me a lot of Sin Cleanser. Just like the good, the good twin and the evil twin.
Well, I've heard him compared to Little G, and I see a lot of connection there. But the funny thing about that is Little G and Sin Cleanser have a strong bond. So I don't know, man. But yeah, all lives I hear the resemblance between at least little G and you, not only with your tonality, but your, I guess your stilo, so to speak, your mojo.
All right. All
I
right.
haven't seen Lil G around in like
He
3
hasn't been
months.
around. Yeah, I don't know what's going. I hope he's okay, but yeah.
Yeah, he's probably like the CEO of some company right now. He's too busy.
Hey, is it stupid to live in the jungle just because, like, there's bugs there? Like, I went hammocking in the not the jungle, but the forest near my house, if you want to call it that. And I got torn apart by spiders and mosquitoes in my hand.
Definitely,
And
yeah.
I'm just like, why would anyone ever live inside? And so I would just based on my experience, I would expect that it's probably most common for people to live on the outskirts of a forest or a jungle. Does that sound
Dude,
right? Or
they find like new species like every year of like deadly like frogs and stuff in the jungle. It's like inhospitable.
deadly frogs? That's literally a thing. I never
Yeah,
think
they
about
found,
that,
like,
but yeah,
frogs, giant. Like you see them. You ever like the movie Jumanji?
the original.
Like the Robin Williams movie?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what it's like living in the jungle.
Dude, did you guys know that Norm Macdonald died? I just found that out today.
Yeah, he died. Yeah.
Dude, I couldn't believe that. I heard it today on YouTube, and I was like, what the fuck? Apparently, he had cancer the past 9 years, but didn't tell anyone.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty funny. He wasn't. I always thought one of his jokes was really good, but he was definitely big in the '90s. He was on that SNL show.
He was like one of my favorite comedians of all time. I just loved his uniqueness. Just
funny. Yeah.
just a wonderful sense of humor, and
He never drove a car. That's what I found out. Believe it or not.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He looks like
That's,
a blue collar kind of guy, but he actually never drove a car.
Right. Okay.
Kind of a strange factoid, but
Yeah, that is strange, but I'm happy to know. I mean, there's got to be some time in his life, but after a while, at a certain age and a certain success, yeah, that's it. I can understand. I heard Obama also never drove a car after he became president. Yeah,
really, okay.
yeah, just another one of those guys who like.
Maybe Michael drives the car.
Yeah.
With his giant bicep hanging out the window.
Gotta spread his legs in the driver's seat because it's something he doesn't want to crush.
Just his balls and.
I think we are on YouTube, so.
A line in the visor window. Flexing. Big Mike, as they call him.
Hello, gentlemen.
Who goes there?
The one and only.
Riggs.
What up, Rigsby?
Excuse me?
That's your nickname now.
You want to change your tone?
How did you come
What up, Rigsby?
How's it going?
I'm doing great.
Yeah. That's
How'd
good
you
to
come up
hear.
with Riggs? Are you Riggs? Are you a trucker?
I came up with this name from the police officer Martin Riggs from Lethal Weapon.
Okay, wow. I never seen that movie. Now I feel bad.
Is he a role model of yours or something?
He was entertaining, virtuous, funny,
Denzel played that character.
serious,
Who played that character?
kind of the crazy white guy. So
Crazy. Okay, definitely not Denzel.
I guess I kind of identified with that a little bit.
Cool. I feel you.
Yeah.
You ever? You guys ever scratched your back on a tree like a bear?
I just did.
There you go.
Hallelujah. I don't have a very itchy back, but I know that some people do. I have a coworker who is always just grinding up on everything.
I'm so smart
sort of-
that I know to break off a branch and then use that to scratch my back.
Oh, wow.
I'm more highly evolved. I can do it in a shorter amount of time.
It's not as still not as good as a good rub against the tree, though. Right.
That reminds me
Yeah,
about
is that
one of
left
these.
lane?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Oh, I was gonna check up with you, but I didn't want to. I don't want to interrupt.
Take it away, guys. Check up on each other.
Okay. Did you happen to look at any of that footage I sent you?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I looked at it, some of it last night, a little bit like before last, and
Okay.
and it's the stuff that I've seen, and I go along with yes. There's some questionable stuff in there.
Okay. Well, that's really all I wanted to make sure is that you're aware of. There's some things that really just kind of like make you turn your head a little bit. Wasn't sure if you had come to terms with any of that.
Well, I feel like if I went in, whole hog on absolutes, I'm kind of setting myself up for a potential failure, and
Hell
having
yeah.
a lot of trouble,
That's the mindset I appreciate
That's
the
a safe
most.
route. Nothing wrong with playing safe. Validate what you can validate, right?
Right
on. Were you able to you didn't finish it, but did you find the part that I was talking about where they were discussing the ISS footage breakdown?
No, I didn't. I
No?
really
Okay.
wasn't. I skimmed through and saw like the points of contention, like we talked about, like the strings and the guy and his
Okay.
finger in his pocket.
Yeah, that's what I was.
What about the bolt? We really analyzed the bolt missing out of the panel. We picked it apart over here. We found a couple of frames where there was no bolt in the frame whatsoever. Which it brought the whole
That could happen
into question.
with the shutter. That could happen.
Yeah, they call it digital anomalies and things like that. But and then we've looked at satellite footage over here, where the satellites deployment, where they appeared to go into the clouds, and that's something that we've got in contention. That
Well, have you thought about? There's some other footage. I don't know if it was the Blue Origin or the Virgin flight. I think it was the Virgin flight, where from the ground they were tracking it with the camera, with the studio camera. And meanwhile, they're showing us from the ground, but then moments later they're in space, supposedly. Sorry, but you can't see space from the ground. You certainly couldn't see their flight from the ground. So I thought that was pretty strange. And it was supposedly live, so they weren't showing us previous footage. They were showing us the live feed. So I guess apparently they're claiming that they could see them in space from the ground using a camera and tracking them.
What would that not be like in the ISS?
Strange. No, I'm talking about the high altitude, supposedly in space flight where they were weightless for about 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, but they went like what, 54 miles or something like that.
Yeah, so I guess they were tracking them 54 miles away and watching them through a television camera while they were in space, supposedly.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that would be as big. The ISS is supposed to be 250 miles up.
Yeah, about that.
So
but to see 250 miles, yeah, that's kind of you need special equipment for that. But I guess like tracking their flight over 50 miles away up in the sky, I think that would still present some challenge, I don't think they could do that.
Yeah, yeah. I really don't know. I'm not a camera buff, you know, so I don't know
Yeah.
what their capabilities were, you know.
Well, I'll look into it further and let you know. I just wondered if you had were aware.
Yeah. No, Rig, what I do, I driving all the time. I don't get a lot of opportunity to pay attention to what's being shown in these discussions and posted, and look at this video and that. So I'm kind of limited with that, and I drive
No
sun up
problem.
to midnight. So when I do stop, very seldom do I do anything but crawl in that bed, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand. I am also on the road quite a bit.
Yeah. It's rough.
It's hard
but
to
it's
do a lot when
living.
you're just you got to watch the lanes.
Yeah.
It's hard
Yeah.
to do a lot.
Yeah, it is. I don't want to kill nobody. Don't want to kill myself either, but my biggest fear is killing somebody.
Yeah. I had an experience driving a truck. It was a horrible one. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up, but I ended up running over a dog.
Yeah.
There's nothing I could do about
Aw.
it. I mean, and it was like a little Chihuahua kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was a horrible experience. I don't want to describe everything, but yeah, it was horrible because we were driving about 20 trucks deep, and we were all in formation. So I couldn't do anything. Because there was no space. And there was like it was a 2-lane road, really small. We were basically breaking the road driving on it. It was an oil field formation. So
I got you. I know what you're talking about. Well, the thing is,
Yeah.
at school, one of
Horrible.
the straight up questions they ask you, and I went to driving school. I mean, I've driven trucks and boats and tractors, but I went to the school to get my certificates so I could go straight to work. You know, you get hired right out of, as long as you get
Yeah.
your certificate. But anyway,
Yeah.
one of their questions was, what do you do if a deer runs out in front of you?
Go
And
straight.
the correct answer is you kill that motherfucker.
That's right. You speed up.
Yeah.
Make sure it explodes.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't go jerking your wheel around to miss shit, or you'll end up killing
Right.
somebody and yourself too.
Well, that's what I did. I just stayed true. I mean, and nothing was damaged. But it was just horrible because I could literally feel the situation under the wheel. I could feel
Yeah,
everything,
yeah,
and it was it's like popping a zit, man. It was just horrible.
yeah. I used to work on the ambulance service, and I mean I've got stories, but one of them, a guy had jumped off the bridge there in Jackson, Tennessee, committing suicide. Right, well, that's what we think, but it was at midnight, and so nobody knew that there was a body in the road, and so he got
Yeah.
run over many times. So I'm kind of shit
Yeah.
like that.
Oh my
You know,
gosh.
you just don't let
Roll
some of
with
that
it.
doesn't bother me. Yeah. Go do your job and go on to the next one.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Sometimes it's just nobody knows about it, and just you, and there's nothing to show for it. Just go about your day. Just kind of a weird feeling.
It is. It is a strange. It is an odd feeling. I get the same feeling when I put one to sleep that it's better off. You know,
Yeah.
at rest. I get that same feeling, even though I know I'm doing the right thing. I still get that same feeling in my gut that, you know, that it's not the right thing, but it is. You know.
Yeah. Well, you know what is life? It's something that just happens until it doesn't.
Yeah. That vet was like, I was having trouble with the decision, and she said, Howard, she said, it's a dog, okay? You really, and she said she's a dog lover, She said, but we got to get down to the reality of it. It's just a dog, you know. And so that's, you know, you just trip the trigger and do what you need to do and go on.
Yeah. Well, I hope you got a safe trip ahead of you. I don't know if you're still driving, but I've got to do some business right now. I'm going to go on mute. So I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, Rick. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, that's the question of many answers. What is life?
What is life?
Yeah.
Half of the equation right there.
Hey, I posted a
Conscious.
picture in the live stream text.
Let's see what you got. I'm not seeing it.
It's at the very bottom. It's a link.
Oh,
Since
it's a link.
I can't upload actual pictures. Yeah, I'm not a mod or whatever it takes.
Hops for extra die slow.
Oh, you saw it?
What?
You're cursed forever now.
What happened? I didn't hear. I just heard my name.
You saw the dice slow.
Posted a picture. I'm not. It's interesting that die slow is written in the picture. Hops for extra gravity, die slow, with a die written over the word gravity.
Where?
That's
What picture
cool.
are you referring to?
I can post it for you, dice slow.
This is gonna be your new neck tattoo.
I don't know why you wouldn't put. Are you not able to post the picture or something?
I'm restricted.
There you go, dice flow.
I'm not in the
That's too bad.
Illuminati.
It looks like somebody wrote this. So what is this that you're showing me? What is this referring to here? Hopes for extra die slow. Exceptiona. What is this?
It means some people read things literally.
Fundy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Can you elaborate upon what you're posting?
It's a repost of the guy who posted a link above. I entered the link and took a screenshot of the post of the picture he posted. This is all from Ball Eyes Matter. I don't know why he posted it, besides the fact that it has your name in it. That's kind of cool, I guess. But
So
cool.
Ball Lives Matter. Why are you posting this?
Just thought it was funny.
Where did you acquire this, and can you elaborate upon it?
I snuck into your house and I made the picture without you noticing.
I don't know. I'm just curious, like, why this is even coming up.
No, I made that picture. I just made it.
Oh, okay.
I was cosmically inspired to make it.
All right. Well, I was just curious. That's all, man. Like, no
Yeah.
biggie.
Inside joke.
So what do you think the two what do you think the two branches of description underneath life is? What does life do?
Hmm. Jeez. Now I have to use my brain cells. Fuck.
I think that there's two things that life does in general, in the most general sense. Because obviously, play soccer, there's lots of things that we do, but in the broadest sense of description.
Care to share?
Sure, yeah. I just, it's always fun if someone takes a
Hold on,
guess.
two things. Okay, so you're saying if I had to pick two things?
Uh-huh. In the most general sense you can imagine.
Well, life is short, and life
Spanish short.
Spanish short. Feels
But
short.
life is a different thing,
And life is destiny.
Let's go with beings, okay? What are the two things beings do?
Beings,
Yeah, let's just go with human.
they
What is the
act, they think, they suffer, they feel things, they do things, they survive, they make mistakes, they socialize.
those are really good.
Yeah.
My chart splits it. One direction is like activity, like I call it art, creative activity, and measure. So it's sort of the same as saying thoughts and actions, or thoughts and behavior. We think and we behave, or there's a sort of physical side of, like we physically art, as I would say, we physically behave, and we measure, we think, we sense.
So you're looking at it more from like a survival thing, right?
No, not at all. Just trying to be as general as possible. Like you were saying, we survive. That was one of the words you suggested, right?
I think so, if I remember.
But survive, I feel, is a subcategory of behavior. Because die is also a category of behavior, in a sense. Or suffer. Like, at the root of it all, it's like, oh, this person's doing something or sensing something.
Uh-huh.
Or I don't like to use sense, because I think senses are sort of thoughts at the root of it all. So you're thinking and you're acting. Or you're thinking and you're behaving. I think that's the root of all. I think that's the first two fundamental roots of what life does.
Yeah. Thinking and behaving, okay? Thinking all the time, right? Your mind's always, the wheel's always turning, right?
Yeah, you literally cannot stop. Yeah, that's right. Meditation is the closest you can even,
That's
try
the thing.
to
You
silence
ever
your
try
mind.
to like consciously just stop thinking?
Yeah, can't do it.
You can't
Not completely.
do it, but you at least try to, right? You at least sometimes make the effort to.
Yeah, there's some times where my mind's racing a million miles per hour, and then there's times where, I can chillax and quiet my mind, but it's not like it's perfectly still.
Well, I think at least trying to is better than nothing, right? Some people don't even like think of doing that. Some people just are like these hyper neurotic people, just always have to have their eyes bugging out, and they're always hypersensitive, and thinking about stuff too much.
I'm really sorry. I was distracted for the past 30 seconds. Someone was fucking with me.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you saw big titties or something.
No, someone was fucking with me. Anyways, what's up, bro? I apologize.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you at least make the effort to try to turn off the brain, sometimes that's pretty good.
Right.
Because I'm saying some people don't even have the presence of mind to do that, right? Some people feel like they always have to be like in a state of neuroticism, but you know, I mean, I know how the male.
I'm totally like that.
And I think
that's how I am most of the time. You know, that's me 90% of the time, maybe 99% of the time. You know.
99% of the time, you're just kind of like mind racing, or
Yeah, or like filling my ears with some sort of podcast or something. You know what I mean? Like I have a 10-minute drive to work. What do? I flip on something to listen to on the drive to work. I don't just like quietly drive at 6 a.m. Like quietly just think to myself. I'm always filling every moment of the day with either deep thought about something I'm trying to figure out or listening to the words of others. But it's 1% of the time where I'm just like, let's not listen or think. Let's just try to do none of those activities. And it's so little of my time. Let's play
do you
some
ever
video
find
games.
yourself
Watch
like
them.
envious of people that can just be like
No, because
turn off their mind?
it's not difficult for me to do it. It's difficult for me to feel the need to do it. Like, why would I meditate when I could just play some video games? You know what I mean? But if I decide to meditate, it's not hard for me to do it. It's hard for me to decide to do it. It's like, oh, why would I spend my time that way? There's fun things to do. Not that I don't enjoy it. Just, that's me.
You ever think about how you might fill your mind or you might fill your sensations with like things that you want to do or luxuries or good feelings?
Nah, that's not me. Nah,
well,
that's not.
I'm just talking about
right?
like let's take your
Some people.
take your 10-minute drive to work, right? Like, so you fill your head with podcasts, right? Or you fill your head with some sort of like something that tickles your mind, right?
Uh-huh.
But you ever think of like in the long run, like, do I really need to do this? Like, could I survive without doing this? You ever think
obviously
about that?
I could.
So then do you ever take that and then go to the bank with that and just think like, okay, so now I'm going, like in this moment, I'm going to unplug because I know in the long run, this doesn't really matter.
No. I mean, I don't know how to answer that really, because I guess sometimes, but not very often. Yeah, this is what I said earlier. Like, 1% of the time I do what you just said. Yeah, I do it sometimes. Just I feel like there would be a benefit to doing it more often.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's something I'm trying to do, which is like I try to turn off the brain sometimes because I think of like in the long run, like this is just better for me, right?
Maybe it couldn't hurt.
Like I'm really I'm really not missing out on much. I'm really not.
That's exactly.
Like we indulge ourselves in things because we feel like we're missing out on something. But if you take a 30,000 foot view, you're really not missing out on much, right? A lot of this stuff is just water under the bridge.
Yeah, let's just kill ourselves.
I know, right? Well, then I guess some suicidal people think that way, right? Like, oh, no one listens to me anyway. No one really cares. I mean, that's how they think, right?
Let's just go to an eternal rest. I mean, is all this really worth it?
Right, exactly. Well, I'm trying to be like a little bit more like I'm trying to incorporate that and the next level of thinking, which is like let's harness that nihilism and channel it towards like just giving our mind a rest at times. You know.
Right. Nah, I feel that. Yeah, I hear you, man. Harness the nihilism. Be like, sure, you're hot and sweaty over a deep fryer, or stove, or a grill or something, right? But like, does it really matter? I mean, just like, oh, you're hot and sweaty. I mean, are you dying? Are you literally dying or something? No, you're just a little bit uncomfortable. What does it matter? I mean, like,
there's this old like coffee cup phrase, which is like I'm not lazy, I'm not working slow right now, I'm just in power saving mode. And like that, there's like truth to that, right? It's like you ever think about that at work or like anything like where somebody's like breathing down your neck and it's like, wait, hold on. I'm actually saving up for the real shit later. It's like treat your mind for that, like shut down the mind, let it just let it ride. Fill your head with like ooga booga music or whatever, and then later the real shit will come out, right? Clarity later on the other end.
Well, the weirdest part about all of this is that we get sleepy. Like try as you might, you're gonna fall asleep.
Oh, definitely.
It's like that's the weirdest part about it. I mean, it's a huge life lesson where like you're like, it makes no sense that I need to fall asleep. Like, what's the purpose? But it's just programmed into existence. Like, nah, you're gonna sleep.
Yeah, your body has to repair itself, and whatever happens when you sleep.
And you're gonna get tired.
Cells and whatever, yeah.
It's crazy because there's no reason you should need to go to sleep. And as far as like evolution goes, it's the silliest concept ever when relating to evolution. Oh, survival of the fittest, watch out for predators. Everything about me is about survival, right? And propagation. I'm going to go unconscious with all of my senses turned off for any predator whatsoever.
While I'm sleeping, somebody's going to draw a dick on my face.
And get a free sneak attack on me, right? Sleep is the most counterintuitive idea when related to the theory of evolution and things, adapting. Sleep? 8 hours? 8 fucking hours? Where I'm just vulnerable? And I don't even get like, and
no, actually, you feel more tired after you wake up, right?
Yeah, depends how you slept. I don't know. Depends when in your REM cycle you wake up. There's like proper and improper times to wake up within your sleep cycle. Makes a big difference. So I've heard.
No, intuitively it makes sense, right? There's whole books written on sleep. I don't know if there's like what's it called? The study of sleep. I don't know. To look that up. There has to be like people with PhDs on sleeping.
So,
right.
So talking about that sleep thing and evolution kind of made me think a minute. So what if somebody developed or is born with the ability to go constant without sleep, and it turns out to be beneficial because they can be basically busy 24 hours a day, being twice as productive, and then their offspring, they were able to pass that along. Would that eventually lead to a group of people that didn't have to sleep, and maybe over a great long period of time change the human race to sleepless?
Hypothetically, yes, but I just don't see it fitting in the rules of reality. I think there's like hard set rules, sort of, where you're gonna have to sacrifice something. There's gonna be a big price to pay if you're not doing what we call sleep. That's just my feelings. You know, it's not based on anything. Just
Yeah,
how I feel.
that's all just a thought.
We all know dreams are like the weirdest shit ever. Sometimes I feel like they come from some understandable source of jealousy or lust or I don't know. And then sometimes dreams just hit you like, what the fuck was that about? What part of me was that spawned from? Is God trying to tell me something? Am I getting a vision right now?
Moving stuff around. Speaking of sleep, I'm trying to go to bed.
So I've organized my life to avoid all commercials. I can't tell you the last time I watched a commercial. I just don't go places where there are commercials. The only subscription I do have is like YouTube Premium, just because I'm on my phone and I can't use ad blocker like I would on a computer for that. And but yeah, anyways, yeah, what I'm saying is that I stay away from all commercials. I never see them like anywhere. And the funniest thing happened 2 days ago. I invented a commercial in my dream was in the form of a commercial. It was like a sneaker commercial, and that got me wondering because it was. Is there some sort of broadcast like from the radio towers, like putting advertisements inside of my head while I sleep? Like, are they like messing with my brainwaves to like advertise to me while I sleep? Like, oh, you don't watch it on YouTube before the videos, so we'll put it in your head while you sleep. That way we can sell our product to you. You know what I mean? Like, it seemed really strange seeing this commercial in my dreams. A little
That's
worrisome,
known
to be
as
honest.
paranoid schizophrenia.
The thing is, it wasn't a commercial I'd ever seen before. You know, it was like I came up with it on my own, but you know how it feels when you're like, how did I come up? Well, when you dream some sort of like fantasy setting or some sort of like create, maybe it's just me, but sometimes I ask myself when I wake up, it's like, how is my imagination capable of coming up with what I dreamed about? There's so much detail and information within it, and sometimes I learn things from my dreams. Like sometimes I just like literally learn something I could have never learned any way, or something I've never learned before. I learned through my dreams. I sometimes I just don't know where this information comes from while I'm sleeping.
Man, I'm jealous. Most of my dreams are wacky, but I just don't like. It's not on the same level. It's more just wacky stuff. Really wacky, just way out there, man.
Like, you got any that you can remember off the top of your head?
No,
I know that they're hard.
It's just weird. It's just bizarre. It's just so weird. It's not worth like remembering.
Like your mom's head turns into a snake that then like coughs up a cucumber, and then the cucumber like grows legs and jumps all the way to Africa or something. You know, like just like weird shit like that, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
like
it's like recurring themes. Like most people have them, like falling or being chased or being naked or just the dark or sleep paralysis, where like you feel like you're on the edge of death and you die, or sometimes you just like you save.
I've never had any of those.
lucid stuff, like where you know you're in a dream and then you do whatever you want and then you realize you have guilty conscience, and then you stop doing what you're doing and stuff like that. Like Inception.
What's your take on astrology?
I've never looked into astrology. Not really.
Oh,
It's never
I
been
find
my
it
thing.
fascinating.
So what's your sign?
There's like 3 different systems, but I think in all 3 of them, I'm a Virgo. Because they
what's
all
your favorite
overlap to a certain.
Which system do you kind of gravitate towards? You look at
Oh, Virgo. Yeah.
Virgo. Okay.
Yeah,
So what does
I
that-
am
what
a
does that
Virgo
mean?
by. What does what mean?
Virgo.
Yeah. What are you asking?
It's a feminine symbol.
I can tell you that it's considered one of the transmutable signs. I can tell you that it's an Earth sign, so it's transmutive Earth. I can tell you that it's a feminine sort of harvester with a sack of grain. I can tell you it's opposed to Pisces. I can tell you it's near the autumnal equinox. It's on the edge of death. And then I can list off a few things that people like say, but I have no idea where they're getting this shit from. You know what I mean? Because there's so much about astrology where I say, like, where are you getting this from? I get that. I get that you can point to me to a book where you learned it from. Where did the author of that book get it from? And and what's the original source of this information, right? And people who
So
like astrology don't know this.
Your birthday's in like 4 weeks or something.
No.
Okay. Because I always thought like your sign is close to your birthday or something.
It sounds like you know nothing about this, but yeah, your birthday is within the sector of the year that's ruled by the sign, and that's because the sun is in front of different stars throughout the year. Because the sun travels once overhead per day, but the stars travel once overhead per day, right? But the thing is, the stars travel overhead a little tiny bit faster than the sun moves. So it's like
really?
a car. Yeah. So it's like if you have 2 cars, if it's like 2 lanes of the road, right? Just imagine a straight road, and there's 2 cars neck and neck, right? And in the left lane you have 1 car, and then on the right lane you have 12 cars. Yet the car in the left lane and the car in the right lane, the first 2, they're neck and neck. But in the right lane, there's 12 cars that are bumper to bumper, and they're all going the same speed. So they like stay connected, almost like a train carriage sort of system, right? Where it's like you got a box after a box after a box car, sort of like that. The cars on the right that are in tandem or in line, all 12 of them, they're all going 61 miles per hour, but the car on the left is going 60 miles per hour. So after an hour or so, the car on the left is going to move back in position in the race, going straight forward. It's going to be passed up by one after another, and this whole process, when it comes to the sky, takes 1 year. Here's the best way I've come up with saying it recently. In 1 year, the sun makes 365 laps overhead, and in that same amount of time, the stars make 366 laps overhead. The stars outpace the sun by 1 lap per year overhead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So
Makes sense.
So when you divide the sky into 12ths, you can discuss, by month, which 12th sector it's in out of the 12th. And so the sun is going to be neck and neck in the race, or the way it's seen, from feet on the ground observation, is that the sun is going to be in front of stars behind it. And every month it's in front because it's outpacing, or because the stars are outpacing it and it's losing ground. Every month the sun is going to be in front of a different 30-degree section of stars along the ecliptic, which is the thin roadway or sidewalk that the sun travels upon, because the sun stays in a very thin strip of the sky as it travels. It doesn't go anywhere at once throughout the year. It stays within its boundary. It's a roadway. It's a river across the sky.
Right.
It's called the ecliptic, the path of the sun.
Huh.
And so only the stars within the ecliptic, those are the ones called the zodiac constellation. Those are the only stars that the sun ever is in front of. All the rest of the stars, the sun never even comes close to touching. But the ecliptic and the stars in it, the zodiac, are the stars that the sun hangs out with. So you got Jesus and the 12 disciples that he travels along with, because the sun travels along every day of the year with one individual at a time for 30 days periods with one of the 12 disciples, or disc poles, one of the positions along the circle.
He travels with Virgo. That's
For
your
30
nickname.
days. And then, well, this is on YouTube, so I'm sure Geo wouldn't want you saying that, but and then after that he travels along with Libra for 30 days, and then he travels along with Scorpio and Sagittarius for 30 days each. That's the way the cookie crumbles. And then it's a cycle, right? And then it's a cycle. So once the sun is finally done traveling along for 30 days with Pisces, then the cycle begins to go with Aries, and he hangs out with his good old friend Aries. He hasn't seen his buddy Aries in a whole year, but now that it's been 12 months, we're back to hanging out with my old friend.
Old Man River, it keeps on rolling. Oh.
Hey, that sounds kind of relevant. I don't know that song, but that sounds kind of relevant, man.
You don't know Old Man River song?
Not really. I mean, a little tiny bit by name, but not the song itself.
It's in that movie. It's like this big old Negro. He sings it. A real Southern Negro. Sings with a super deep voice, very soulful. Sings
That
Old
sounds
Man
nice. I got a song for you though.
Very ASMR.
You ever heard that song? It's like rock and roll. There's a line in a song that says, "Wheel in the sky keeps on turning."
Oh yeah, that like Boston, or who sang that song?
That's very close. Could be like Blue Oyster Cult, or
wasn't there a band called like Chicago also? Like,
there was, yeah.
Boston?
There was. Could be the Boston, Chicago. Could be a Blue Oyster Cult. I don't know who sings that, but they're talking about, they're talking about the zodiac. They're talking about, astronomy, astrology. Wheel in the sky keeps on turning,
Sounds below their pay grade for Journey to sing that song, but they did. Okay.
It does. It's not Journey. It's not.
It is Germany.
Yeah. What? No way.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Wheel in the Sky.
Color me surprised.
But maybe like some other band like covered it and that became the more famous version.
Yeah, maybe, but
Maybe
I don't
that's
think so.
what happened.
I heard
Kind of
another
like,
one.
That Creedence Clearwater song. Like Landslide. Like the Smashing Pumpkins song became more like popular.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. I see what you're saying. So, I mean, even though I don't subscribe to all this like astrology, like divination, right? Oh, I'm gonna tell you about your life. I'm gonna tell you about your day. I'm gonna tell you about all this stuff in the future or aspects of your personality and stuff. I
Right,
don't.
like healing crystals and all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't. Well, here's the thing. I love crystals, and I probably have the largest crystal collection of anyone you'll ever meet. However, I don't lay down and put like ocean jasper on my forehead, like peridot on my heart, and so like that, and like pretend it's doing something. I just fucking love them as a aspect of the universe. They're brilliant, wonderful things. But the same with astrology.
That's definitely below your pay grade, right?
No, I'm just waiting to be convinced by anyone who like can explain themselves. But it's the same with astrology. There's a lot to appreciate in the astrological system. Really the best way of thinking about it is as a language. It's a way of discussing things, and there's a lot of like hidden sort of esoteric lessons in it. You know what I mean? Like, why is the first one a ram? Why is the second one a bull? Why is the third one twins? Why is the sixth one, or why is the seventh one a set of scales? It's obviously not because the stars themselves look like a ram or look like a bull or anything. Like these constellations don't look like at all what they're called. You know what I mean? They're very loosely fitted and specialized in their relation to these terms. So, but when you look into it, you do start finding out some very deep messages in the decision-making process. You kind of unraveling the decision-making process that was behind these people establishing this system. And I think there's a lot there. And I think if there's anything religions pay homage to the most,
that's when all the sign
it's what?
Well, that's when the sign readings come into play, right? Where people kind of connect the dots with what the symbols and the animal means, right?
I don't like that stuff. I've learned enough to appreciate astrology without going into any of that the sort of convoluted bullshit, in my opinion. I think people take things way too far and take things way too literally, like religion with astrology, with all sorts of stuff. But there is a brilliance behind the sort of tropical astrology sort of system. Like the best way to imagine it is as a fractal, because the day and the year have a lot in common.
Say it again, the day and the year?
The day and the year are a fractal of each other. They have a lot in common.
Day and the year?
Yes.
You mean like a Monday or a Tuesday or the...
No. Don't try too hard, because my definition of it isn't like super, I don't know, like it could be screwed. I don't know what to say. Just think about what's the fractal nature of the relationship of a day and a year. Like, there's obvious things that they have in common. The whole thing is just one's the bigger version of the smaller version. One's the smaller version of the bigger version. Like they're the same thing.
Day in the year. Okay.
Are you not?
Or you can't have one without the other, or okay.
No, not like that. This obviously isn't like connecting with. I know I haven't like explained anything yet, but it seems obvious that like it's not just gonna like click for you. So I'll just tell you. All right. So so imagine the year as a circle, okay? Because if you got March 21st, and let's put March 21st. Let's draw a circle in our minds and draw a straight vertical and perpendicular cross dividing this circle into fourths, okay? Let's draw a plus sign inside of a circle, right? So
right.
Let's put March 21st, the first day of spring, on the left side of the circle, where that cross plus sign points to on the left side of the circle. Let's put that March 21st. Now you're going to get June 21st at the top of the circle, September 21st on the right side of the circle where the cross points to, and December 21st at the bottom, right? And they give us calendars where it's a bunch of pages, right? You flip the calendar page to the next month, right? And it's like a book, and it comes to an end. But the year doesn't come to an end. The year directly feeds right back to the beginning of the next year coming, right? The end of the year directly enters into, as it ends, it begins the next year. I mean, that's just how years work, right? It's a cycle. So the best way to imagine a year is as a circle. So now that you understand, and this is the wheel of the zodiac. It's describing what I just said in a sense. It's describing the year as a circle divided into 12 sections. So if you have you ever seen a zodiac circle? It's just a circle sliced into 12 sections, and the one Aries, right? You can write the month March over Aries, and write April over Taurus, and May over Gemini, and it serves a double purpose because now it's a calendar and a zodiac chart because they line up pretty much perfectly as long as you don't want to get into the fine details, because we can get into that later where it's a little off, and then there's a third option too where you go into extreme detail, and I can tell you all this. It is simple, but I just don't want to dig into one small part because every small part does go down a rabbit hole.
Depends
But
if you're on like celestial year or calendar year, right?
right, we can say, and there's more, and there's more. I'll just tell you, there's tropical astrology, sidereal astrology, and then true sidereal astrology. And all this has to do is, let's save it for later. So you understand that the summer solstice is at the top of the circle. If spring is, and we got that vertical and horizontal plus sign, right? Spring is on the left, which is the spring equinox. You got the summer solstice, which is directly up on top of the circle, the very tip, most high. That's the summer solstice, where the days are longest at the top of the circle. Then you got the autumnal or fall equinox on the right side, opposite of spring, 6 months later. And then you have the winter solstice where the days are shortest on the bottom, right? You feel me there? Is that easy enough to follow?
Yep, I'm reconnecting right now.
Okay.
You hear me?
Uh-huh.
I'm in the
Did you hear what I
process
said
of,
about the...
Yeah, where the signs are positioned.
Not the signs, where the four corners of the year exist. The two equinoxes and the two solstices.
Yeah.
Right. So look at the top. Look at the summer solstice at the top of the plus sign, at the top of the circle. During these days, the sun lasts 14 hours a day, right? 14 to 15 hours a day. The sun is alive. It's at its peak. And look at the bottom, the winter solstice. The sun is only around for 8 hours a day. And the nighttime lasts much longer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So and then the equinoxes in between on both sides are when there's 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of nighttime, right? Sorry, you say yeah?
Got it. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So this is the fractal of the year compared to the day. Let's just say you live on the equator, okay? Let's just imagine you live on the equator for a sec. You know the sun comes up at the horizon, goes directly overhead, and then sets 180 degrees on the other horizon, on the west horizon, right? So, so what's cool about this is that, like, the morning is much cooler than noon, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
the sunset is much cooler than noon.
Oh, yeah.
So
And the sunrise is much cooler than the sunset.
So when is the sun hottest, or when is the sun perceived as being, hottest? When it's on top, right? When it's directly above you.
Right.
So when is the sun in the year, if you want to draw the year as a circle like I described, when is the sun, most powerful
Wait, hold
and
on.
hottest?
Hello. My earpiece.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, you good. So
I lost connection with my earpiece.
yeah, you good, man. You got it figured out? You take your time. I don't mind.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
What I
Getting
said is I
your
lost connection with my earpiece.
Yeah, you're good, man. Technical difficulties, it happens. So I'm not doing the best, I've been drinking, but I'm trying my best. But I think the next thing I need to say right now is describing the day as a circle to you now. And because we've already gone through things, and because you're a smart guy, I could probably just ask you to describe the day as a circle, like 24 hours as a circle, right? You probably see where I'm going by now.
So the day. Well, the day
Well, you would think intuitively the day starts at the top, right? But it's
No. The day starts at the equinox. The day starts at the horizon. The day starts at the horizon, right?
so it starts at like 3 o'clock.
Yeah, don't worry about that. It starts at sunrise. The day starts at sunrise, which is the left side of the plus sign.
Okay.
And then noon
Makes sense.
And then noon is when it's directly above you. Sunset is when it's on the other horizon. Right? It goes sunset, noon, sundown. Or I'm sorry, sunrise, noon, sunset. Right? And then nighttime is the bottom half of the circle. And we could say high night or hot or midnight or whatever, right? Something like that maybe. You know, when it's the middle of the nighttime. When it's a good when it's a good 6 hours after sunset, we say like high night or whatever instead of high noon. So these are the four corners of the day, and these are the four corners of the year. You have spring, which is sunrise. You have summer, which is the summer solstice. You have the spring equinox, the beginning of spring, which is sunrise. You have noon, which is the summer solstice. Sunset, which is the fall equinox, and then you have winter, which is midnight.
Got it.
And this perfectly relates to temperature. So spring is a little bit warm, right? A little bit cold, a little bit warm in spring. You got summer, which is hot, like noon is hot. Then you have the other equinox, which is sundown in fall, because sunset is cool. Then you have winter, or the dead of night, where things are as cold as it gets. The year is a day. It's just a long day. Because the sun grows in strength and weakens in strength throughout the year, just like the sun's heat and temperature grows in strength throughout the day and the year, in the same sort of circular, cyclical fashion.
Makes sense.
They're the same thing. In every way, they're the same thing. And it's all related to the sun. Because the sun during spring and summer is growing. You know, the sun is born in spring. Because you just got to think about those on the circle I described to you. The equinoxes are the east horizon and the west horizon of the circle. They're the level plane, right? And the summer solstice is way up high in the sky at the top of the circle.
Makes sense.
It's the day and the year are a fractal, and the tropical astrology system relates to this understanding, and the symbols they chose and the names of these they chose have a lot to do with their understanding of the cycle of the year, and also thoughts about relating it to life itself. So you got to. So the deeper level they take it to is that the sun is a fractal of you. Like you are the sun, because the sun is kind of the main character, and you're the main character of your own life. And the sun in a way, people treat it as a fractal of a human brain, of a human being. And
God's child, right?
Yeah, God's son, right? The sun is God's son. SON, SUN. And Jesus is literally just a metaphor for the sun. Like as simple as that. The light of the world, the lamb. Well, he's the lamb when he isn't angry. Sure.
Definitely.
But so a human is born. That's called the first day of spring. He's conceived in winter because if you're imagining, so you got that circle, right? You got that circle and you got that plus sign in the circle, right? Now, I haven't asked you to imagine this at all before. I'm gonna ask you to imagine something for the first time. So I hope I do a good job with articulating it. So you take that. So you got a circle, and then you imagine the sun, like traveling along that circle, like a race car going around a perfectly circular racetrack, right? Clockwise. You feel me?
Yeah.
So, but it's vertical. It's not horizontal like a race car would normally race on. It's a vertical racetrack. So, if you take that circle and you split it from top to bottom and divide it into a left and a right section of a circle, you feel me?
Yeah.
If it's going, if someone's doing a clockwise route around this circle, half of the time they are going upward and half of the time they are going downward. You feel me?
Yeah.
And as soon as they cross the threshold of winter, of the winter solstice, as soon as they cross the dividing line of the plus sign at the bottom stretch of the circle, as soon as they get past the winter solstice, which is New Year's, when the year begins, they've began going upward again. They've been falling for 6 months. They've been falling for 6 months from up on high around the right side of the circle. But they've been going downward, no doubt. And then once it reaches January 1st, then they are born or conceived, and they finally start not dying. Now they're not dying. Now they're being born. There's two different areas where the sun is born. First, when he's conceived at the bottom, where it's no longer dying, but finally it's the winter solstice, the first sign of life, where finally the sun is starting to gain its length of time. The sun's appearance in the sky becomes a longer time span, starting at January 1st or December 21st, whichever solstice or New Year's, the same thing. And so conception happens at January 1st, because that is finally when you're done dying and you start being born. It's the beginning of life. It's New Year's. Happy birthday. And then Easter is literally the first full moon after this spring equinox. That's literally how Easter is defined. The Sunday after the first full moon, after the spring equinox, right?
So that's when Mama wants to be up all day and night with you, right?
That's the real birth, yeah. But what are you talking about, mamas and being up all night?
Because that's the night when the moon is out all day, all night. Everything's lit.
Well, Easter has to happen on the first Sunday after the first full moon. And sometimes the first full moon of spring is on a Sunday. So sometimes it's the same day. So every once in a while, Easter, as long as Sunday has a full moon, Easter will be on Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Like, Easter is the first Sunday after the first full moon of spring. But the first full moon of spring might be on a Sunday. So every once in a while, Easter is on. Yeah, every once in a while, Easter is on a. And that Sunday, if it is on a Sunday, is the first full moon of spring. And spring is the birth. it's like everyone knows it. Spring is birth. Yet, yeah, they get us confused with their convoluted fucking calendars, and I mean, you're pagan if you care about lunar calendars or whatever. I mean, that's literally what all our holidays are based upon. But yeah, I mean, let me just tell you real quick. Holidays are all astrology. Every holiday is astrology, bar, a couple, right? But the main ones. Mainly, holidays are all based on astrology.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, of course. How else are you going to keep track of something? Keep track of it based on the fucking moon and the sun and the stars. And it's obvious. I mean, birthdays. Birthdays are worshiping astrology. It's sun worship. Birthdays are sun worship. It's just as simple as that. That's what they are. Birthdays are treating the sun like they're the most important thing in the world. And that when the sun returns to the same spot in the sky 365 days later, it's something to celebrate. You're worshiping the sun every birthday. You blow out the candles. I think that's a sign of death. I think they're like brainwashing us to associate birthdays with death. Like, oh, you're getting closer to death because you blow out your candles. I'm pretty sure that's literally an expression for death, like lights out, right? Lights out, blowing out the candles. You're dead.
All right, definitely. And now, since there's the coronavirus thing, you're putting spittle on the cake. So now you're really dead.
You're a comedian, man. You're a fucking. I don't know how you do it. Oh boy. Yeah. Now you're poisoning. Now you're killing everyone in the room because you blew hard. You blew as hard as you could. Now you're killing everyone because you're a disgusting, infected, diseased fucking monkey.
It's those droplets.
If there's one thing I hate out of all of this most, it's that I can be like jacked, right? I can like have like muscle, perfect body. I can I have no allergies. I'm just breathing in nice and clear through my nasal cavities. I can like do a backflip in front of them. But if I don't have a mask, they consider me sick. It's like I could be the epitome of health, you know? I could show up looking like Mr. Olympia, and you're gonna treat me as if I'm sick. So we used to judge people. Oh, you're sick because you appear sick, you know. And now, healthy, you could have all of the signs of perfect health, but you'll still be treated as if you're diseased and contagious. That's the world we're in now. That healthy people are being treated as if they're sick people.
No, it's it's part of the. It is part of the post World War II problem, which is like equality, right? So like somebody who's old and frail has to be treated with the similar kid gloves as like a young strapping person, just cause that's like baked into the cake of like the consciousness, right? Like that we equality and they don't have that in Asia, right? Like when the coronavirus first came down in China, like they just quarantined like sick people, right? They welded them inside their house and stuff. Yet everyone else had like different rules. Like they were more they have a more high trust society. They're more like they have the angles figured out. They're not infected with the idea of like quality and like, oh, we're all in this together, right? Because scientifically speaking, we're not all in this together, right?
Right.
Like it only kills like
really
1%
old
of the
people.
people over the age of like 65, right? And below the age of 65, it kills like 0.003 or so. Anyway, you know the idea.
Yep. Yeah, man. One of the things that
they eat cats
seem, I don't trust anything
They
that
eat
I've been
bats.
told about this
They eat
the whole
bats in
situation.
in China.
Okay.
Why
Yeah.
are they
Yeah.
eating
Maybe.
bats? Can you
Maybe. I mean, that sounds weird, but animals are literally food. So it happens. Some people eat dogs. Whatever. Do your thing. I'm against it, but whatever. But one of the protocols that was in place that I thought was most reasonable was temperature checks at the door, right?
Right.
But it was never perfect because they would temperature check me and still expect me to wear a mask. It's like, well, what was the temperature check? Like, I don't know why you need to double down so much. So, I could get used. Like, I wish it went this way, because people are idiots. But the worst case scenario that I could still accept would be temperature checks at every door, and if you have a normal temperature, then no mask, no nothing, just normal, just temperature checks. Period. I would be okay with that, and because I think that would get retired soon enough. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
I'm seeing signs, right? I'm seeing fucking signs everywhere I go that says, even if you're double vaccinated, please still wear a mask inside. I'm like, you guys, you got vaccinated and you still don't feel safe? It's the most baffling thing ever. And I haven't seen temperature checks in forever, which is the most condolence I could offer. I mean, like, fine, you retards. Let's do some temperature checks. Other than that, get the fuck out of here. Because if I look healthy, don't treat me. If I have every signal coming off of me of being a healthy individual, do not treat me like I'm sick.
Bundy,
Don't
can I ask
treat
you a
healthy
couple
people.
questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what you're recommending is all companies pay an employee to do nothing but stand by the door and take temperatures all day.
Well, I'm not recommending it, but it is what I saw everywhere I went for a certain stretch of time. So they were already doing it.
Yeah, so we should just continue paying those people ad infinitum, right?
No, I don't think so. I think there's only one rule that should be socially encouraged. If you feel sick, stay home. That is the only rule. That's how it used to be. That's how I think it should be done now.
That was never the way it was, and that's just a silly thing to say, sir. I'm sorry.
And you should get paid to stay home, right? You get the unemployment.
No. If you're sick, if you feel sick, stay home. That's the one golden rule. That's as simple as that.
Well, the only reason people don't stay home is because they need to make money and stuff like that.
Right. Ask any single mother to stay home.
That doesn't mean anything. What are you saying?
Well, people need a buy-in, right?
Ask a mom to stay home. Why? For what reason? What are you talking about?
Tell a single mother she can't go to work and she can't make money to support her kids if she doesn't feel good. And I guarantee you, they'll all say, "I feel just fine."
Why are you bringing up single mothers?
Because it's a disenfranchised.
Why do they need to be? Why do they need to be single though?
Because it's a disenfranchised economical group.
There's lots of disenfranchised groups. Why would you bring up this specifically? I feel like it's worthless.
It was the first one. It was the first one that jumped.
There's one golden rule. There's one golden rule.
That's an example of people who are sick but are incentivized to show up to work.
Thank you, Ball.
Everyone is incentivized to show up to work. Literally everyone who needs money wants to show up to work to get that money. Doesn't matter if you're disenfranchised. That's literally applies to everyone.
Anyway,
if you feel sick, stay home. That's it. Simple as that. And if you get caught feeling sick, someone should say, "Hey, you look like you feel like shit. I think you should go home." And if they don't, well, I'm not about to force them, but I feel like, there's a sort of honor system that should be applied to some degree. Not everything needs to be like enforced at the end of a barrel of a gun. And when someone crosses the line where they're like throwing up and they're like, well, they have a boss and the boss has authority over them. I think that should be handled on an individual boss-employee basis. But I think that if there's anything to be taught in schools or encouraged on the radio or television, the message should be: if you feel sick, stay home.
You're well aware that edemas is not a symptom, right?
And
okay,
if you are feeling sick yet you feel pressured, like you're some sort of disenfranchised person, or you're really struggling, I think this is finally where, through a series of tests and interrogation, should, as easy as possible,